stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock. Stay loaded. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill the standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Morning, everybody. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's falling. Hopefully everybody has had a good day. I'm still undecided on mine, but we're going to get through it somehow, some way or another. I'll take a moment. Let's see, I'm going to say morning, Summer, Sherry, Chrissy, Monty, Auntie, Chrissy Cat, Cola, Born Racer John, Birdie. Man, just all the people look at you. Garrett, just all the cool people coming. Crystal, how are y'all? Miss Bullfrog, Little 1A. Hey, Miss Silver Girl. It's gonna, it'll get better. Hey, Mr. Billy. Hey, Patrick. Let's see. I'm gonna read this and hey, Larry. Oh wait, there she is. JH556. How are you, ma'am? Hey, Vaughn. Tell you what, JH, if you will, I'm gonna read this, and then I'd like to definitely hear an update on how things are going and kind of how things. If you're totally okay with sharing that, you know, you were definitely in my prayers all yesterday evening. Well, that's cool. YouTube decided to tell me I was live. I guess in case I hadn't figured that out on my own, they needed to tell me. Won't tell me when anybody else goes live, but they can tell me when I go live. Okay, so I'm going to read this. Let's see if we can, let's start our day off, or we'll end it a little better off. Hey, Miss Cindy. It says, count your blessings. Once you realize how valuable you are and how much you have going for you, the smiles will return, the sun will break out, the music will play, and you will finally be able to move forward toward the life that God intended for you with grace, strength, courage, and confidence. I know, Mr. Stewart. I was so glad that YouTube decided to let me know I was live. Otherwise, I'd have been lost. Hey, Lele. Let's see. I'll put this link up. Guess we're going to see how tonight goes. Man, it's just been, I don't know, I feel bad about saying it's been a crazy day for JH. Miss 556. Hey, Crystal. Hey, 1A.
I promise I will not go to sleep on you.
That's okay, darling. That's okay. As long as you don't get mad at me if I remove you, it's all good.
That's your name right this time.
Man, it's so funny.
Hey,
1A.
rescue my.
I tried to answer you, brother, but it's so weird because I couldn't get 3 messages wouldn't go out. I actually had to restart and kind of slow, and then I finally got one to go out, and it was like, man, that's weird shit. But
Yeah, it is weird. And what's weird is I was sitting there, you know, like watching stuff on my phone, and all of a sudden I heard a loud boom, like shit falling over. I like heard it from my grandfather's room, so I ran in there real quick, right? And I thought he fell out of his bed, so it's happened multiple times. And I ran in there, you know, real quick and started looking, and he just knocked some shit over, and I just got my adrenaline pumping, got me all excited, you know. But I was like, shit.
Dang. Well, so at least I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, it was just the phone, his phone, his remote, his pacemaker thing that monitors his pacemaker.
Okay.
That and the table. I don't know how the hell he did it. Maybe it could have been a cat. You know, I don't know.
Maybe like a
But it
cat
wasn't
was next to him, and when he disturbed the cat, then the cat might have knocked it off.
Oh yeah, he does that. The cat will get angry.
Hey, Miss Summer, that's cool. I'm glad you're able to doze off. See, Summer falls asleep. There's a few people that tell me that they listen and they fall asleep, and then they'll wake up later and still going.
That music behind it.
Hey, you know, I've even thought about that some days when it was like, hell, I wonder if I just start a chat, I put a cool little picture up there, and I just play the music in the background, and then people can at least chat. I'm just having I don't know. Today is definitely hump day. Isn't today hump day?
No, tomorrow. Well, today is now.
Yeah.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning, so yeah, 3:10.
Yeah, it's like, man, it feels like hump day. Oh, and hey, Four Corners, Guardian, Miss Nikki, and Vaughn. Don't know if I said hey to you this morning.
Hey, everybody in chat.
Somebody, where was that? Miss 556 said, okay. Yeah, she said it could have been worse, way worse. We all lived and are here to rebuild. That's true. And I'm glad that it's workable. Hey, Alley Cat. Mr. Billy, what's up, best life? Hey, Brian.
I went to my best friend's house today. Helped her with her room. And she brought me home. Got in the house. I forgot my phone over there. Don't know her phone by heart. Can't call her. You know, I wouldn't even know if she even looked for it. And then I got my next door neighbor to run me over there.
Well, I'm glad you got it back.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Let's see, I was going to see if I...
Tola, I love seeing the baby earlier.
Ooh. Tell you what, I'm going to put this up. Oh, no, I guess not. What are you doing? Trying to steadily put advertisements on me.
Yuck.
Okay, so let me share this. And then let me go. Zoom it in. Bam.
Dang.
So that's some of the damage that 556 went through.
That ain't good.
Weather warfare.
Hey, Stan. Chrissy, actually, I think I'm kind of on a little slope downward at the moment, but ain't nothing I can do to change it. So you just suck it up and move on.
You okay, Rescue?
It's just kind of been a rough, I don't know, 8 hours. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it is what it is. I mean, it's nothing I'm going to do is going to make it any better. So
Yeah.
I guess that phrase, crying over spilt milk, kind of comes to mind.
Well,
see
I
what
pray
this.
for you in my thoughts.
Thank you, man. Oh, really? I can't. No way.
There's nothing you can do to escape it.
Dude, and they make it for 12 seconds. So go away, go away. Shoot. Damn. You can't hear that though, can you?
No, I hear the music.
Damn, I think I'm gonna have to stop and share again. I think I forgot to check the audio. Hey, Mr. Gary. Okay. Damn, you know what sucks? I bet they're gonna make us watch that 12 seconds of crap again.
Damaged.
Nope.
Hero struck Keene near Cleburne. This was all going on.
Okay, so let me back it up.
County. Two were in Johnson County. The strongest was an EF2 tornado that touched down in northern Johnson County. At least 90 structures were damaged. A smaller EF0 struck Keene near Cleburne. This was all going on about this time last night. Nobody was killed, but one man, a father trying to protect his daughter from the storm, was seriously injured and remains in the hospital tonight. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is live in Egan, just south of Burleson. Peyton.
Steve, and daylight today revealed what that EF2 tornado left behind. This RV trailer behind me split in half after rolling over multiple times. And Johnson County Emergency Management tells me that the damage is widespread, covering multiple cities.
It's like surreal almost.
17-year-old Brittany Deaton looks back at her damaged travel trailer behind her. During Monday night's EF2 tornado, she was trapped inside until her dad, Sean Zeleny, rescued her.
At the moment, he's in surgery for his left hip.
Tuesday, Deaton is thankful her dad is alive. Zeleny is in a Fort Worth hospital with a broken hip, broken ribs, a broken nose, and his ear had to be sewn back on. As the EF2 tornado ripped through the family's front yard just south of Burleson, both tried to run to the main house, but the RV rolled over them multiple times, crushing Zeleny.
If he didn't get me out, I could have died from all the impact.
It's stuck to the bird feeder.
Next door, Stephen Barnes hasn't had any time to sleep. Barnes says he helped his injured neighbor down the driveway to the ambulance waiting on the main road.
You know, and we're all lucky because we're still alive.
Barnes's property is littered with mangled debris as power companies get to work. His carport is sliced in half by a metal panel. Thankfully, it blocked any damage from hitting his home.
We were going to go to my mother-in-law's, but I seen the trees twisting, so we went and got in the closet, and about 12, 13 seconds later, it was over.
The overnight twister with winds up to 112 miles per hour caused a trail of damage across Johnson County, from Joshua to Alvarado to Venus.
None of us could see because the lights were out.
Johnson County Emergency Management says at least 90 structures were impacted.
We have 10 paddocks where we turn horses out at, and 6 of them are damaged.
Donna Keene, her husband, and her animals at Remember Me Rescue in Burleson all weathered the storm. The top of her barns now thrown into a tree, her fences flattened.
I look over the TV, the weatherman says, "Oh, a new warning," and burp, and then the electricity went off.
Keene grabbed a flashlight and came outside to check on her horses and donkeys, including this newborn foal.
He does not have an official name yet, but I think we'll name him EF2.
Just across the street, Deaton anxiously waits at home for her dad. She says he will be in a wheelchair for months.
Every once in a while, it'll hit me and I'll have like a meltdown because like he's not technically okay, like he's still in the hospital.
And I just spoke with Deaton. She tells me her father is still in surgery. Johnson County Emergency Management says that power companies were already at work this morning and power is slowly coming back on. And the American Red Cross is in Alvarado at the First Baptist Church for anyone who needs help. It's open tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
That's awful.
Man, oh man. 556, I'm so glad you're okay. And if anybody would, I would just suggest pray for that man, pray for
Yep.
everybody. But that man was that was a dad there.
Mm-hmm.
That was a dad going to work. He's,
I would have done the same thing.
This is, on the news. You know what I'd like to see on the news is them end with something like the dad giving his ultimate sacrifice for, like something, leave on something that like everybody holds on to. But JH556, that's horrible. I've been through some tornadoes, and I know what it's like. Had to do it with my family, and I just want to say that's you have my prayers, because
Yeah, mine too.
having to start over, it's not easy.
I've had to start over. I lived in a camper, me and my ex, and we were gonna live there to save up some money, and it was a nice one. And the guy tried to take electric wire to run to the battery. He that's how he did it, but it was supposed to heat the water up quicker, and he ran it through the battery, and it caught on fire, and it took everything, even my kitten, my cat, my baby. So all I kept screaming is my baby, and they thought that I had a baby in there. I said no, but it's still my baby.
heard that so many times. To be honest, it's all up to the responding individuals.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought one way or the other whenever I heard that. Some people get pissed and they're like, "Oh, you made it sound like it was a kid. It wasn't a kid." But I get it, because
Yeah.
my four-legged one is one of my kids. So
Right.
Yeah. These two are the ones I got now are my babies. And then my best friend picked up a cat on the side of the road. Her mama wanted it. It was pure white. Took it home. It had babies. And she's got a solid white one. And I want one more cat, but I don't want my cats to feel intimidated. So I'm getting a baby kitten so then maybe they won't feel so intimidated,
there you go. I will say Four Corners brought up a good point, because, and this is something, and maybe I ought to try to I'll work something out. Maybe I can come up with something. And it's good for people to kind of have, at least in your mind, if something happens, if it's a storm, you need to get you a little pattern down where you kind of know what's what, and kind of what you're going to do. And it was, that man made a good point, because it's like he started to go there, but then you have to analyze what's going on. You kind of got to take it and work on it. And then that's when he decided, no, I'll just go to the closet, because it wasn't. And everybody needs to there's no magical plan, but there's a plan. And what a plan does, when you train or when you exercise something over and over, and you hear a lot of the guys talk when it comes to pew-pews about muscle memory. But what it does is it's no different than your day-to-day life. It becomes a routine, so it becomes second thought. So when you hear this loud noise, or you get this alert, you're instinctively going to do this, and this. And then you're going to go, shit, where am I at? What's going on? But see, mentally, you've already done 1, 2, 3, and 4 without thinking it through, because you sat there and ran that through your mind. You have to kind of run yourself through. If this happens, I'm going to do this. I'll do this. I want to grab this. I need to secure that.
Yep.
And the more you run that through your mind, then when you'll do that before you realize that now you're at the WTF moment, but yet you've already done that, because that just kind of came to second nature.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it's all about. That's why good firefighters actually go and train, so that things become second nature.
Tell you the truth, and y'all believe it or not, and I'm not lying. I'll put my hand on a stack of Bibles. I was dreaming about my mom. My mom's passed away. I was dreaming about my mom, and my mom was pushing me. And in my dream, I was just like, and she kept on, and I woke up, and I smelled the smoke and seen the smoke. So actually, if my mom wasn't doing that to me in my dream, I wouldn't have woke up.
Yep. Hey, Virginia. Wow, that's
Yeah,
weird. 556 says, what I'm not liking is we have had people pulling up in our driveway all day, taking pictures and videoing. That's kind of creepy. Yeah, I can imagine.
yeah,
You become kind of on
Let
display.
it be. You know, like I mean, damn it. As a family, you've went through so much. Why can't you just have some peace after all you've been
yeah.
through? You know.
And
That's what I
556,
think.
by the way, y'all got insurance. So, I mean, you got help rebuilding. See, dogs are already so stressed. We had one pee on or another poop. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, that's another thing. When your animals start acting crazy, you know something's fixing to happen most of the time if it has to do with weather.
Oh, a lot of times you can spot storms coming in if you live around anywhere around cattle or anything. Because if
Yeah.
you watch cattle will start herding and migrating in certain ways. Oh wow, that's crap. 556 already giving you shit.
Look, they did the same thing to my family when we had a storm come through. We didn't have a tornado, but it was 70-mile-an-hour winds. So it's when hurricanes, the remnants come through, and we had 2 big-ass oak trees fall and take out where I live and where I stay in this room. Took out half my damn room and took out 2 sheds, and they fought us for 3 months. Think about that. So just know that the best thing you can do is this is what I did and it helped and it's the only thing that worked is look at the insurance policy, print that shit out, do whatever you have to do and read it. Read every single little thing about it because they will. You have to know it. And I'm just trying to give advice for I'm sorry.
Oh no, you almost have to get a damn lawyer to look
No,
over
that's what I was
insurance
going to
documents
say
before you
next.
sign because they'll have shit worded in a way to where it's like, oh no, see, we're really not responsible. See that little print right there? Yeah, those last 4 words, they tell us we're not reliable. And it's like, wait, what? You almost have to have a lawyer go through all that bullshit to see if you're actually going to get the coverage you think you're getting.
Virginia and York, are you ought to come up? There wasn't nothing I could do, man. I had a lot of clothes. I had my family Bible had been passed down. I had like 14 pair of shoes. I mean, I had a bunch of other stuff that had got at the apartment that we moved from. And yeah, but at least I'm alive. I'm above ground. All that other stuff is I can get back.
Oh yeah, shit. We done been through so many hurricanes here. Hell, my house is actually still shifted. It still ain't back right from the last hurricane. I just couldn't.
My house.
Unfortunately, it hit me while I'm in this shape, and I can't fix my shit. But
yeah.
I will say it's a good thing. Everybody that, if you have pets, then you need to always think of an alternative plan for them in case something happens, something serious, a tornado, a hurricane.
Well,
hell, a damn tidal wave if you live around the coast. I mean, because at this point, anything can happen, and you don't have to be paranoid. You don't have to be like freaked out. You just stop and start working on it a little bit every day and kind of thinking, well, if something were to happen, what's the important items you want to grab? What are the important, animals that are around there? Then where would you go? Where would you gather them up? Then, where would you assess to, you got to just think of these things.
Yeah.
And come up with little plans. Because
Okay.
day-to-day life, you take things for granted and you just get so complacent with where things are. And it's like, oh, well, no, I can just grab the keys and do this. But then it's like that dude said, what did he say? 15 seconds. And it was over. Well, he had that long to get in that closet. So if you're not thinking of anything like that, then that could be 15 seconds. You just stood there kind of froze going, I don't know what to do. That's why you think of things and you kind of come through a little regiment to go through.
Well, I got a pretty big cat carrier, that I could put my cats in real quick. And if I had to, I could flip this mattress over and put them back there with me, but have them in that so they ain't running around and me having to run after them.
I do, Chrissy. I can get a hold of D-Dog.
D-Dog.
Hey, Rescue. I gotta go, man.
Okay, 1A.
I'm sorry,
Bye,
brother.
1A.
You got it, brother. Be safe.
Yeah, I will. You too, and hope you have a better night. I'll talk to you sometime, man. And
Okay, dope, brother.
I love you, Rescue. Love you, Crystal, and
Love you.
God
Sleep
bless you
well.
both.
Later, buddy.
Later, bro. Peace.
Hey, John. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, and we're coming up on storm season, at least for us down here. We're fixing to be entering into hurricane season.
Well, I was really scared, and I talked to my cousin. My cousin said this house has been through some hurricanes, so. But I'm 45
Oh hell,
minutes.
mine's been through every hurricane we've had in Texas for the last 40 years. This house has been through.
Yeah, I'm like.
Hey,
45.
David, I meant to say thank you for joining me, sir. Thank you very much.
I'm like 45 minutes away from the ocean, though.
I'll reach out to him, Chrissy Cat, and then see. Matter of fact, might get lucky. He might pop in. I don't know. He said something the other day. Apparently, they've been really harassing him, trying to run him off the road and all kinds of stuff. But he kind of gives them a lot of hell with the legal side of things.
I'll be glad when we can wrap all these, you know what's up in the government and Hollywood and everywhere else, and just get rid of them.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that'd be nice. We get there. That's a long ways away.
Yep.
But we gotta start somewhere. First page not searchable. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I had to look at. Let's see. I will get you a link.
I didn't mean to fall asleep in your thing the other night.
Oh no, you're fine.
I was smoking a little bit of my weed, and then I do have pain medicine. If my weed don't help me, but I barely take it, and I took it, and then I took my night medicine, and I did not wake up. When I went off, I went to sleep. Well, I went to sleep on here. I slept from then to 8 o'clock that night.
That must be what you needed to do.
Yeah.
No, I don't mind. If you fall asleep up here, it's all cool. What gets the only thing that bothered me was because I don't like kicking people out. I don't like having. So I was like, man, I don't want to have to remove nobody.
Well, that was good.
But everybody pretty much convinced me how like she'll understand, and I was like, I know it just feels weird doing it.
I understand.
There you go, Chrissy. That's Devil Dog's channel.
I gotta eat. I'll be right back.
Okie doke. Let's see. Because I think he's got his email. Yeah. He's got his email up there. saveamerica@email.com. Hey, Canadian Patriot. And Joe. What's up, Mr. Joe? Yeah, D-Dog's very knowledgeable. What did I see? Milkmaid? Hey, Milkmaid. How are you, ma'am? By the way, Milkmaid, when that comes in today, it should be there today. Just be sure and look in the bottom of that box, because there's something for your husband in the bottom of the box. All righty, Mr. Joe. Yes, sir. I feel you, brother. I got mine right here with me. What, his number? Well, I feel weird about that, though. I'll reach out to him first. With anybody, I'm that way. If I have anybody's information, I don't figure it's not my place. Oh, I don't know, Milkmaid. I felt this invisible force twisting my arm, and it was telling me that I had to do this. I don't know, ma'am. I didn't have to do anything. I guess you don't technically even have to wake up. Oh, the ending number. Yeah, Canadian Patriot D-Dog is a very knowledgeable dude. He's one of the few people I've ever met that actually has an alarm that tells him when to go lay down instead of when to get up. If you ever catch D-Dog on a panel late at night, and then you'll hear this sound in the back, and then he'll say, oh, I got to go. That's actually his alarm telling him to go lay down because he needs to get some rest. Oh, man, that's what's missing.
Your body sure tell you if you need to sleep.
Rod Stewart.
I had fun the other night when we was playing music. You didn't get in trouble, did you?
Smooth Operator from Carlos Santana. Well, that video, get this. This was kicking. I mean, I get copyright violations. Every song I play gives me a copyright violation. I don't care. But what got me is that particular video, it got blocked in some countries, and I was like, really? Smooth Operator by Carlos Santana got blocked in some countries. So I went to the studio to look at which country. It was Russia. It's blocked in Russia. I guess they don't want Russians to be smooth. Russians can listen to all the other songs, but you can't listen to Carlos Santana and Smooth.
They can go over to Ukraine and watch old Dorcas dance around in his high heels.
Well, just all them songs I played, they were just copyright violations is all it was. Just, okay, well, this is already copyrighted, so fine. But that one song, and it gets blocked in Russia, and it's like, okay, that song doesn't even have anything politically in the tones. It's just, and yet, that was so weird that they picked that particular song. Now, no, this cannot be played in Russia. It's like, or what? Who gives a shit?
Especially the one I got you to play, and it was Toby Keith, American Run. That's mostly about politics, right?
You would have thought that one would have been blocked over there.
Yeah.
But oh no. Stuart, you gone, brother? Get you some rest. Remember to smile, or be the reason somebody smiles. You going 556, Miss JH? Well, if you're gone, I hope you have an awesome night. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm glad
Everybody
your
going to
family's
bed?
okay. Well, Stuart and JH, I guess they are. There's still 46 people. It's more than usual.
Hey, Canadian Patriot.
Yes, ma'am. You need to get you some rest. I'm so glad that you popped up here at least long enough. I appreciate the update because I've been doing my mental pacing all day, so I feel better now, knowing that you guys are in a dealable scenario. I put it that way. You can handle it.
Rescue, do you know who Dave Snedeker is?
Dave Snedeker?
Mm-hmm.
No. Who's that?
He's been on Hawks a couple times, but he does a really good show, and his dad died, so I didn't know if you knew him, and I was going to tell you that his dad passed away.
Oh, no, ma'am. That's always hard.
Yeah.
Man. Which losing anybody is really hard, and because you're just, you when somebody passes, it's so final that makes it a very hard thing for people to deal with. You know, myself included. There was things, when my mom died that you want to say, but you can't. Hey, there's Mr. David. What's up, sir?
Hey, David.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Off and running, sir.
Yeah, just jumped up for minutes to say hello. Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good.
All right.
Yeah, I sat in on your show a little bit the other day. I don't chat much, so yeah, I pop in on a lot and listen. I'll lay down and I'll listen to a lot because, man, trying to text on these phones is just insane. I don't know how people do it. I never got into it. Never have liked it. Used to make fun of my kids with the flip phone when you'd hit the button like 3 times to get the different character and shit.
So you were lurking in the background.
I was a lurker.
That's good. That's good. I was lurking before I came up. So yeah.
Gotta get the hey, look at there. There's Cashew.
Hey, look,
Hey,
Cashew.
And ever faithful, there goes the link. Oh, and I just saw Christina. Hey, Christina.
Christina, hey.
Get you some rest. I might be here in the morning when you get up.
Good morning, Sherry. Hey, Cashew. Hey, Sherry. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
See, I ain't got to get up at no certain time in the morning, though.
You don't have to get up?
No, I'm on disability, and it's just me and my 2 cats, so, they're taken care of, and I'll just go to bed when I want to and wake up when I want to.
What are your cats' names?
My cat's name is Mary Jane and Kush.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm picking up what you're laying down there with that.
Yeah, the vet did too. Because they're sister and brother, so I had to have them fixed. And I'm fixing to get me a baby white cat, hopefully. I got to think of y'all be thinking of a good name.
All right.
For a girl or a boy, because we don't know yet, because they're still real little.
See, for me, I don't know what the difference between a girl and a boy is because I'm not a scientist.
Hey, that means you qualify for the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm running for, and vote David for the Supreme Court.
There you go.
Yeah.
You got my vote.
All right. I got 1 vote.
That's it.
You pass weed, and I'll vote you in many times as I can.
All right.
They're fixing to do that now. That's one way they're going to try to, I think, get some people on common downside. Yeah.
I'm sorry, they've done so much bad. I don't think a little bit of good's going to do them no good.
Well, and I mean, I just hate to break it to them, but it's like, so you're going to legalize what people have already been doing for the last 5 decades anyway. But
Yeah, he ain't doing
it's
nothing
not like
else.
it's going to be like introduced, like, okay, now you can. It's just like, no, you ain't got to worry about going to jail.
Yeah.
There was
Thank
something.
Thank you, Four Corners, for adding me to the family. I feel privileged.
Yeah, and I saw Virginia told you Four Corners, and I'll just let everybody know in chat, if you want to come up, no problem there. If you just show me a camera in the back end, you can turn it back off. You don't have to have it on panel or nothing. And I only do that because, well, there's people with some mental issues out here. So, and try to help the people with mental issues protect themselves from themselves. So
yeah,
they won't come up here. They don't embarrass themselves, is the way I'll view it. Because they just try to it's sad. People are in that frame of mind with the stuff we got going on.
They're miserable and they want everybody else to be miserable. Like I've always said.
Well, yeah, but
misery loves company.
Direct that towards DC. Feel free to, bug them all you want.
Yeah, exactly. I'm grooving to the tunes in the background. Ooh.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's weird. Can't really explain it. I just know it works. But somehow, if I don't have that going, I can tell, because it's like the vibe's different. It's you're like, but then when that goes, it's like you pause to think. Well, having that sound kind of keeps you in the chill mode.
Yeah. Mellow.
Well, actually, Chrissy Cat, yes, ma'am. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just sit back there and you go, well, you need to show me, and they don't, and then they'll leave. But like yesterday in that one, well, I would get camera shots, but it wasn't of anything but the wall. And then it's like back before, I got somebody that tried to do their little private parts. It's just that, unfortunately, they were not endowed very well. So I ended up I embarrassed them without knowing it, because I had to lean in, and then I'm like, you're trying to show me that? What? And it's kind of like, damn, I got a 32-inch monitor. What? Well, that embarrassed them. And then I realized what I said out loud on the mic. I was like, oh, damn.
They were trying to show their parts on the thing.
Oh, yeah. Dude, they kept showing a picture of like the wall and the ceiling, and I'm going, I can't see you. Well, then all of a sudden it was like the image got blurry kind of, and I couldn't tell. It's like, okay, well, I don't know. What is that? Well, then I kind of had to lean in, dude. And when I leaned in, it was like, oh yeah, that was the whole little pelvic area is what I was being shown. And it was like, wait a minute, you're showing me a pecker shot? Damn, dude, I just had to lean in on a 32-inch monitor to see this. And all of a sudden the dude just leaves. And it was like, and then I realized what I said out loud, and I was like, oh, well, shit, okay, yeah, I guess I embarrassed him.
I wouldn't have Terry Rescue after they did that. Calling out.
And like yesterday was just a guy that's trying to stir up shit. Actually, I guess it's a couple of guys, few got 2, 3, I don't know how many. I know one yesterday, and and they didn't want to show themselves.
There's been a lot of trolls.
Yeah. We were talking about a story earlier tonight, I think on Rex's channel, and there was a guy that was trying to, I guess, smuggle birds into the country, and we were trying to come up with funny lines, but woodpecker would have been a good one for it. But you know what I mean? Like trying to smuggle birds in your... Oh, he had them in his pants. That was the important story. But I've never had anybody try to come on my stream with their junk hanging out. That's not good.
Well, that was the first one for me. Thank you, Cashew. I was fixing to actually ask that if
That'd been the first and the last.
Put Rex's channel up.
Yeah. Was Rex
'Cause I-
on? Yeah.
Yeah.
But so someone came out. He actually came onto your stream, and you saw that backstage. He had himself exposed.
See,
That's weird.
What the mental stability? It just kind of, it just makes you know
Yeah,
where we're at.
Yeah, he had birds in his pants. Someone on Rex's channel said that was a news story. They got caught smuggling birds in their pants. Yeah.
Oh, I can. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it was, it was birds. Yeah. Yeah, definitely it was birds.
Poor
Or
bird.
turtles. It was either birds or turtles or both. Who knows?
Should have charged him with animal abuse.
I don't know. It's all running together.
It's like, man. I will say that they say that, and I'll say it that way everybody can kind of hear, but there's a little trick that if people either, I guess if you want to create a buffer zone, you can bring, like if they're backstage and you're still not sure, then what you can do is, like, I can go full screen. And so you're up from backstage, but yet they can't see you. So that's how you can protect the audience that way. Me, I just figure, man, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm 60 years old, so I figured I got a little chat channel. Feel free to, all you gotta do is blink a camera. And once you hear some of the stuff that's happened, I would think that anybody could understand why then.
Yeah. Yeah. Birds. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Birds are peckers after all.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the joke, But
Pull a parrot pecker out your pants. Man, that's like one of them P words. You'd have to say that fast 3 times or something. I don't know if you can.
I know. I was saying, I hope they were swallows.
Right.
That joke. Yeah. No one got it. Or maybe they did, and they. I don't know.
Man. Indie man, Nancy Kirsten. That's right.
Boom, boom, boom. Disturbing at best. Yeah.
Oh man, I gotta say it's probably been one thing is kind of sitting and just man. It's like we're farther than we thought than just the politics.
Yeah, Woodpecker was definitely better. Yeah, Woodpecker was definitely the stronger joke. Woodpecker. But I thought Swallow was a great joke.
Well, this is true.
Yeah, but Woodpeckers was definitely great. It's funny because when I'm sorry.
Go ahead, David.
No, I was just saying when I do my show, I just do complete humor just because it's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Right.
Everything else is so absurd, It's like if we were to talk about politics, it's just so absurd because although we all have political views, it's so absurd because unless it's on a local level or something we can touch, and then I do go on other shows where they ask me about politics and I express my opinions, and it's wild how people get angry at me almost, because I express my views when that's the point of the show, and that's why I never do it on my mind, because it's pointless.
Yeah.
Because you don't solve anything. You're not gonna, it's almost like just an argumentative thing. So.
Oh, okay, Ricky. Hey, Ricky. Well,
Good
that's
for-
politics.
Yeah.
Politics makes for, how does that go? Politics makes strange bedfellows.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Politics makes for interesting Thanksgiving dinners. Good evening, guys.
yeah. Yeah. Right. Hey,
Good
Rick.
evening.
Crystal, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Crystal. Ricky.
Hi.
Love you
Nice
guys.
to meet y'all too.
Well, it's like with this, I try to do we have serious talks in a way, and then we bounce around. In all honesty, I don't do a set rhythm because I repeat the same thing sometimes over and over, but there's no narrative, there's no show, I just actually started to do this because Ron talked me into it. Indy got me over to Ron's channel. Ron got me up on a panel, and I was like, man, this is kind of weird. So then I thought, then after I did, I got off, and I was like, I'll just use this kind of like a therapy, and it'll help me because I can be I came across aggressive for a while because I just was very high stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of tension. So I was quick to snap, quick to react, and it hasn't actually paid off in the past very well, but it was a hard lesson learned. And believe it or not, I use this as a way for me to mentally figure out different ways to listen to people, to talk to people, to handle different things. And I've peaked a couple of times. Got so mad one night I even threw my headphones, and then that's when I had to catch myself. And I was like, okay, no, this is actually what I'm trying to stop doing. So but that's why I do this. So I just figure, as long as everybody's kind of enjoying the topics, I don't care if we talk about plucking chickens or we talk about going out and raking leaves, or as long as it's a positive vibe. I mean, there's no point in doing the trash bashing because it doesn't solve anything,
Yeah.
I love Ron, man. I miss him so much.
Hey, Tony. And hey, Indy.
Hey, what's up, Indy? Yeah, exactly, Rescue. Yeah. It's like, exactly what you just said. I couldn't have said it any better. It's just kind of, I mean, if people do go into the political realm, it is what it is, but we all know we're not going to solve anything.
Oh, I've laughed and joked about that when people ask how the stream went, and I said, shoot, it went great. I think we rebuilt the world about 12 times tonight.
Yeah. Now the world's different because.
Yeah. I like politics too, but there's some groups you go to for politics, and there's other groups you don't go for politics. You just,
Yeah.
Like I don't mind it. Like we'll talk about like if something happened yesterday, or something, then you kind of bring it up. But it's like, because if the political part peaks too high, all you'll hear me say is I start repeating, going, it starts local, local, local. You go right out your front door and start right there.
Yeah.
Well, actually, now. Go ahead.
That's what I wanted to ask. What made you throw your headphones? You said you threw your headphones. Oh, that's funny.
We were, let's see, what was that heated discussion? I forgot what that heated discussion was about. And I'm trying to remember.
Did you get mad?
You took your headphones off and you threw them.
Oh, dude, I pushed back and then I reached up and grabbed them headphones and I just threw them down. I threw them, they hit my desk, and which I'll show you my computer. So there's my computer.
Yeah.
And there's no side glass on that. So like this is the inside. And man, them headphones hit the desk and I thought they were fixing to go in there and smack that damn motherboard and shit. And it was like, okay.
Lord, you would have been ticked then.
Over what I wonder.
Man, but see, actually, you know what? That's a proud moment because I can't really remember, David. And while that sounds like, what do you mean you can't remember? But that's because I've put it behind me to the point to where it's like, shit, all I can remember is I remember throwing the headphones. But I can't remember even who I was talking to or what we were talking about.
You can't rub me off. I ain't dirty.
You noticed that. I'm just wondering why my camera's.
Yeah, I did, didn't I, Huckleberry?
Oh, no, you are far.
I started to lose my zen yesterday, too, but then I was able to catch myself. It was like that. Because, see, that's the challenge for me is to not get... I refuse to give other people the power to control my emotional narrative.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and that's what happens ultimately when you can't come to an agreement. You're literally you're giving someone else your serenity, and it's I don't know when I came to the agreement with myself that even if I win an argument, what do I win?
Yep.
Nothing. Oh, okay. Then I'll just try to please myself.
That's pretty much.
But this is how I am. I know who I am, and God knows who I am, and that's all that needs to know.
Yeah.
As long as I'm okay with God and I'm okay with myself, I could care less what you think about me.
Yeah. All right, Chris. I'm down with that philosophy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Mr. Hawkeye. Huckleberry reminded me. It was Hawkeye.
You fought with and you threw your headphones. I wish. Yeah. Is that still on video? That's great.
Oh yeah, I forgot which episode it is, but yeah, I don't delete none of my episodes. So if the episode's not there, it's because YouTube took it down, not me.
I'm gonna go find it.
All right.
I'm gonna go find it and make a TikTok video.
In honor of your rescue telling me this story, when we go live on Thursday, I'm going to make a point of throwing my headphones down and storming up.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, and man, it was so, and it goes to show you how you can lose sight, because that night I actually screwed myself up because I got caught in that emotional wave.
Yeah.
And I have a spinal issue. So that's my main issue. What keeps me disability is I have a spine issue and a spinal cord problem. So when I chunked them headphones and I scooted the chair back, out of instinct, I hopped up and I made it about 4 steps, and it was like, oh shit. And then it was like, okay. And then not only did I have to gather my mental thoughts on the anger issue, but now I got to deal with, I just totally feel like I'm fixing to puke my guts up right here on my
I'm going to
floor.
fall down and die.
That was but that's, see, it's little things like that if you process those and you're honest with yourself, then you can learn from that, and I did. So that's like yesterday when I started to get wound up. I'm not getting wound up like that no more. I start getting wound up too much. I just going to everybody, sorry. And I go in broadcast if I have to. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm just not, because my stress, I can't do that.
Well, nobody's worth that. Yeah. And
dang, David, I didn't know you were famous.
I
Chrissy Cat said you're famous.
Riled up. I couldn't imagine you even being riled up. That's funny. I've never seen you even above a whisper, almost.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That is.
I gotta find that.
That's why I laugh and say it's a work in progress, sir.
Yeah.
I gotta find that. That's cool stuff.
Yeah.
And what it does is it shows that you're people. You're normal.
I don't remember.
We all got emotions,
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, hey, you know what? Let me share something. Okay, so during a disaster situation, I don't care if it's a car accident or a wildfire or a tornado, we can't be emotional. We have to be responders, and that goes for everybody out there. Everybody. I mean, you take the time out and get your training. You You can go down to your local hospital and get training on stop the bleed, CPR, and they offer all kinds of training.
I know
And
how to do all that.
Hell, Ricky,
well,
you can nowadays you can even get you like a PDF or a video file off the internet that'll actually show you all the instructions for just basic CPR,
absolutely.
choke procedures, everything.
Right.
Rescue. I've got my nursing assistant license. I used to work with the dementia and Alzheimer patients. The place I worked at, you had to have like $3,000 or $4,000 because some of the rooms in there was enough to have the man and woman, the husband and wife, to live in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I had to have the CPR and all that kind of stuff, which I can't today because I got vertigo. And if I drop them, I'm going to prison for negligence to an elderly person. And if I put it on my application, they're not going to hire me. What's that?
I know, that's what I'm trying to see.
Managing the inland. Hold on, I'm gonna make you full screen. Managing the inland search function.
Yeah, and it's a book. It's about this thick. See, it's
I don't
a
even
big
know what
old
it
book. Search and Rescue, SAR. It's a
Oh.
big old book, and it's training. It's like, you go to training and you learn how would an Alzheimer's patient react if he got lost. How would a child react?
I know how to do all that.
That's the book I keep handy for me, but then that's because I live in the piney woods. Wildland firefighting.
Yeah. Oh, look at all these certificates coming out. Crystal, I got to go get my certificates.
You got to go get your what?
Certificates. These guys got all kinds of certificates.
I just put a book.
No.
My wife has all the certificate stuff because I don't even know what she did with them.
Okay, so not only does it build your self-esteem and your physical abilities, but your mental. It's a mental thing to go through all this training. I'm a comms tech for communications officer for Emergency Operations Center. Do you know what emergency operation entails? Guys, the training is free out there, and it actually will give you what will it give you there, Rescue?
I'm sorry, I had a squirrel moment. I was looking. Cashew just cracks me up every time because Cashew's so fast. You put the book up, so Cashew goes and gets the web link to it, managing the inland search function.
Wow.
Hey, David.
Who's Cashew?
Goossoon type.
No, I'm just kidding. All right, what up? I'm saying Crystal, yeah.
Where do you live?
Ohio. Yep. Ohio.
Oh. I was just looking at the background. It looks like it's got blue around it. It's pretty.
That's cool lights.
Yeah, if you would prefer a different color, I could change it at any time.
No, I like it.
All right, we'll leave it blue. Yeah, I live in Ohio. Yeah.
I live in Florida.
See,
Have you heard about
Florida's my final destination when I get done living this life. I hope to make it to Florida. Yeah.
Hey, Hurricane.
What
It's me and my two cats in my house. That's it.
All right. What
I like it though. I mean, it's so peaceful.
Are you on the Gulf side? Are you in the Gulf side?
You know where Gainesville or Jacksonville, Florida is?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm like 45 minutes from it. I'm in Stark, Florida.
I have my mother-in-law lives in Longboat Key.
I ain't never heard of that.
Well, it's Sarasota, basically. Sarasota.
Gulf.
Yeah,
Gulf
Gulf.
Coast.
Yeah, Gulf side.
On the toilet bowl side.
I love it down there. I really love it down there. I mean, it's just nice life. It's nice here. I mean, Ohio's awesome. Like for 4 or 5 months a year when it's nice out. But then you have all the weather,
So
Well, I like the part of Florida I live because if you didn't have the palm trees, you would think it was a country little town.
Yeah,
Right.
I like that. I do like that. Yeah. Yeah.
The
Morning,
house
Silver
I
Girl.
live in was built in 1930s.
Oh, wow.
And Silver Girl, I saw that you were the first one in. I appreciate that, ma'am. I'm glad to see you came back. What's
Wow.
up, Bug Out?
Hey, Silver Girl.
Florida's
I ain't talked to that. She's such a sweet woman. I ain't talked to her in a while.
So which part of Ohio are you in, David?
I live like 30 minutes south of Cleveland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know where Ironton is? Ironton?
No. Do you know?
This guy. I'll look it up for you.
Yeah, what county?
This guy went down there and just exposed the whole corruption in Ironton, Ohio. Just unbelievable. One man, one voice.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in Ohio. There really is. Why, I'm not sure. But starting back, I think, in my estimation, with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, when they brought the aliens from Arizona here, the alien aircraft. That's a thing, yeah.
I lived in Fairfield whenever I was a kid.
Ohio?
Yeah.
Wow.
I actually learned how to skate on ice up there. Played hockey.
Oh.
For the Fairfield Red Wings, and I thought I was big shit because I actually got to put on the little red jersey with the Red Wing logo, and I thought, man.
Canadian. I'm right across the lake from Canadian Patriot, he says. All right, well, maybe someday we'll eat some wings or something.
You can do some little signal lights across the water.
Heck yeah, that would be cool. I would be all up for that.
Yeah, me too. It's funny how many plans have gotten made by me talking on different streams like this. It's like I have several plans. For the
old cashew. So Cashew says the Ironton is a city in and the county seat of Lawrence County, Ohio, United States, located in southernmost Ohio along the Ohio River.
Look at her.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Look at her, man. Oh my God.
Leave it to Cashew.
That's what she does. That's what Cashew does.
I'm so glad to see you back.
On the Ohio River. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Oh, who was that? Oh, you were asking, Ricky, right? You were asking about it. Ironton?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, oh, and I interrupted you, so.
No, you're fine. You're fine, bro. You're all good. I just wondering if you knew where it was, because this guy showed up down there in Ironton and exposed all the corruption in the whole city and county. And it's unbelievable what one man can do. One person, one man.
Oh, okay. All right.
Delete Laws on YouTube. Y'all check it out. Delete Laws, LAWZ. I'm impressed. Boy got some knowledge. Anyway.
Oh, Canadian wants to have some barbecue. Okay. All right. We'll do that.
Well, and I think she was kind of emphasizing the she part.
Oh, she. All right. Hey. All right. Hey.
Well, damn.
If it's any consolation, David, it had me second guessing when you said he, because I was like, wait a minute, I thought
all right. Well, I don't know. I never know. And I apologize. I got to correct myself because I say he, she a lot. With the names, you have no idea. And I tend to say he, which is a mistake on my part. But all right, she wants to have barbecue. All right, even better. All right. But I apologize for the he. Yeah. I have been trying to correct that. I like saying, but when you get a name, I don't know. I don't know why you automatically say he or she. I don't know.
I usually, whatever the picture, and then it's like the name, it's like with milkmaid. If it didn't say milkmaid, but the maid part kind of makes you automatically go, ma'am.
Right. Maid.
But then you got people, it's like Independent Mini, it was the icon being the female icon. Plus, I kind of knew Indy, so I guess I can't use that for an example.
Okay, it's all good, Canadian Patriot. I apologize. And I'm glad that you're a she, actually. I know too many he's.
I'm a she.
Oh, yep. You are a she, too. Yeah.
Well, it's Wednesday, and I haven't decided today yet exactly what I'm
Okay.
All right.
Okay. We'll give you time.
Yeah.
I'm now part of the ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQRSTUZ.
Well, barbecue sounds good, whether you're a he, she, but yeah.
Man, that's just good grip.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see you, Hurricane. Hopefully you're doing okay. Hadn't seen you in a little bit. And I'm just so happy to see Cashew back. Sometimes, man, I get so used to seeing some people, and it's like, then when you don't, you're kind of like, whoa, damn, how's it going? What's happening?
Who is that? Cashew, you said? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, Cashew.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It's this person that seems to troll in these chats, and you say something, and then all of a sudden there's a Wikipedia link to what you just said.
I never heard of Cashew. I don't know who you're talking about.
Cashew. Gesundheit.
I don't know what that means.
Cashew is sitting there with 5 screens, 3 keyboards, 4 mouses, 2 computers running on water.
I don't know who Cashew is. I never heard of this.
I love it.
Oh, Chrissy Cat identifies as a giraffe. Well, then you can tell us how's the weather up there.
Oh, a giraffe? Oh, you don't realize the conversation we had earlier about giraffes. We were discussing earlier if a giraffe wore pants, would they wear one pair of pants for all their 4 legs, or would they wear 2 separate pair of pants?
Well, you'd have to have 2 separate pair of pants, because if you just put on 1 pair of pants, then wouldn't you shit over the outside of your drawers? Because the waistband then would be under the butt.
Okay, all right, that's one discussion about the giraffe. But now, if a giraffe wore a bow tie, say, would it wear it up here or down by its waist?
You're freaking me out, buddy.
Are you calling yourself a giraffe?
I guess it would depend on the occasion, David. If it's a very formal occasion, then you would want it up around the head neck so that it would be really displayed. But if it was just a casual, then you put it down around the chest area.
I think you're right.
And what about if it's a long tie? Would you wear it up here? And then if you wore it down here, where would the cummerbund go?
Yeah, the long tie would have to go up high, up underneath.
Yeah. Bottom of the neck, David. All right, Chrissy Cat, bottom of the neck. Yeah. These are things that we figure out.
Things that make you go,
Yeah.
Yes.
And also, here one other question: would it be appropriate if we could figure out what style of pants they wore? Could they have zebra print pants?
Oh, bell bottoms.
I'm going with that.
Bell bottom zebra print.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that would be appropriate for
right there.
a giraffe to wear zebra print or cheetah print. Can you believe it?
Unless a zebra
You're
came up and
confusing
said
your
that they
own.
felt violated all of a sudden, that somebody was stealing their
Yeah.
identity.
I guess
Right.
it's fine.
Confusing your own self. You know that, David, don't you?
What is it, Crystal?
I said you're confusing your own self.
No. I have it all figured out. We literally had a 2-hour discussion.
That's scary.
You know,
About
you got a
saying.
twin.
That's scary as hell.
Well, this is what we did on Rex's channel tonight. We discussed giraffes, neckties, and pants, and yeah.
Hey, David, you know you got a twin in the world?
A squinty world, or what?
No, you know you have a twin in the world.
No, I don't. No, I'm sorry.
You look just like somebody I know.
Oh, okay. I hope they're a nice fellow.
The crazy thing is I used to go out with him.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
all right.
well,
All right.
I was
hope
going to
he was-
introduce you to David, so then you knew him.
I hope he was a nice fellow.
He tried to kill himself because I broke up with him.
Whoa! Really? He did that? He went that extreme on it?
Well, I mean, he hit the glass mirror on. He wasn't at my house. He was at his house. Hit the glass mirror on his dresser and tried to cut himself in different places. I mean, it was more poor on me, you know. So I got him to go. The police to go to his house to do a welfare check, and they made him go stay 48 hours in the quack ward.
Yeah.
Boy,
I mean, I'm
you
sure-
have lost
I'm
control.
sure-
You're going in the box.
I'm sure you're worth it, but I've actually never tried to attempt to hurt myself over a lady before because
I ain't.
I figured there's got to be like 300 billion more of them. Not that I don't appreciate a lady, but I figured if she doesn't want me, there's more out there. I never tried to harm myself. I don't understand why would you do that? You know?
Oh, I don't either.
Yeah.
But he wanted to get back with me, and I definitely didn't want to be with him doing something stupid like that. The hell was going to happen later on down the road, and we didn't work out.
Yeah.
He might murder me.
Well, I'm just glad it wasn't me. You can confirm it wasn't me. I just look like the guy.
I know it ain't you, David. You're in Ohio.
All right, it wasn't me. I just look like him, but it wasn't me.
I'm not trying to hit on you. I'm just saying you look like him. It's just like I'm
All
looking
right.
at him.
No, I know. I understand. All right. I understand. Have faith. You'll meet someone one day, Cashew says, David. All right. Thanks, guys. No, I would. I don't think I would harm myself.
We actually rolled out here yesterday. 2:30. No, it was 8:30 in the evening. We rolled out on a domestic call at a motel, hotel, motel, 2-story, whatever. I don't know what the fucking difference is. They're big buildings. Anyway, we rolled out on a domestic, and it was a male-female fight, and this, that, and the other, and the male ran away from the motel, ran across the road to a hardware store, and the thing is he was so stupid, he smashed his own head with a lamp. Okay, so what is that? That is mental. You've got to control your emotions, people. I mean, every day we can walk into the world and get emotional about something, but we got to control that. We got
I have great days.
The difference is a hotel doesn't have outside access. A motel has outside access to rooms. You know, like you could go up to your room, just walk up to your room. But a hotel, you got to go in through a lobby.
Okay.
Motel, you just walk right up to room 1.
Like Motel 6.
Hotel, you got to walk into the lobby and go to room 1.
All right. Yeah. That makes sense.
Not that I'm the expert at, but
No,
for
I
10
always
years.
wondered.
Yeah, David, how many times you been to a hotel and with who?
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, me too.
hundreds.
Probably Chrissy.
He's
Yeah.
worn out. He's been on. He's
Hundreds.
just
Hundreds. And I prefer hotels because it's more secure. You know, motels, they could just walk up, kick in your window, you know.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah. Hotels, they can't do that because they got to go in through the lobby. And they're less likely to do that.
Yep. Hurricane, I read what you had said in there in chat, and I'm just blessed and grateful you were able to do that. She saved her dad while they were fishing. He had a heart attack, and she performed CPR and saved him.
That's what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, my God.
No, not the no-tell.
Oh, my God.
I'm more of a no-tell hotel kind of guy because I don't like motels.
You like RVs.
I don't mind RVs. I love RVs, actually.
You like RVs out in the parking lot. I know
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I like that.
You're that kind of guy.
Yeah, I do. I don't mind that.
Well, Layla, you're on vacation. Where are you on vacation at? If you don't mind saying, that is.
Yeah, in many ways, I'm rednecker than you. Yeah.
I'm redneck.
Oh, you are? You're redneck?
I'm a country girl to the bone.
All right. I grew up in the country as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I threw my pillars out the windows, and now it's out yonder.
Hey, where are you doing your washing? Where are you going to do your washing tomorrow?
Yeah, I got to do my washing tomorrow.
See that? I knew it.
I lived in New York, and they would always stop and listen to me talk.
Well, two accents are beautiful to me. Spanish, if you speak with a Spanish accent, or any country like Elizabeth Cook or any country girl accent, forget about it. Everything you say is gospel if you're speaking a country girl. Yeah, I think it's awesome.
I'm a country girl through and through.
There you go. Well, there you go.
I love four-wheeling, mudding, and all that.
I told a story, David, one time I went, it's been a long time ago, but I went to Vancouver and met up with some friends. We had actually a LAN party, so it was the computer thing. But, dude, I went up there. I stayed with some friends that live there in Vancouver, so got up one morning and I was like, hey, I'm going to go down to that Starbucks that you guys had down there. And they were like, oh, we'll give you a ride. I said, no, I'll just walk. I mean, I'd enjoy the scenery and I can look around. So I just kind of stroll on down the street a couple of blocks, and then I get down there. I go in the Starbucks. Well, I walk up to that counter, and David, it was so eerie. I looked up, and I said, yes, ma'am. And I'd like to get this. And I ordered that drink, and dude, everything just stopped. And she just had this look on her face, and I was like, ma'am. And no, Vancouver, Canada, BC, British Columbia. But she said, can you say that again? Well, I'm thinking, okay, well, you didn't catch it, maybe some outside noise. So I said it again.
Yeah.
Well, then I realized how quiet it was. And she just stood there looking at me still. And I'm like, ma'am, did I not say that right? And she goes, no, can you say that again? And I'm like, well, yes, ma'am. And so I said it again. And then all of a sudden, dude, I realized that the people in the Starbucks had all stopped, were all looking at me, and they kept wanting me to just talk.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah,
okay, what's going on? And man, people were like right by me, and they're going, say that again. Say it again. And I'm going, what? Man, that freaked me out. I got my drink and I kind of slowly left, and I got back up to my friends. I'm going, dude, that was the weirdest shit that's ever happened to me. I said, I just felt like I got mobbed at the Starbucks, and they just wanted me to talk. And they started laughing, and they go, it's because you're from Texas, Rescue. And they floored over your accent. And I was like, I don't have an accent. I talk normal. At least where I come from, it's normal.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of times I go into chat and I'll just say, evening, folks. Folks, I use the word folks. And people they're like, what's that, folks? You know?
It's people.
It's just people. It's just being nice to people. So, hi, everybody. Evening, folks. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild.
Oh, thank you, Indy. You're just easily amused. That's all.
Yeah, you have a
I'm
great
looking gruffy.
accent. Yeah, no, I'm sure the way that the Southern accent affects me, it does on females when you speak too. Just like your story, it's a lot cooler than just a normal voice tone, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's got a little twang to it, it's, you know.
I like the Scots.
Oh yeah.
The way that stuff rolls off, it just makes it sound cool. And I'm with you here. But see, then again, I'm from Texas, so like a Mexican Spanish, that's just everyday shit for me. But you take like a Spaniard,
That's
Spanish from Spain, that has a more.
Yeah, that's what I was talking. A lot of times I was in Spain, and they would try to speak English to me, and whatever they said, I don't care what they said, trying to speak English to me, they just sounded amazing, you know. And they have different accents. Like they have in Barcelona as opposed to like Basque. So they have all these different accents, just like
kind of like a regional.
Yeah, but it would just be like they could have said, David, can I have all your money? And I would have been like, okay, yes, you can. Because it just sounded beautiful, you know?
Yeah, Cash, you put David's link up, and I can tell anybody if you want to have a good time, you want to smile, you want to laugh, you know, you want to find some brightness in the day, definitely hit his shows up. He's all about the good stuff. He's all about the fun, the positivity.
Oh, thank you, Cashew. Thank you, Andy. Hey, Rescue, come on anytime. Don't just lurk. Come on up. You know, on a Saturday night, come on up. Yeah.
Yeah, because usually and Saturdays I'm only going to try to do this. I think Monday through Friday.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I can come to yours. So that's why Saturdays and during the days I usually go lurk during the days sometimes, and then on weekends I go lurk at the other channels just to kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like my people.
You're welcome anytime. Yeah, absolutely. Come up. But yeah, a lot like I went on another show tonight. It was political, but yeah, my show's strictly about having a good time. And
I'm tripping.
Crystal's tripping. Hey, Crystal.
I'm tripping because it's like my ex-boyfriend is sitting in front of me.
All right. Well, Crystal, feel free to come on our show anytime you want, and we'll discuss that further. Yeah. Or we can discuss it further here now. I'd like to
discuss about
really.
what?
There's somebody that looked just like me that you dated. Someone just that
who looked just like you.
Last
if
year,
I hadn't deleted his picture, I would show you.
Oh, okay. Last year I was in a hotel room. This is funny. I hope I'm not ruining your show, Rescue, by talking too much.
No, sir, not at all.
All right. Last year I walked into this hotel room in Cincinnati, and the desk lady, she was like, "Oh my God!" And I thought, "What the hell did I do?" You know, my bags and my clothes, everything's appropriate. And she said, "You look just like my ex-boyfriend." And I was like, all right. I couldn't believe that she yelled it at me, but okay. So every time I walked through the front door, she made it a point to tell everybody, you know. And actually, we were in WYSIWYG's Discord, and I said, you know what? Let's go down and talk to this lady. So we went down, and it was a whole thing that we did online with this lady. But it was just so funny how she felt it so important to like tell me every time she saw me. It was so weird, you know. And I said, could I possibly really look that much like your ex-boyfriend? And that's how I'm wondering with Crystal. Like, I guess so. Maybe there's like 3 of me or 4 of me out there, you know.
Ooh.
But
you've been cloned.
I think I might have been cloned. But so you didn't leave on good terms with me, of Crystal? Because you deleted his photograph.
Well, after he tried to kill himself because I broke up with him.
Yeah, you told that. Yeah, you told that.
I don't think I want to be with somebody, you know, say down the road we end up breaking up. If I'm living with him, I might not be living at all.
Yeah, you're
he
right.
He might try to kill me.
Ladies, I would never try to do that to myself. I actually enjoy living, to be honest with you. With a lady or no lady, I love living.
Well, I can just chime in just to say, I mean, I've been there, and it's definitely a battle, and there's no book on it. There's no certain diagnosis. It wasn't, there's different levels. It was one, I don't know. I've had those talks on here before.
Look at Cashew actually dated someone that looked nothing like me.
That's pretty eerie.
All right, finally somebody found someone that didn't look like me.
I am keeping. And Hurricane, you're a pleasant weird.
Yeah.
And so is Garrett. So.
No, of course, you know, if you're in that mental state, of course, yeah, that's to be taken seriously. And
well, you just feel boxing out. To be honest, I used to describe it. It's like, have you ever worked at a job and you get tired of working the job and you just get exhausted? And that's how I've gotten there. I mean, I've been there in my younger years because I just had, when I was young, hell, I did all kinds of crazy shit back then. But being older and in my older years, it was, you just feel like you're fighting an endless battle, and you just, you know, that's how that comes to be. And believe it or not, and I'm kind of honest about it, I've said it before, but my belief in God is the only thing probably that kept me from doing anything, because it was like, okay, if I'm not supposed to and I do, man, I don't, and that's the only thing that always kept me in check. That was my check and balance, was that knowing that this is going to be the wrong decision.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way I have always felt too. Like, obviously I'm a bizarre person, but I was made that way, and embracing it, like you just said, is something that was a gift. That if you don't embrace it, I guess it is a burden, you know. But you know, I don't know. I'll tell you what. I'm just not gonna harm myself because of social standings. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't no social standing for me. It was inner connected, you know, all right here surrounding me kind of thing. And
yeah, no, I have been there at different points in my life, but yeah, no, I'm saying that coming to the realization that, you know, your uniqueness is actually a gift, you know, that society tries to downplay, right? Because you don't fit into the parameters that they want you to fit into. Yeah. I don't know anything. Don't listen to me, you know, but I will always advise happiness. So on that account, listen to me.
There you go.
Yeah.
You always find the smile. That's what I say. Always find the smile.
Yeah.
So we've got trying to get my channel back up so I can chat again and try and share my gifts and go. Still have no idea where I will living after June 1st, but praying. Oh, wow. Canadian Patriot. I don't know what happened, but I hope you have a place to stay after June 1st.
Oh, and I know she's a girl now. What'd she say?
She said,
back up, channel back.
Trying to get my channel back up so I can have chat again. Try and share my give, send, go. Still have no idea where I will. And I'm assuming she meant be living after June 1st, but praying Lord helps.
All right. Well, if rescue doesn't matter, put your link. I'll subscribe and watch what you're doing. And
No, not at all.
also, Crystal, do you have a channel as well?
No,
No. Okay.
I just
Well-
bounce around.
Okay. All right. Well, come on my channel and tell everybody about our experiences of the doppel. Yeah. Taught us that we are part of the best-selling show. Yeah. We know. Yeah.
Oh, let's see who we got. Oh, I
Ricky.
think that's Mr. Gary. Is that you, Mr. Gary?
Oh, okay. There's Canadian people. All right. All right. I just subscribed to Canadian Patriot. Oh, I think I got it. Don't you have to watch?
There he is. Got you, sir.
All right.
What's
Hey,
up?
Georgia.
How
I
are
don't
you?
make videos. I'm not a YouTube guy. I don't want any PayPal or any of that shit. I just hang out and loiter. How y'all doing?
Doing pretty good.
I'm like
Hey,
that guy when you used to go to the drugstore when you were a kid. I'm that guy like leaning on the pole out front, like who's got nowhere to go. I'm just loitering. And then they have that sign that says no loitering.
No loitering.
Right on. Right on. All right. I just
Nice.
subscribed to Canadian Patriot. So,
Yeah,
wel-
you need to
hey,
subscribe to me.
welcome, Count Saint Germain. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much, my friend.
It's okay,
Chris,
Lele and Canadian
Hello?
Patriot. It's okay.
Paula, Rescue, I love you all. You know I do.
I don't love you.
You know you do, baby. Come on, baby.
Uh-oh. Crystal
You
don't
know
love
you
you. What the heck?
Yes, I love you, Orga. That's my bro.
Gary.
Me and Crystal have been around for a while now.
I'm waiting.
I don't mean
waiting
around,
actually.
but
Indy
I didn't
says
mean that.
Gary and me should talk shop. Who's Gary? Which one's Gary?
Yorga, Count of Saint Germain.
Oh, okay. Okay, Gary's count. Okay.
Yeah, when I'm here, I'm Gary. I forgot about that. Sorry, I was doing the Count Yorga.
Oh no, Indy was telling me, but I'm sorry to.
It's all good. I'm gonna try to just be quiet.
I
Listen.
know you as Count Yorga, so that's what I'm calling you.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't, I'm the man of 1,000 names, baby,
And a master of nothing.
and a master of nothing. Zero.
All right. I'm starting to get the vibe. All right, I understand. Yeah, I understand what Indy's saying.
Ricky, we hear the TV again.
Oh, damn it. Sorry.
No worries.
I'm gonna have a smoke real quick, and I'll be right back, guys.
You got it, Mr. David.
You're not allowed to.
Uh-oh. All right, I'll just say it.
I'm joking. Go ahead, cigarette.
Man, I haven't had one in like 6 years, but I still want one,
Dude, I'll watch one of the Westerns, and even though I vape, I don't smoke, haven't for 6, 7, 8 years or something. But dude, I can watch Wagon Train, or I'll watch Gunsmoke, and they'll be on the horse, and they whip out the little Bull Durham pouch, and they get to shaking it, and I'm going, damn, that's it. Bugler.
Hey, Rescue, I'm not trying to start a dating thing on your line or anything, but it's just uncanny how much he looked like him. It's like a
Who looks
picture
like
of
who?
him.
Well, David
My
apparently looks like an
ex-boyfriend.
ex-boyfriend of Crystal's.
Oh, looks like that guy. Yeah. Maybe it is, Crystal.
No, it ain't. I would
Okay.
get off if it was him.
Well, give
He
me
tried
one
to
sec.
kill himself when I broke up with him.
Give me one sec. So, Lele, Canadian, everybody in here, if you want to post your links to your channels, I don't mind at all. If you got a Give, Send, Go and you need some help, I don't mind, as long as we're not spamming it per se. But no, it's a community, so we're all here together. And so if we can post something to help somebody else, then let's put it up there, So, okay, go ahead, Gary.
I was thinking, as far as the YouTube community goes, I'm like a stray cat or something, man. I'm not trying to make a channel or none of that shit. But you guys, will give me some kibbles and bits every now and again, so I keep it happy.
Little kibbles and bits.
Yep.
Gotta tell you, man, that's about one of the best decisions I think I've made in a long time, was putting that coffee pot right by me.
Yep.
That is so handy. We got your TV
I'm
back
on
ready.
Really? I just fixed that.
I think you got your. It sounds like you got your mic turned up pretty good, because there's actually a feed hum too. So
All right,
I just drop
I'll
your
work
gain
that.
down a little. There you go. I totally understand, Lele. I didn't have a channel until Indy drugged me over to Ron's. She made me go, and then Ron made me get up on the panel. I felt so, my arms were twisting, made me do it. I just, after getting up on Ron's, this was a way I could do kind of my own little therapy, interact with people, change my way of approaching things. So I don't.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah. How fast?
For the life of me, I don't know how I found Ron. For the life of me, it was just I ran across this live stream and everybody seemed kind of chill and it was all good and everything, and I kind of interacted a little bit, and then it was going good, and then he passed away unexpectedly, and I mean, but I really don't remember how that happened, unless it was just maybe you'd like this live stream or some kind of crap like that, man, and
Maybe
now I've got I got friends.
Whisper, the little divine whisper over your shoulder.
Something
said, "Go here. Look at this," and then it got. That's why I laugh and tell people, if you'll just kind of slow down and look at things, the angels and God have a way of talking to people and kind of nudge them.
Thank you.
You just got to slow it down and get it. And Chrissy, I don't. She asked about headphones. Why do some people wear headphones? And to be honest, I do, because I'm used to it, and I'm actually thinking about getting me some of the little earbud ones, but I usually don't like that shit in my ear, because you get tired of wearing earplugs all the time, and that's what I usually, at work, I would always have to wear earplugs. So
me too,
and that gets annoying as hell, ma'am. Ricky, hold on, Crystal. Hold on one second, Crystal. Yeah, Ricky, you got some bad background noise, brother.
Still, okay. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it has this humming. Yes. Cashew, can you put David's link in chat again, please? Or Indy, or anybody really?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just saw a comment from Cola. It might have been, but I really don't know how I ended up on Ron's live. I don't remember. I don't know how. And somehow I did, and it's like I found this group of cool people, and I don't really have a lot of friends. I don't like there, but but you guys were always super cool with me, and I know I can be a kind of abrasive. That's what they used to say about me at work. You kind of abrasive, but you guys put up with me, and I appreciate that shit, man. No kidding.
Well, I got a bunch of, holy moly, Indy, you're right. My gosh. I'm at 302 subscribers. I cannot freaking believe this.
Way to go, Rescue.
Oh, I need to put a like.
You guys are awesome. You guys are just awesome. I
got you up to 50, my friend.
I didn't even know that. And then I saw Indy say that, and I had to go look at the studio, and it's like a 302, and it's like, holy moly.
Nice job.
Man, I'm gonna have to
David, I'm trying to
give me a little 300 video now.
Yeah, congrats, Rescue.
Okay, Ricky.
Crystal's trying to get the link. Yeah, all right. Yeah. I mean, that's
it won't
awesome.
come up on my phone.
All right. Well,
that's so awesome.
We'll figure it all out. You guys are awesome.
Yeah. I appreciate it very much. Just it's a nice encouraging thing. It's nice to get positive feedback, you know. And
Yeah.
when people tell me, when y'all tell me how you like, you know, the channel, and you kind of fall asleep and you wake up listening to all that, all those comments, they really mean a lot to me. They really do. It probably sounds all corny and cheesy, but
No,
it really does, because you kind of live in this world of negative crap that bombards you all the time. So you get to kind of come in here and you get compliments, you get positive energy, you know, you get encouragement, and that's just, I don't know, that's.
But none of it is fake either. It's like nobody's just like blowing smoke up your ass. It's if we say something positive, it's for real.
It's
you know?
genuine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's genuine.
And that's why it's so awesome.
That's cool. That's why it's so cool. Yeah. I'm with you. I like hanging out with you guys, man.
Well, I'm glad.
Okay, David, I got yours.
All right. Awesome. Come on anytime. Anytime we're live, come on. Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, you know, this is an awesome way to connect. You're connecting with great people, and you can come on and just have real conversations. It's really awesome, you know. And
The only thing about it, I'll be looking at my ex all day.
she'll be like, I hate that David because he looks just like my ex. All right. Well.
No, I thought my ex actually was sexy. It's just, it's craziness.
All right. Well, I don't know if I'm crazier than him. Maybe not. I don't know. I have.
As long as you didn't cut yourself, you would be okay.
Nah, I never cut myself. No. Oh, thanks, Cola. Thank you very much for subbing. Yeah. And yeah, Rescue, come up anytime on the panel.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Man, that's just, I feel so good now. That made my day. I mean, just.
That's awesome, man. Yeah.
It's like, holy moly. 300 subscribers. I can't believe there's 300 people that actually want to listen to me spit my crap.
Well, what's cool is you got a lot of people watching, and what I've noticed is with a lot of people connecting right now is that we've all been able to help each other, and that's super cool because
David?
no one has an agenda.
That's it. That's why I come up with the Dung Beetle Nation.
Yeah.
That's how we come up with that hashtag, Dung Beetle Nation. Because if you ever watch Dung Beetles, one dung beetle will be rolling his little ball of shit, and he sees his buddy has problem rolling his ball of shit, so he'll wedge his ball of shit and then go over and help his buddy move his ball of shit forward, and then he'll go back to his. Well, and that's what
life.
We're all in the shit together. So
yeah, that's what it's always been about. Yeah.
I ain't in a ball of shit.
Crystal ain't rolling any shit.
All right, I have a good life.
All you gotta do is walk out your front door.
Huh?
I said, all you gotta do is walk out your front door right now.
That's the problem. I never walk out my front door unless I'm going to my best friend's house, my cousin's house, or running to get stuff from the store.
Well, then that means you go outside, though.
Yeah, no.
So you can't say never, but then follow that up with only under this circumstances, because then it's not never anymore.
Yeah.
I don't do it a whole lot.
I don't make a practice of rolling shit, but I will.
No, but we've got to deal with it because we're all here in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but yeah, because it's, you know, that's, and I think that's what I kind of picked up whenever I started doing this. I kind of felt it in the energy inside myself, and that's what's kind of helped keep me going along is because you feel this positive vibe. People laugh, they smile, you know, we vent, we highlight some important things, kind of bring things to the front of people's minds to think about maybe for the day or whatever, or just current event. But for the most part, it's about smiling and feeling better, and then trying to encourage that to pass on.
Yeah.
You know, and it's been a transformation for me. There's days I mean, I've done it. There's been times I've actually woke up and went, I don't feel like doing it, but something nibbles at the back of me going, no, you need to. But then there's people that find solace and peace in this. So that's just God's way of working through me. And then I come out, and usually those days that started out that way, halfway through, all of a sudden I'm sitting here and I'm laughing, and I ran for 10 hours and had no idea it was 10 hours later. So you just got to let the positive energy work. What's up, Crystal?
My house, that's the reason I say I like staying, because it's quiet and serene and peaceful. So I don't go outside really a whole lot. You know, when I'm here by myself, I just come in, lock the door, leave the world outside, and just stay in my peaceful place.
Who's gonna cut the grass, baby?
My next door neighbor cuts my grass.
Hey, Connie. Hey,
You
Gail.
know I had to go there. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
No, you're fine. I will say thank you, Chrissy Cat, for kind of highlighting that. But
yeah, being in a stream where we don't need to cuss and
Yeah, I like that too.
yeah, I don't know that that's a deal breaker for me, but I don't need to do that. You know, I don't think I've cussed on a stream yet. Not because
I have. Oh yeah, I have to. We have other streams where it's okay, and then this one is like the cool one where you. Well, I don't mean the cool one.
I'm not
The
particularly.
one where you just don't go there, and I like that too.
I'm not opposed to it, but I feel very. I like the fact that I haven't had to use it. You know, I've been able to do 100 streams without feeling the need to do it.
Right.
You know? And
what's up, Ray?
yeah. So.
Hey, Ray.
Morning.
Well, that's, and it was kind of funny too, David, because when I first kind of tried to ask people, excuse me, had to sneeze, apologize.
Bless you.
And I've tried to explain for me, I was accused of being a prude, stick up my butt, and I kind of laughed, and it was like, okay, well, for me, it was, and I heard that just on another thing is what it was, and it's because I just asked people to maybe not go there, and it's simply because for me, that thinking puts me, if I start doing that, then I'm going to end up at the old person that I was. And so I don't want to reference that. So for me, I'm trying a calmer, easier way. So as long as I don't touch some of those key words, it doesn't fire me up.
Right.
It's kind of like music. Some music you can sit and you can listen to. It's a mellower beat or tone, and you can do like some maybe integral hands-on work or something. But sometimes, like when you're mowing the grass or you're having to clean the brush up, well, then you just kind of want that harder beat, because it kind of gives you the energy. The words are the same way.
Like for me, it doesn't affect me whatsoever if someone's doing it, but it dilutes their message that they're telling me. Like
it does.
If I can tell you the same thing without cuss words, it's far more important to the person listening, because the person listening only hears the keywords, the cuss words, and not the message.
Yeah.
I think, if I was to say that same thing with the F word laid out in between, that's all you would hear. I think. I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. But
that's kind of how I feel. I mean, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, be the better man or person. And just a heads up, if you go to Truth with Tom's, if he does a live stream, same kind of, not rules, but same kind of
parameters.
No, I mean manners. I think is what I want to say. Same sort of thing. So
mannerism, a lost art.
Like actual manners,
Yeah.
Don't be Don't be crude, lewd, and socially unacceptable.
Man, I ain't heard that phrase in a while, Gary. Boy, that's been like decades since I've heard that line.
I know where it came
crude
from.
and socially unacceptable.
All right.
Nothing wrong with being that way.
No, but it's cool to be on a channel where, let's be kind of like somebody just say cultured, or just mannered.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm at a loss for words, but
No, you got it. You got
You're
it.
at a loss for words?
Count at a loss.
ma'am, I am.
Ma'am,
Wow, I'm gonna mark that down on the calendar, boy.
Exactly, Ray.
I'm
just
not
so everybody
Ray.
knows, you can timestamp this. This is right at 2 hours into this show, episode 48. There is video proof that Gary was at a loss of words.
All right.
I'm gonna be Yorga 2.0 today.
Good.
I
need one of those.
Hey,
You
Rick.
need a hangman?
How are you, brother from down under?
I need a stunt double, my friend.
What's up, Rick?
How are you and the family doing?
No,
And Scat
no,
Pack, I
Yorga,
didn't
I'm
say
your
hi to you.
I'm your love double. I'm better looking, so you know.
That's okay, baby.
The love double.
As long as you look like me when you're falling off the horse, and I don't have to do it. I don't give a shit.
We having lookalikes today?
Yeah, doppelgangers, lookalikes, it's all happening.
I pity the person that actually looks like me. It's just like,
I pity the person that actually.
hopefully you don't get the same background.
It says Yorga 2.0.
Oh, you
Yoga.
just noticed that?
No, Cashew, it's episode 40.
New and improved. Does that mean I can retire? See y'all later.
Speechless.
48. It's episode
He's
48, Cashew.
speechless, and he's speechless. We got him speechless on this show. This is a good show, Rescue.
Yeah, right.
You got a fellow that's not speechless.
I still have to train him.
Well, Chrissy Cat, what it is we got Yorga, but then we got Ray, Fat Man Prepper, that's up as Yorga 2.0.
He's my stunt double.
There we go, Cashew. There's the timestamp.
Yeah, because we know you ain't got the cojones to do it.
Right.
Speechless.
Right. If the star gets hurt, it shuts down production for 2 weeks. So I have to have a stunt
You're not
double.
the star. You're not the star. Ray is, because he's the one that's doing all the stunts.
In Yorga land, I'm the star, baby.
You're always a legend in your own mind.
Yeah, he's deluded.
I'm damn deluded.
He's delusional.
Yeah.
I might be dehydrated too. I'm not sure. No.
Gotta hydrate. You know, now that's somebody. Has somebody seen Dusty lately? I haven't seen Dusty in a few
seen him
days.
the other day.
Okay.
I think he put out a video today that I didn't look at, but he put it out, and I can't remember. It was some prepping sort of thing.
Good questions, Cat Pack. I was wondering if has anybody seen or heard from you people?
No.
Just out of curiosity, am I in chat? Because, which David, you weren't the other night, dude. You people took a spill on a scooter.
That was
I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
He got one of those badass scooters, the electric scooters, does like 55 miles an hour or some shit. Well,
Yeah,
he came on the panel
so
and he
badass
was like,
it
well, hold on a
launched him
second.
like a rocket.
Yorga, let
So-
him talk.
So he came up on the panel and he was like, hey, Rescue, I wanted to show you, you're going to like this. Check out what I got. So then he goes and he's showing it in his garage and he goes, yeah, I was going to go do a run and show you how I was doing before. And he was talking, we're hanging out, and it's like, oh yeah, well then while we're talking, he tinkers and kind of figures out a way to maybe do it. So he's, next thing you know, he's going out the garage. And so he went out for a ride. Well, he's going down, and dude, that thing hauls ass. It really does.
Yeah.
And well, he showed it's got, so on the handlebar, he had a finger trigger is how his throttle was on the right side. And then right beside his hand was like a silver dollar sized lens. And the background was green, and then the numbers were black. Well, in the phone, all we saw was a green glow. Well, he was hauling butt, dude. And he goes, did y'all see the speed? And I was like, no, all we could see was a green glow. Well, then he decided, well, here, let me do it one-handed. So he goes to hold the phone over it so we can see it. Well, it starts to shake, and he goes, oh, no, can't do that one-handed. Well, when he went to put it up, next thing you know, you're seeing the pictures like this, and it's like, and it was like, oh, shit, what happened? And then it's like nothing. And all of a sudden you hear this, and it was like, oh, shit. And dude, he made it back to the house, and his hand was scraped up, his shoulder was jacked up.
And you notice, Rescue, that all the good stuff usually happens around the 2-hour mark of your streams, because that happened about 2 hours 38 minutes. Yorga being speechless at 2 hours.
Right.
No, I'm here.
And let's see. I wanted to see because Indy said something, and I was. So Rescue, I
So
checked on
have
you
you
people.
guys-
He's
have you
okay.
guys
His
heard-
sense of humor is still fully intact. Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. I was worried about his shoulder.
Have you guys heard from him since he crashed?
Indy just said that she checked on him and he's okay. His sense of humor is still fully intact.
All right.
And his
I
shoulders.
hope, I hope he didn't break his collarbone because that shit sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, man.
There's really nothing you could do about it. When I broke mine, and I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I broke mine. It wasn't that long ago, but I thought it just hurt my shoulder, and I waited 10 days to go to, the doctor. I went to Doc in a Box, was a patient first. Got an x-ray, and it's like the bones are like, it's like, yeah, I broke that bitch, but it was 10 days too late. There's no setting it or anything. And it's still, those months ago, and I don't mean to be whining, but I used to play in a band, but I could get through like 6 songs with my guitar strap on here.
Oh, you're a guitar player. Oh, I got
light guitars, like a light SG or something. After about 6-7 songs, it started hurting, man, and it still will today. But I don't do that anymore. I retired from everything, baby.
My sister broke her collarbone once.
When my collarbone's in 9 pieces.
She was a
fractured
kid.
mine in 3. I fractured mine in 3 and went back the next day and had pneumonia on top of it.
Damn. Pneumonia and a broken collarbone? Damn, Crystal.
My sister was like 16 or 17 when she broke her collarbone. Some tree jumped right out in front of her.
Really?
This is true, Daniel. It's like you saw it here first on Rescue Reality Radio. when that wreck happened.
Hey, Daniel.
And Daniel, I'm glad to see you, brother. How's the weather over there?
Snowy and cold as shit. It's Greenland. It's always snowy and cold as shit. Right, Daniel? Come on, man.
I've had some pretty weird, awesome live stuff. Had the wreck. And held David one time at the beginning of the whole Ukraine thing.
Yeah.
I had all these cameras pulled up, and we sat here all night one night watching the cameras all around Kyiv over there. And we watched this tank come in, do this little thing. We saw people do selfies with the soldiers, and we saw them walking their dogs and their kids. And the next morning over in California, Dusty saw a news station, and we saw the guy. We saw the reporter well, he wasn't the reporter, but the guy that sent him the photos. We saw him walking around the fountain with a tripod and the camera, and we even commented on him going, check him out. That dude's taking pictures. Come to find out, that dude took pictures and sent it to the news station over in California, and they were reporting it how there was fighting going on in Kyiv, on-ground fighting. And it was like, well, that's funny because we watched that, and we watched people walk their dog, walk through there with their kids, take selfies with the soldiers.
Yeah,
that was so funny.
That's exactly what I was on 2 different shows tonight saying, that the propaganda is amazing. I mean, it's just, and I would say to folks, if you don't think the propaganda is amazing, just take 2 or 3 days off of work and look around. The propaganda is amazing. And people aren't scary. Like, people that want freedom aren't scary, and people that don't want to listen to propaganda aren't scary. I would love to get back to the days when my Uncle Bob was throwing horseshoes, and we just drank beer and had a good time. You know, I mean, the propaganda is amazing, dude. It's just amazing. Luckily, I grew up in a camping community where in the summer we just went camping, and we didn't have any of that influence. And it was a massive different environment than when we went back to the city where we had school or whatever, you know what I mean? Because it's just nonsense. The propaganda is completely, I mean, it's crazy, you know? We all just want to live, right? Right?
Well, it's like there's no news anymore. It's almost like everything is almost like a Hollywood scene. It's like some kind of show clip out of, what is it, the Truman Show or something.
Yeah. I mean, I know the news says that I'm a racist, but I know I've never been a racist, so I don't have to deal with it because I'm not a racist. I know the news says that this or that, but I don't have to deal with it if I don't watch the news because I'm not any of those things.
Uh-oh.
I'm just a person that would like to enjoy every day that God gives me. God. And God forbid you say the word God to these people. You can't use the word God either, because that's the opposite of what they think about.
What you got, Ricky? And I'm assuming it's Ricky. I don't know. Hey, Grumpy. I'll just let him sit back there.
Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't had, or I'm assuming you haven't had to deal with whack-a-mole this morning.
No, not so far.
I'm a racist. I love Van Halen. Yeah, that might be racist.
Little Panama.
David, it's
exactly, Hurricane. I'm not racist. I hate everyone equally. I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Oh, there you are, Ricky. Okay, brother. I wasn't sure. And after yesterday, it's like safer just to leave it down there.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I like cornhole. Is that racist? No, the thing is, I just don't want government to tell me what I have to do every day.
You got some feedback, Ricky. I don't know if it's
still
like
really
like. Yeah, it's okay. I'm trying to see if I can describe this right. So you know how when you get two mics that come close together, how you start to hear that little fine, high pitch point, and as they get closer, it starts getting louder. Well, you've got that faint little whistle and hum.
Let me see.
Probably a gain thing. Oh, there you go.
Let me crank that. Is that better?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that dropped it down.
All right. Cool. That's what I wanted to, check
I don't
out.
do rules too much, right? Yeah.
I want to be good.
There you go.
Racist Anonymous. Nah. Oh, Hit Girl, what's up? What's up, Hit Girl? Yeah.
Hey, man, the Mach 5, Gary, was not racist. The Mach 5 was an awesome car. It was my dream car when I was a kid. It was like, yeah. I wanted to be speed racer, man. I wanted that white car with the red stripes and the pointed front end. It was like, the Mach 5 was the shit.
Hell yeah, that was
the Mach 5 was the shit. Hey, check this out. When he's almost 30 now, my son. When he was little, we did Cub Scouts. We had to do the, what do you call it? The not soapbox derby, what do you call it?
Soapbox derby, yeah.
Pine box.
Yeah,
pine
derby.
Right, the pine one, I got one of those things, and I'm pretty good at woodworking, and I made a Mach 5 out of one of them fucking things.
Oh, wow.
We didn't win, but it was the best looking one of all. It had that big like M on the hood and the fenders and all. It was cool as shit.
Dude, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was. We did, like I said, we didn't win, but it was pretty fast. But you know, the thing about the Mach 5 and Speed Racer is he always cheated. That was the only way he ever win. You know,
it wasn't cheating.
What was the Speed Racer car?
Pinewood Derby. Yeah, you're right. No, the Mach 5 cheated like hell. That show was intense, man. I like that show.
Hey! Nothing better than actually doing barstool races down a ski slope. Whitefish, Montana. Never forget it. Bunch of drunk motherfuckers up there getting on bar stools and makeshift whatever.
Sounds like everybody died.
Well,
I mean,
most people lived.
They got a few events that are like that across the world. There's different like celebrations. I forgot what country, but they do something similar to that where everybody makes their own little
Stingray
float style or something, and
right.
shoot, and they go off into the water and have all different ways of doing it. But that's kind of cool.
They got this one place that, you know, every year they have a tomato throwing freaking event where everybody throws tomatoes at each other.
I've heard about that.
It's like, what the hell is going on with that? I ain't going because I hate tomatoes. I don't like them.
Pinewood Derby, yeah. We've all done Pinewood Derby where you made your own car out of wood.
Yes.
Down the flank. Yeah.
Boy Scouts, I remember that.
Yeah, it was a Boy Scouts thing. Yeah. But Cashew says the Speed Racer car was a 75 Stingray.
That's what I have. I have a 75
Stingray. No, it was a freaking Vega.
No, okay, it could have been, but they had to do extensive body everything. You know, you couldn't tell. You couldn't say that's a Vega or that's a Vet or the Mach 5 was. God, I want one.
Yeah,
it was a Pinto.
So I don't know. I'm just going through chat. You know what I mean? I have no.
No, it's okay because I don't know what it was. I just, you know.
Hey, Cashew, when you talking about the identifier word as being the R word? Thank you. I just saw that.
I don't know what that means. I saw that too. I'm like, the R word. What is the R?
It might be like the racist word.
Oh God, not that.
Did I say that?
Which Cashew is? Oh no, she's talking about in chat because they got the algorithm that runs through, and it's just
Oh, okay.
Just people looking out. I just saw that. No biggie.
I'm relatively certain I didn't say it because
I think I got. Well, no, the word racist. I think.
Oh.
I think that's what she's talking about with the R word, which I just said it then again.
Hey, wait. It might
it
have been redneck. Just never know.
Okay, so it's in chat. Is what she's talking about. She's talking about in chat. They don't tolerate that language in the chat. So YouTube will scan for it.
Yeah.
Jeez, man, anal has everything gotten over the last few years. You know what I mean?
That's a political term. See, that's one of the narratives that's being used on the propaganda side. So that becomes a key word then.
But here's how goofy it's gotten. We have a global pandemic we've been going through for like damn near 3 years, and we can't even say the name of the
Koofy Koof.
No. It's not a pandemic. It's a plandemic.
No, I get that too. But it's weird that we have to like tiptoe around what words we say here, even if they're not like. I could see it with cuss words, But if you're going to talk about, I don't know, the swine flu, I could say that here, can't I? But I can't talk about the one that's going on now.
The coof.
The coof.
Yeah. Yep. That's pretty much What's going on?
Coof, Red
Everything's gotten
Dragon.
really goofy, man. It's gotten goofy as hell, man. I don't like that shit.
Well, that's what Dave was talking about a while ago. It's all the propaganda pitch behind everything, and that's up is down, down's up, left's right, right's left.
Right.
Next thing you know,
Propaganda-
next year they're going to tell
propaganda-
us that the sun is the moon and the moon is the sun.
Yeah. But propaganda is one thing. That's just them spewing out stuff, and if you eat it, spoon feed it up, you're dumb enough to do that. That's one thing. But actually censoring stuff, in words we cannot say anymore, and that's where it gets spooky right there, man. To me, it's like,
Well, that's
Well,
just
you know what?
another
You know
form of propaganda, because it's no different than
Right.
cutting off radio
Okay.
stations so that they
Okay.
can't,
Okay.
put out another message.
Okay.
You're controlling the narrative.
And we've
First
all
Amendment.
accepted and agreed to it because it's allowed to happen.
No. No.
Ricardo, I don't need Foster's beer. I don't need Australian horse piss. I got Budweiser over here for U.S. horse piss.
Oh, you don't know how much I got that joke.
I got me some Budweiser.
We
Finally, a joke Yorga got.
I did get that one. Because I've had plenty of Fosters. I've had plenty of Budweisers. It's like,
We've agreed to it because we're all doing it. Everybody, even
Miss
if
Cola?
even
I
in
got you,
real
man.
life, people won't call the thing. They'll say the jab. They've altered our speech because people have went along with the propaganda. It's just what
Hey,
what
Cola.
happened.
I'm calling.
Cola.
I have to ask y'all a question, just out of curiosity. As I noticed something Crystal said earlier, and I got to kind of put myself out here a little bit to ask the question because when you said earlier, you're like, I hardly leave my house, even to go outside. Well, I go outside, but I mean like my backyard, and I don't like going in public at all anymore. And I never was this way, and ever since like the whole thing we can't say a couple years ago. I mean, my daughter's worried. She tells people I'm agoraphobic, and I don't really think that I am, but I mean, I'm not far from it. And I just wonder if it's not just me, if other people have that going on with them too, and it's not just me.
It's not just you. It happened to me too. And I swear, I don't want to say anything else more about it, but when this whole thing went down, I got goofy. Or not goofy, but just like what you said. So it's not just
Hawk talks up that Kathy O'Brien a lot, and I've actually been known about her before I even knew about Hawk. Like, she's the one that says I can't say almost any other words to say about her, but she was she was used and her mind was cleaned. I can't say any of it. Anyway, they did things to make her. They washed her mind. And she says she's coming out more now. I mean, and I'm talking about 3-letter agencies way at the top and everything. And she's saying that's what they're doing to us now. It's M and then another letter. Yeah. You know what I'm trying to, I don't want to say the wrong things either, but I think most people have heard of it and everything. If I could just think of a way to say it without saying it would be nice. Anyhow,
just say it. It is what it is.
She pretty much, we did MK Ultra. We kind of did sort of, but all the way. I tried to space it out and stuff, but it's hard because that's a strange word, Anyway, So she says that's what's going on with us now, and that's why she's like masks are a big part of it, and of course, and she's like, when people say 6 feet apart, your brain automatically fills in the blank 6 feet apart or 6 feet under. And I don't know what that is, but I don't know. I read her book too. She's got a book called Transformation of America. And the trance is TRANCE, trance, Formation of America. It's very interesting. And it almost is hard to believe all the people that she says she slept with because she was forced to or whatever. But anyway, I just wonder if that could be what's going on. Like, they actually have found a way to use this and just commercials, and I don't watch much TV, but the little bit that I do, because also one other person in my life, my daughter's dad, we're not together, but we still speak. I mean, we have a daughter in common. He's never had like panic. He's having really bad panic attacks for like the first time in his life, and he watches way too much television. And I don't know. I just wondered if so. I hear Yorga, and I know I heard Crystal, and I guess I can't really see chat while I'm on my phone. I just wonder if anybody else is getting that same thing going on.
Well, Cindy Loon says it's not just you, Cola, and then Chrissy Cat said we all feel that. So it's,
Yep.
and Canadian Patriot says MK. So it's, I think I will say some of it is probably location wise, because like I will say for me, when it comes to the koofy crap and stuff, I don't see that around me. But the only thing like that would really around me, if you kind of get out and interact with people, is just you still have CNN followers and Fox followers. So you have that, you'll hear that narrative from the media per se out of people. And then you have the people that are investigating stuff. And of course, then that varies off into all different avenues and rabbit holes. But I can see where like up where Indy is and up in Oregon, Chrissy Cat, I think, is in Oregon. And I could see those being more, or any, metropolitan city probably being harder because you're more, I guess, around everybody kind of thing. It's like a bigger populated area. I'm not saying that right, but because it's like Scat Pack has always kind of cracked me up because almost everything everybody says, Scat Pack doesn't feel that. But then Scat Pack even says, sometimes I feel like I live in a town that time left behind. Because and I'm not sure where Scat Pack is at. And don't want to dox anybody, but like for me,
Well, I want to be clear to say I'm not afraid of the thing. I'm not afraid of that at all. I've had it twice, got over it with no problem, a wonderful immune system. That's not it. I don't know what it is, to be honest. I just know I don't want to do it. I just don't want to. I have no interest. And it's definitely not that I'm afraid of the stuff out there. That's not it. So that's what's so weird about it. If that was working, then I'd be like, oh, well, they got me. But it's like they got me some other way. Like maybe just want to stay home for just because.
Well, it's like people are saying a spiritual war, and when that's spiritual war, but it's being done in such a subtle level because it's, well, I don't know how to say that because I don't want to sound insultive or anything, but we became so complacent and we got too comfortable and just too dependent on these little animities that we find in this stuff. Well, now we have a spiritual battle coming, and then of course, because we haven't been dealing in a spiritual way before, this becomes a harder battle because now not only are people seeing and feeling the stuff, but you're having to reestablish your spiritual relationship one way or the other.
Yeah.
Because that's where your peace is going to come from, is once you establish a spiritual relationship. And for me, it's with God. And then that's where that peace, well, until you establish that connection, you're going to be just floating around in the abyss, because that's the negative side. On the spiritual side, that's just a vast area, if that makes any sense. I might just be babbling too much.
I don't know what I would do without these streams. I think I've said it before, but Zach said something about that one time about, I don't know exactly how he worded it, but I felt it. I know it's like in the nick of time. And someone else, maybe Virginia, somebody said, that's something they didn't count on. And that really struck me. I was like, that's a good point. We didn't see it coming. It just kind of happened. So they definitely couldn't have realized that forcing us inside like that, we had to find some kind of social outlet. And we all found each other, like-minded people. I don't think they planned on it either. And I don't know. I wish we would do something better with it. I don't know what, but I'm just glad that there's people to talk to and people there is a lot of support. Nobody is really mean. I don't know what's going on with these trolls lately, but generally the chats are so friendly and just you don't find this anywhere else. Really amazing. I don't know what I'd do without it, honestly.
Me too.
Well, the trolls, when you think about it, the trolls really aren't like anything new, because I'll put this in perspective. the rioting,
Mm-hmm.
that's, you had people that participated in that. Well, that was
Welcome
people
back.
that were willing to go
Thank you.
tear up buildings, hurt people, cause harm, create havoc. So if you take that, and now you don't need riots because you don't need that distraction right now. But what you do need is you need some disruption over here on these platforms that people are using to talk. So instead of having the physical in the intersections and the street levels, you now have the social platform attack level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we're having chat room riots is what they are, kind of like, you know, it's like, let's go in there and create a disruption. Because think about it, if you're, this will sound really corny, but so if you have found your pool of tranquility, then people love to throw pebbles into your little pond of tranquility to cause ripples in it.
Yep.
And that narrative was on the street a couple of years ago, and it's now on the social platforms. So if it does seem peaceful, now's the time to come in and cause the ripples in the little pool of tranquility.
I don't get people like that. I don't go places I don't like and pick on people. So I don't understand people like that.
There's hate in the world. We have people that love other people. We have the counter side to that too. We have people that hate people.
Sorry, Yorga. I think I cut you off.
No, that was okay. I just said I agreed with
No,
everything you guys
because
just
they
said.
hate themselves too.
Well, you can't love anybody else until you love yourself.
Exactly.
And that means you're pretty much not going to hate anybody else until you hate yourself and you're not happy with yourself. So you're going to, and some people find what they think is solace, but it's really not solace in this. Well, I'll fight with you. I'll push with you. And it's like, but that's not, some of the people are serious, but I think some are just sucked into the vacuum. And in a way, it's kind of like what we do here in a way, because you have people that are like, we positive talk. We encourage, we laugh, bring the other side of that coin into the picture. And then there's people that go, wow, and so wonder how many people have found peace because of what they hear. Well, there's always a counter. That's probably about the best thing I could say is everything you see or feel, there's an opposite to it. Because that's just the balance of things. That's the way it was designed. So there's a balance. So the biggest hug, the warmest feeling you get, well, there's the opposite side to that out in the world too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's on your mind, David? You look like you got some thought.
No. I think that's exactly it. I think that building a community and coming here where you can talk to people and not get talked down and express your opinions. I think that the community aspect of this thing is so important right now. I think it's so valuable. I think it's wonderful. It's awesome as we go across the different platforms and go on other people's channels and create a brotherhood. I think it's incredible. I think it's awesome to see people come together, in a community type way, which is something that used to happen, out in the populace, but now it's hard for people to find it, so they can find it here. And it pretty much is a beautiful thing to see here. Yeah.
Well, I want to point this out because Canadian Patriot actually kind of brings it to a point. I have no family here but my kids, and they are messed up from all this. The COOF has shown me a family online. I feel closer to my family on here than any of the ones I thought were family. So, and there's people that agreed with that, and that's just what you're saying. We gravitate to each other because we're looking for better than what's out there, and this is where we can find that unity.
Yeah. It's I'll tell. And I had this discussion with Rex 2 days ago. Since we started to build each other's channels and just communicate with each other and try to make things better and bring people together, all the trolls went away. Literally, there's no trolls anymore because they pretty much can't even stomach how cool we're being with each other. They can't even come in and troll us because we're already trolling ourselves, and they don't want to disrupt the family that we've created. And in the Discord side, it's grown like, you know, hundreds of people. Same with YouTube, on everybody's channels, and it's crazy how much we come together. Those people get eliminated because a troll couldn't come in here right now and disrupt what we're talking about.
Too much positive energy.
There's too much positive energy. It's like, oh, I love Rescue. I love everybody on the panel. I love everybody in the chat. And that is awesome, man. I mean, and that, I'll tell you something, that took courage of everybody involved, that we just said, we're not going to do that no more. You know, because it would be a lot easier for us to just bitch about everything. But we're not doing that in here. And we're not doing that on my channel or the other channel, all the other, you know what I mean?
Thank you, Ricardo. I appreciate it, brother. It's been a blessing and a pleasure to meet you.
We're kind of focusing on positive energy, and that's like complicated for trolls to figure out. Well, I don't know how to troll everybody that's being positive.
Right.
I do want to say, I've already said this on another one, I don't go on many channels anyhow, but Bella told me that there's a copy of me that went into Hawks today. Had my picture, my name, and all of that. So I don't know why they do it and why they pick who they pick and stuff, but like here I'm modded, and at Jester's and Zach's I'm modded. So you'll know for sure if I don't have a blue wrench, it's not me. But Hawk has so many channels. Some of them I'm modded and some of them I'm not. And that's where Bella saw someone with my picture and my name, all of them. She said, you know, the reason, she said they were acting different, and I was really worried. They said some crazy stuff. She's like, not really. She thinks they were just seeing if they could get away with it because they didn't do anything crazy, but they didn't like say hi to people. You know, like when someone says hi, I always say hi back. Or if I see it, you know, I always try to say hi back. And that was the different behavior. If it wasn't that, she wouldn't have known the difference. And I just
that's messed up, man. That's messed up.
Yesterday,
yeah, I'm hoping it was just a one-day thing, but I was trying to think of something to do to fix it, like change my picture every day, or you know, something. I don't know.
Well, because the thing is like they did it yesterday with Bella. They tried Bella's name. It's really the best option is going to be, it's the camera thing is the best workaround. You know,
right?
It's either
but I'm
that
usually in the chat. I hardly get on panel most of the time. I mean, like literally,
for anybody paying attention, there's a way that everybody kind of talks, so it's like something won't sound right. As like if it really wasn't you, then if all of a sudden certain sentences or phrases are being, it's like, well, that's funny because Cola never talks like that. And then it's like, oh wow, that's a gray named Cola. So but I would like to encourage everybody, because I will say, and hopefully I don't just like tune out half the audience when I say this, because I'm not trying to be like a pacifist but I worry sometimes that we react so fast to the troll thing, and you know, these effing trolls, all their people are crazy, and we categorize and we label them, and not all people are bad. So some of those people that are participating, I really believe that they're lost, and that happened to be the group that they somehow bonded with. And it's kind of like, I don't know, I take it back to my little motorcycle biker thug wannabe days. If sometimes people have a following mentality, well, if they happen to follow the wrong crowd, then they're playing their game, but they might not really like to, but they really don't have an alternative. And I like to think that maybe some of these groups offer that alternative. And then people go, well, yeah, I mean, I'm tired of feeling all hating everything, griping about everything. I'm tired of waking up every day, starting to bitch about everything. Oh, this and this and this. Wow, these people, they're always laughing and they're joking and they're cutting up and they seem in a better mood. And so it pulls people over, So it's just, well, yeah, because, it's so, sometimes I feel, because I catch myself doing it and I feel like I'm doing the same thing in a way that they do. I mean, I don't mean it that way, but because you just find out and you go, there's another dumbass. Well, okay, if I attach that label to somebody, isn't that the same thing that they did whenever I said that I like this and, oh, you're a racist? Well, that was a label. I gripe about them putting labels on me, but then I put it on them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And
Well,
I wonder
got my
sometimes
trolls.
if you just don't apply it to the wrong person, and I don't ever want to sell nobody short, because, man, everybody needs to find the grace of God.
I just
Anybody
wanted
that goes
people to know in case they say something really crazy or something, so they already put it in people's heads that there might be a second me. If I don't have a blue wrench, please don't think it was me if it's something real crazy. Because I've been around some people I've known for a couple of years, some people way shorter times, but a lot of people here have known me for a long time. So hopefully they'll realize I wouldn't say anything crazy to people.
Okay, well, I'm going to just say that I'm looking for work. So those of you that do streams, if you need a rent-a-troll, I've got my troll outfit right here. So, I'm more than happy to come in and troll for a little bit.
Ray, I like you better as a donkey.
Yeah, just get rid of the Yorga name if you're going to advertise yourself as a troll. Mike.
That's a great troll outfit. I like that troll outfit.
Cashew's got a deal. It says, Rescue, I have spent a lot of time following the trolls and studying the dark side of YouTube, and there is some really bad stuff that goes on that people aren't aware of. Some are here to ruin lives. And I totally agree, Cashew. And that's what I worry about, are the ones that are being pulled in to basically that toilet bowl flush of life that they're going through because they're headed down the shitter. But some people don't know that that's where they're headed. But there are intentional people, because there's evil people. There's evilness around us. We just had 1 million Americans die.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then Grumpy said, people put too much into supernatural forces against us. Man does a fine job doing bad stuff all by himself. The devil isn't hiding behind every tree.
Thank you.
My grandmother used to say, people give the devil more credit than God. It used to make her mad. And I always liked that phrase. She specifically said it about my mom. My mom would say something about the devil, and my grandma would say, well, you're giving the devil more credit than God. Always like that. I don't know. Just like saying that, he did this or he did that. And it's like she made him sound like more powerful than God. And you shouldn't do that. God's more powerful than anything the devil can do.
And it's accountability. Go ahead, David.
No, I was just going to say that's absolutely correct. And if you're going to walk around scared of like the evil people, you got to be, the evil people need to be more scared of the righteous people.
God made the devil. He was an angel. God made him,
Yeah. I mean, listen, some devilish guy's going to troll me. No, sir. No.
The greatest lie the devil ever did was convince people he didn't exist.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah. Come on. That was a good one.
No. If we're going to walk around and be afraid, of these evil people, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? So I'm not allowed to come on and do happy things because I'm scared of an evil person. Give me a break, you know. That's ridiculous. But that's what they want. They want people that are producing good things to be afraid of. But give me a break, dude.
All you
Come
have
on.
to do is take your eyes off of God. So it's not like there's some series of steps. Don't be a good person. Don't care about another person. Don't look for the best. Don't go for the positive. That's doing all the negative. There's no, and that's why I think what you said, Coley, your grandmother, well, that was that lack of accountability. So to justify maybe a bad choice or bad behavior, instead of holding somebody accountable, we give the devil the power. We say, oh, that was that. Well, I kind of got to go with a lot of it's our personal, our human choices. Oh Lord, Ray.
Chrissy Cat said the fear is opposite of faith. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to do that. David Devine, you set your things in motion to protect yourself.
Says I'm one of your guardian angels. I'm just saying, I know
So
it
we had you
exists.
guess it. Listen, I'm not saying that. Listen, I think that life is
that's heavy.
A battle of good versus evil. We've had the conversations, but if I'm going to put myself out on the internet night after night, I have to know that bad people are going to try to tear down things that we're trying to build up good things. But I'm not scared of it, though. I'm not scared of it. I'm not scared, but maybe. You know what I mean? I'm just not scared of it. I mean, what are they going to do to me?
Right. Hey, Carl, I just saw where you came in. Sorry, brother. Well, it's the power of faith. You know, power of faith, love. It's a positive energy.
Yeah.
And that's how we counter that. And I think you have a point. We generate so much positivity, they have a hard time coming in because they don't disrupt the positive flow like they try.
Yeah.
Huckleberry says my guardian angel is working on his second fifth of vodka right about now. Yeah, I can only imagine my poor guardian angels, man, that have looked over me for 60 years. I'm sure that they've done, I probably have rotated out several shifts.
Yeah.
Hey, would y'all hold down the fort for a couple minutes?
Sure.
I need to visit the head.
All right, here we go. All right, we will.
My damn guardian angel's done that face palm so many times.
So what time do you usually stream, David? Today?
Me? Did you say David or? Oh, okay. Thursday night and Saturday. Thursday night I have a show at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time called Happy After Hours, and then Saturday night, the Saturday night show, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and then I randomly do things in between, but those are my two main shows. Yeah.
I know, you know, Chester and Zach. Maybe not. They stream basically every night of the week, but I think it's Wednesdays. Is that right, Crystal?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a big empty spot on Wednesday nights, and I heard, or Tom has said, I'm sure he's in bed by now, but Truth with Tom has said before he was going to pick up Wednesdays. I thought, well, that would be great. There's just such a void there, but I haven't seen him do it.
Well,
Tina does what? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, on Wednesday, Christina does trivia.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you have an idea for a show, send me a message, and if you're willing to come on, and we'll do a show. But those are my two main shows. I did try out Sunday night last week. It went pretty good. But yeah, if you have an idea for a show like a Wednesday or something that would be good. Do you ever do shows or go on shows? Send me a message and we'll create it. You know, we can create a different show. But those are the two I created, Thursday and Saturday, that have been working pretty good. But yeah, I'm willing to do other shows, but those are the two strong shows right now.
Yeah, I don't have any great big ideas or anything. I was just thinking because I didn't know that Christina did anything on Wednesday nights. I just kind of thought there was an empty spot there because of I check in with them just about every night. I check in with those two. One or the other.
Yeah.
Wednesdays they're not on.
All right.
And I don't have a channel or anything like that. And honestly, I get on very short periods of time and not that often on panels. I mean.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah. Feel free to, if you have an idea and it makes sense, like a Wednesday night or something. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. Give me an idea and we'll try to do it. But yeah, right now it's just Thursdays and Saturdays. Oh yeah, and I did the random set. So I did the Sunday last week, but yeah.
I'll definitely come by and check it out. I try to. Hopefully my phone will tell me because I sub, but sometimes they don't. It's funny. It seems like the only time it tells me is when I'm already there. Like today, I was already here, and my phone tells me, rescue's on. I'm like, kind of like you said, telling you yourself you're on.
Yeah.
But it never tells me. The one time I'm here, it tells me that you're streaming. Like, duh, I'm here.
The best thing is to join my Discord, because then, like when we go on, I'll put it out. And
what is Discord?
Oh, you don't have Discord? Okay.
No.
All
Okay.
right.
Sorry.
If you don't, no, it's fine. If you
Chat
don't have-
program.
But Discord gives out good notifications, and it's a way we talk like every other day of the week, besides when we're on stream. But if you don't know what Discord is, that's fine. But no, it's just an app, But it's like way too confusing for me to tell you on stream or while we're talking here. It'll bore.
I just recently got a Telegram. I'm kind of behind everybody else in the world on things.
You don't feel like you're behind. I never did Telegram.
Yeah, I've never streamed till Dangerous, and that's not been that long ago. This whole thing, all this is new to me for real.
Right.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean,
no. What's the thing with the pictures and the videos and the TikTok? I've never been with that, and
right.
Yeah. There's another one too. I only know them because of my daughter. I do have Twitter, but I don't have friends or things. I just follow a couple. Mostly what I use on Twitter is when Trump does a presidential statement. Isn't that funny? They kick him off of there, and that's the only way I can know when he puts out a presidential statement. It's Twitter. It doesn't make any sense.
Unbelievable. I had a Twitter for work, and that was because the company wanted Twitters. I only did Facebook because a long time ago when I had a computer shop, I had customers that would come in when Facebook first come out with the games on Facebook, and then they would have problems with their computer. And I was like, what are you talking about, Farmville? And what is all this shit? So then I created a Facebook.
Did anybody hear about the Elon Musk buying 73 million shares of Twitter? And also
9.3%.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say next. That's the only two figures I can keep my mind wrapped around. And it's like, some people say, I heard Brian Craig, I don't know if anybody knows who that is. He's like a radio host. He had one show I didn't tune into, but he'd be on for like 3 hours, and he takes radio callers and stuff. And it was like, it said that, and that he did it to put Trump back on Twitter. It said Elon buys shares to put Trump back on Twitter or something like that. And I thought, I wonder if that's any truth to that. And if he said he was advocating free speech lately and stuff.
Well, yeah,
kind of curious what all he'll do.
He made a post about free speech, and people forget that he has a history. It's just like he has an issue with the banking system, and he's actually is the one that supported and helped bring PayPal onto the scene because he had a thing against the banks. So he's got his own unique way of approaching things. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, I think and dude, it's actually funny because he made some serious change too, because the stock went up.
Already?
Remember,
Oh,
he
yeah,
bought
yeah.
that.
Yeah, I heard that too. But it's weird because Twitter, it'd be like competition with True Social and everything. So it's like if you make that real great and free speech, then you're going to put True Social out of business. And if Trump goes back on Twitter, what does he really even need True Social? I don't know. I'm just kind of like trying to figure out what the motives are here. It's just hard to tell yet.
Well, and you know, to be honest, I think some people, and I don't know if they would say it directly, but I think some people are they're grasping for straws because things are in such a very upside down view. Hardly anything is making any sense as far as the narrative that you're being told. So I think some people probably go in, you know, it's like he might have all the right intentions. I don't know how well that's going to work with Twitter because while you're a shareholder, but it's the groundwork. It's kind of like griping at Walmart for the cashier that was rude to you. Well, Bentonville, Arkansas didn't have anything to do with that. That was that person. So there's still people sitting at those desks at Twitter that are still monitoring stuff. So
yeah, and 9%, that, I mean, even rounded to 10, that still means 90% is not his, you know?
Yeah, but what the point I think with the shares is his is all focaled and it's his voice, where the others are all spread out. So
See, I didn't think it. No one explained that to me. That does change it a little bit. I didn't know that.
That's why you hear all the talk about, you know, oh, Elon Musk got, you know, he's a majority shareholder. Well, it's because he is the shareholder of 9.3%, where everybody else you just have, you know, 0.5%, 1%. And all the rest of that is accumulated over people. A lot of people, he's the one. That's what gives him a little say. Plus, it's the power of the money, unfortunately. And I'm not a materialistic person.
Rescue, I believe Elon Musk is on the fence.
Oh, I think some people probably started out like 5 or 6 years ago and were probably just, you know, like, oh yeah. And then as things have happened the way that they've progressed, some people gravitated towards one way. But then as things kind of got really crazy, because sometimes we got to at least admit some of the shit that they come out with standing behind a podium, you just kind of look and go, where are you at? It's like, and I think some of those people are hearing that and going, wait a minute, this isn't, you know, and so now some people are changing their viewpoints because they realize, you know, the bigger picture and what all we're losing. And now all of a sudden the lights have come on for some people, I think. Every day. Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, I'm scrolling back up. Cash, you said if I know, or Cole is asking if I know Jester and Zach. Yeah, absolutely, I do. Yeah. I think, did we establish that already? I think so.
It was just when I was saying that they usually stream every day but Wednesday. That's what I was talking about. I think I did ask you if you knew who they were.
Yeah. I've been on the stream, and I pop in almost literally every night, you know, and say hi to them. Yeah, absolutely. I know that was a long time ago, but I was just answering that from what Cashew asked. Yeah, I know them, and I pop in on their stream literally every night.
Yeah, I'm going to chime in on Carl because he was kind of talking about being here and kind of we're in the enemy's backyard when we're basically on the screw tube. But I will say, Carl, though, it's in, man, if I say the name, I know I'll say it wrong. Okay, yeah, it was cashew. I thought it was, but people like what you got to say, Carl. So and I guess so. While like I'm used to showing up to an incident with different tools at hand and addressing the issue. Well, this particular problem, I don't really have any special tools because it's not my forte. Politics, economics, finance, none of that's my forte. So I got nothing specific to bring on that table, but like you guys all show me, by doing what I do, it brings positive and it brings a good mood and it brings a good vibe. And so I would have to say that becomes my useful tool is that apparently I'm able to communicate and people enjoy it and it brings people together. So you, sir, have the same type of power, and everybody is special in their way and they bring different stuff to the table. And people enjoy hearing when you're talking, so that's making people sit here and join and laugh and go, oh yeah, and they're participating on a positive level. So see, that's a useful thing, that's a good thing. So, and I would say that to anybody before you just walk away from YouTube. Then I get it, because you got to do what you got to do for your own mental stability, but I would just don't hang out in other ones if they're bringing you down. If you don't feel like you're smiling or laughing along with them, then find another one. And if there isn't another one available, then read, or something. But I wouldn't bail totally on it. Now, I definitely am not a monetized type of person, because I might make some money, but all I'm telling myself is I'm sitting here helping YouTube make more money. So I'm not about the monetization myself. I think that's just feeding the beast that's biting you in the butt. But I would say, as far as being here, it's like what David, meeting David and then his nature. Well, there's another good show. We can do this. I just wouldn't get too down. We got cool people here. We just have to unite.
I would really like to see the channels grow larger, like much larger. And, I've heard Ghetto say that the algorithms won't allow for that and it's this and that, but I just wish we would. It would be really cool just to see it grow bigger. Like the difference between like Hawk and Dave Snedeker. It's like a vast difference. If all our channels are, well, I don't have one, all y'all's channels got as big as like Dave Snedeker's, and then went from that big to even bigger, like some people get as big as like Salty Cracker or something. Now that would be cool. You reach a larger audience. I'm sorry, what's up, Crystal?
Cole, did you hear about Dave Snedeker's daddy?
That is something happened to his dad. I just heard that. That sucks. I thought it was really cool when he popped on Hawk's Chat the other day. I felt like I was in the presence of a celebrity or something. I was like, I just happened to be up there reading the Bible, and then here's Dave Snedeker in the box next to me. I was like, oh my God, is this real? It was really cool. I felt so glad that I was there that night, because, like I said, I don't go up much, but if they ask to read the Bible and stuff, I don't mind doing that at all. And a lot of people don't really like to volunteer to do it, so that's the one thing I can do, to give.
Yeah,
I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah, I watched Dave Snedeker. Hey, Cameron.
Me too.
Thank you, Chrissy Cat.
Hey,
I appreciate that.
I was there, Cola. You did a great job that night.
Thank you. Yeah, and I was going to say to you, I enjoy your stories. I don't know whose stream it was, and you were telling some stories about cops and all kinds of stuff, and I think that your stories are great. I don't know, who would be telling the crazy stories if you weren't here?
Well, I'm thinking about Rumble or other platforms because this one's polluted. And if you were to go and check out the other platforms like I have, you'll notice they are not polluted. And I don't feel like this platform's letting our channels grow or reach other audiences. So I feel like it's a stale environment that they only allow the riffraff in. And I'm seeing it's escalating. It's not staying at the same point, it's actually inflating. And I know that this platform is involved in a lot of really bad things that people don't see, especially people like us, because you don't use the right search terms. But you wouldn't believe what's on this platform. I think I heard what Cashew was saying, and I think she stumbled onto some of the stuff I've stumbled onto.
I don't know what you mean. I didn't see what Cashew said.
Oh, there's about the dark tube. That's what I read earlier. Whenever I said about the dark tube, and there's stuff that goes on in the back.
I'd like to introduce myself right now. I am Riff
here on this platform. So saying it like the dark tube, it's the dark side of YouTube. You know, it's not really another platform. It's this platform, and it's like with what's going on with Disney. You know, there's a lot of shaky stuff in the past that they've been accused of, and it's been brushed under the rug, and now it's all coming out to light, you know, and it makes it just, who would want to be associated with that, you know? It's like guilt by association.
I'm just saying, just call me Riff. I don't know who Raph is, but I'd like to meet him.
Right, but you know, there's nobody in our community that's as evil as the people I'm talking about. If they are, they're the trolls that come in here and start all the problems. It's not us, and I know that. I mean, everybody on this panel, I can read well enough to know better. But we're on enemy ground, and there's other ground to be had. That's what keeps coming to my mind. You know, I'm on those platforms. I just don't use them like I use YouTube, because everybody's on YouTube, you know, and it's the quickest way to get to them, you know, I guess. And
yeah, I don't have a Rumble.
I was never after numbers or money. I'm still not. That's not why I was here. I was really enjoying this, especially early on. Just noticed that it gets less and less. You know, I usually jump around from maybe, I might be on 20 different streams in the chats in a day, you know. In the last week, I watched these same trolls go from one to the other. As one ends and another starts, there they are. The same name, the same people, upsetting and creating drama as they go. And I mean, I know that just seems like it is just one small part of this. But
they just recently popped up though.
Oh, they've been around a while. It's just it comes in waves, you know. And this new wave, every one of those accounts was made the 3rd of this month. So they're all brand new accounts. There's like 50 new accounts out there that I checked, and every one of them was created on the 3rd. You know, and I don't think this platform is doing anything to combat it. You know, in fact, I often wonder if they're not endorsed by the platform. I've heard people, or I've seen people in chat say that they actually get paid for as many times as they're reported and blocked, you know, which is a ridiculous thought. But why else would people spend their whole days doing this?
I feel sorry for anybody that would, but something that you said, though, you said they were all made on the same day. That sounds like one person. It doesn't sound like 10 or 20 people, because wouldn't they pick different days to do things? Maybe one would do it at night, one at day, one a different day. That sounds like one really dedicated crazy person. When you say it was all on one day.
You're going to have a few. It's like the riots. there was probably a good dozen people in most of all those riots that were actually paid people, and they're actors
Right.
or instigators. But then the other had 150 people that joined in because they just followed the herd. And that's what happens here. I don't think YouTube doesn't pay people directly. There might be people like the Soros kind of thing, and I just say that name because that's the common name to throw out. But there's people on that side that will pay people that have money, and they're like, sure, I can give you $100 every time you get a channel taken down. I'll give you $100 because
Cash,
they're
took
Nancy
the words
Pelosi
right out
kind
of
of
my
people,
mouth.
so they got that thinking. But
See, now,
but this thing here, it's been here. It's just that everybody's just being exposed to it now because of everything else that's coming out. But YouTube has been YouTube. It's like when they started the music shit. They did the music stuff because of the riots. That's why the riots played music in the background, because YouTube said, hey, well, what we'll do is we'll censor the music, and then now you can't show riot footage because it has the music playing. So it would take away. That's how it's all working. But it's like some of the stuff on here, oh yeah, it's wide open. But then is that really a shock and all? I mean, that side is okay with people doing shows about certain toys that can be used. And yeah, you can actually go over on the kids channel and hell, you see guys trying to do things. Crowder did a show on that. It's, but as far as leaving, I've got a Rumble. I didn't never do Telegram because the minute Telegram wanted a phone number in order to connect, plus I heard some stuff on the back end in some of the software companies. I had no intention of getting on that. I mean, hell, the FBI already knows all they need to know, and they can listen to whatever they want. I don't need CIA sticking all that. I don't need their programs. But that's my take on that. But I will say, as far as like YouTube, it's almost like trying to fight a war without ever going to the engagement point if we don't stay here and create these kind of groups, because this gives people encouragement and positivity, and it helps bring people out of the muck, so if we can, because like if we all left here, say we all just now I'm up to my very cool 300 subscribers. I still have say that, and it has a hard time sinking in, but okay, so we all just leave. Well, what changed? So now we all went over to Rumble. So guess what, we're now over on Rumble. We're having the same conversation. We're doing the same thing, only now nobody over here can come in and hear any of it and then kind of go, yeah, man, I'm kind of tired of listening to all that negative crap. I think I'm going to hang out over here. And then the next thing you know, they're like, yeah, I didn't see it that way. Now I see, oh, okay. The only way we get those kind of people is if we sit here and try to just build a positive environment.
Right.
Rescue, you should have 3,000 subscribers, not 300 and something. All right.
Well, he will get
I'm here to tell you that I've been on YouTube since its beginning. All right. This account that I use, it's only a couple years old. But I've been on here. I used to be Slack Blabbeth. All right.
Carl, I beta tested YouTube.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
I beta tested Gmail too. I beta tested Google.
What's
up, David?
I'm going to go to sleep. And I'm going to go to sleep. I'll check you guys tomorrow night. I'm just going to go to
Night,
sleep.
David.
See you later, David.
Thanks, everybody.
David,
Nice to
thanks,
meet
brother,
you.
for coming up. I appreciate you bringing that energy, brother.
Thank you.
Much love,
Bye,
brother.
David. Hey, Rescue, I think I'm going to jump off too.
Yes,
I'm a
ma'am.
bit sleepy.
There
I
you go.
love everybody. Love everybody in chat, and I'll see y'all later.
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
Well, I'll
Crystal,
have to jump
at
on
least
too. I think the tired wave just came through. I'm getting tired too. It's way early in the morning here, but
I killed
good
the
hanging out
party,
with you guys.
Rescue. I'm sorry.
No, you're
No,
fine.
absolutely not,
No.
Carl.
last time Crystal fell asleep on chat and on panel, and Rescue felt really bad.
Well, that's the
heard
reason I'm
something
going
about
out, because I'm fixing to fall asleep.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, she did that quick too.
Right?
I don't even think the P finished on the word sleep before I was like, boop.
She was talking about falling asleep on somebody else's panel early today.
That was mine.
Yeah. She's not the first one to do it. She probably won't be the last to do it. I've seen people fall asleep on Dangerous Freedoms and Oh, somebody
there's-
else too.
There's people in
Think
chat that
Hawks.
tell me. Hell, I think Cola even told me that she goes to sleep listening.
I do, and that's what I'm afraid. I'm getting too comfortable on here. I fell asleep on Dangerous's backstage before, woke up, and I could hear Ed Virginia was talking. I was like, what? Oh my God, I was so embarrassed. They didn't even kick me out.
That's
That was
funny.
crazy. Yeah. So, yeah, that's why I'm going to jump down so I don't do it again. But, Camo, you didn't run me off or none of that at all. It's just, it's 6 a.m. here. I'm a backwards vampire. I fall asleep in the morning time. It's just, I'm backwards.
That's not backwards to me at all, Cola. It
That's
sounds pretty
funny.
normal to me.
I don't know why that's just kind of always been a little nocturnal. But yeah, I'm with Rescue though. One last thought here before I jump down about the YouTube thing. It's like it's got to be balanced, and if all the light people go, then it's all covered in darkness. Like we got to balance out all that dark. Got to leave and maybe be in more than one platform. Maybe stay here and go to another. But we'll miss you if you go. Is what I'm trying to say. I think. I'm getting tired though.
Well, that's not a bad idea, Cola, because I've seen another person, I won't mention him, but he still uses his YouTube to advertise his Rumble.
That's what I was going to say too. You can bring people over that way, you know?
Yep. And that was it was something new. I mean, it was a few months ago when it started, but I could speak freely. I didn't have to use code words. You didn't have to worry about anything. It was liberating, you know?
Oh yeah. Oh well, that's why like a lot of the people that I listen to, if I want details, most of them are over there on locals. And it's because then that way you just say whatever it is you're wanting to say, and you put out the facts the way they are. And of course, that's the same one that Rumble bought up local and got it from. So they're merged together now.
Well, thanks for having me, Rescue. I am going to jump down and I'm going to listen and go to sleep. Wake up and probably you'll still be here.
Awesome.
Good night, you guys.
Night, Cole. Thanks for coming up.
No, thanks for having me. Y'all have a great night.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Is Yorga asleep?
No, he's eating. It sounded like. You can keep hearing the crackling.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm making cigarettes.
Oh, that's what that. Okay. I figured you were
Did
just.
you see Yorga? Did you see Yorga's comment there, Ray?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He was imitating Will Smith on the Oscars.
Get my name out of your mouth. Something.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to leave.
This is not. This conversation wasn't something I did just as happened. All right, I've watched it evolve ever since they kicked InfoWars and AJ off of YouTube and all the other platforms. You know, I've watched hundreds of them go. I used to have a lot of news sources, and they removed every one of them. You know, and that's where I started relying on, you know, our community for news more, because we were all out digging and stuff, and it is a good thing for that. But now they're on to us, and they're limiting what people see. The only people that are finding us are the people that know us. You know, very, very seldom you'll get new people that are good people. But have you noticed the distrust that happens when a new person comes into a chat? You know, it's like, who's that?
Well, that's why I try to recommend everybody not to label people, because we want to encourage that. We want to encourage people.
Oh yeah, you're golden,
and getting on the thing. But I will say, I've heard some other people comment about the channels get too big. So in all honesty, it's like instead of having 3,000 customers, all I really want is 500. And the only reason I wanted 500 is for the community tab. So without the community tab, I wouldn't even care if I had 100, I guess. But
right. Well,
what it would be nice to see would be a lot of several groups that they over intermingle and they overlap would be the best. That way we have this big, massive group of smaller channels, and overall we're the total, but spread out we look like we're small channels, but together, because we're all intertwined, I think that would be the best approach. But I'm also not I don't submit. So until they kick me off, I'll keep using their platform because I wish Rumble
You
would
have
make it
better
easier to
control of
join
your
and do a
platform.
dual stream to them, but they don't. Unfortunately, Rumble just is still. I like them, but they need to get their code together because they just.
Yeah, I agree. They need to improve. But you have your stream under better control than most people, for one. All right, I wouldn't even group you in with anybody else because I see too much that gets out of hand in other people's chats, you know, and you know they'll go. Somebody new will show up in a chat, and 3 people will delete them out of suspicion of them being a troll, and then it's found out they weren't actually a troll, you know. And this is a repeating and increasing thing that I see going on. This is not something that's, you know, brand new or that it's going away anytime fast.
No, it's a tool they use. I mean, they come and create division. It's no different than when we used to fly in planes over and we used to drop flyers trying to create this dissent. Question. You create a ruckus, and that's what they do. They come in because that's one thing I like is I try to, and thank you, Chrissy, because I do. It's the boundaries, and it's just I approach it just because I've used it as my virtual living room. So I mean, I wouldn't want people, if all of y'all could come to my house, I wouldn't want people doing some of the things I've asked them not to do here either. So it's just.
I take it you guys discussed that earlier. I just actually got on. When you hear me, you know, I haven't been on lurking or nothing. I just actually got onto your stream right before I said something, you know. So I might have missed something that you guys were discussing before.
Well, it's just we were talking, you know, actually we just were joking around, talked about the different, trying to bring positivity into the thing and having the channels.
Oh yeah. I've been all for that. I mean, nobody's seen me say anything negative, really. You know.
That's what we were talking about earlier, though. We didn't really get too serious until now, and then I don't even really feel this is all that serious. I mean, it is, but it isn't.
Would just like to say good morning, Wizard.
Yeah, morning, Wizard. I see you coming in.
You know, it's like a year ago, somebody would come into the chat and they would have a problem or they'd seem distressed or say something negative, and I would go in there and I would counter it and try to like help them with their thinking, you know, try to lift them up or at least try to help in some way, you know. And it worked. In the beginning, it worked. I think I pulled it off several times. But now people are using those ploys to get in there just to set you up for a fall. You know, it's like it's probably a bullshit story in the first place, but now they're gonna get your sympathy or your advice or something, and then they're gonna turn on you, you know, and create a bigger drama. And it's a ploy now. It's ridiculous.
Well, I did catch you. I got it, I think, on 20 minutes. I guess I could go longer. That's what I had to do the other day. I kicked it to a day the other day and that's the same pool of people that were doing it yesterday and did it on other channels. Thank you for catching that as fast as you did. I'm sure there'll be another one. Well, that was the same individual that told me on the last stream. He sat there and then backstage and was telling me I can do this all day, and it's like, well, you can just sit there all day for all I care.
I heard you mention that.
But it's just that's what I mean. You just can't give in to them. So it's just like, I'm not going to let that little dweeb rile me up. I'm just going to simply, the moderators will deal with his ass. And if he comes backstage or something, then I just turn around and leave him backstage. Can't say nothing, can't do anything. And there, I kicked it to a day. I hate to do it that long. Try not to discourage anybody, but
well, you know, that's what I did on my stream. Put it at a day, and what people were telling me is you'll actually get more subscribers doing this, but is it the subscribers you want? You know, now that I had that on that day, all those are probably subscribed and ready for the next time, so you know they'll be able to get on and do their thing. You know, I don't know, but I didn't even know you could do this. But one of these mods here, she knows who she is. She taught me that you can go to individual pages and block them from your stream permanently. You know, so every time that one of these pops up like this one, I'm going to go click on that guy and I'm going to go and I'm going to block him permanently. Especially the ones that I see, they're using names from the people in our community. They're using multiple versions of their names. They are picking on individuals from a certain group, and it's
Yeah.
you know,
Well, that's what
it's
that
like
one just did. There's the second name with Bella's name in it. It's
yeah,
the same people from
exactly.
yesterday.
You know, they got targets.
Well, and it's
sure
just they'll
eventually.
create disrupt, and it's like that's what we talked about yesterday. Is because, but sorry to any of the chat now. Yeah, thank you, Brian. Yeah, because that's the only drawback I hate about that extended subscriber time is because if people are coming across, 20 minutes, I figure, hey man, I run for hours. So if you can't sit for 20 minutes before talking, then I don't think you really wanted to hang out here anyway. So it's all good, but you just got to create a buffer, and then, you hope people can understand, but you can't give these people that attention. You just like that, you just turn around and you just go ahead and you get rid of them. And they'll keep coming, and which I'm gonna assume that some of these have either been sitting or else it's the same dude just changing his name, and that's why he gets to keep coming back or something.
I would have thought it was the same person over and over, but I've seen him come on one right after the other. So I think it's a group of people.
I don't know, Cashew. How does that? Would that? Yeah, but I mean, I'm set to a day, so you can't 6 people can't sit in there. Like you create an account right now, you can't come in here and post. So they're posting with a 24-hour time limit, which means either A, it's a person that's changing the username on the same account and they're coming back in, or they've already been sitting here for a while.
Okay, well, that account started on the 5th. All right, that account is 1 day old.
You're gonna grab that one?
So if they subbed to you yesterday, that means that they could still get in here today.
Yeah, well, these aren't the names from yesterday, but it could just be. Okay. So these are probably ones from yesterday that came in.
Yep. There is a full-fledged effort. And like I said, just on the 3rd alone, I checked, there was at least 50 I saw that were made on that day alone.
Yeah. Any of the mods in a channel, just click on the username on the 3 dots on the right, and you can go directly to their channel. Gray users can't do that, but mods can. And then you can go and just go to the About section, and you can see when that channel was created. I've been doing that. Hell, I was doing that even way back, just because you always wonder. It's like, well, I don't know. And it's like this account, this is my second YouTube account. Hell, the first one is why my channel name is The Rescue, because that was actually my first YouTube name was REZQ.
Oh.
And so I had to rename it to that one because the first one, it was attached to an email. And back then at the very beginning, they weren't holding onto email databases. So if you changed a provider, you just had a different email back then. And if you kind of forgot access, well, then like the provider I had at the very beginning of this internet days, they actually ended up going out of business. And that email then just went poof. And so then that's why I had to create a whole another YouTube one back when I did.
So if I wanted to, I could go in and change my existing channel's name, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you can go, I'll tell you exactly where. Like in YouTube Studios, you can go under, where is that channel? Nope, not there. Advanced settings. Nope. Where is that?
So there's even newer ones, Canadian Patriots. That's the last one was made on the 6th. Yeah, you are, Larry.
Yeah, so in Studios over there on the left,
we lost Ray.
Yeah. But so under Studios on the left side, you go down to the little one that looks like it has the sparklies, and it's called customization. And when you go to that and go to your basic info, you'll end up with your channel URL or the custom URL. And you can create a custom URL for your channel. As far as changing your actual channel name, that I'm not quite sure. I'm sure you can. Cashew would probably be the person to know all that.
Probably.
Oh, by the way, I don't know who didn't hear it earlier, but it was funny because yesterday, and I played the song Santana, Smooth Operator. And believe it or not, that particular song, it's banned from airing in Russia.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but now Toby Keith, American Ride, not a problem. You can listen to that in Russia all you want. You just can't listen to Carlos Santana with Smooth.
Well, that's like, Kathy Griffin can hold a severed head of Trump's up, and that's all cool. But if somebody was to do that to Camel Toe, they'd be investigated by the FBI and thrown in jail.
Damn. Oh, the last one was made on the 6th, Canadian. They just did it then. That's night, Chrissy Cat. You have a good night.
That's good to know, Cashew.
Find a smile.
That
Be
means
the
it's
reason
the
somebody
URL
smiles.
that's important.
Remember the positivity.
Oh yeah, I mean,
And have a
actually,
good day tomorrow.
That's just default with me, Rescue. I'm default, positive. I'm the kind. I always tell people this.
No, I was saying
You
night
give
to
me-
Chrissy. I was saying night
Oh,
to
I
Chrissy.
know.
She was leaving.
I was just mentioning it because everybody was talking about staying positive in chat. I always tell people I'm the guy that if you give me a bowl of cherry pits, I'll find the one cherry and then I'll use the bowl to get more. It's
Well, and most of us, I think, will all be, except for those little troublemakers like that. And I don't know. I guess I just refuse to give them that power.
I know what you mean, man. You're on the battlefield. I see
If
it.
it makes them mad, then this is the place for me to be. If this is what upsets them.
Yeah, it is. It is poking the bear. I really think you're right there. And I don't know if I'm going to, like I said, there's freedom to be had over there. And I would miss all you folks, but I would surely try to pull some of you over there with me. This platform is not in it for the profit or for helping us, the creators, anymore. It's clear to me that doesn't matter to them.
Oh, they're in it for the profit, all right. It's just profiting from the wrong side.
And I don't know how they're going to profit at all when they take us all out, and that's all there is a bunch of them left.
Oh, well, there won't be. We're going to come out of this.
I don't know that the platform's going to survive it, Rescue. If half of what we know have been told or are suspecting is true, this might not survive it anyway. What I was trying to say in that first comment is that I see Facebook as the same way.
It'll change it. Well, yeah, Facebook is actually coming under a lawsuit right now, a class action lawsuit. So, and that can be costly for them because it has to do with their marketing. Since 2014, if I remember the date right, on the First Lady's filing. And then now it's been certified by a judge and is actually a class action suit. And it has to do with their marketing outreach, which I got to say is they've got pretty good foundation there, because that's anybody that paid Facebook for marketing advertising, then that's no different than you going and buying a car and you're expecting a certain level of product for your bang. So they paid for something, and then of course all this political polarization shit started, and they decided to, shadow ban and put people over in a corner. And well, now that's coming to bite them in the butt, because now the analytics behind the data of the ad marketing shows that they were totally restricted from what Facebook offered in paid advertising. So it's kind of like paying the newspaper for that front page article, and then you didn't even get printed in the paper. Well, you have a legal standing, and so that's. And I got to say, there's enough back end to that could have an impact on them. Okay, Amy, be careful.
I wonder if they would even survive something like that. I mean, it's not the first time lawsuits have put companies out of business.
Oh yeah, but the one thing I'll say, this is where I guess when I kind of go out to the 50,000 foot level, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Google, all those became popular and famous in a way. It's no different than Microsoft. They were at the beginning of a technology, and they went and worked the deals to get pre-embedded in hardware and on certain platforms. So now when you go buy your phone, it comes preloaded with, the YouTube and the Facebook and the Twitter, and oh yeah, we got this. You get the App Store that's pumping them out. So they're just part of the same rhetoric. It's no different than Microsoft. It sucks as an operating system. Linux is so much better, but because of the deal that they made with the hardware companies, they became the household name, Microsoft. It's kind of like Intel CPU chips. Everybody knows of Intel. Ooh, it's the blue little mark. Ooh, Intel. But really, AMD is just as good. Only you don't hear all the advertisement for AMD like you do Intel. So it's just shit that's been pumped out.
You just reminded me of an advertisement. They used to use something. They used to say, "It's Intel inside" or something.
Oh yeah. Morning, Sharon. And it's like, gamers. Oh, Intel. It's only because Intel goes to all the gaming events or the release of gaming software, and then they put all the Intel banners up, and so you see you're going for this game one. Well, when you go in to buy game one, you're seeing Intel, and you're thinking, well, Intel must be the best processor to use to play game one, when really it doesn't matter. It's just hyperbole. I've met a friend from YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I never thought for a moment that I would ever be doing this on YouTube by any means, but I've had YouTube since beta testing it, and it was mainly, at first it was the funny little videos that you would see, because back then they would let just people upload videos. And then when the music came, that's when I actually started a paid subscription to YouTube. Was the music videos started coming out, because I would just sit there and put them on play, and then I ain't got to listen to the ads. So that was always the platform for me. I didn't even go to any channels. Indy's the one that talked me into that.
I didn't even start commenting in chats until, about a year and a half ago, if you know what that timing was.
Yep.
I really, I got caught up in so much of it that I wanted to reassure people everything was going to be okay. And, everybody was talking about survival tactics and, all the stuff that I know about. So I just wanted to help. I wanted to come in and say things that people may not have heard before. And I know I succeeded in a lot of that. I used to talk about things like, when I'd mentioned the book Back to Basics, a big coffee table style book that was super informative that I had back in the 70s. I'd mention that in the chat, and people go, "No, well, tell me," and I'd put a link of it in there, and they go, "Wow, that's great. I'm going to get that book." But now if I was to mention Back to Basics in a chat, everybody's going, "Oh yeah, I had that book," or "No, I finally got that," and like they're all hip to it now. Like everybody in this community's a lot more hip to things than they used to be. So it's like, I don't know. I just sometimes I feel like there's not a lot more I can offer. That's the benefit of the channels.
That's the benefit of all the channels and overlapping is because it kind of, people get exposed and learn about things that they didn't know about before, or, hey, morning, Tony.
Well, it does happen that way. It gets around. I mean, and that's good. It's just too bad they want to hobble us the way they do.
It's their platform, so I mean, it's no different than you can drive by the car dealership and look over there and see that new truck and go, man, that sure is nice. You just can't go up there and drive it. It's still their truck. So it's like this. It's their platform. I mean, they can. I just choose to work within their restraints to bring as much positive out of it as I can. And there's people that I wish they could be on here, but they're not allowed to come on here because they expose so much of like the election crap. Brian Lupo is one of them. He's a non-active Marine. It's about the best way I describe him. There's no such thing as an X. So he's just a non-active Marine. But oh, dude, he had, I don't know how many thousands of subscribers he had over here. And he started covering all that election stuff. And matter of fact, his name was one of the ones when they did some article and he got pulled into the article and he got banned from YouTube. He's actually over on Rumble and on Locals.
Yeah, I've found a lot of the people that used to be on YouTube over there and other platforms, you know, like BitChute or Getter.
Matter of fact, there you go, Hurricane, you got it. Never commented on chats till meeting Cannabis Conservative. That's Brian Lupo. That's the Marine, is Cannabis Conservative.
They've taken out a whole lot.
Not Brian Ruse Cashew, it's Lupo. LUPO. It's CanCon Conservative. Cannabis Conservative is the full name, but then it's CanCon.
You know, it's not hard to get a Rumble. It was super easy. I think it's easier to get a Rumble than it is to get a YouTube nowadays. But the thing about it is it's growing, and
Grumpy, you're funny.
The liberty to say what you want there is intoxicating after dealing with all of this code words and can't say this and get a strike for doing that. This stuff's it's past old.
See, it's funny too because we've talked about stuff here and I haven't gotten a strike or anything. I think it's in the repetition. Like, I think if I went out and grabbed every little article about some pose that Nancy Pelosi did, and we just, for 2 hours, I did this, let's bash on Pelosi thing, then that becomes a flag video probably. But I guess because I go so long and the topics change and kind of vary, that I never got a strike. And it's like, I'll say election, and hell, I've even said that they stole the damn thing. So, but it's not a repetitive, and then there's not like 9 people on the panel that are all repeating the same thing and then chat's typing it, so it's not like there's a concentrated effort, you know.
Right. I've heard other people mention the same thing you just did, and it is peculiar that some get away with it more than others, or altogether. I mean,
well, and video is a real trigger too, because videos are so easy to pull.
I heard that sets it off. Like if you were to play a song and you play the video with the song, they're going to catch you twice as fast.
Alrighty, night, Ray. He said he's stepping down. His day's going to be starting in like 3 hours, and he's got a long day. Night, Ray. Don't work too hard. Get some rest. And by the way, Grumpy, fine, we can say it's a Marine veteran. Grumpy was getting on to me because I said a non-active. I thought I was doing good with the non-active Marine. I thought that was kind of a good substitute. I didn't say
it is grumpy, right? You know, I mean, what do you expect?
Well, he's always grumpy.
Right. He's forthright with that knowledge. I don't know, Cashew. I think everybody loves you. You know, everybody sees what you do. You're one of the loved ones. And Cashew's one of the first ones I met. Her and Chrissy Cat and, you know, Shift Kicker. And there's some mods here that have been around the block. They understand what's going on. and I'm not even going to mention some of the stuff I know that they know that I know, and it's a drag. You know, it's like,
and I remember that wizard.
There's infiltration going on, Rescue, and it bugs me because you might be hip to it and I might be hip to it, but then our buddy over there is not hip to it, so he gets into it. And I'm seeing a correlation with these, with things, okay, with the bots and the trolls. I'm seeing a correlation between the two now. I mean, I guess it was probably 6 months ago I started seeing different tactics from the bots. I think it was, oh gosh, I think it might have been, it was somebody used to do late nights, but I'm talking all of a sudden, I know who it was. It was a channel that no longer exists is who it is. Anyways, on his chat, it was literally flooded with hundreds of the same message by different posters simultaneously, so fast that the mods couldn't keep up. It was a chat full of mods that still couldn't keep up, because I mean, we're talking, you know, one of those sexually oriented link comments, hundreds of them scrolling so fast you couldn't catch it.
Sharon, there's a link at the top. If you click it, then it'll open up StreamYards, and all I'd ask is you do a camera before I bring you up on panel, just to make sure. But the link's at the top of the chat window. Well, see, you got, I don't know. Some people, sometimes I think that there's a miscommunication or a misunderstanding probably of how some of this works. But some of this stuff is nothing more than a scripts, batch files that get written and then executed. So they'll just sit there and that code is going to just sit there and repetitively run. That's a matter of fact, a good example for anybody that lives in Florida, you might remember the Melissa virus. And the Melissa virus was just that type of coding. A dude was practicing around playing with coding, but he was not inside what's called a sandbox, which contains the code. So once you're writing a line of code and you go to, I'm just going to sum it up with, you hit the enter key. Well, depending on what that code is that you just wrote, it's fixing to execute. And unless you do it in a contained area that's called a sandbox, then it can just take off. And that's actually what happened with it. It's hit the enter key and it took off and got way out of his control and spread everywhere. Next thing you know, it got into federal email servers. And then that's how they discovered that. And it was it wasn't an intentional thing. It was just hit the enter key without being in a sandbox. Well, you can write a script to create accounts or to spam. You hit execute and walk away from the computer and it just does it. I used to do it 20 years ago with World of Warcraft. I actually had a character in the game that would walk around and do all the little things that you were supposed to do in the game, but I wasn't even at my computer. I did it. It's called
but it was like 20 users at once doing that.
Well, yeah, you've got 330 billion people right here in just the United States. So, I mean, is it really a shock if I were to say, there's probably about 350,000 people?
No, it's not a shock.
YouTube.
What I'm saying is there was a combined effort. There's a team of them.
Well, yeah, there's a battle going on, and we're trying to be suppressed. You're not supposed to know this. You need to mask up, stay indoors, do what you're told. You'll own nothing and be happy. So, I mean, it's just that's their general narrative. So that just stands to reason that if we get in here and talk about stolen elections or coups gone bad or experimental shots, well, of course they're going to want to come at that because you're not supposed to disclose that stuff. Hell, back in Hitler used to have the brown shirts kill the people because you don't want to speak the truth. So, I mean, that's why I say some of this, we look so hard into stuff, but we should look past it because it should be expected. It's kind of like entering into a battlefield. Well, when you hear a gun go off, it shouldn't scare the shit out of you. You're kind of in a battle. So this should just be what you expect. So it's kind of like this, you get in, you shoot, you chat, and you talk, and we do it in a way that gets the message out, but we'll get their attention sometimes. And some of this is also personal because you always have to add that other variable. Like I could piss the wrong person. I could piss you off right now, Carl. Well, if you know coding, next thing I know, you're going to follow me around every channel I go, and Cashew's one of my best friends on here. So next thing you know, you're following Cashew, and Scat Pack's another one, and you're following them. Well, next thing you know, they're three are talking, going, man, what the hell's going on? Well, I pissed off an asshole. See what I'm saying? So it's so many variables.
That's the subject that sounds like Speedo without the S is the one that I think this platform is very guilty about, and if not endorsing it, looking the other way. And that's the part I'm getting a hard time overlooking.
Well, California's passing a bill where you can kill a born baby that's already born. Yeah. So, I mean, is that now, does that really then shock you to realize that there's a channel on YouTube that allows two guys to simulate acts between themselves, or when they
I'm talking about with the kids.
Yeah. Well, I see. Well, I guess that's probably the separation. See, I just see perverted behavior. I don't worry about what age or what size or what color clothes or any of perverted behavior, and I've already jumped way over there.
I'm seeing real monsters is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they've been here.
Well, I know.
It isn't just now. We're just seeing it because we spend more time on YouTube now. That's the ironic part.
That's not what I mean. I feel this platform kind of protects them. That's what I'm saying. They'll go after us, but they'll let those guys do things.
What did I miss? So, who got timed out? Sharon?
Might be that itchy trigger finger I was mentioning earlier,
Yeah, I'm waiting on the camera to come up.
Well, see, they put a key word in there, and I'm not sure if they knew about it or if they're doing what I know they do. They'll go in and they'll use keywords in your chat so they can report you, and they're getting downright dirty in this game. They're getting more clever.
You just have to do a camera sharing so I can see you. It's a real person, and then you can go back to off screen. That'll be fine. You just have to show it so I can see.
See what Wizard's saying there. The first word he used was the one that gave him the red flag.
No, what, Samsung or Chrome?
Yeah. All right. The first word he thought was a keyword because of the, you add an A and another couple letters to it.
I guess you lost me on that one. I usually can keep up with you guys. You lost me on that one. I don't.
Have you ever seen that movie? Okay, I'm trying to think of, without setting off your algorithms, I don't want to use the words because I know this is the one that gets people in trouble. Just that word.
Chrome?
Yes, but that's just part of the word.
Chrome.
What was that movie where the two hippies go to Vegas and drive there the whole way?
Man, I don't know. It wasn't about that. Yeah, I don't know. Cashew's saying no, it wasn't about that. But
okay, that's totally what I'm saying.
Hey, Sharon.
I was saying.
Oh well, no. Now that she left.
All right,
Sharon, if you come back up, you just have to. Hey, Sharon, when you go to come up, your phone is going to ask you which browser to use. I think it's the way Cashew was saying if you're using that phone. So be sure and give it a minute and look at the bottom, and it'll probably ask you what do you want to use on the browser. And then when you come up, I think it asks you. I don't know. I'm real bad with the phone thing because I've only done it a few times off my phone.
Now that I've got you totally confused, I got to try to tell you. I think that she used that word, and Wizard thought it was one of those keywords, so he removed her because he thought that it was intentionally being used in the chat. And that's all I was saying.
Adrenaline?
Well, and then add the other word that they said in it. Yes, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Cola knew what I was talking about, but then I wouldn't have been able to think of the actor that was turned on to it in the movie.
Okay, I don't know. That one just, I'm totally lost. I guess I don't know. That's, see, I don't know. I just.
Do you remember when you didn't have to think about any of that?
Oh, well, life's still simple for me because I just don't. I don't know, man. It's hard to explain because I don't want to like make nobody mad per se, but I just don't. I'm a solution-based person, so, and I've been that way my whole life. So it's kind of like I don't worry. Once I see a certain level of problem, it's kind of like a fire. Matter of fact, a fire. So roll up on a fire. The objective is to put the fire out. We can figure out how the fire started later. But it's like right now, everybody is wanting to run into the middle of the fire to be able to point to the spot going, see, this is the spot where it started. And it's like, but we're on fire. So how about we just back off and let's put the fire out?
Yep.
And that's kind of where I'm at. And so when people get to bringing up certain little things, it's like, I'm beyond. It's like YouTube is corrupt. So then if you come up and you're like, yeah, then there's this and there's this, it's like, well, yeah, that's part of the word corrupt. And then it's kind of like DC, it's corrupt. Well, that's a 10 square mile. Well, yeah, but Bob over there is corrupt. Well, didn't Bob within that 10-mile square radius? Yeah. Well, then there you go. So see, I'm like already there. And then you hear the lights coming on, I guess, for some people.
It's all good. I was trying to figure out how that person got timed out and why. And I think I was right. I think it was Wizard just made a mistake, and but chat got on everything I was trying to say. They even knew the movie I was talking about, the actor and everything.
I still don't know the word that supposedly you're not supposed to say. So I don't know. I guess I'll whip out the dictionary. Hell, I'll sit here and rattle off all of them. It don't bother me.
It's adrenaline, and then you add what they put on a bumper to that word. And it's something that you can get from a person when they're very scared right before you off them. All right. And then you can harvest that adrenaline from their body. And that's what they do. And it's an actual, it's a problem.
Adrenochrome?
Yeah. That's voodoo to talk about, brother. I was trying to avoid it at all costs.
Never even heard about it.
You don't know about it? Well, gosh, you
never even heard about that.
I'm going to tell you straight up, and tell everybody else, before you go down that rabbit hole, make sure you can handle seeing what you're going to learn, because it's horrible.
So, well, I don't know. See, I don't know. It's weird. Because I just want to get rid of the corrupt people. I just want to hold people accountable for their bad behavior and bad decisions and get rid of all this evilness. And
hey, man, I'm ready to volunteer as executioner after I learned about
page or
this
chapter.
stuff.
Because I like that. I've never even heard that before. So I have no idea.
Milkmaid, it's good to see you. I like listening to you too, Milkmaid.
What do we got? So I was trying to help Miss Sharon in there, so I could hear you, but it kept telling me I need a mic. So what did I do wrong? No, it said microphone. Man. Dang, I don't, does anybody what kind of phone, Sharon? I guess I'll start with basics. In case I missed it, I'm sorry if I missed it earlier, if you said it already, but what type of phone does it? Cashew, did you catch what phone she's using?
didn't even plan to stay this long, Rescue, but I always enjoy it.
Hey, TJ. Well, that's cool. Well, damn, nobody's answering me. So let me scroll up, see if I can see it. Okay, so trying to figure out what phone she has.
Cashew says a Samsung.
Oh.
Don't know the model.
Okay. Well, see, that's what I got. And
man, it's just gonna save myself. I think that's what I got. Yeah, that's what I got. This is my first cell phone. I've had it for about 2 years. I miss my wall phone. Really don't, Auntie Jack. Auntie Jack, I really don't know when I'll do another live. Kind of go with my mood.
I'll try it with my phone and see. Excuse me. Get this code. Because I didn't know if it, I don't remember it really asking me as far as a microphone. So,
oh, see, Hurricane's saying for StreamYard to work on my phone, I had to get Firefox instead. And then I had to make sure all the other tabs were closed.
well, I mean, I've got Chrome, and it's working on mine with a Samsung.
Well, there's all kinds of things. Cause see, I can't get Zoom to work on my phone. I've downloaded it. I've done everything twice, and it still won't let me use Zoom.
See what happens. Yep. Okay, device. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Hold on.
That was an odd noise.
Yeah, it's the phone. I was trying to see where that mic was.
I thought it was like the soundtrack to a 60s Star Trek episode.
So,
Brian Griffin. Ow. Probably had some headphones on.
okay.
You ever notice sometimes you'll find a panel that like 6 people are really hard to hear and that one guy's got a screaming microphone?
Yeah. Is that how mine sounds?
No, yours sounds good.
Okay.
I don't think I've even encountered that here.
Oh, did you see that note? Yeah, it's my mini-me.
I could probably do that if I had a web
Miss
camera
Sharon?
for my computer.
Well, Miss Sharon, what I did is I mean, I have a Samsung. It's an old Galaxy. I think this is the 8. And I use Chrome. And I did the link, and it just brings me right in. So I don't know. Now, it might have been at the beginning. There is something at the very top that where you allow mic or camera. Maybe that's it. So like, no, don't want to go back there. I'll just put my Google up. Oh, great. What a butt ugly looking face to see on your phone when you turn it on and go to Chrome. It's the redheaded Pasaki chick or whatever her name is. Pulaski, Pasaki, or Pasaki.
Little Red Lion Hood.
Man, I mean. Hey, Outlandish, how are you? Oh, and thank you. Miss Sharon, I'm not. Yeah, you might have to close the other YouTube tab.
Have you seen her picture right next to Mark Zuckerberg's?
Oh, yeah. I've seen there's people have done little meme mouse overs. Although I think his is more of an alien looking face, so I don't know. She kind of has this demon devil kind of look to her.
Oh, I saw the demons in Hillary Clinton's eyes. I could see that.
See, that woman, I don't even know about a demon with her, dude. That woman's just butt ass ugly. I mean, she just.
Oh,
maybe it's the evilness that comes off of her, but she's just so. Yeah. So it's a
I think it's because I've seen it in real life, Rescue. I see the same thing in her eyes.
I wonder, did I? Okay, well, Miss Sharon, I'm gonna try this, man. Okay, if you try again, whenever it comes up in the window, I see if I can get this right. But look right up here at the top. Look up at the top of the browser window when you go to come up and see if there isn't at the end of the white bar. See if there isn't like a little microphone or a little notification to where you enable your microphone and camera to use in the browser. That might be what it is. If you feel like trying again. And I appreciate you trying to come up on mine. You said you hadn't been up on a panel before. I've had a few people that had never been on a panel and they come up on mine. I always feel kind of special that somebody chose mine to come up on. That's kind of cool. And I don't know if I missed anybody. I'll generalize and welcome everybody. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm grateful you being here. Hopefully you'll get a smile out of the deal.
Even if I don't get to see their face, I get a kick out of hearing somebody's voice that I've seen in chats all this time, and then all of a sudden they get on a panel and I'll hear or even see them for the first time. I get a kick out of that.
Guys are weird. You're right, Grumpy.
I don't know why, but I guess I thought Grumpy Acres Farm was a guy.
I thought so. So that's what I thought, Milkmaid. I guess that threw Carl off when he said that guys are weird.
Yeah, like that sounds like something a girl would say. Sorry, I think we're all a little bit off canter in this community. Let's put it this way, Rescue. I keep saying this, and people don't see the double side of it. I've been called crazy all my life, but I've never been called crazy in this community. What does that say? Not only do I feel welcome, but you're probably all crazy too.
Oh, yeah. Well, who wants to be normal?
I know, right? If that's
Outlandish.
normal, I'll take crazy all day long.
Outlandish patriot. I need to get out of bed and get ready for work. Oh, female. Yes, ma'am. I kind of was, believe it or not, I was going to go with that because it looked like a female in the portrait. The little cartoon character looked like a female. So I'm glad now that if I had done that, I wouldn't have offended anybody.
Dang, he dehorned them all. How many of them do you think he took all the horns off of, Sandy?
Well, Hurricane, you said, hey, I'm a woman and can say woman be crazy. Well, see, you're already identifying a woman. You just so you know you can never be on the Supreme Court. Just saying.
You're right.
You don't qualify
Must be a
anymore.
biologist. Must be a biologist. 16. Wow.
What's 16?
Her grandpa got gored by one of the bulls, and he hacksawed all 16 of the bull's horns off.
Got you. I wonder if they would take offense if I wrote like 500 letters to all the representatives or the senators up there and thanked them for putting her on the Supreme Court, because now I don't feel like I have let myself down, because now I realize that I didn't qualify to ever be on the Supreme Court because I can identify sexes between the two. Heaven forbid. I used to think maybe I wasn't qualified. Now I know I was overqualified.
Oh, right on, Cindy. I see that. I heard somebody talking the other day. I forget who it was. It might have been Monty, but he was giving kudos to the people who can sit and just talk by themselves on a panel and like bounce off a chat, you know. And all I could think of was you, man. I've seen you sit up here and talk for a couple of hours all by yourself and never skip a beat. You know, it's like you're totally natural at it. You wouldn't even know you did. You know, it's like you're used to it.
But I wasn't alone, Carl. There was about 2 or 3 people in my head.
Okay, right. Dude, that's the key. I'm gonna use that one.
I'm never alone. I always have a couple people in my head.
Oh man, it was a couple of years ago. I had this thought that kind of blew my mind. All right, you know, I believe you because I've got this little voice in my head that says that's probably not a good idea, and then I got this other one that gets do it, and then there's like me going, I don't know. You know, there's a couple of voices in there, but imagine. And I thought maybe that was the definition of crazy. But what's scarier than crazy, and I'm not talking like the people who answered, you're still good if you answer yourself. Talk to yourself, answer yourself, that's fine. I think when you start arguing with yourself in public, you might get in a little trouble. But the scariest thought for me would be somebody who didn't have those voices. Somebody who didn't, you know, like they had to hear an audible command to have a thought. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't have that little voice in their head. They don't even have what we may perceive as a conscience. All right. Which would remove empathy and it would be like some of the people we probably all know here that we don't like very much. And I just can't imagine. I'm thankful that I have conversations within my head, that I can have long drawn out thoughts with myself. It's just frightening to think there are people out there that don't have that ability to me.
Yeah. Hey, Bug Out. Oh, there's a lot of people with a lot of empty space between their ears. And they're void. What's up, Bug Out? So how was work?
Same thing every day.
Any word on your buddy?
No. I can't get into where he's at, so I gotta try to work something out, you know. So I'm working on it, you know, and they're actually working on getting him out of there. Like, I guess it, I don't know. There was a story that sounds kind of like bullshit. It sounds about as real as watching NBC right now, you know. So we'll see what's going on.
Whatever it is, I hope it works out well.
Yeah, I think it will.
Well, hopefully the area that you don't have access to, hopefully that isn't the worst area where maybe they're.
No, it's not.
Okay.
They just have him by himself right now, and he's a really social guy, so like that's not good for him. And he the fact that he is a social, he really is the word is a colonizer, which has kind of become a bad word these days. But they put young monkeys with him, and then he straightens them out, and then they're better when when they're done with him, you know? And I think somebody that was kind of new here must have saw him doing his work and they complained or something. I don't know. But I've been assured it's going to be ironed out. I just don't know how soon.
Or what that really entails.
Yeah.
No, we've solved it. There's no more problems. Really, what happened? We went ahead and put him down. Wait a minute, that wasn't a solution.
Yeah, and well, he has a little bit of he's got kind of a bad mark in his record too, which wasn't his fault. I guess back long before I showed up here, there was a monkey that was aggressive, and he stood up to that monkey, and apparently he got his ass whipped really bad by this guy. He was just a bad dude, you know? And they both shared the blame on that, and everybody knew that he wasn't the guy on that either, you know? So
but they punished him anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really tell if you read his file, and the people that were here when it happened, they'll straighten people out on it like, no, that's not how that happened at all. But if you read it as it's written, it just seems like he's a loose cannon, you know? So,
I can relate to that.
Yeah. So when something happens and somebody says something, they open his file, they look at him, and they're like, oh, this guy's a problem child, you know? But he really isn't. It's, I don't know. You know how it is. Story of your life, right?
Pretty much, yes, sir. I'm like, everything you're saying, it's like, damn, have you been reading on my past or something like that? Morning, Eric. How are you, sir?
So what did I miss? I was having a hard time following you today, man, because my connection was really shitty. So,
man, it's been kind of all over. We started out, had David up here, David Devine, and we just did some laughing and joking, had Yorga and Ray. Me and Carl been talking about just like the isolation of YouTube and kind of how they try to keep us from interacting as much and talking about things.
Well, that's just wait, man. Wait until they get us involved in this big world conflict that they just can't leave alone. And when that happens and suddenly there's an electronic threat, they're gonna make the jab for the internet, you know, and it's gonna involve us not being able to say anything or do anything. Watch. That's my prediction. You heard it here first, you know?
You heard it here first.
Well, like that guy I think you were talking about, I have a problem with authority. Always have.
Well, I don't have a problem with authority as long as I'm the one with the authority. I've learned that.
Well put.
Hey, did you hear that they Russia wanted that investigation? Well, they've put that off. They don't want to do that. So they've turned that down. And
of course they did.
I don't know what's next, because it's getting weird, I gotta say.
So shady stuff. Like, the mayor of that town declared the town rid of Russians on like the 31st, and then all this stuff with the bodies and stuff happened on the 4th. So the thing was, all the speeches that this mayor gave, he didn't mention any of this stuff or dead bodies in the street or anything. And then suddenly on the 4th, there's dead bodies everywhere. That's like one of the things that they're using as like kind of proof of their case, you know? And
yeah,
we've seen enough dead bodies smoking cigarettes in the last couple of days that, I'm like, maybe we should look into it, but they put it in the same file as those voting machines. Apparently, it's just not worth looking into, you know? How many times are we going to roll over and say, well, yeah, we keep saying, well, we're going to roll over, we'll get them next time. Man, we're standing on a mountain of next times, you know? It's, I don't know, man.
It's time.
Well, it's like I told my wife, I'll just put it in a general way because I get it. There's people that it's not that I'm a fan of Putin by any means, but you got to give credit where credit's due. And that dude has sat at the presidential level over there for 20 years. Now you take that time frame, put that in perspective over here. That means he has sat here and watched every 4 years that seat change hands. Every 2 years, those other seats change hands some, and every 6 years, the others change. So he's kind of watched this whole 20-year game that we've been playing, going over here with WMD. Do what?
I said it's even longer than that. Like he was in charge for 20 years. I mean, he's been involved with KGB and government and all that stuff for years and years before that. You know?
Yeah, but see, here's what I heard though, Bug Out. It was kind of ironic, and when I said, "Wow, okay, I didn't look at it like that." So, because I was raised on KGB, that's the bad people. Well, they're bad. KGB, they make people disappear. You know, of course, the same thing we say over here about the CIA. But then I kind of heard the bigger take of that. Well, dude, the department that he was in with the KGB wasn't even like a high critical department. So
God forbid they judge us just by our Democrats.
So I just look at his perspective as seeing everything play out over time, and I think that's why he did speech the way he did, because he goes off and rattles off previous stuff that he's watched. But
we have groups, we have tribes in America, and it's the same. Russia is they haven't purposely mirrored us, but they share the same kind of breakdown, you know?
Yeah.
Where there's to put it at the lowest level, there's like let's throw in the church, you know, like the church has an influence. Then there's your political civilians, you know, your right and your left and all that other stuff. And then there's government. Then there's shadow government, you know, which is what the CIA and KGB fall into. They're the untraceable, you know, they have no limits. They can do whatever the hell they want government. And then you got your weird stuff like your space programs and all that, which, you know, laws just simply don't apply to them either, you know. And then you've got your lobbying agencies that use money to influence all that stuff, you know, and your black budgets and all that other crap. So,
and then the military industrial complex.
Right. And if you're in the KGB or the CIA, you know, like in the CIA, for example, if you're not a case manager, you're just a nerd with a pocket protector and you're crunching data. But you're in the community and you have the ties and you're in that family, you know, and you're going to know stuff that a lot of other people don't know. And he had access to all that stuff while he was in the KGB. So he knew what was really going on more than the regular guy, more than the public face you see in government. Because, you know, that started with right around, you know, the whole Eisenhower McCarthyism days, you know, like that was when the CIA, it might not even have been called that at the time, but that was when like your NSA, CIA types.
The OSS and then the CIA.
Right. And I don't know what they were at that time. I don't know when they became the CIA, but
it was just a off branch, you know. It was like there was another acronym, but it was the operation. It was the OSS, which was the Office of Strategic. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Bug out. I can't pull it out of the attic.
But I think the NSA is older than the CIA, at least in title. And
I don't think so. I think all that goes back to the end of World War II. Right. And the beginning of the Cold War, which would have probably put it around 47 in its actuality. Probably right around the same time the Army Air Corps went to the Air Force.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, our timeline is the same, but I think the NSA was established first because they were mostly communication based. So as the Cold War was ramping up, it became a Cold War. So they started looking at antennas more than they were looking at guns and bombs and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Rayathon got in there, and then it was, it's all those companies were involved too. And that's what, I mean, you see things like BlackRock today or something, but the military industrial complex goes back to research and development with all the airlines and all the weapon manufacturers and all this stuff. And I mean, you got to imagine there's some elements of that still exist.
Yeah.
It's
just
the
like
Office of Strategic Services, and it was established in June 13th, 1942 by Roosevelt.
Thank you. I could not pull that one out. I knew it was there. I just couldn't find it.
But yeah, I mean, Putin, he was seeing how business really got done early on, and he applied that.
Look at his face. Bug out. Look at that. What do they call that? The 1,000-yard stare. Because you could just look at the guy and you can tell.
Well, a much nerdier version, but that's what Putin is exactly what George Herbert Walker Bush was. If you think about it.
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
So that we've had a Putin that was George Bush Sr. He came from the shadowy background that he couldn't talk about, and the fact he couldn't talk about it meant that you had to vote for him because he's got a background you can't talk about. That means he's a good guy,
Yeah. Huh. Bastards.
And they made sure to clean his trousers. They made sure his butt was wiped when the Iran-Contra hearings were going on. But I have a feeling that old George H.W. Bush probably knew a whole lot more about those goings on than he let on to,
Oh yeah. I still wonder what the heck was the deal going there. I don't feel like that's over. I don't feel like that legacy has been told yet.
Well, Fast and Furious, if that tells you anything, the one thing about the Iran-Contra hearings was at least it was for a reason. Now, the Fast and Furious, the reason was they wanted to make money. And that's it. And that California senator, that Asian dude, the huge anti-gun advocate, got busted with the arms trafficking ring because he wanted to make sure guns were outlawed because he had a gun racketeering business. He was illegally trafficking firearms, so of course he wanted it illegal. It would quadruple the value of his wares. I was looking at that stuff like these dudes are that crooked.
They are, and it's like a double indemnity. It's just like I'm just going to put it this way, the airstrips in Arkansas, right during the war on the drugs. I mean, here they're bringing it in and then they're punishing us for it. That was a real thing.
Yeah. Well, and here's how they got caught in Fast and Furious, which makes me laugh. They could have acquired guns and then sold it to the cartels. But that's not what they did. They stole government guns, which were never in the circulation amongst civilians, and used those firearms and gave it to the cartels. And what they didn't realize, because they never researched their gun tidbits, was trace guns are made at the factory. So when Colt designates a gun to be a trace gun, they don't know if that piece is going to go to the government or a SWAT team or some guy with a permit out in Muskogee or whatever, you know what I mean? And it just so happened that that particular firearm went to the government, and it banged back on the trace. Whenever that weapon is sold, if it's a trace gun, they record everything like they're not supposed to, you know. They do exactly that. So if you're the lucky guy that buys a trace gun, your data is definitely being stored by the ATF, you know, which that's why they never mention it to anybody, because why would they mention that they do exactly what they say they're not doing, you know? But this time it worked out for us.
Why would the CIA say how they're trained to overthrow governments with fake elections? I mean, why would they tell us that?
Yeah. Well, we watched it happen a couple times, and then suddenly it happened to us, and people are like, no, it wouldn't be that. And you're like, how could it not be that? That's all we know how to do anymore. Like, we just cannot keep our hands to ourselves anymore. Like we used to. Like, it used to be guys that did dirty things so that other people didn't have to. You know, that was kind of the theory behind it at one point. And now it's just guys doing dirty things. You know, like
apparently to JFK, it was going to be dealt with then. It's weird how I did not hear that full speech until years and years later.
Oh, when he was talking about shutting down the CIA and running the mafia out and all that stuff,
tearing them right down to the ground. He worded it something serious, and then 2 weeks later he was dead.
But, and this is what everyone needs to think about, because everyone talks about JFK and everyone feels sorry for him, but that guy had sex with Marilyn Monroe. So, you know.
Yeah, right. I see your point. You know, I mean, it's like me. When it happens, I'm not going to want for nothing. I got no bucket list. I did everything I wanted to do so far. I'm good with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how you got to live your life, you know, because you never know when you know, the thing that's worse than being old and dead is being obsolete, you know?
Yeah, I know. It's like, you know, even the natives had this way of dealing with that. When you knew you were a burden to it, you know, more than a help, you just kind of walked away, did your thing. They'll find your bones, collect them, put them where you wanted them when they find you.
But now we have the means here where being productive has a myriad of different applications, you know? And, you know, I hear from people so often where they're like, well, you know, I've got this wrong with me, or, well, I'm old, or, well, this, well, that. And I'm like, well, looks like you got your work cut out for you. That just means you have to prepare more diligently than maybe somebody else. That's all that means, you know? I mean, there's people that like Rescue, like he's got mobility issues. Does that mean he's useless? No, it doesn't.
No, he knows how to make chicken soup in quantity.
Yeah, there you go. And I think chicken soup is going to be the future. It's going to be our currency. He could have a bank. He'll be the banker of chicken soup.
Get him a kitchen trailer. Remember those where M105 trailer set up with all the cookware and all the utensils and them giant aluminum pots?
Have you seen the new made ones, the civilian models that they make for those? For those overlander guys? They are really, really fancy.
I'm a fan of that U.S. stamp bug out. That modern stuff doesn't impress me. If it's stamped U.S. NSN number, it's got me right there.
No, I mean, I'm with you there, but as far as the new stuff goes, man, they made a camper that was a field kitchen, and it still was a sleeper, you know, but I just thought it was really cool.
5,000 fed a day to 10,000 fed a day with that, didn't they?
I don't know how many it would feed, but it was a well thought out camper, and I was really jealous of it. You know, it had like, of course, it had some solar on it and all that. You know, the whole kitchen sink. It had a dishwasher. Now, how you would power the dishwasher, I don't know, but
well, generators probably. onboard generators underneath. But now I'm gonna have to Google that. Thanks. I got a homework.
See, when I lived up north before I moved down to Florida this last time, I've lived in Florida like 4 or 5 different times, you know, and this time, until very recently, I was like, this time it's to stay. But man, the way the property values are going, I find myself doubting myself once again, you know. But
Rescue,
anyway.
are you wanting to talk on your own stream? Is that what you just put your hand up?
Is he muted?
He's not even listening to us. He just turned us off and let us go.
No, hell, I was sitting here. I've been telling people, okay, have a good day. Told TJ, have a good day. And thank you, TJ, for saying that. I've been sitting here talking to people and didn't realize I had muted when I sneezed a while ago.
Whoops.
So, no, I was saying hi to Matrix when he came in. And then,
I remember I just flashed back to the last time me and Bug Out got on your stream.
Matter of fact, well, since I
don't
didn't
wanna
get this
take
out a while
over.
ago, I will say, Outlandish, have a great day. Find a smile. Sorry, that was all what you should have heard a while ago. But I'm sitting here just going, okay, have a good day, Outlandish. And oh, look, there's Matrix. Hey, Matrix. And well, thank you, TJ. And meanwhile, it's like y'all are talking away, and I'm just thinking, okay, because I was shooting in between y'all talking, so I didn't realize that
You were muted, man.
I have those moments.
And when I saw you raise your hand, I thought you had something to say. I was like, oh, okay.
I was doing him to just throwing him a little peace sign up because he came in and said morning. Oh well, man, it's this mic.
Well,
the mic.
let me
does it. I've
finish
gotta
the last
readjust
one
this
up.
mic.
With those trailers, they were supposed to be able to feed 5,000 men a day off that trailer, where you walked up the one set of stairs and with your tray and off the other set of the stairs.
Well, okay. All right, man. I got to bring this up because now you're pushing me into my nerd zone here. But if I was going to get any kind of trailer, all right, I would get the German cook wagons. That's what I would get. Those things were awesome, man. They had the steam table setup thing in them. They put the big pots of goulash in them, you know, and they could just keep that going continuously. And then the other side, you could grill on the other side, and it's really cool, man. But it's like a Swiss Army knife. The thing wraps up about the size of a Humvee trailer, but when they start pulling all the stuff out, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Oh,
it was really, really
it's
cool.
got canvas tarps and canopy and everything. I have seen that.
Yeah. And it's got 2 big giant pots on one side, and that's how they fed most of the people, you know? So one guy would be filling one pot up and stirring it and getting it hot, while the other guy was dishing out the pot that was going. And then when that pot got empty, the other guy started dishing out his pot, and then that guy started filling his pot up again. Meanwhile, on the other side, guys were grilling the meat and chopping up the vegetables and all that stuff to throw into the pots, you know? It was really cool how it flowed, you know?
Did they go gorska 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 gorska? Today we're
Hey,
going
what's
to
up, Lonnie?
harvest Swedish meatballs.
Yeah, a version of that, you know? A whole lot more confidence.
Like probably Oscar Vegan Groschenswan.
Yeah.
Like we're like that.
But I actually got the opportunity to take. Yeah, they did, and I like how their stuff at that time, it was a mix of the old stuff and the new stuff, and it was a fusion. You know, that's what I really think was cool about that. But I totally, where I'm a little bit different than most preppers, at least in the States anyway. I got the Eastern European and German mess kits. Like, I'm all about that because I've learned, man, that like anybody can cook if they have a stock pot on a campfire. Anybody can do it. You just throw stuff in.
You got those ceramic insulated canteens and everything?
Well, I got one insulated Swiss bottle, and that's about all I got that's insulated. My insulated collection is not as impressive, but as far as metal and tinware goes, I do have quite a bit of stuff, you know. I'm doing pretty good on that.
Did. Just by watching a few of your videos, I kind of figured you did.
And I mean, I used to have more, believe it or not. If anybody would get a kick out of this, it'd be you. But when I moved to Florida this last time, I actually I struck a deal with, there was a museum somewhere, and I forget where it was, like Lowell, Indiana, or some shit, or it could have been Rockford, Illinois. I don't know. It was some place out. It wasn't where I lived, you know. But I was like, hey man, if somebody wants to buy this stuff from me, and these guys were spreading the word around, and some museum called me and they bought a bunch of shit from me because I had a bunch of original stuff, you know.
I've done that, man. I donated some to a vet hall. I've sold some to museums. What I kept doing is I'd end up finding like a 43 mountain pack and a 43 mountain bag and a 43 field jacket, and I would just start putting together, and I would dress a mannequin in a full, accurate, original kit. And when they see that, you know, they start walking funny. They got to have it, you know. It's that can increase your gain. You know what I'm saying? You can make more doing that than you can sell individually, which is usually the opposite in the normal realm.
Yeah, and the Mauser that I had was, it, as it turns out, was a sniper Mauser, and I didn't know it when I bought it. But I was like, you know how they have the bolt detent tool on the stock, that round little button that's on the middle of the stock?
Yeah, and doesn't the sniper version have a flip up sight aperture?
Well, the difference is it doesn't have that bolt tool. Most Car 98s, the Ks anyway, they had a cup butt plate, and this one didn't. It had like the old G41, or the actual G98, you know, the L-shaped, like Kentucky rifle style, like flat butt plate.
Yep. Flat back.
And
I know
it had a knurled, the bolt, the ball on the bolt handle was cut in half and knurled on the flat, which that was the big indicator that it was a sniper rifle, because most Mausers did not have that unless it was accurized, you know. They would change that out, I guess, to make it visually identifiable, you know. And then
probably that it had weight reduction. Was there any differences on the rings or the clamp rings or anything, or was there a different strap on it, that type of thing? Because they might have tried to make it lighter.
Well, they didn't try to make it lighter, but there was a couple of tiny differences, and it's been a little while, so I don't remember. But they were the end. You know how the end on the Mauser looks like an H, that last band? If you look at it from the side, it's two bands that are connected with a band bar that holds two rings together. Yeah. That was a slightly different than the standard, but it had established turret taps, and it also had the swing mount for the side too, you know. So there were two distinctly different ways to mount an optic onto the rifle also.
That's what I was thinking of. Yes, I have seen that. I mean, and I've seen, there's a guy that used to do accurate prints of the Wormreich and all the different versions of that, and they would really put a lot of detail into that weaponry. You could see the differences. They did U.S. airborne and stuff too. They didn't do just German, but do you know what I'm talking about? They were line drawings, like almost a pastel color, so you could see the details. I need to look those up.
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. And then I had
I'm waiting for chat to throw the info in there, because if I don't have the answers, chat usually does.
So I got a swept-back scope mount, and I want to say, and man, I'm mixing my nomenclature of German scopes up now, but I found a Czech. It was very, very recently, but post-war Czech ZF41 scope. It was I think it was like a 3 power, maybe 3 or 4. You know, it wasn't like
something they copied from the Russian design.
No, I don't think so, because I'm trying to think of Russian optics, and I
think one of them was.
It looks different. It could be. It's the similar concept, you know. I mean, like, but I noticed, you know, in World War II anyway, a lot of the scopes really weren't super high power. You know, I mean, that came later.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I
Mayor, just a
noticed
little
that
bit.
too.
And thank you.
They
Tony.
were. You could buy the equivalent from Kmart by the time the 70s came around.
Yeah, and there's a good reason for that too, because that was kind of a well, with the exception of the Eastern Front, but the Europe campaign. I mean, we're talking pretty freaking close quarters for a lot of that stuff. So if you had too much magnification on your scope, it would be a detriment. You want to grab as much light as possible.
Yeah.
That's just like, I mean, look at the ACOG. That's every Marine's favorite optic is an ACOG, and it's only a 4-power. It's because you still want to have a field of view. You want to be able to see what's around you and not get lost in that optic when you look through it.
Morning, Breezy.
I have always been a long distance shooter, and I shoot instinctively. I think it's because they had me shooting since I was 3. So I've always had the instinctive part, but ever since I was a kid, I tried to reach out and touch stuff. So it's not even a thing where I calculate windage and elevation as much as it is a guess. And if you get good enough at guessing, you get good enough at what you're doing, And I really always enjoyed that,
Well, back in the iron sight days, you get the perfect dope setup on your rifle, and you don't want to put windage on it because you're going to forget how many clicks you put on it. And then you're like, shit, was it 13 or was it 9? Like, oh, I don't remember. So I just stopped doing it. I didn't do that crap anymore. I just did the old Kentucky
I'm really
windage,
a fan of iron sights myself, Bug Out. I am really a fan of those.
In Minecraft, that always gets on my nerves too.
Even at this age, man, I still got eyes, and I know that's probably limited, but I figure I've done it for so long now that I might not need my eyes as much as I used to.
Well, in theory, your eyes only have to really truly see that front sight post, because that's what your eyes focused on, and your target is blurry when you're using iron sights, So, as long as your target big enough that you can see the blurry little thing behind your front sight post, all's good, Which is why I like the brutal simplicity of the AK sight. It's a notch and the front sight post. Oh, what do you know? It's a notch that fills the notch opening in the rear sight. So you make a straight line out of it, and then you cut your target in half, and then you squeeze the trigger. It's like any. In fact, a 12-year-old African child soldier can figure it out. That's how easy it is,
Right. But it's funny you mentioned that, because I've seen the regular little, the little knob alignment that they used to have. I mean, they still do, but it's been around for so long. I've seen newcomers have trouble with that, that they don't know where to put the bead. And that's a real thing for a novice.
Just saddle up.
Well, what's funny, and let's get back to Germans, the Car 98 sight took some getting used to for me, and guess what has exactly the same wonky optic? When you get the hang of it, it's great, but the Walther pistols have the same thing, where it's a weird like double triangle thing, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? Should I see the front triangle? Should I not see it? And you're shooting up and down and up and down until you figure out like, oh, it has to be just so. And you're like, with American optics, it's like, this is how it is. And you'll know when you're looking down the optic, like, how it's supposed to be. You just have an inherent feel for it. But no, that's with German optics, iron sights, it's like impressionist painting. You just have to feel it. And like, I don't know, man.
I love that. Well, you got to figure it's just as strange to them to pick up a U.S. weapon for the first time.
I don't think it is, though. That's the deal. In fact, the Garand sights, man, like the Garand combat sight, the combat sight throws you off. The combat sight's harder than the peep sight. And in fact, if I got a Garand, the first thing I would replace is take the combat sight off and put the competition peep sight on it, because the aperture's too big in the combat sight. But that was for a guy running around in the Pacific, blasting dudes all over the place, and he had to see a lot more than what you can see looking through that little peep sight,
That gun is legendary. The M1 that's a legendary weapon.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, man, I shot the matches at Camp Perry a couple times. They sent me up there a few times to
match grade one.
You know, I used to be a lot better at rifle marksmanship than I am now because I used to have a lot more practice, and it's all about practice. I could get it back. I am a good rifle shooter. Say what?
Did you go through the ski training? Is that what you're talking about? Hey, Monty.
No, these were like rifle matches, but
No,
I
well,
did
I know
do
that they were
Arctic training, but
okay.
you know,
I
things.
know they still use M14 too. They'll use the 14 still, but I've heard of, you know, match grade Garands in that format.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm getting at. We didn't use the Garand in the matches, but the CMP was there, the Civilian Marksmanship Program, and they do all their matches with the Garand. So when you go to the store at this place that I would do these competitions at, they were full of Garands, full of them. And the quality level they had, they would hit put a micrometer on the rifle, and you knew if it was in a really good shape or bad shape or whatever, you know. And what was in it for the regular guy?
Sell them to you? Were they selling them too?
Hold on, Carl. He'll be back.
Since he said civilian, I was
he either
wondering.
hit a bad spot or he hit the wrong button.
Yeah, it happened to him the other night.
So, y'all talking about the M1 Garand, the M1 carbine? What? Come on. What you got?
We were talking about the Grand, but, you know.
30-06.
Yeah.
I'm going with it. Probably.
Shit, I had no idea when I cut out.
Well, you just up and went bloop. So I didn't know if you hit that spot that you drive through or if you hit the wrong button because it was quick.
I slept so much, I got a headache.
Right after that spot is a spot where you have to look directly behind you where the mirror doesn't see. And I think my thumb might have hit the hang up button while I was craning my head.
Oh. Now, what'd you say,
Maybe.
Money? You have a headache.
Said I slept so much, I got a headache. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't even hardly see.
Man, how do y'all lay that long? It drives me.
Dude, I only use
crazy.
I
After
usually
5 hours, I'm already starting to squirm, and I'm
What are you
miserable.
talking about? I usually get 2 to 3 hours of sleep at the most times. Yesterday, I got quite a bit of sleep, off and on, and then last night.
That may be true, but you can't get them for what I used to be able to get them for.
When I typed hello and told you good morning and everything else. When I told you good morning and everybody else, I lay down shortly after that.
Oh.
I was asleep that long.
So I gotta ask you, Monty, what was the discussion last night? Since your name says Dr. Sigmund Freud.
I jumped up on Jeremy's that way.
Oh,
I've used that name quite a few times.
So, Bugger, what do you think about the MP40?
The MP40?
Yes, sir.
A friend of mine owned one, actually. He was an airline pilot. I don't know. He got transferred to Arizona, and I haven't really seen or heard of him since I got my social media shit canned. But anyway, he borrowed against his 401k and bought one. And, dude, it is the most fun gun to shoot ever. It is great. That's all I can say. And the only mod I would do to that gun, if you get it though, is the charging handle is peened on. It's like they stick it on and they blast it like through like a big power hammer kind of thing. And because they're 80 years old now, while you're in the middle of blasting a magazine off, that charging handle might just fly all the way down the firing range, and you have to call a cold range and go out there and on your hands and knees and try to find it. You know, that's a lot of fun. But yeah, so what I would do is get a tap and a die and thread it and screw it on so that doesn't happen. And I know it's altering a work of art or whatever, but that's the only thing they did wrong on that gun was that.
Kind of like
Well,
your
you could
different,
even-
kind of like your different types of the AK-47s, whether they're machine stamped or the other.
Yeah, the milled ones. I like milled AKs better, and everyone else says that that's worse because they're heavier and they hold heat more, but they shoot better, in my opinion. And classic example, man. Take any AK made in the 90s and then put it next to an SLR 95, and the SLR 95 will smoke it every time if the barrel's not shot out. And it looks better. It's a prettier gun.
Yeah. I was just wondering.
I got to look at those all the time, man. That's one of the rarest ones to get from 1966 G.I. Joe, to find a unbroken MP40 with the unbroken stock. There's two versions, one with the foldable option and some they just glued right in place in the factory. You can find a good MP40 with an unbroken movable stock from 1966. It's probably $125, dude. Isn't that unbelievable?
Yeah, go figure, man.
So I could put a rifle stock on an MP40 pistol?
Well, it had a folding
It's
stock,
like a folding
and then
it's a folding paratrooper stock.
but the MP38 had a wooden stock, or some of them did. And then there's the Italian,
the broom.
What was the
So, what do you think of the MP40 pistol?
You're talking about Smith & Wesson.
Wait, you're talking about a broom handle Mauser.
Yeah.
MP40 pistol. What is that?
The broom hog. In the Boer Wars. The holster was the actual shoulder stock.
Oh, that was for the artillery models. Yeah.
Yeah. They had different versions, I know, but that's the coolest, slickest one I ever seen, because I seen it in an old gun and ammo.
You know what's weird about that, Monty?
They open it up, pull out the pistol, and then they connect it, and I'm like, that's slick as shit.
They had that in the
what's
Civil
weird about
War.
that one, Monty? In the 70s and 80s, that holster and stock piece flooded the surplus markets. You could get you could only get the stock and the case for it. You couldn't get the rest of the gun, but you could get a whole bunch of those other parts for nothing. Cheap.
But Monty, they again for artillery, they had percussion pistol for the Colt Army, I think it was.
Yeah.
They had versions of the Colt Army that had wooden holsters that also were stocks too. I mean, they were. That wasn't new by any means.
They was real long.
Bug out. Did you ever see
I've
the
seen
fully
those.
automatic 1911 prototype?
What prototype for a 1911?
A fully auto 1911. There's a video of it on YouTube. It's fantastic.
No, but I did have in my hands at a guy I knew owned it, and I don't know what he did with it. But the 1911 is single stack, and it was a World War I magazine, and it was a magazine that stuck out like 4 feet or 3.5 feet. But it was because the guy who was sitting in the gunner spot of the biplane, if his machine gun went down, he had those magazines next to him, and he could put it into his 1911 and use that to shoot at the other planes with in the event of his machine gun running out of ammo or going down or whatever. I've never saw it before or after. And when you look in your gun trivia stuff, rarely do they even list it in there. So I guess they didn't make a lot of them. But early on in air service for the Americans, that was one of the things that they said, oh man, everybody's going to need this. And then I guess nobody used them. So they stopped making them pretty much.
Morning, Monet. Hey, can you see your screen, Bug Out, if I share a screen?
Yeah.
Like that right there. If you look at your screen real quick.
Oh, that's an M&P.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. It's just I missed out aim,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, that's a pretty common pistol. I don't have a lot of experience with those, but a lot of people do. It's one of the go-tos that people choose when they start getting into the gun game as far as the pistols go. I think the one thing that makes that different than a Glock is it's got a hinge trigger instead of a blade safety, if I remember right.
yes, sir. Oh yeah, you put up the machine gun.
That's what they was talking about was the
Yeah,
MP40.
that's why I kind of was like, wait a minute. I'm going, because no, that's I know in Minecraft what's in Minecraft, so it was like,
Right.
let me. Well, I skipped the aim.
Uh-oh, what happened? Okay, I'm back.
That's why I was like, oh, what? Put a, because now you can see why I was kind of going. So I can put a rifle stock.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I was trying to picture that, but I was going to go with you. It's like, teach me. But in Minecraft, anything's possible. So that's all I'll say. Just wasn't
But
sure.
yeah, I don't know, man. Like if I owned no guns, I would go for the SIG 226 or 229. Somewhere in that family. That's like the perfect gun for me. Like, I've never shot a better gun after that. I regret getting rid of the one I had. That's the one that got away from me. You know what I mean?
So if you had that particular pistol, would you feel okay?
No.
Okay.
A pistol is a tool to use when you don't have a real gun.
Well, yeah, but I mean, as far as pistols are concerned, would you still?
Oh, like if just in the pistol category.
Do you think it's
like
somewhat reliable? It's a.
Oh yeah. The 226 is like everybody goes, this is what the SEALs use. This is what the SEALs use. This is what the SEALs actually use that. At least they did. And I'm not trying to use that as a selling point, but that should give you an indicator of reliability anyway.
Yeah. That's what I kind of go for.
It does.
People do bragging shooting
Except
type,
when you
and the
really-
shooting skills not based on the gun. The shooting skills off the person, but I want to know about the dependability.
Well,
Let me rephrase that. I would want to know the dependability of a certain item.
But now there is a concept though. There's a thing called MOA. Some guns are more accurate than others, and it's not the human factor. You can put the guns in a vise. And that's why a lot of, for example, the M14 or the M16, everyone's like, ooh, which one would you like better? Well, designated marksmen are using M14s all the time. But the funny part about that is the MOA is better out of the box on an AR-15 than it is on an M14. It's the AR is the more accurate rifle of the two. So it's just kind of funny, but they're going for the 308 and the extra range, the extra reach that rifle can give you, and not the added accuracy, because the accuracy is actually sub to the AR. A lot of people don't know that, and it's just one of the things I kind of learned along the way.
Carlos Hancock, the sniper in Vietnam, he used an M14. Yep.
Well, he used an M40 also.
Also known as white.
By the way, Hurricane, I'm proud of you.
Feather.
Carl.
Hurricane
down there asked.
Kong called him White Feather.
Yeah. Hurricane asked Bug Out down there, have you seen the Henry 22 survival rifles?
Yeah, those are cool. I've never really got to play with one, but there's two of them. There's the over under, and then there's the AR-7 that Henry has now. But
I have the original.
He has an original.
I have the original AR-7,
Armalite.
1960s brush. It's
that,
the original issue brush pilot survival weapon. It's before
the new
Armalite
ones,
and before Henry.
And before Charter.
But the new ones, I will say, if that's what she's talking about, the new ones have a little bit of daylight between the rear sight and the front sight. and I did kind of struggle with finding the sweet spot on that. But once we threw
they are found to be inferior in several ways. Bug out. They're not. I've owned all of them, and the only one that I treasure is my original.
Lever action.
Well, the new ones have a rail on the top of them. So we threw a Burris TRS 25. It's the cheapest red dot you can get that's still reliable, you know. And man, we didn't even have to zero it. We put a TRS 25 on the top, and we were just blasting everything, man. We were shooting at 100 yards. We were shooting what are those little silver things? Shit, I don't know.
Well,
I can't even think of what the hell they are.
They did have a silver plastic stock version. Is that the one you're talking about?
No. We were taping those silver discs. Oh God, I can't. I'm having a brain fart. I can't think of what they are.
Well, it's not the only ones that were scope capable. In fact, if you go back and watch, the James Bond movie, he uses an AR-7 with a modified upper.
Bottle caps.
Have you seen the pistol mods they do with them?
Yeah. Yep. That's that's the kind of thing I always show people with mine. Is I can take without putting the stock on. I can assemble the receiver to the barrel and put it in the sleeve of my coat. And now I have the trigger right here by my armpit and the end of the barrel in my hand, and I could just, shake somebody's hand and pew, 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 pew.
In Minecraft.
Most definitely
Is that what you call it?
Minecraft. Most definitely Minecraft. Have you ever seen one of those fitted into a suitcase in Minecraft?
Yeah, well, they do. There is, some modifications you can do. There's up to a 90-round clip.
There's some. The new planker that my buddy got, Keltec has a 33-round flush mag on a. And at first they were making him a 22 Magnum, but he has a 22 long rifle version of it. It looks like an MP7 almost, and they're pretty cheap. And he got a class 3 on it, and he's got a suppressor on it. And this thing is as quiet as an office typewriter, and he just blasts the chipmunks getting in his garden all day long.
Yep.
What a fun little gun, man.
Yep. I like, that's the thing about the AR-7 is you cut a little slot in a 2-liter pop bottle where it's threaded, just a little slot, and it slides right over. Little piece of duct tape on there, and it's good for a couple of times where it literally just goes.
You can do that you can also do that on a oil filter that's that long.
Right, but 2-liter bottles are real easy to find.
Right, Minecraft. Just saying.
Yeah, they used to sell the 2-liter adapter.
I know that's a video game. But what's the reference?
Anything's virtually possible in the world of Minecraft.
Well,
okay.
And some people exist and mess around with items in Minecraft because, well, maybe in the real world they're not supposed to play around with those items, so they can only do that in Minecraft. Yeah, I visit Minecraft a lot. That's why I was just wondering, thoughts on, that M&P 40 in Minecraft.
I'm not sure which Bond film that is, Hurricane. I guess I could go look. Probably shouldn't be too hard to find.
What?
So we are talking about the same rifle. She has the AR-7, right?
No, there goes Camo. What Bond movie?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he had said something that then triggered that question. I don't know.
Well, there's a James Bond movie where he uses an AR-7.
Okay.
And I remember it, but I don't remember at the same time. I'm not a very big James Bond aficionado. And the reason why was I hated Roger Moore, and then I hated the guy that did it after that too. I don't know. It's just something about. I love the last James Bond. What's his name? God, I can't think of his fucking name. He did a great job. And then Sean Connery was awesome as James
Daniel
Bond.
Craig.
That's what Daniel Craig. Yes, that guy.
The movie.
He comes off like a James Bond to me.
Hold on Her Majesty's Secret Service, 1969. James Bond.
All right.
Just saying.
Yep, I found it. It's actually the guy who. Yeah, there's some detailed pics I don't remember seeing of this. So the internet's grown since I last looked this up. There's my version. See,
is that me or is that him?
I don't know what happened.
The stock on mine bug out like a swirled plastic to make it look like it's camouflage.
Actually, what the? They got two different ones. From Russia with Love. Hang on.
Hurricane says, was that Linsby?
Yeah, I think so.
Whoa! It was the same kind of gun. From Russia with Love, Goldfinger.
You can find that gun in probably several movies as they pulled it out of the.
Well, I've got a picture of Sean Connery holding it over the guy's shoulder while he takes the shot.
It has a fine wooden woodstock case and an infrared scope and mount, a silenced equipped barrel, and it is rechambered for 25 ACP. And it is also supposedly a single-shot only weapon.
There's 2 or 3 versions of that.
No, I'm reading it straight off the thing, is what I'm saying.
25 ACP is a garbage bullet.
I know, but we're talking a movie
why do you
gun.
say that?
Yeah.
In the world of
Why do
Minecraft,
you
it's a movie gun. Anything's possible, remember? There's some movies I've been watching and they use a certain gun and I'm like, that's not possible for that gun to make that certain kind of noise.
By the way, I would just like to say I got a text message from somebody from a screenshot of an awesome scenery. I would share it, but it's not. It was for me. So, but all I can just tell the person that was one awesome ass view. So anyway, just wanted to chime that in.
Well, Hurricane does have one. I wonder which version. What does yours look like, Hurricane? What color is it?
I get what you're saying. Can't display that Minecraft picture. Oh. Ouch.
Okay, well, I was told that I could share it, so.
Are you talking about Daniel Craig? That is the last Bond guy. There's been.
I just wonder what Hurricane's AR-7 looks like.
6.
Damn, it's not going to work. Tell you what. Oh, wait, there it goes. Oh, let me get rid of this stupid StreamYard window. Did that make it any better? No, still glaring. Damn it. I'm trying to get it to do right, and it won't do right, damn it. Well, anyway, you get the idea. It's a cool picture. I wish
it looks like
it was a nice mountain shot.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like mountains, but it looks also like it's out west.
No, sir. It's about as directional as I can get, would be no, sir. Yeah, damn, this damn white background of the StreamYard thing, that's what it gives all this glow. I got no lights on. This is literally that white background of the StreamYard window that puts all this light out.
Man, I'm sitting in a tanning booth with all these bulbs on. No, I'm not.
Well, just so you know, Monty, it's not working.
I got 3 little lights. These little lights of mine, I'm gonna let them shine. Come on, I'm trying to bring a smile to everybody's face. Good morning, everybody. I'm still not awake. Can you see me?
And know that
When I get off work and
go ahead.
Right on, Hurricane.
I'm just saying when I
She
get
says
off
she's got
work,
the all black one. I've had a couple of those.
but I'm like,
go ahead.
I'm getting off work and people are talking about waking up, and I get a little jealous because I know that they're drinking coffee, and that's the one part about waking up that I look forward to.
There's Folgers in your cup.
I'm getting ready to go get me some coffee, though.
The best part of waking up.
AFK BRB. Okay.
One A.
Dude, there's Popo out here.
Police officer. All these abbreviations, LOL.
They're looking for you. See, we didn't play the Minecraft card early enough.
Dude, there's like literally fucking 14 police vehicles out here.
Damn.
This is on my dirt. This is in my little dirt road neighborhood here. That means something must have went. Yeah, something must have gone down.
Bad boys.
The plan has finally come to fruition. It's time to execute. They all met up 3 hours ago, geared up, and rolled up.
Yeah. They don't. There's not usually 14 cop cars just sitting around for no reason any other time. Let me tell you.
That's when
there was unmarked and marks, and then they had they had guys with them. Some of them had that half of them were plain clothes, but you could tell. You know how you can tell. I could tell they were law enforcement, but like, dude, half of them had beards and stuff.
Wearing collared shirts.
Well, yeah, they got a shades.
So like they must have just did a warrant or something, man, on somebody dangerous. I don't know.
Or did a purchase.
We was traveling through Brownsville, Texas one time on our way back from Austin. We was heading home. The whole convoy. All of a sudden, I was looking. We was in the follow-up vehicle with no trailer. And we was in the Suburban. The rest of the convoy is up ahead. The trucks, trailers, Bobcats, everybody. I started noticing. I'm like, there's a cop. There's another cop up over there off that side. 2 more cops, several overheads. I was like, what's all these cops doing? And then all of a sudden, they just strategically pulled the whole convoy over. We're 6 or 7 vehicles. They ran
hold on now, before we lose them, and he really makes me wonder. They're not paying any attention to you, are they, Bug Out?
Oh no! It was a while. It was a while up the road.
Did you see the trunks open, Bug Out? Were the trunks open?
If all of a sudden you
vehicles?
disappeared right after you said all that, I'd have been wondering.
If the trunks were open on the vehicles, then that means they were pulling out big gear.
And they were milling about, so whatever they were doing was over, you know.
Oh, yeah, the initial rush was done. Now they just have to survey, kind of see what evidence they want to gather.
Yeah, they were like post-operation, and someone might be doing something or whatever, and these guys are just standing around waiting for the word to leave, you know.
Oh, dude,
that's what it looked like.
They're liable to stand there for a good hour simply because they might have one person in a car, and they'll stay there for an hour while they do the good cop, bad cop thing. That way you've got the visual representation of your house, so there's your security spot. But then they keep the numbers in case somebody does come to back you up or something. So they'll keep numbers around and it gives it the presence, but they're hoping you flip. Depending on the circumstances.
There's definitely a lot of goons, man.
Well, now the quarter of the county knows where to go because a quarter of the services are all being used up over in one location.
Yeah. Well, that's how it is when they come here, though, because this place, it's really weird, man. Like the code of this little area here is like people don't call the cops here. That's not a thing they do. Like you break into somebody's house here and somebody catches you, they just don't find you again. That's how they do it, you know. Yeah. And
there's places here in Michigan they don't go unless they're called in. They're incorporated villages, like there's one in Lake Orion, Michigan, where the cops are not allowed to go unless they were called in.
Yeah, but
At
he's
least
not
that's
talking
how
about
people-
incorporation. He's talking about because it's basically
middle
Well,
of
these
nowhere.
it's
and
a
they're
community
also
mentality.
and it's starting to become contested, but these have always been known to be private roads too. So it's not, you know, that it's in the gray area also. But I noticed millionaires are people are starting to buy here and build really fancy houses, and now starting to see police cars a little bit more. But they're on this main road that I was just driving on. You know, they haven't branched out to the rest of it yet, and
Is
I'm
that
all the way at the end. So
is that the road that you were on yesterday doing puddle jumping?
no, that's when I was leaving work.
Okay. Hey, Kentucky Patriot.
But the road I live on it's not much different, to be honest. Kind of probably looks the same.
One dirt road's just like another dirt road.
But yeah, there's more of a rule enforcement presence from the bad guys than the good guys here. You know, like you're not allowed to do anything wrong in here because there's guys that work for you know, questionable employers here that they don't want anybody shitting where they eat. You know,
Don't ever shit in your own backyard.
right? So if somebody does something stupid out here, they'll handle it pretty much.
Don't need the undue heat. That's usually how that unspoken rule goes. Don't bring no heat.
Yeah. And my stepfather's uncle, I mean, long story short anyway, my stepfather's uncle, he lived with us for about a year and a half or so. And he was buying you know, he was spending money on things that maybe he shouldn't have been spending money on. And he was
Minecraft.
yeah, and he was pulling I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today, but then he would just avoid the people after that. And I was like, dude, you have no idea the risk that you're taking right now, you know? And he was going like, oh, well, that's what you're for, buddy. And I'm like, no. That's not how that works. Like, I have nothing to do with this, you know?
I love that. Well, I got you. No, that's not how this works at all.
And that's exactly what I did, man. With my hat in my hand, I drove over to these guys and I said, look, man, I heard about what's going on and I want you to know that I have nothing to do with this. And they said, man, I'm glad you said something because that's not how it was told to us from him. And I was like, oh, really? You know? Yeah. Like he was basically saying, if you got a problem, take it up with me, you know?
Yeah.
And
He'll
I'm like,
show you what for. You just
yeah,
wait.
exactly. Yeah. I was like, the nerve of this fucking retard, you know? Whatever.
Oh,
he's gone though. My wife was the one that threw him out, and he had no idea, man. Like, she was about to beat his ass, and I was like, dude, you're about to get your ass kicked by a girl, so you might want to get that car packed up, brother.
I love it.
And now that was your father-in-law.
His brother.
Oh, his brother. Okay, so that was her uncle, though. That's you know, you're off target whenever your niece even doesn't. Well, they want you going. You definitely are not on the right side of things.
Well, you know, my mom was a cop for 20 years, so my whole childhood was pretty much hell. All right, I'm telling you, because I was serious. I had trouble with authority, so it just didn't mix. And I mean, I've got the benefits of having a mother for a cop was that I have insight into a whole lot of information most people wouldn't know. On the other hand, she's almost shot my friends. All right, and sometimes I don't think it was going to be an accident, you know, because she was a hard woman and you didn't want to piss her off and you didn't want to walk in her house without us knowing you were going to walk in our house. That kind of shit, you know? So I kind of can relate, Bug Out, you know, women should be feared and just as much as a man in that situation.
Yeah, it's well, and she's like in photos, she looks small, because she's kind of thin and she's I guess well put together, I guess you would call it, but when you in real life, when you see that everyone's the same size on a screen, that's how guys like Tom Cruise, who's like barely over 5 feet tall, is like some action hero tough guy, where in real life, like any one of us would be taking his lunch money, but yeah, in real life, when people stand next to her and she's like 5-6 inches taller than them, they're like, oh shit, this is this is a big bitch right here, which to rescue, everybody's short, but she's my height. I mean, we're pretty much
that
the
like
same
5'2" or 5'3"?
Yeah, right around there somewhere.
Hoorah, Kentucky.
Shift knows. I did learn a lot of lessons from that woman. It's weird stuff too. It's like, this is one I like to tell. All right. I was the only boy. So I had two much older sisters, like 12 years older than me. And then I had my mom, and that was it. I was the only boy. So any outdoor activity, usually doing the stalls, killing anything, that was all my job, right? Well, in my teens, when I was pretty wild, I was doing the yard. So it was, of course, I was going to notice the brand new leaf rake, the plastic leaf rake that was in the closet in the front of the house. All right, I saw a brand new leaf rake. I'm like, cool, you got a new, no, you can't use that. What? You can't use that. That's my rake. Okay, so this rake sat in there for a couple of years where I wasn't allowed to use this leaf rake. And I never seen her use it. So after a spell, you start to really wonder, what is the purpose of that rake and why is it in the house? All right, that's what I had to ask myself over and over and over until I figured it out. You know what it was for, Bug Out?
Fanning a fire?
No, that woman, she used to rake the carpeting all in one direction so she could see who was in the house when she wasn't home.
Oh, yeah. It's a good idea.
It's just one example of how I grew up. It was a pain in the ass.
Well, if it's any consolation, Carl, you just made me feel a whole lot better about my younger years, because I used to thought it was weird that I would put tape on the door, toothpicks in the gaps. So now that I know that there was somebody else that was tripping just as bad as I was, I don't feel so lonely.
All of it in the book, all that, everything you said. There was every trick in the book. She would, if she suspected I had something, she would have the police dogs come to the house, and when I wasn't there, and find it. And I'm talking stashes that no normal person should find. All right, like reaching my arm into the duct work on the floor after removing the vent and tin snipping a little flap in the sheet metal as far as I can reach to put my stash inside there, and I'd come home and it was sitting on the kitchen table when I got there. And it's like, how in the world did you find? Well, I figured out she started having the canines come home with her sometimes just to check.
Well,
was paranoid Huckleberry back in them days. It was a rough crowd.
It was a different game back then too, though, man. It was no harm, no foul. Also,
Well, you learn, you leave civilians alone.
Because I'll tell you, and I wish there was a 19-year-old college student here to tell me how much privilege I have, after I tell the story. But I can't tell you how many times growing up in the city, we would do something and the cops would look at us and go, well, you got two options. We can arrest you or we can kick your ass. That was what cops said to us when we were in the teenage years. And we always said, man, I don't want to get my ass kicked twice. I don't want to get arrested and then get my ass kicked when I get home. Why don't you just kick my ass and then it's over? You know, then it's just one ass whipping I got to worry about instead of, you know, other stuff. So we'd get smacked around by the cops and, you know, basically like the school bully picking on the little wimpy kid, you know, like they would make an example out of us and then humiliate us in front of our friends, and then they would move on their way. You know, that's kind of how they did stuff back then. You couldn't do that today. And if you did that today, they'd have a riot. You know,
anything I did before the age of 16.
I remember getting busted with weed in the trunk whenever I was a teenager. And what they did is they took it out, dumped it out on the ground, swashed it all with their feet, stomped all over it, put me over the hood. I got about 6 licks with this strap. It's a sharpening strap. 6 licks, and then got told I better go home and don't get caught again with that shit. And that was how that got addressed. Nowadays, hell, a joint in the ashtray and your ass is going to jail.
Yeah, see, all right, it was different for me, guys. This is what happened. From being born to age 9, I had 1,000 acres, 7 swamps, horses, giant ranch, all the land in the world to roam I wanted. All right. And then when I was 9, they moved me away from it and put me in the city. And the first city I went to, it was constant fights and trouble. And within a year, we moved to another city, and that's where she got that job. And I would get home from school at like 3:30 in the afternoon. She'd leave for work at 4 until midnight. And I didn't want to stay home alone in a house in a city. I had places to go. And it started off by the time I was 10, she had the cops chasing me around town everywhere I went, picking me up, taking me back, until finally the cops were like, we're not doing it anymore. You're not doing anything about it. We're not picking them up. We're going to let them go. So she said, take them to the juvie. So the first time they tried to take me to the juvie, they got me halfway there before I broke out of the car and got away, which I was on the run for a while. And then I turned myself in to try to get it all fixed, and they tricked me and they put me in for longer, and I broke out of that place and went on the run. And I had from age 10 to 15.
Later, money.
I was either on the run or locked up in maximum security holding places. I was in Star Commonwealth Boys Training School, Work Ed, Camp Oakland, J Building, Meadowview, Fairlawn. They put me in every program they put me in. I would run because I have a problem with authority. By the time I was 12 years old when I socked my first cop. I knocked him out in downtown Oxford, Michigan, right with his car running. He grabbed me and I laid him out and left him. And then I ran through the police station, called my mom all kinds of names, ran out of the police station with the whole police station chasing me, and got away. I also made the front page of the paper in Pontiac and Detroit a couple times because of breaking out of maximum security holding facilities. I mean, getting over the 25-foot barbed wire fence or busting out the front windows with everybody in the building working on it together. I got away out of the middle of the courthouse in Pontiac, Michigan from 2 cops, and I was in full restraints when I got away from them. I've sat and taught the chief of police, Chief Halzenbeck in Oxford, Michigan, how to pick all 3 style of handcuffs they had in the 70s. I did all this before I reached the age of 15. When I was 15, the judge gave me a break. I was going in for a hearing, and he says, you know what? I don't even know why you're here, Mr. Fraser. Why are you? I don't see a crime. All I see is you run and you get into fights with people. And I said, look, there was no crime. They just try to keep control of me. He says, well, what do you want? I said, I want to work. I hate school. I want to be left alone. He says, that's all you want? I said, that's all I want, sir. And he let me go at age 15. Said if he was going to see me again, up until I was 18, he was going to keep me till I was 21 because I was something they call it a ward of the state of Michigan. The state owned me. That was my parent. My mom was no longer my parent, and he had complete control over me. Well, he let me go at 15. I haven't had so much as a traffic ticket since I was 15 years of age. Perfectly clean record, nothing on me. And all that juvenile history, the only way they can access it is because, federal or something. Which is part of the reason I had other issues with that in the past, and after that. But my whole childhood, man, I was hanging out with, I did my own tattoos when I was 12 years old. You know, I was shot before I was a teenager. I was stabbed. I was, you know, in maybe 100 fights before I was 15 years of age. You know, it was just a crazy lifetime. It seems like a different life now at this age. Looking back at this stuff, because sometimes I have dreams about it and all that, but it's just really a strange thing to know what I've gone through. You know, I saw so many dead people before I even turned. You know, before I was even really a teenager, I'd experienced a lot of death and stuff. That's how I grew up, bug out. That's pretty much why I am who I am, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty extreme. I mean, we were...
I've got lots of stories, brother. I mean, they chased me through multiple counties. Like, I one time was chased on foot through 4 counties by 6 police departments, and they couldn't catch me. And they tried. You know, I mean, it was something. You've heard of The Preacher's Daughter? I was the cop's son.
I was just the criminal.
Well,
we were a pretty rough crowd, man. So I definitely know where you're coming from. And in those days, we weren't anything like that kind of wild, but we were wild. If this was another room, I would have been the one with the wild stories. Let's put it that way. But yeah, it was nothing. It was nothing compared to that. But it was definitely to the point where,
dude, I respect you 100%. I know you've been through a lot of shit I have not been through. I like the people to know where I come from, because I don't ever want to claim to be something I'm not. I'm not even a 7th grader. I didn't even finish the 7th grade, man. I got into like a dozen fights with teachers who thought they were going to swat me. I mean, chairs up against their face, warrants out for their arrest, fucking fist fights with teachers. That's the kind of shit that I went through, man.
No, I'm just glad you got it together before you got too far, because that was the one mistake I made. I didn't.
Well, yeah. How did you begin to deal with the authority? Like, how did you figure it out? What was your moment?
There were 2 factors, you know. Me not being a religious type, I went through my whole childhood without going to church. Nobody ever took me to church. I never read the Bible until I was probably 15 when I first started reading the Bible. But when they let me out, I already had a girlfriend, and I was with her for 5 years or so, and I attribute part of that to me wanting to be with her and not wanting to fuck it up, and the other part to this. I've only had one nightmare in my life. All right, well, God, this is. I had a nightmare that changed my whole life. All right, in this nightmare, I'm standing in a field with hundreds of people, like we're waiting for fireworks. And you know how the crowd goes ooh and ah and stuff when they see the fireworks? Well, the stars moved and the crowd went ooh, and I saw the stars descend, and it formed the shape of a V. And when it was close enough to me to discern what it was, I realized it was angels. It was steel eyes and double-edged swords, and they were angry. And in that part, I fell to my knees and relived everything I just skimmed over. Every wrong thing I'd ever done in my entire life. Everything I swiped, everybody I ever punched, everything I ever did, all rushed back in a split second. And that's when I woke up and I was covered in a sweat. Like, I don't think I still have been that sweating from something in my life, and remembered it all to a T before I read the Bible. All right. And I started reading the Bible after that. And it wasn't, all right. I guess what it made me want was to never do things wrong or be wrong again. You know, it's like, I don't want to hurt people. I have no malice in my heart, brother. Some people might recognize that about me. It would take an awful lot to get me mad. In fact, I've had people attempt to hit me and still doesn't get me mad. I've been, you know, I'll just hold them on the ground till they're done. All right. there's something, I have a calm in me now, and I don't know how else to explain that.
Yeah, glad to hear it, mate.
Yeah, mine just kind of slowly burned out. I just used all my fuel, and now my check fuel light is on, and now I'm just afraid to get mad because I don't know where I'm going to get more juice from when I burn it all. I just got to save some,
Well, I know that fuel's in me. I have outlets for it. Martial arts helps. Shooting helps. Nature is the ultimate therapy for me. Spending a lot of time in nature, and I don't know how to, if you ever worked like been a doorman, I did a lot of that at bars and stuff like that. And I was always the guy that tried to contain a situation, always the guy that talked to the cops, that kind of thing. But I have a calm about me in a situation that is not, I know for a fact it's kind of rare. Whereas, let's say you're at a bar and there's 75 people in there. All of a sudden, everybody starts running and screaming in one direction. I'm the guy that's going to go towards what they're running from. I always have been. All right. It's something that you're not even, I don't even think that you have full control of that. It's your natural way of reacting to something, and I know that a lot of people don't have this. There's very few people that have it. I don't know how to word that best, but I know it's something that's different in me.
Yeah. I've definitely, some people definitely did not get lucky when it comes to reaction. I can definitely agree with you there. I've known some people that, nothing is usually the worst option when it comes to reaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're all laughing in chat. I don't know what, I guess some of that stuff you gotta learn it yourself.
Milkmaid said there was no puss in her cow today, and so then they've been joking because then it's like now it's hung, and then the hurricane's like, so it was a cow, but so now it's hung, and so yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Bowler has
chat went so.
So they can joke about the cow, but I can't.
Well, yeah, Milkmaid just doesn't want you to mention the cow. It's a personal
Huckleberry,
attack
I
on
don't
you.
even care. I've told some of this stuff on other chats, but the more I get to know all you people, is the more I want you to know about it, because it's like, I really am. I'm not even a 7th grader. There's a lot of things I'm lacking in that you people have,
Monkeys in the tree.
You've
Where the hell are
experienced
you at,
things
Scat Pack?
I never will.
You kind of got my curiosity now, Scat Pack. Where are you at? Because Scat Pack has monkeys in the trees.
Did you know that yesterday and whatever that committee was, that the us admitted that we've been training Ukrainians on our own soil and then sending them back to Ukraine?
Oh,
did you guys hear about
I
that?
didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
I missed that one.
And apparently we've been doing it since 2014, by the way.
Sounds about right.
That's a detail that, if we're trying to stay out of this bullshit, like, we're not doing a good job of it. Let's put it that way.
No, they're so not. I do want to address this hurricane. You people, Indy checked in on him. He's doing good. Humor's still there. So he's doing okay. And no, he didn't break anything.
Oh, he probably broke his pride pretty wide open, I imagine.
I imagine so. That was definitely something.
Yeah,
Well,
anyway.
I'm glad you pulled it together, though, Carl. I will say that, because I was just kind of reminiscing as you're talking, but I didn't slow my roll none. So I went ahead.
Thank you, brother. I'm
commenced to
sorry
doing
you
others.
didn't.
I visited I don't know how many dozens of rehabs and then ended up in the penitentiary twice. So,
Well, I'll
No
say this,
fun.
man. My good friends that I had growing up, when I got out of the military, they had transformed from the wild and crazy guys that I knew to junkies, and that happened while I was gone. And I still to this day, man, I'm like, like I had a few bad experiences in the military, and I guess everybody does, but I dodged that bullet. I feel like the luckiest guy on earth, to be honest.
So do I. I hear you there. I mean, I should be dead 35 times over. I never expected to live past 21 living the way I was. I really kind of figured I was going to have a short lifespan. And now look at me. It feels like it's all a bonus, like I won the bonus round, and now I'm just, I appreciate what I have, and I've been lucky about substances because I like to be in full control of my faculties. The only thing I've ever really liked is to smoke pot because I never lose control of my faculties. It's like I have done my share of drinking. It's just that, I can't drink a lot and go out in the public and feel like I belong there. I can smoke as much pot as I want. Nobody'd ever know the difference.
yeah. Amy, 556, her house got tore up. The fence is down. Insurance has given her a hassle, but they're all okay and the animals are okay. She was here earlier checking in, but she was still tired, so she went to go rest. So, okay, go ahead, Carl. Sorry, somebody asked about 556.
I'm just glad she's okay. Nobody's hurt. That's the good news.
Yeah. Well, especially, I don't know, did you see the news footage that I showed earlier, Carl?
No, probably not. Because
there was,
like I said, this time when I came in, I commented right away when I got here.
Right. I did a news report. I put it up there out of there, and they were showing, and hell, there was a dad. He's still in the hospital with a broke, Chad'll correct me too. I think it was a broke hip, broke ribs, and they had to sew his ear back on. But dad went to save his daughter that was in a travel trailer, and it went to rolling, and it showed how it was all jacked up. So yeah, they had some good little incidents up there. Tornadoes. And there was one guy with his son, and he was like, yeah, I was fixing to go over to my mother-in-law's, and then heard the sound, so went and got in the closet, and 15 seconds later it was over, because he apparently caught it right as it was touching down right there.
And for your ladies in the chat, and some interesting knowledge, if you're ever in a real bind, it only takes 7 to 9 pounds of foot pressure to pull a human ear off the skull, and a person can hardly operate anything when his ear is ripped off. Keep that one in mind, gals.
God, it only takes 10 pounds of pressure to break the top of the skull. So, I mean, if you're going to rip an ear off, why not just go for the off switch,
Well, because if you're, being restrained, sometimes that ear is right there, even where you can bite it.
Oh, pull the old Tyson, huh?
Well, what works.
Like, I wonder how many days Van Gogh had to call into work after that bright idea of cutting his ear off, Don't you think that he probably did that? He probably did that by accident and then just said he did it for that girl. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
right. It's funny, but have you ever really had your ear boxed? Has anybody ever clapped your ear? Is that not one of the most painful hits there is?
Dude, I can do you one better. I actually had my eardrum sucked out of its canal and split open in an explosion when it sucked the air out.
I was gonna say, I knew exactly what you're talking about. I'm sorry, man. But
worst thing anybody could do would be to hit me in the head area. That's why I've laughed for decades in my life going, feel free. Matter of fact, I had 9 just a few years ago try that. It didn't.
Well, I had a buddy tell me that because he lost his ear and had it sewed back on successfully, but he said he was boxed in the ear when he was younger. But he said, imagine 10 times that. That's what it was like losing his ear.
Yeah, now if somebody bit it off or if it got tore off, that's definitely a different sensation. But yeah, you can pretty much hit me anywhere in my whole upper body, and been there, done that. Ain't gonna teach me nothing new.
Well, I know when my eardrum split, it actually felt good because the pain for the 1.5 seconds before that was so bad. I mean, it was agonizing, and then it was over. It just ended. It popped like a zit, you know? And actually it made, you know that noise when your ears pop in the airplane, how it goes pop, 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 pop?
Yeah.
It was like somebody popped an entire row of bubble wrap inside of my ear, you know? But every pop felt good. Oh God, it felt so good because that instantaneous pain, it was so bad that right as my body was trying to register how much pain that was, the eardrum split, and then that just went when all the pressure was gone, you know?
Yeah.
But man,
instant relief.
I had vertigo for probably off and on, you know, the first 2 weeks for sure, but off and on for probably a month and a half. And then it's the right side of me. It felt like I was listening to people through a fish tank, putting my ear up to it, you know? That I thought that was never going to come back, but it slowly got better. And I always heard that when you perforate your eardrum, it never heals right. But I don't know. I mean, my hearing's fucked up. Don't get me wrong, but like I can still hear stuff in my right ear, like almost normal, but whatever normal-ish is, you know.
Right. No, that's better than not being able to hear it all. That just blows my mind, though. Would it be like some kind of disconnect for a nerve, like in a tooth? You know, if you got a bad tooth, as soon as the nerve dies, that pain goes away. You know, I felt that nerve die. It was instant relief. I wonder if it's something to do with the nerve.
Well, it's from the pressure. You know, the gases and the liquids in your body are not as apt to compress as your tissues are. So what happens is you get a 15 psi wave that goes through your body, you know, and if it's a thermobaric, it's fighting you for oxygen. It's sucking oxygen into it, right? So not only do you have that shock wave coming out, but you have another wave going into it where the air is coming out. And I've seen in Iraq where that effect was so strong that it would suck people's lungs out of their mouth. So when you see dead bodies where their lungs are outside of their mouth and their eyes are all popped out, that was a thermobaric, you know?
Yeah.
Or depleted uranium if they're inside of a tank, because with depleted uranium, the bullet goes in one side and it goes out the other side, and it's moving and it's so dense and it's moving so fast that the hole is exactly the size of the bullet, but it'll suck the people out of the exit holes. And the people that don't get sucked out, it'll pull your lungs out, and it'll pull like parts of your skin off and stuff. It's really weird, man. But when you do the BDAs and you go in there counting fingers and toes to see how many people died, it's definitely challenging when you just got a pile of lasagna inside of a tank and you've got to start counting shoes and shit, you know, trying to figure out.
You use that word. That is so weird. All right. I had a buddy who was in 3rd Armored Cav and, you know, Desert Storm. It was right there with Storm and Norman. And he said his first mistake was, he was in a Bradley. And his first mistake was stopping at his first kill. And he goes out and he was checking, like you said, counting. He said it looked like a bowl of spaghetti to him. The body was still in the pilot seat, but it was nothing but a skull full of spaghetti and meatballs. And you used ravioli though.
Right, but it's weird though. Like with that depleted uranium shit is a totally different animal, man. Like boots and belts don't get sucked out of the hole. Leather won't do it, but the uniforms and the skin and the tissue, anything that's gooey and wet, it'll go right out that freaking hole, man. It's nuts. It looks like a porta-john full of spaghetti just busted on the side of the tank, pretty much, you know. But the bones are inside, you know, and that's a weird shit, man. It's like some cartoon stuff.
Yeah, but every time I see one of those armored vehicles with a little hole in it, I can just imagine the inside.
Yeah, and that's and look at the Germans, man. They really pioneered the spall liners and stuff.
Hey, Moonshot.
The round doesn't even have to go through the tank either, and that's the part that a lot of people don't get these days. Is like you don't have to beat the armor, you just have to make the armor fail.
Yeah,
which is
and everything on the inside comes off.
Yeah, and that's why all that boxy. And you know this, Carl, but I'm kind of talking to the room now. But when you see these tanks now, these T-72 clones, and they got all those weird boxes all over them. It looks like they got a bunch of boxes of Play-Doh stuck all over them. That's what's called reactive armor. And the whole idea is that's an explosive, actually, that's on the tank. So when a round hits it, that explosive will blow up directionally, and it will act like a parachute to that incoming round that's going into the tank to slow it down. It's like a last minute, oh shit, bulletproof vest for your tank.
Yep. Only they have so many new rounds. Those ones you're talking about, the depleted uranium, what they look like a sabot round. Those even defeat the reactive armor. Now they're putting cages outside of the reactive armor and
the cages are for the RPGs,
right? But I mean, it's like that tank. It'll be lined with packs and extra. They'll put as much on the outside of that tank as they can.
Morning, dude. If I still had my Instagram right now, I probably had a dozen photos of RPG rockets stuck in those cages. I would take pictures whenever I came across one, and I'd go, I'd be standing right next to it, and I'm like, shit, I might as well take a picture. Click, like
you realize
those cages work, man.
Of the current moment, and the reality of the current moment, I've got probably 20 of them saved that they're trying to put it out there how much that caged reflection is failing. They're trying to make a point that is not working over there.
Well,
because they keep showing it.
I mean, who knows how many times it didn't work, but I can guarantee you that there are times that it does. And hey, let's go to our ban guns conversation. If it can save just one child, then it's worth it, right?
Right.
I mean, why doesn't that apply to this other stuff? Like, they're smuggling fentanyl across the border. Well, if we can save just one child from getting hooked on fentanyl, let's shut the border down, because just one child is worth it for me,
Yep. I mean, not to mention, it doesn't cost that much to add those extra things to it to try to,
And those retrofits are like, that's everything. Those little cages and little whiz bangs and stuff, that's stopping you from having to draft, implement R&D, and then field a new vehicle. Like, you should be glad that somebody thought of those cages, because that's like, and some cages are better than others. And in fact, I think, what was it, the Brits or the Polish? I can't remember. But one of them, theirs was the best. Like, theirs seemed to work every time. Ours was a little janky compared to theirs, but
they probably used titanium or something.
Yeah, and I don't know what the materials were, to be honest, because those came after my military days. Was when in my contracting days was when I got used to those cages and stuff. We didn't have that shit back in my day.
Well, it had to make it also easier for tying up the camouflage netting and all that stuff. You should have had more cargo space with that on there.
Well, yeah. Now, like, if you're talking about the U.S. vehicles and stuff with the MAT-Vs and stuff, it's really weird because there's not a lot of crew space, but there's a shitload of cargo space in the back and stuff. And
all over, right?
And only the crew section of a MAT-V is armored, because they were trying to lighten it a little bit, where the entire MRAP is armored. But if you look at the MRAP, it's a bunch of seats with no storage. So, like, you have a bunch of storage with no seats, and then you have a bunch of seats with no storage. It's like, we still haven't gotten it right. But the Oshkosh is kind of like, the Oshkosh and the Bearcat are the ones that probably make the most sense. But I'll tell you, man, these vehicles are too heavy. You go off road with those things, and it better not have rained or any of that kind of crap, because those things are sinking, man. If you go in sand, I can't tell you how many of those V-hole up armored vehicles we pulled out of sand, you know, because we just used up armored F550s, but they were flat, so we were mine prone. You know what I mean? But as far as traction goes, man, we could pull anything out of the sand, you know.
Well, that's kind of weird that they would not. I mean, they've had plenty of platforms they could have built on. All they would have had to do is kept the V-hull design for the EODs, you know. But still, they could have had tracked versions of that. They've got all kinds of newfangled tracks and stuff.
Well, the other problem is that those vehicles were too big. They didn't even fit in the back roads in Afghanistan. So they couldn't go on half the roads that were available because they were too big. They couldn't navigate once they got onto the roads. They couldn't turn or anything. And
you know, I noticed that they do have a wide turning radius, don't they?
And well, they were just wide open for ambush too. So like they just couldn't really go in the city. You know, they had to really walk on eggshells in the city because like their routes were predictable because there were so many roads they couldn't take. You know what I mean? And so they, you know, if they caught wind of a convoy going, which, you know, imagine because they were always ready. So if an hour or two away there's a convoy going towards Gardez or whatever, or you know, Kunar province or something, they'll call their buddy and say, hey man, there's a convoy coming your way. And then they're like, oh, let's fire up the IEDs, you know, and then they've got an hour to get ready for these guys to drive through. And they got 2 or 3 guesses on which route they're going to take. But if they were a well-oiled machine, they would have set up IEDs on all 3 of them. You see what I mean? So like, you know, if it's a half-ass operation,
that was partly from not having enough of our munitions.
Well, when Obama was president, we weren't allowed to use them even if we had them. So, you know, you had to lie, man. Like, and that was the one luxury that we had on the Pony Express. We didn't report to anybody. So if something happened to us, we didn't tell anybody. We kept it a secret. We didn't say shit, you know?
Well, maybe this was maybe this is something the media misportrayed to me. But I was under the understanding that their most common one was our own artillery pieces modified and used against us.
Well, if the media said that, they did their best. The Chinese 107 millimeter rocket is the most common military. As far as a military munition goes, the Chinese 107 millimeter rocket is the most common, hands down, that they use.
That rounded looking one, the egg-shaped one.
Yeah. It's got a weird spinning gyro motor in the back that gives it lift, and it doesn't really look like it would fly very well, and it doesn't. But but it works. You know, it works for what they're using it for, and they use a lot of those. But you know, a 107 doesn't really have all that impressive. You know, it doesn't really, or I've never seen it do an airburst. Let's put it that way. You know, they explode on impact. You know, and if they do have an airburst function, the GANs didn't know how to figure it out, because I've never seen a 107 blow up in the air unless it was hit by a C-RAM. You know,
right?
But, and you know, anything blowing up on the ground is twice as safe as something blowing up in the air. So I really wasn't that afraid of 107s, because it was like a lottery ticket. It was like a scratch off. It was like either they got you or they didn't. And if you're still looking at the guy next to you, like you're still alive, that means, you know what I mean? So you're like, okay, I think we're good, you know? And, you know, you'd be the last one to know if they got you, you know? That's all I'm saying. But
they put it in garbage piles and cars and curbs and under the road, and they did it any way they could to you guys.
Oh yeah, like fresh patches of blacktop on a road. Never trust that ever. That'll always blow up. And then when you come home and you drive, it's really weird because I didn't notice until my wife got mad and she never wanted me to drive, and I thought she was just being like weird, but she was like, yeah, you'll drive on the freaking sidewalk sometimes, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I started realizing I was still dodging patches of blacktop and shit, and I just did it without thinking, So
wow. That might come in handy.
Or like a refrigerator box on the side of the road. Not this guy.
Right. Yeah.
That's a bomb.
Right, I still can't sit anywhere but with my back against the wall in the corner, away from everybody as far as I can get.
Yeah.
There's things that you pick up through life that'll never change, man. But again, those things might become assets again at some point.
But yeah, it's a good practice, as they say in corporate America, best practice. I always hate when corporate people say best practice, but yeah, it applies.
You could have stopped as I always hate corporate people. Did I say that out loud? Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Well, if you think about it, here's what's funny is, in corporate America, they say that they're concerned with people's feelings, but they use the corporate mindset to directly go after people. They use
I
the
do
corporate.
understand that much. That's the way I say that is that, no nice guys I know were good at business.
Oh, yeah. And how they teach business school now is the reason why we're failing at business. Like, for example, you make a corporation, you go into business, you go bankrupt, you cut all your ties, but nobody's responsible because it's a corporation. Then you start a new corporation and you do the same thing over again. And like how that became okay is just beyond me. But okay, that being the practice, why the hell did we bail all the banks and car manufacturers out in 2008? Like there's clearly a policy in place for that. So why didn't we just let them fail and start over again with impunity like they always do? Why did they have to give them all of our money? That's the part I don't understand. It was stupid.
Northern Michigan died in 2008. There were hopes and dreams everywhere you went. There were new businesses and mom and pop things, and everybody had a new house and they were building up there, and it all just went under, and then you couldn't even get a job.
Yeah, that's dude, tell me about it. I lived in I actually, because of that, I moved to Cincinnati from Florida again, because I was like, man, I got to throw money down on a house before the market gets all screwed up. I didn't know they were just going to print money and hand it out and pretend like it never happened, I mean, who does that? But I mean, shit, look at us now. We're like, Pakistan, you want 13 billion? Here you go. Ukraine, you want 80 bajillion for your border? Here, take it,
I've never been able to understand it either, man. I'm all as old. I still never had a credit card, ever. Never had a credit card. Everything I've ever bought, I paid for in cash. If I couldn't afford it, I couldn't get it. If I didn't have the money for it, I didn't need it. And I prefer it this way. At least, I could be broke now, but I don't owe anybody. And I mean, I don't know if I did it wrong or right, but I'm satisfied with what I have had. I'm satisfied with the way I did it.
Well, yeah, I could definitely say that I learned how to play the credit game, and it does have its merits, but the problem is, if you're good with credit, that means that you're bad with spending money. You have to spend money to have good credit. That's the problem. You have to keep playing. You have to stand at the roulette table and keep throwing dice, or your credit goes down.
He used to, Ron. He used to live in Cincinnati. Now he's down in Florida.
Yeah, he and I have talked about that before. He probably doesn't remember, I guess. But that's Outdoor Adventures with Ron, maybe something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he lives in Erlanger
in Kentucky. There used to be a really good hydroponic store there called Worms Way, but I think it shut down. I think he's the one that told me that.
Hey, will you hold down the fort? I'm going to visit the latrine.
I think maybe me and Bugga could talk about something.
I think you probably could. Okay, I'll be right back.
Awkward silence for 2 minutes, Bug Out.
Yeah, tell me about it.
No, I got to visit Florida a few times, but I've never been able to spend much time there. You know, the first time I went to Florida, it was completely unplanned. It was in 1980, and I was coming back from the Bahamas in a big jetliner that I could see the coast of Florida. You know, it was like beautiful day. You know how no clouds in the sky, nothing going on. And this plane went into convulsions, man. It started banging around. So I'm at the window seat, and I could see the wings were flapping like a bird. The inside of the airplane broke in pieces. All the consoles above us broke. All the oxygen mask, everybody's luggage, everything fell out on everybody. The pilot came on the radio and says, "We're going to make a landing," and he made it sound like he was trying to calm us. And that's where everybody just kind of, I could see the whole plane load of people, maybe 75 people, all wrote themselves off at that moment. Everybody's seat belted up, and that you could just see that everybody was preparing to die. And that's when we made an emergency landing at the Kennedy Space Center, where there is no civilian landing, by the way. And it was one of the trippiest things I've ever gone through. The plane was flapping up and down like something like something was ramming it. All right. It was apparently the heat in the air creates turbulence, and it almost killed us right over the Bermuda Triangle. This is no shit. Anyways, they put us in an entirely different plane and flew us out of there. But that was the first time I went to Florida, man.
Yeah, those in-flight emergencies are, I mean, any of them are scary because, you know, there's two places you don't want to be when something goes wrong. And that's not on the earth, underwater or above the air. You know, those are two places you don't want to be when stuff starts going wrong, you know, because you're naked, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. But I was on a C-130 that took an evasive action and started popping chaff and stuff. And we hit 0G, and it's funny because there was a bunch of us contractors and a bunch of Marines, and we were flying out of Helmand Province, and I guess something targeted us, and they shot something at us. Well, it didn't hit us or whatever, but you know, there was, God, probably 20-something Marines on there, and every one of them was asleep, and every one of them had a cup full of dip. So when we hit 0G, I just saw dip spit floating in the air, you know. And I was like, oh no. And I grabbed my laptop and held it to my chest as tight as I could, because when they righted the plane and things got normal again, all that dip spit hit the ground. It was like one big saliva splash, and all you could smell for the rest of the flight was wintergreen. It was like the nastiest shit ever. And
that's some story there.
Man, it was crazy. But yeah, I was floating, you know, like the seatbelt was holding me in the seat, you know, like it would have been like Kennedy Space Center at Space Camp or something. Like we all just would have been floating around there, but all the people's stuff did float around, you know, and oh man, it was crazy. And man, I had dip spit all over my luggage and dip spit everywhere. And then, like, you know, when I finally got home,
I don't know why, but when you were telling that story, I could see the slow motion and everything. Like it was in a movie.
But most of the plane was asleep because of, you know, when you fly a lot, the first thing you do, and it's just like a Zen thing, that you make yourself fall asleep. But for some reason, I was awake. And normally I'm the first one out, you know. But I just happened to be awake when it happened, and I saw my laptop kind of floating up in the air, and I was like, "Ooh, I need that," you know. And I grabbed it, and you know, a couple seconds later, when it flattened out, everything was ruined. Oh God, it was terrible. I had to wash all my clothes because I had a canvas deployment bag. And I found out that day it wasn't waterproof because dipspit got all in it. And, yeah, it was terrible. It was horrible.
I watched a guy at a party. I watched a guy at a party take a big old swig of dip out of a beer can. He thought it was his beer.
Oh,
he turned green.
Thank you for coming up, Sharon, too. Hopefully your friend will help you figure out your phone. You can come up tonight when I come on. That would be cool.
It's weird how those moments in time stick with you, isn't it, Bug Out?
Yeah, I'll never forget that one because it was the first time anything like that ever happened to me, you know? So, like, a part of me was like, oh man, we're gonna die. We're gonna get hit with a rocket. But the other half of me was like, man, I really want to see how this plays out, you know? Looking at all that spit in the air, you know? So, I didn't know which way to go.
Oh. I remember when I was probably 10 years old, I swiped a can of Skull from some gas station. And I'd never tried it before. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Never had nobody tell me what I was doing. And I swallowed that first chaw. And I remember walking home, just burping up menthol, just nasty. I didn't know you were supposed to spit it out.
Oh yeah, we had we'd go in these foundations when they were building houses, and we would play like they were castles because it was just the concrete. You know what I mean? So whenever they would build a house, we were like, oh man, this is going to be cool. You know, like for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, like we're going to really get the most out of this foundation before they start building it. And it's like not the same anymore, you know? And on one of those job sites, and I remember it was Halloween, just happened to be. So it was like the day before Halloween is when this happened, because Halloween is when the rest of the story took place. But it just so happened like these guys left a bunch of tools and stuff there and all that stuff. But there was a can of those Skull Bandits, like the Skull tobacco in the little bags, the little pouches. And we all took one and we were like, woo, you know, we got a head rush and all that stuff. And we were like, oh man, on Halloween, like we're going to take a bunch of these. This is going to be great, you know? And sure enough, turns out later, you know, the biggest problem with addiction friend that I ended up having later was this was probably the first time that it reared its ugly head, because on Halloween, we all took some of the Skull Bandits and then the can went missing. And we were like, where's the can of stuff? Where is it? And we couldn't find it anywhere. And we were like, man, some dumbass lost it. No, that kid stole the can. When we were done trick-or-treating, he went home and he took all of them and he started throwing up and stuff. He poisoned himself, you know? And that kid's parents called all of our parents because, of course, he said that we made him do it, right? And
man.
And you terrible kids, you made my poor little angel take all that stuff, and he didn't want to do it, and you made him do it. And we were just, and I just told the truth. I was like, no, we wanted to take that stuff too, but he stole the can like a retard, and he took all of it, which was going to get split 5 ways, you know? And yeah, but later on, that was the guy. That was the dude later that just couldn't, he didn't know when to stop, you know?
Hope everybody got out of that house all right.
Yeah, I'm going to play this real quick for V and other people that didn't see. This is the damage that happened up in North Texas where 556 was.
My parents can always check my glucose levels just by looking.
Go away. We've got 10 seconds. Oh, I can't mute it.
Looking at their cell phones.
I share my number. There we go. Didn't want to have to listen to that shit. All right, we're down to 3 seconds. Come on, get over it.
So it was at least 3 tornadoes touching down in North Texas last night. Hello, everybody. I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock.
Right.
Two were in Johnson County. The strongest was an EF2 tornado that touched down in northern Johnson County. At least 90 structures were damaged. A smaller EF0 struck Keene near Cleburne. This was all going on about this time last night. Nobody was killed, but one man, a father trying to protect his daughter from the storm, was seriously injured and remains in the hospital tonight. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is live in Egan, just south of Burleson. Peyton.
Steve, and daylight today revealed what that EF2 tornado left behind. This RV trailer behind me split in half after rolling over multiple times. And Johnson County Emergency Management tells me that the damage is widespread, covering multiple cities.
It's like surreal almost.
17-year-old Brittany Deaton looks back at her damaged travel trailer behind her. During Monday night's EF2 tornado, she was trapped inside until her dad, Sean Zeleny, rescued her.
At the moment, he's in surgery for his left hip.
Tuesday, Deaton is thankful her dad is alive. Zeleny is in a Fort Worth hospital with a broken hip, broken ribs, a broken nose, and his ear had to be sewn back on. As the EF2 tornado ripped through the family's front yard just south of Burleson, both tried to run to the main house, but the RV rolled over them multiple times, crushing Zeleny.
If he didn't get me out, I could have died from all the impact.
It's stuck to the bird feeder.
Next door, Stephen Barnes hasn't had any time to sleep. Barnes says he helped his injured neighbor down the driveway to the ambulance waiting on the main road.
You know, and we're all lucky because we're still alive.
Barnes's property is littered with mangled debris as power companies get to work. His carport is sliced in half by a metal panel. Thankfully, it blocked any damage from hitting his home.
We were going to go to my mother-in-law's, but I seen the trees twisting, so we went and got in the closet, and about 12, 13 seconds later, it's over.
The overnight twister with winds up to 112 miles per hour caused a trail of damage across Johnson County, from Joshua to Alvarado to Venus.
None of us could see because the lights were out.
Johnson County Emergency Management says at least 90 structures were impacted.
We have 10 paddocks where we turn horses out at, and 6 of them are damaged.
Donna Keene, her husband, and her animals at Remember Me Rescue in Burleson all weathered the storm. The top of her barns now thrown into a tree, her fences flattened.
I look over at the TV, the weatherman says, "Oh, a new warning in Burp," and then the electricity went off.
Keene grabbed a flashlight and came outside to check on her horses and donkeys, including this newborn foal.
He does not have an official name yet, but I think we'll name him EF2.
Just across the street, Deaton anxiously waits at home for her dad. She says he will be in a wheelchair for months.
Every once in a while, it'll hit me and I'll have like a meltdown because like he's not technically okay, like he's still in the hospital.
And I just spoke with Deaton. She tells me her father is still in surgery. Johnson County Emergency Management says that power companies were already at work this morning and power is slowly coming back on. And the American Red Cross is in Alvarado at the First Baptist Church for anyone who needs help. It's open tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
There we go. I just wanted to play that for V and anybody else that hadn't seen.
No, I didn't see it either.
Oh, that's right. You hadn't either.
Bug out. We lost bug out again.
Oh, yeah. Well, I might have lost him or he might have hit the wrong button. Oh.
No, he's in chat. He said something popped.
He had to go. Yeah, but 556, she's okay. No, I don't think that was 556's horses, but she has horses. She has animals too. And I didn't ask for an identifier, so I can't say that was her. I don't think it was, but it could have been. I don't know. I know that's her area, so that was, and they've lost the roof off their house, and their fence is all tore up. But that the animals and them are okay. Yeah, so that one of those could have been it. You know, I didn't ask her to identify. She's the one that even told me about the news station had it, and so that's why I pulled it up.
Texas got hammered this year.
Yeah, it's kind of nerve-wracking because we're coming up on hurricane season, and man, I know my house ain't going to go through another one. So that's what I want to see. Hell, I never recovered from the last one. That's
Why
the one
do
that
so few people in Texas have basements?
You can't do basements down here. Most of it's the gumbo mud, and the foundation is different, the soil. And I think it has to do with sea level and stuff. Or some people say that. I know right here where I'm at, you don't do cellars or basement type thing because it's a gumbo mud.
I don't remember seeing them there when I was in Texas, and I was pretty much all across the country there and seen a lot of it, but I don't remember basements.
No basements. Houses are either on slabs. Most houses are on blocks, unless you're in the cities, and then they're on slabs. Most all your
My
country
grandpa's
houses are on
house
blocks.
didn't have my grandpa's house didn't have one in Amarillo either, and that was in the city.
Yep.
My uncles and my aunts, none of them there in Amarillo had basements. You guys need to get some basements.
Won't stay. They'd leak and they'll crack, and it probably wouldn't. I think that's what it is that they're not stable. Hell, just the blocks I got, you have to re-level all the time because it just.
I just seen a video of this kit where they come in and they use the concrete saws and cut out the floor of your concrete pad right in the middle of your garage, and they install a sliding metal door over a fixed pit that's lined with concrete and metal that's just big enough to shelter a family. I wonder how much those things really do cost. I saw that it was a good video, but I'd never seen a price.
Yeah. And by the way, morning, William. I saw where you came in.
Hey, William. Unspecified B.
Miss Christina.
I said hey to 1A if you didn't hear me. Oh, yeah, Christina's here too. One day I'm going to do a show with Bug Out on my live or another live or something, and we're going to do just surplus talk. We'll bring out all our gear, figured out how I can do my camera where I can show what I'm doing while I'm doing the camera, so it probably turn out to be a pretty long stream if we really, did this.
There you go. People will watch.
I think there might be a few.
Oh, yeah.
He obviously knows a lot more about the foreign surplus stuff. I'm more of an expert on the U.S. issue surplus stuff.
Right.
I've seen William, his comment, it's pretty much true that the vets don't usually talk about that stuff. I've been fortunate in my line of work, even before selling and modifying surplus. I was lucky enough to hear a lot of stories from vets. If I'd be set up at a gun show or a market or something, and you got all that military stuff hanging all over the place and all these things on the tables, they can't help but think about that. That's usually, I think, how it started. They'll pick up a piece of gear and go, "Oh yeah, I had one of those," and I would go, "Whoa, yeah, where were you?" And the next thing you know, they're telling me I've had them. I've had many a man in my realm there in tears telling me about what they've been through.
Have a good day,
I
brother.
treasure the fact that they will tell me that stuff, Rescue.
Yep. Find a smile, Ron, or be the reason somebody smiles, brother. Get you some rest. I don't know, yeah, all you have to do is ask Bug Out something. But I think what it is too, and I get what William's saying, because I think a lot of that, I know that the action part, a lot of people don't like to talk about, just because, I don't know. I know certain circumstances bring up emotions. And so, but now as far as items and stuff, it's like, hell, I can tell you about stuff inside, and just so actions aren't so bad, or equipment. I don't think that they mind that. I mean, hell, I know a lot of guys that'll sit there and we could talk gear and talk, or you'll talk about the pew-pews, or he goes, but an actual engagement is what they usually never want to entertain those conversations on. Oh, well, what was that when you went in there, when you did this? And because most people don't like reminiscing the gruesome parts.
Right. I wouldn't initiate that, but if they go there, I've heard it,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's them. Sometimes I think some of them need to just get it out because they either haven't been around anybody that they feel would understand or wanted to hear it. And so if they got a chance, then it lets them get it out and vent. And
I think you just nailed it right there, brother. I think you just pegged that one right on the, I think my first experience with that was he got up before it ended. This was probably 74, but this guy just lived alone. It's up north Traverse City in the middle of nowhere. Little tiny house, lived alone, and everybody that talked to everybody never talked to him. And it stood out to me, it's like, I don't know why everybody ignores this guy, and everybody pretty much told me, no, just leave him alone. He likes to be left alone. Well, apparently not, because as soon as I talked to him, the next thing you know, I was his buddy, and we were out blowing the doors off of junk cars together and all kinds of stuff. All right. And I hung out with him for a long time. And, he sent a refrigerator home from Nam that had a Ma Deuce and 5 M16s in it, all disassembled, taken apart, put the refrigerator back together, and shipped it home. So he had the stuff waiting for him when he got back. And I remember he said it was like $1 for every bullet we fired on his Ma Deuce. And I remember sitting out there in the fields of Traverse City and blowing the doors off of junk cars with a 50 caliber fully automatic machine gun. But this wasn't really that old. He seemed old to me at the time, but he's probably like around 40, and he was a tunnel rat. And I didn't really understand much about warfare until I met this guy. And before long, he was showing me what they called confirmed kill shots. All right. They would go out and they would take photographs of the Viet Cong that they had killed as proof of their kill. And it was, in that day and age, it was different. Those were almost like trophies, but it wouldn't be something you'd show just anybody, and it was absolute confirmation that the man was telling everything the way it happened too, because there he is, holding up dead bodies of people that tried to kill him, with a triumphant look. And he was good at his job. And I'm sure you heard about the horrors of being a tunnel rat and stuff, but those were everyday things to him. The booby traps, all that stuff was horrible and real. And I got an inside insight to that when I was real young, and it stuck with me. And I think
a month in any combat battle situation, for a month of any violent situation, is going to feel like years. That's probably why they get so, like the tunnel rats, that's why they got so embedded in it, is because if you're living on the edge of that adrenaline every day and you just do that for a month, it's going to wear on you, and you're going to feel like it's been a year.
Well, I can believe that.
There's just something about the hyper tension, hyper accelerated environment. It just puts a different perspective. Hurricane said, what was that, her dad or her uncle? Yeah, her dad does talk about his, so people can know, but it depends on the stories and the person.
Yeah, and you don't even, like I said, I don't ever initiate it, but if they're willing to share their stories, and I've heard a lot of them. Like I said, that if you're in that line of work and you got Army surplus surrounding you all the time, you get that a lot, Even World War II guys, even farther back, it's those old guys would come in and tell me stuff too, and bring me stuff. I mean, there was also that. There's a lot of guys that were in the military that they didn't want nothing to do with their old gear. They'd rather get rid of it to a guy like me, you know. So, you know, I found a lot of that kind of thing too. It's like that camouflage netting. Almost every Army infantry I've ever met goes, "Oh, that stuff's evil." I mean, literally in those words, that stuff's evil, because it would snag every button they had on their gear, you know. And they just hated having to set it up and put it away and all that.
Oh, Scat Pack's dad was a Green Beret. He was under a 75-year no-till, so they never heard anything.
Wow. I always found that era of the Green Beret fascinating. Those men were literally taught how to survive with just a knife in enemy territory. If you can't make peace with the locals, they could speak their dialect or they would learn it. They were taught how to live off the land, and they would survive. They could provide their own subsistence as they were traveling. You know, the skills that those soldiers were taught in that era is fascinating, but it's the part.
Well, those were educated people too. That wasn't just a grunt or a gun shooter. They were educated, highly trained.
Yes, in politics, in local customs, and everything. It was like such a wide spectrum of things they had to know.
Yep, my recruiter was actually a Green Beret, and that became actually my best friend. One of my friends. I say a friend. Well, hell, he was my elder, but he was my friend. Hell, he came and scooped me up at 16. Walked me through doing the whole testing. We exercised, put me on the regiment. Swore in on my 17th birthday.
Right on.
Thought that was a nail. He was there for family altercations. If me and my dad had it, he was the one always over there. Dude, and that little old dude used to crack me up, because you'd have thought that he was out of shape, kind of barrel-chested, short. But man, that dude would whoop your ass on a handball court. And he'd raise his shirt up. And matter of fact, you could probably look up some old ass article about him down in Houston, Texas, because they have a road around Houston called the Loop, and he was actually back then.
Oh,
actually, there's a news thing where he's shot.
Well, I'd love to see that. You should look that up for me, so the next time I see you, you got to show me.
I might try to find that. I don't know. Yeah, a guy come along and shot in the side of his car, and his wife had her leg up on the dash and hit her in the leg, and just instinctively he put her head down, reached between the seats, came up with a 45, went over the top of her head and put 3 in the side of his head. And then he got transferred to Bragg after that, because they were making it a big to-do down there in Houston. So he got transferred back to Bragg, and I remember when I helped him pack up, literally had a whole cardboard box full of all those little the dark blue containers of all his medals. When that man would raise his shirt up, dude, he had like, I think it was like 8 pock marks where 8 different AK had hit him. He had been a POW and escaped from that. I mean, that man had, and that was probably one of my anchor spots in honor and integrity, respect, drive, doing the right. Because even whenever I went and did stupid shit, I never hurt nobody innocent. I was just an ugly person to other ugly people, and that's how I used to justify my behavior.
Well, that's part of like what I was talking about earlier. I've hurt people, and I always felt good, even though it was in self-defense. I always felt bad if I hurt somebody. I don't want to hurt nobody.
In the military, but I did work at a Walmart distribution center.
A Hurricane, that is a teletype system. They used to have these. They were big, massive, complicated systems of hundreds and hundreds of pounds of gear that all fits in their pocket now.
3 tours. No.
That's almost the whole thing. I mean, that's 9 years It was only 65 to 75. Well, the actual war. I mean, it did start before 65, but
Tell you what, Scat Pack, he was a very highly intelligent individual. I don't know what their requirements are nowadays, but I know back then that your dad, he had to be a man of great character back then. Those were hand selected.
69 to 71.
Oh, a hurricane. Is that when your granddad or your dad was in? I think it was her dad. Yeah, her dad was in 69, 71, and Scat Pack's dad was in.
Well, my dad, he was killed in 68, but he was in World War II Pacific, theater. He was on the USS Kitkin Bay, a flat top escort carrier. A lot of battles, actually. You can look that up too. He saw a lot of action. I've got a lot of actual combat pictures from him being there. I got pictures of the islands that they were on. He also piloted the landing craft, so he did a little bit of that too. Oh, you already knew that. You've seen I showed you my Blue Jacket manual.
Yeah. Yeah, and I got those too.
Yeah, you showed me that you found the old one too.
Yeah. Which I could get your address. Next month. I could probably send those to you. It probably wouldn't cost you much shipping.
You gonna send me what?
Those books.
You don't have to send me those books. Those are your books.
Dude, I ain't got nobody else to leave them to. So if you could enjoy them and you could do it, then it sounds fine to me.
How much longer do you think I'm going to live? I think I'm older than you.
I think you're in a whole lot better shape than I am, though, Carl.
Well, brother, I really appreciate that gesture, but I've got nobody to pass nothing down to. I've got no family, brother. I've got a few friends and stuff, but there's got to be a younger guy that would benefit.
What about the Midwest?
I'm worried about
maybe Midwest.
Somebody like that, because I've even worried about where mine ends up. Because I thought about that. When I'm gone, man, I treasure that thing. It's probably the first thing I'd grab if the house was on fire. But then when I'm gone, nobody's ever gonna, that shit sucks. That's one of those things I love watching abandoned exploring videos and stuff. But when they find those piles of pictures and old military information and stuff on people, it's lost from the family forever, and nobody even notices. Just forgotten.
Yep, you fade off, and you just like dust in the wind. Just poof. That's why been trying to just kind of get a feel of people, and then it's like, you know what? Sounds like you might be interested in this, but I see what you're saying. So yeah, maybe I ought to find a younger person that's into the.
Well, yeah, because even in the Blue Jack manual, the old one I know for sure, it can't be much different than the modern version. There's a lot of valuable information in there. Those guys want to learn knots. Well, every knot there is in that book. Those are good books. I know yours aren't going to have any different information than mine, though, either. If I was younger, I did collect like that.
They would have just updated anything, like if it was use this item to do this, well, now there's a better one of those items, then the new manuals will just say the newer item, but it would still be, I bet it's all the same.
Yeah.
Basics, it's, I don't know. I guess I might see if Bug Out. Send it down there to him. He's
younger, yeah.
Well, and he's got a son, and he's got ties, so yeah, I might see if he's in there. Hey, Flying Ryan. Sorry, sir. I just saw you had come in.
Flying Ryan, 1986.
My dad was in the Air Force and was part of the Blue Angels. Didn't fly up for the crew. That's okay. To me, Hurricane, I doubt I have a Blue Angels pilot in the chat right now. But if I do, not meaning no disrespect, but personally, when it comes to that stuff, Hurricane, while I respect the pilot's talent to fly that plane, but to me, the most honor goes to the crew on the ground, because that's what kept that plane in tip-top shape for that pilot to be able to do all that cool flying. So while the skill to do the flying is definitely impressive, but the fact that that ground crew kept that plane top-notch intact, that's where the gold badge goes. Because without them guys on the ground, homeboy in the air wouldn't have done a whole so good.
I would guess Scat Pack is talking about DuPont.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm still trying to offload stuff. I don't want to have to carry too much. You know what I mean? I'm trying to stay mobile because I'm not where I'm going to stay. And I don't know where I'm going to end up. And the older you get, the harder it is to move stuff. So I'm trying to. Oh, boy. Oh, okay. Well, that's another guess.
Monsanto.
Well, I knew one guy named Kurt. He come out of Nam early. He was probably home by 69. And he also lived up in Traverse City in the same little community. It was a bunch of hippies and veterans is what it was. And it was kind of a cool experience. But this guy, he was burned on every inch of his body. He had scars that were like an inch off his arm and stuff that never really healed. And he grew his hair out real long and his beard out real long. And he had 10 kids and he grew his pot in his garden and the government paid for his life. And he had a nice farm and he was a cool dude, man. But he also got Agent Orange. And he's one of 3 of them I know that he left us by the early 80s. They started dying off that soon, you know. That stuff took a toll on those guys. That stuff was pure poison.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Brian, that's a cool job. CNC machinist made the test fire buttons for military aircraft.
No,
that is
right
cool.
On.
And I love CNC machine work. That's what I should have done with my life, was actually become a CNC operator. I love that shit.
I kind of want a big giant red button to mount on my truck in the side just so I could tell people, whatever you do, don't push the red button.
Yeah, and that's cool. Tony, I saw that too, which I saw you said it was your great uncle. Not granddad, but it was a RAF ground crew in WW2. That's cool. Very cool. Those are the forgotten heroes, or them ground crews, because everybody just thinks of the pilot or the plane and nobody takes into account it's that ground crew. Because once that shit leaves the ground, it's all in the dependability of that plane. You don't go so far if your engine cuts out or your wing falls off.
I wondered, Hurricane. I'm sorry about that. I wondered about that. It's kind of common. Those guys didn't get treated right either.
Oh, they still don't now. You'd think that most of America ought to be pissed off over just that right there. So
yeah.
Orange Man made them accountable at the VA hospital. So then all of a sudden the treatment got better because now they were accountable. They'd get their ass fired if they didn't treat those guys and women right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then dipshit potato on a stick wants to come in and do away with that and put it all back to the contract federal shit. So now they're back to they don't give a shit because now they can't be fired. pricks. I'd like to go in there and kneecap a few. I probably shouldn't have said that, but that was in Minecraft I was talking about it.
Well, that's another thing about that is I've had more than a few, and none of them knew each other. In completely different eras, tell me the same thing. They didn't let them win. These guys were frustrated. They said we could have done this, but they wouldn't let us. We
Well,
could
no,
have wiped.
That was a police action.
Yeah, and that spent a lot of our people. A lot of that, you know.
Well, like a lot of people nowadays, we realize what that implied and what that did. We didn't catch it then when you just got told it's a police action. You know, it's a police action, and you know, and plus there was all the crap over here with the hatred and stuff. But you never realized what that meant. Well, now we realize what that police action versus a war actually meant. Had we declared that an actual war, our guys would have been treated better and handled better. A police action, well, they're sacrificial lambs.
It was sickening what Hurricane's talking about, the way they treated them.
Oh, yeah, especially when some of that shit come out. Well, they won't treat them or address it, because if they do, then that means they have to acknowledge to what they said is true. So that means they have to then be accountable for this action that they wanted to just sweep under the rug. So they just ignore the guys that suffer from all that shit. Shove them over in the corner and act like they don't exist. There you go, V. See, V says it. I was at the VA hospital waiting for my sweetie, and 2 people asked me, "Have you been helped?" That was after Orange Man. Didn't get asked that, I bet, before Orange Man. What do we got up here? Brian said I made an apt spoiler for a space shuttle, not the one that crashed either. I was going to say, oh, so that's what happened to the Challenger. Aha.
He made sure he put that clause in there.
Yeah, Hurricane, I knew you were a vet.
They were even lying about that when he was doing that. I remember trying to blame him on things of the past and stuff. It's ridiculous.
Yep. You know, and it's so weird too, because it's like the way she was talking about, you know, the way people were acting on the guys coming back. And I remember that, but where there's really just kind of sparked out of me is what a drastic difference from, say, World War II, where the country gathered, you know, you raise your own food, you try to help the war effort as a citizen, versus in Nam, when it's just the action, and then all of a sudden we totally flip script, and now we have people that want to treat them like shit when they come back. And it's like, first off, you shouldn't treat them like shit. If you're pissed off, you need to take your happy ass over that 10 square mile and collection of buildings and voice your shit, because those guys only did what they were asked and told to do. So when you don't like what they did, you need to go to the ones that told them what to do, and that would be over there in Washington.
That's why I've really tried to get that point across to people in these chats and on some panels, because I know people were missing this element of it. You know, they treated our soldiers like crap, and it was in that war and after that war, and still, you know, but it was soldiers doing their job. Good soldiers follow orders. They thought they were doing the right thing for the right reasons. But our leaders have made us all guilty, because without us even knowing it, we're guilty because we let them do this, or that they're our leaders. And that's what the world sees. You know we didn't know what the evils they were doing. We know the soldiers didn't know the evils they were doing, but we know now what they were doing. And you can't really be surprised that the world sees us the way they do when you find out really what was going on.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm just surprised of how many Americans haven't woke up and went, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that is the part that's very troubling. Yeah, they used them
You're
like
right,
guinea
1A.
pigs. They've used their own soldiers like they were guinea pigs in experiments before. And then they use them like cannon fodder and throw them around in places without the right support, and they spin them and they kill their own soldiers. I mean, I had a very good friend that was in one of those Black Hawk helicopters shot down in Iraq by our own jets. All right, he was Delta Force, and the whole story's really the family don't believe it. I don't believe it. All right, and it's just a lot of janky stuff in their histories. If you look back at false flag events and stuff, it's crazy how they've manipulated the masses.
Oh yeah, well that's why we got too complacent and we became too easy to just let somebody else deal with stuff, and then we just kept doing what we did. And meanwhile, these people were basically spinning a big old lie of shit, and we just thought, okay, and kept going. And then now here we are, and all of a sudden now people are like, oh, what the hell?
But they're pretty good at corruption too, though. You got to give it that aspect too, that they've cheated and lied, and they kill the good people and they promote the bad people, and it's
that's been happening since Cain and Abel.
Well, yeah, but I mean, within our government, it's got to the point to where we were talking about earlier. What JFK wanted to clean up. Well, they did fail, Hurricane. We are all still armed. I think if Hillary would have got in, I think that's what their next goal was to go after our protection.
You're right, Brian. Brian, I think the reason why the civilians disrespect the soldiers is due to the leadership. The civilians dislike what the government led the soldiers to do. It's not the soldiers' fault to do it. That's right. But we become so complacent and just blaming, and it's on the same side. And I'm sure people might not like this, but it's like we do that with cops. We do that with other people. We just label that professional title to a human being instead of holding the human being accountable for being a good person. Instead, it's like when you hear, that's why I just take a personal thing when I hear about the bad cops. And it's like, well, my son is an honorable, respectable, highly integrable person that helps and that doesn't do any of this shit. So that's why I like to separate those terms and start kind of reminding people that those are human beings that are holding a position. So instead of labeling the position, let's hold the person accountable for their actions.
Yeah, you can't. It's with every system too. There's going to be good in there and bad, and it's just that the bad guys were in control for so long. They were able to appoint and elect into places people in control, and we're not all really. You got to realize they were breaking the rules. They were cheating every way they can for years.
Greed and power drives people to do that, and it has even before America was created. It's not like Genghis Khan was some like cool dude that just went around and let's build the world. Hell, he slaughtered villages.
Well, so, and it's the same thing. It's like you said, there's good cops, bad cops. It's the same thing with I don't look at China as all evil, even though I don't like the CCP. I know that the Chinese people are good. All right. There's a lot of good Chinese people. It's the CCP, which is the bad element. Whereas I would imagine, like I keep saying, the whole world judges by our Democratic Party. If that's all they saw.
America is a great country, but our government leadership right now is a piece of shit.
Yes,
but our country is rock solid and an awesome place to be.
Yeah, and put our
it's time for us.
politicians
Yep, it's time to flip some tables. It's time to kind of get back and for me, I guess I gather my wind behind that because I hold myself to that same standard that I'm expecting from them. So that gives me a foothold, is the way I see it. It validates my cause, I guess you could say, because then I'm not being an armchair quarterback per se. I'm walking my talk. And so then I feel like that gives me valid reason then to criticize and
I agree.
Call them out.
I absolutely agree with that.
Oh, not me, Brian. I'll never be anti-American. Never, sir. Never, never, never. Because America, as its core, is an awesome country. We have a good foundation. We have a good principle, but that we all view. Our government, those individuals.
I'm anti this administration. That's for sure.
That's it. I'm anti-administration. And it's so ironic. I just said that, Carl, and it come to mind, and I'm like, wait a minute, where have I heard that kind of shit? Anti-government. Oh wait, that was you pricks that used to stand out there and scream at our guys that would come back from Nam and then scream how you were anti-government, down with the man. But now you sons of bitches are the ones running the shit that are all screwing us over. What's the ironicness in that?
Yeah, there's some strange oddities about that kind of thing.
But I am, these people, it's just, I don't know. I can get on that tirade. I do know my last hour of the show, I'm going to try to play this thing in the background. I think it should let me. I can't play the video because they'll hang on me, but it's a guy named Robert Barnes, and is talking about some of the UK stuff over there.
I think I'm losing you. You there?
Uh-oh. Damn, I brought that thing up, and can you imagine, what are the timing? So my internet pauses about the time I'm telling you that I think I'm going to play this video at the last hour of my show. And then all of a sudden I go out because, I was going to play the video behind this image so that way they don't get me on the video. But listening to a guy named, and watch, I'll say the name and see if my internet goes out again. But Robert Barnes, he's an attorney. And I forgot what the term is. It's not immigration. But it's like when the people from other countries that want to come over, see asylum. He handles a lot of asylum cases from like over there and stuff.
Is he a busy guy?
Yeah, he's and he's pretty, I like him because he doesn't approach anything from an emotional level. Everything is just legal, factual, and on a history level type. So it's just and he kind of sheds some long-term light on this and kind of things that like the rest of this shit that we didn't know was kind of going on, and he's covered that. And it's like 50 minutes long or something. I usually listen. He does a couple of different episodes.
Listen. I'll jump down and listen because I actually do. It's 10.
Yeah.
It's 10
here.
Yeah,
That's
I don't know what
it's 10 your turn. 9.
Yeah. You're only an hour different.
That's it. I'm in Central Time Zone. The only time zone that really matters, but it's okay.
Did you see that thing where they're going to eliminate daylight savings time?
Yeah. Dude, it's almost like every little person that works in an office up there has decided of some little pet peeve that they want to address now, because we're going to legalize pot. We're going to get rid of daylight savings time. And they're just so much weird shit, dude. And it's like, meanwhile,
weird. Everything
we have all this other shit going on. Yeah. Our economy's going to go to shit. But hey, let's worry about daylight savings time, because that will solve some problems.
Yeah. It's like how come you got all that blacktop enough to make speed bumps, but you can't fill the potholes?
Yeah. You can't seem to fill the holes in the road, but yet you can put bumps on top of it.
All right. Love your rescue. Love you, chat. I want to jump down. I'll listen.
All right. Love you, brother. Thanks for coming up, Paul.
You say it's is he a current dude? Is he like local? Where's he from?
He's on Locals, is where he's at. Let's see, and he does a podcast, I guess he does a show, kind of not like mine because I don't have a show, but
if you can find that while you play it and dump it in regular chat, I'd appreciate it. At least I would appreciate it.
Okie doke, sir. I can do that.
Peace. I'm gonna stay in chat and listen to stuff. I'm gonna get some food, some more coffee. Peace out, man.
Later, brother. There we go. Yep. All right, got it in local chat. The link I put in is there's a Canadian guy that partners up, and his name is Viva, and then the Turn American guy is Robert Barnes. And that's their channel. If you kind of go, you can look through, and I would just look for Robert Barnes does a thing called Bourbon with Barnes, where he usually has his cigar and his glass of bourbon, and then he proceeds to kind of talk about whatever has just gone on in the government, the Supreme Court, whatever. And anyway, he's a pretty solid dude. I don't know. I like his take because it's not a bunch of emotional stuff or hyperbole kind of thing. It's just, here's the facts, here you go. And I kind of like that about him. Let's see. How this goes. Kill this. Well, then let me I'll address this first too before I do this, because I don't want to kill chat or anything. And hey, Christina, welcome back. Well, dang, Hurricane, I thought it was so the kids wouldn't have to walk to school in the dark. No, I'm just picking. Walk 5 miles uphill and downhill. And I think, let's see, we're at 9 o'clock Central. I've been running for about 7 hours. This little thing I was going to play, I think it's like 40, 45 minutes, maybe 50 minutes long. Don't know how many want to listen to it, but I know it's better than me sitting up here talking to myself. So that's why I had him pulled up. I wasn't sure. Just got a bigger turnout first thing out the gate tonight than usual, so I didn't play it. So I guess let me play this, and I'm going to turn that off. We'll add this to stream. Let me start this, and then I'm going to put him behind that picture because I don't want it to show.
All right. I believe we are live. How's everybody doing? The UN never did hold that special council meeting, Security Council meeting, as requested by Russia to investigate the alleged atrocities. Instead, they had a separate, regularly scheduled meeting to demand that Russia be excluded from the Council on Human Rights. where Zelensky appeared with his usual gibberish. So it does not. Instead, the EU is saying they'll be the ones to independently investigate,
Morning,
but
song.
not specific to that location. They'll just wherever the Ukrainians direct them. They're going to maintain this sort of propaganda campaign. They're really redoing the Serbia Yugoslavia script. So for those that are unfamiliar, probably be good to remind some folks about the history there. That the attempt to break up the Yugoslavia led by Germany and Europe and the West. Ultimately, the whole goal was to blame the Serbs, even though it was mostly removing Serbs from other regions and taking traditional Serb lands, including Serb lands that had great historic value, like Kosovo, and giving it to other people. But they would blame the Serbs were all behind it. The Serbs were the ones doing mass genocide. Mm-hmm. And then they did, bogus international criminal court proceedings and the rest. What Europe still doesn't realize is that around the world that was seen as a complete crock. By the way, it was such a complete crock that the United States realized how obviously politicized their own IC International Criminal Court was, such that they would not join it and refused to join it. So did Israel. That's the same court that Biden is saying we should try Putin in front of. It's like, really? The same court that you refuse to be tried in front of. Only the West can convince themselves of their own lies. The rest of the world knows this is garbage. Meanwhile, the Europeans are busy figuring out how they can do a second round of sanctions, which basically, as George Gammon was describing today, is the first round of sanctions was, watch, we're really going to punish you. We're going to punch ourselves right in the face. Well, okay, maybe that didn't work. Well, we're going to punch ourselves twice in the face. Aren't we smart? That's because these people are nothing more than puppets of a globalist empire, not serving the interest of their own nation states. As they were discussing on the Duran today, but the future of Germany will be a deindustrialized Germany if that happens. And it increasingly makes it look like Russia and, maybe the whole trap wasn't to sucker Putin into Ukraine, but was to sucker the West into sanctions. Because increasingly the effect of those sanctions is to shock the rest of the world into the unreliability, untrustworthiness of the American Western financial system and sucker the climate nuts and the others into deindustrializing their own economies. Just go back to eating nuts and herbs, everybody. We'll be hunter-gatherers. See how that works out. And who's going to replace them in the industrial machinery? The East. Russia will have its own industrial production boom. And, of course, China will have an even greater monopoly than it does now. And then places like India will boom. And it's quite clear the rest of Asia and Africa and the rest of the Americas outside of North America sees the same thing coming their way at the great expense of the Western powers in their World War I-like suicidal vision for what they're doing by these globalist nitwits. So we'll see how all that unfurls and unfolds. The fact that I'm going to start with a hush-hush tomorrow on the false flag series. Start off with Remember the Maine, to hell with Spain, as one of the first big American false flag events. Go through sinking of the Lusitania. Already did one on Pearl Harbor. The Gulf of Tonkin, incubator babies, weapons of mass destruction. Already done one on what really built up Afghanistan. You can see that in the Hush Hush playlist. Throw in probably the Reichstag fire, one of the world's most famous false flags of all time, and maybe a few other fun ones along the way. Was rewatching some stuff on the Remember the Maine today, so that I'd be up and ready for that tomorrow. One big cue. The reason why I'm starting with a Remember the Maine is not just chronological. It's because one of the big giveaways that it was probably
Morning,
a
Lola.
false flag event was that the first thing the Spain requested was a Spain-U.S. combined investigative team. U.S. rejected it. Then Spain said, what about an international third party of your choice? U.S. rejected it. And then did the U.S. put qualified professionals on investigating it? Nope. All giveaways that it was a false flag, and the U.S. knew it, or at least strongly suspected it was, and didn't want independent evidence. And more evidence falling apart on blaming the Russians for that, suburb of Kiev. The New York Times that said, hey, this photograph's definitely from early March showing dead bodies. People have started to pick apart two things about it. Well, the first analysis was these photos appear to show people who have died from shelling, and given where they were, that meant Ukrainian shelling. But then the second analysis was that the photos, there's problems with the idea that those dead bodies had been there that whole time with the dating of the photos. Because they're like, why is there no signs of time lag on these corpses? In other words, no dogs, no birds, nothing else that you would normally associate it with it. And if they'd been shot, why was there no blood stains nearby? They're like, this doesn't make any sense. Then, of course, they dug up and crowdsourced a Ukrainian article that said a couple of days before these bodies were found, saying that the neo-Nazi aligned groups, certain Ukrainian security services, were going into that suburb to clean it of its saboteurs and colluders. So the Ukrainians can't help themselves. They print too much of this. But that article got discovered and uncovered as well. Other background photos showing there are like hundreds of journalists around these bodies, and that they're moving the bodies in different ways to stage them for photographs. It's just falling apart piece by piece. And then someone did a deep dive on the analysis of the photos given weather patterns, and figured out that the New York Times probably lied, that the photos are not from early March. So they just made that up as well. Of course. I mean, did people forget it was surveillance photos, remember, that showed without doubt
Hey,
that
Brent.
Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. That false flag keeps getting flagged. But the people who really believe in it, are just caught in their own little bubble, their own little fantasy land of virtue signaling environment. And there's people that will respond to people's, like someone will say, well, yeah, you probably believe the incubator baby story in Iraq. They're like, everybody knows that really happened. These people live in their own time warp world where all the false flags are true. Just sad and pitiful. All right, so let's go through, and then a old Trump video of him praising the vaccines were circulated today. So I use it as an opportunity to remind people of that being one of Trump's biggest failures, for which I always get blowback from the people who think the best way to support Trump is to never second guess a single thing he says or did. And that doesn't support Trump at all. That undermines Trump because he doesn't get the feedback he needs about correcting mistakes. And so consequently, but so I got people who thought I was a Trump hater. It's like, no, this is just a weakness of Trump, and he needs to be constantly reminded that this was a weakness of his, so that he starts taking corrective action if his second term is going to be better than his first term. We wouldn't have this debacle in Ukraine had he delivered on what he was supposed to do. We wouldn't have a problem probably with North Korea or the Middle East or we would have had major progress if he would have done what he wanted to do. He didn't, because he sabotaged himself with his own personnel choices over and over and over and over and over again. And people got to quit excusing those decisions. Those were his. He has responsibility. He needs to explain how he's not going to repeat those mistakes, because so far he's shown no evidence he's even aware that they were mistakes. And so that's why I'm going to keep hammering on that when it sporadically arises back in the court of public opinion. All right. Last year, Romney voted against KBJ for the Court of Appeals. Now he's voting for her to be on the Supreme Court. The only thing that's apparently changed is information about her sympathy for people who like kiddie porn. What do you make of this? It's back then he was still thinking about running for president, and now he's just thinking about grandstanding for his exit. He's not planning on running for re-election now. I said that his vote on this would tell you whether or not he is harboring hopes of being president again, or he is planning his exit strategy. And it's one of the reasons why direct election of senators was a problem. In the old days, the state legislatures could recall senators who broke their promises. By doing direct election of senators, they get 6-year terms and cannot be recalled. They're not subject to any of the recall provisions of any state law, and they're now no longer subject to the state legislature's control. And that was net negative in terms of its impact. It was sold by the managerial class, the professional class, that the political class, the bureaucratic class, call them what you will, as a way to reform the system and keep the corrupt actors from stealing Senate seats. It was never really about that. It was about taking away power from ordinary people and making those 6-year terms elect an elite that would often be immune from public will because they often didn't even plan on running for reelection. They only had 6 years before they had to face reelection, but they often were never going to run for reelection. So then they can do whatever they want for 6 years with no political consequence. And we're seeing it in lifetime with Romney. By the way, another example of a Trump mistake. Romney was beatable in Utah. The Republican convention in Utah showed that. All it needed was Trump to go against Romney. Instead, Trump came in and endorsed Romney. So, that is another vestige of another Trump screw up. Because it's the only reason Romney's there. Maybe he would have won, but he was facing real risk, real blowback, as the convention in Utah proved. And Trump stepped in at a critical stage, for which Romney rewarded him by voting for his impeachment. And some people are saying, "Oh, you can't be critical of Trump, then you'll never get be around Trump." Look at who gets rewarded. It's the people who smack him in the face who get rewarded, not the people who cower to him. He doesn't respect the latter, frankly. Is it possible to restrict companies like BlackRock from buying up a massive amount of residential homes? I don't think so. And is it problematic? Same for farmland and critical infrastructure. I mean, to a degree, what you could do is make sure a certain percentage of homes were available for residential homeowners. You could do that. I think trying to prohibit a particular company or entity from buying it would have constitutional problems. But making sure there was enough available, affordable homes for ordinary people would be the more positive counter proposal. But we're about to blow up the housing market anyway. And the same with farmland and critical infrastructure. You could try to just make sure there's enough farms. The Homestead Act was an example of this back in the day, which Davy Crockett fought for when Andrew Jackson wasn't holding the line on it. Davy Crockett, great congressman from Western District, Tennessee. People may not know that. Fought to maintain and sustain a homestead exemption. He was a true populist, old Davy. And that's how you could do it with farmland. And then critical infrastructure, there you could have public utility ownership in some instances. That doesn't always work well, but that's the counter to private monopolies. With the disaster of the Ukraine-Russia conflict for globalists, how do you see the next 5 years playing out for the United States and the rest of the world? Will populism become mainstream again? I think, well, you're already seeing it. Inflation is triggered, and inflation is being exacerbated by inflation was triggered, frankly, in my opinion, by all the lockdown policies, but it's being exacerbated by the sanctions policies. And you're seeing protests global, Peru, Sri Lanka, Greece, Spain, France, more and more countries, more and more places. Inflation has been one of the quickest political revolutionary tools in the world in world history, particularly when it relates to essentials like food and fuel. So I think the globalists, just as they overreached with their pandemic politics, they have overreached again, didn't understand that maybe they were walking into Russia and China's trap, not the other way around, and that consequently they're in trouble. Now, the U.S. may go through some short-term pain, but hopefully it will lead to a resurgence of the smart, old-style American populism that would restore national sovereignty in an independent industrial policy, an independent energy policy, an independent food and fuel and supply chain policy that will restore true American wealth to the ordinary person. The New York Times today was trying to convince people that the economy is doing great, just like the Biden administration. The economy is measured not by GDP, not by even the questionable unemployment rates they have, but by in terms of the metrics they use, but rather by the standard of living of the ordinary person. That's how you measure it politically. In terms of long-term resource geopolitically, It's about what resources you have, not how many pieces of paper you got printed in a vault, but how much gold, silver, copper, essential, desirable resources, food, fuel. This is what actually drives the world. That's why China's been stockpiling it and establishing a deeper relationship with Russia that has a ton of it. From uranium to coal to gas to oil to natural gas to various fertilizers, and particularly within the Russian ambit, including Kazakhstan, including Belarus. So I think it will lead to so they're just our standard of living is going down, and our standard of living in the West is going down, and they're jeopardizing it for other parts of the world. So I anticipate a definite. This was the second great globalist adventure, and it'll be the second great globalist failure. And the resurgence and rise of populism is inevitable, just as we saw it in the Serbian, Hungarian elections, in the Pakistani politics that's emerging, and what's happening internally in Russia. I think you're seeing a clear rise of populism around the world, and that's what's coming for the next next decades, I believe. Mr. Barnes, I heard today that the Senate is proposing a new bill combining big tech and big media. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. So I'll double check that, but not to my knowledge. Can we count this as a white pill? Substack is hiring, but if you're a Twitter employee resigning because of Elon Musk, don't apply. Yeah, I saw that. That was a good little tweet by the Substack person. What can we do about all the missing millions that the RNC raised to support Trump's legal fight against election improprieties that Jenna Ellis talked about during her recent sidebar? I think that the small print protects the RNC from being sued, but otherwise, that's what I was looking at. But otherwise, it's just the court of public opinion is the only remedy. And, people just shouldn't give to the RNC, any Republican committee. Give directly to candidates, give directly to causes, give directly to the content providers, give directly to the networks, the InfoWars, et cetera, that you support, that provide valuable information and provide valuable advocacy. Don't give to any political party, period. How viable is it to bring back public executions for politicians? Suppose one could. I would like walks of shame, maybe, things like that. How can the January 6th committee get away without releasing videos and records, and yet everyone else had to hand over their communication? Because it's such a joke of a committee. That's why. The January 6th committee now going after Clarence Thomas's wife. Yeah, that's just complete bogus. No, it's Clarence Thomas's wife was big on challenging what happened in the elections. And they're targeting her just because she happens to be the wife of Clarence Thomas. It has no merit. It's just this is just a political witch hunt, an old Stasi style, commie style political witch hunt. And it's obvious that it is. It's only playing to the base at this point. They're getting nowhere meaningful with it. It established a perilous precedent that later on, people who participated or welcomed it will regret that they did so. Michelle Obama is the only Democrat who worries me for 2024. Zero chance she runs. Zero. I've been telling people this for years. She actually hates politics. She likes the ego boost. She likes the power. She does not like she hates politics. This is greatly underestimated by her. And this is where people think Obamas have a lot of influence. Barack would rather sit around, smoke pot, and play video games. They have to drag him out, and they got to give him an ego boost like today in order to drag him out. His ego was big enough for him to run, but he really could care less. He's cashing in, and he's going to enjoy cashing in. So he's not like the Clintons. He was never that ambitious to run the world. That is just not who he is if you dig into his history. He was a Manchurian candidate of the deep state. And he performed that role. Now he's done. He wants to cash in and party. That's what he will do. And Michelle just go around for people to cheer her latest book and whatever other dim-witted stuff and hang out at some cocktail parties. But she hates politics. Zero chance she runs. Zero. Has Putin or Russia told any significant lies regarding this war? Not that I can find. To be honest with you, it's fascinating watching it. And I'm trying to figure out all the reasons why. Now, for their military strategy, you could say the strategy itself was a big lie because it looked like they were trying to take Kiev, and I don't think they ever planned on trying to take Kiev. and this is this guy watched the Scott Ritter discussion with the Duran. I have a couple of disagreements with him, but the one aspect is, as Alexander
Yes, Amy.
Mercoris pointed out, the Russians have every incentive to be silent about what they're doing militarily, because otherwise their tactical deceptive deployments won't have their deceptive qualities. One place where I disagree with Military and Foreign Affairs Network is he was like, look, if you look at this looks like an attempt to seize Kiev. And my point is, if you were trying to deceive people into thinking that, isn't that also exactly what it would look like? The reason why I don't think they ever planned on taking Kiev was multiple. Number one, we go back in time and say, what can we reasonably infer the Russians knew? Like, one of the myths of the West is the Russians were totally deceived about the Ukrainians. They thought the Ukrainian army would just lay down. They thought the Ukrainian political establishment would fold.
Yes,
they thought
he
the
is, Amy.
Ukrainian people would cheer them as they walked in, kind of like our perspective on what was going to happen in Iraq. That's confession through protection.
Yeah, Hurricane. I'll put a
The
link.
problem with that is we know what the Russians have said elsewhere. Lavrov, the foreign affairs minister, just a few days after the invasion, said that it would take decades and maybe generations to repair relations with the ordinary Ukrainian because of the almost 2 decades of Russia-hating propaganda they've been instituting. What does that tell you? It tells you the Russians knew the Ukrainians had become deeply anti-Russian and wouldn't welcome an invasion at all, in terms of culturally or politically. Secondly, this was part of Putin's complaint. His complaint was that there had been a decade plus of an anti-Russia project, in his words, in Ukraine that had saturated the country with propaganda in such a way that people had forgotten the true history of relationships between these fraternal brothers, in his words. So he clearly was highly cognizant of this problem. In fact, it was part of the reason for doing some sort of change of the government's posture. And once it was being threatened that they were going to militarize this and even potentially NATOize and nuclearize this anti-Russia project. And we're implementing it on a daily basis against the Russian people in Ukraine, or people of Russian ancestry or who spoke Russian. So the idea that they had that they thought the Ukrainians were going to run out and join them and celebrate and revolt against their own government, nothing that we know from what Russia has said leading up to it and immediately after the invasion says that they sincerely thought that. The third part is one of his biggest complaints was that they had Nazified key leadership roles within the Ukrainian political infrastructure. So once again, why would they think that Nazified units that have been propagandized would lay down their arms and run away at the moment they saw a Russian tank? That doesn't make any sense. You look at what the Russians knew, and then you look at what a reasonable person in their shoes would do. And if you have to try to convince yourself that they didn't know something that we know that they knew, and you have to convince yourself that they're irrational actors, you probably have an implausible explanation for what was taking place. The fourth aspect is the long history. Russia's intimately aware of the difficulties of urban warfare, especially in Europe, having lived through the most brutal urban warfare in the history of the country and having gone through it at some level for multiple centuries. And that includes a place like Kiev, even when the Germans were just beating it, bombing the heck out of it with no respect for civilian infrastructure, no respect for the civilian population. Even then, it took them months with superior forces to take Kiev. So they thought Kiev would fall in 3 days. And we have to again pretend that they are completely ignorant of their own history. So what that means is if they were going to take Kiev seriously, they had to back up the troops with probably 500,000 troops going straight to Kiev. The other giveaway was there's still probably no chance to take Kiev if you don't lock out, block out, take out civilian infrastructure. They had said from the get-go they weren't going to do so. That you need to be able to terrorize the community into surrender by mass bombing, just like we firebombed Dresden, just like we napalm bombed Tokyo, killed more people than our nuclear bombs. That's why we dropped the nuclear bombs, right? Terrorize the country into surrender. They didn't say up front they weren't going to do it, and they didn't do it. That was another tell. I was like, okay, there's no way they think they're going to take Kiev, even in months, if they're not going to take out civilian infrastructure, if they're not going to risk unnecessary, civilian bombings of civilian residences and properties, if they refuse to use the weapon of terror of civilian populations that the West has repeatedly used in its war strategies, and most war mongering or war nations, or most countries in war, have utilized. So this was another sign they had no intention of actually taking Kiev. So, but to make it to look like a successful feint, you stay silent, you play into the prejudices of the press, you play into the propaganda of the West. I mean, there's no way our top military people, like Milley said, oh, they'll take Kiev in 72 hours. No way any of them believe that. I mean, unless they're incorrigibly incompetent. There's too many good military minds at the military ranks. We have politicized top people at the bureaucratic top, but there's no way that this group thought that. Not only that, they were trying to tell the world that the Afghan army would hold. They've spent even more money on the Ukrainian army. They're going to say the Ukrainian army that they spent billions and billions and billions of dollars on was going to fold right away. Complete lie. As Scott Ritter noted, the story about we trained a bunch of insurrectionists to have an insurrectionary army, an insurrection in Russia that leaked with 5 CIA sources. His point is that guarantees you the story is false, that's just a red herring to distract the Ruskies, because you're not going to have 5 CIA people risk life prison charges by disclosing something like that if it actually existed. More likely that's a distraction, but it doesn't change the fact that we have in fact spent billions. Apparently a bunch of NATO people may be on the ground in Mariupol. That's the reason why they keep sending in helicopters, desperate to get them out. And is because they don't want them walking by the Russians with their little French Legionnaire hats or their British red hats, or maybe American general hats, training those neo-Nazis there. There's a pit. There's something called a pit, apparently, that may be in the bottom of that steelwork factory that people say was not only a torture center, but may have been a place for experimenting with biological weapons or other things. There's something that they are unwilling to disclose to the world, that they're desperately trying to get some people out and desperately trying to hold on to that territory for long after it became clear it wouldn't work. So you look at all the facts known in terms of Russia's strategy, and what Russia knew going in. All the evidence is it was clearly just a feint, and it was my interpretation from the get-go. I mean, the whole point of deep battle policy, one of the first parts of deep battle policy, not the only part, it's not the essential part, but it's a critical part of Russian military strategy, is what is it called? Maskarova, I believe it's called. A little masquerade. You always deceive the enemy. You can't deceive the enemy if you're giving out your plans on national TV, right? So that was kind of a deception. But otherwise, the Russians seem disinclined towards propaganda. If you look at it, I mean, they've had many, many opportunities to push stories, and they don't. The local domestic population consumes the refugee stories and all the rest, but they don't really pump them very heavily around the world. I mean, and they couldn't. They don't need. I mean, here's the thing: the Russians don't need propaganda. It's like dealing with the Nazis. You don't really need a lot of propaganda to deal with the Nazis. You might when the Soviets were trying to cover up their own murder in Poland by blaming it on the Nazis, but generally speaking, you don't need propaganda when it comes to the Nazis. You don't need propaganda when it comes to these Nazi-aligned groups. They film their own brutality. They've been doing it for 8 years in the Donbass. Like, people like Patrick Lancaster have reported it daily for 8 years. And so it's no, I mean, here's the other thing. New York Post, how embarrassing. The New York Post ran a story that was the latest Ukrainian propaganda that is even more exaggerated than the rest. The Russians are raping little girls. And what was their key evidence? An image of a woman that had a swastika on her. I recognize the photo. It's the one Patrick Lancaster documented from what the Azov battalion did to a woman they left at the bottom of a school, and that once it was cleared out, the Russians discovered that she had been tortured and a swastika was put on her. The New York Post reported this as if the Russians did it. This is how, I mean, this blatant propaganda, foreign disinformation. They got accused of it with the Hunter Biden laptop. Now they're actually doing it because they're such suckers and saps. And because Rupert Murdoch's on the war machine. So always has been on the war machine. Rupert Murdoch has never met a war he didn't like. That's why, the Jesse Waters, those kind of people, they know which side Murdoch's on, so they'll be on the war machine side. They'll prove to you they're not independent voices. Never have been. Doesn't mean they can't be useful voices at other junctures where the populist agenda happens to align or doesn't directly conflict with Murdoch's. But the criticisms of the Koch brothers and the Murdochs are legit, even though a lot of them came from the left. It's no less legit. Guy's is who he is. Remember, this is the guy that tried to push through immigration reform. So it seems to me like even go back and listen to Putin's speech, or his two speeches, really, but the main one before at the time of the announcement of the invasion. The almost no emotive-driven appeals, almost no dramatic rhetoric, almost no exaggerated symbology. Look at this person, visual, none of that. It's very geopolitical, realistic, rational, frankly. And maybe that's just because that's Putin's approach. Maybe that's because part of his branding is I'm just going to give it to you as it is, not try to put any pretty colors around it. But it's one of the least warmongering speeches I've ever seen. And it just suggests that the mindset of Russia is not to use propaganda, not to use blatant lies, as far as I can tell, for whatever reason. I mean, most countries use it because it works. So, I mean, if I'd been writing a speech, I would have been having some sob songs in there. I'd been jazzing that up like Wag the Dog. But, well, Vlad doesn't do it. Do the polls being so wrong in Hungary leave room for optimism for Bolsonaro? I think it's much, much bigger road to hoe for Bolsonaro. Much, much bigger. It's just a very left-leaning country. And that's the hard part there. And I don't know if he has enough good populist economics to appeal to the working classes of Brazil, or has achieved enough. Honestly, he's had some of the same problems as Trump. Not as bad to some degree, but some of the same ones. But he wisely stayed out of this Ukrainian conflict. I think that will boost him. Le Pen is almost even with Macron now, not just in the first round, but in the second round matchup between the two of them. She almost never got above 40% last election cycle in the polling. Now she's at 48, 49. The globalists just made a massive mistake. And it's what happens. It's like Thomas Paine explained. It's like you have too many incestuous relationships and the royal families start to degrade and right in front of you. And that's what you're seeing, frankly, with the West. That it's been socially, politically, intellectually incestuous. And everybody's looking at that deformed thing and going, oh, God, looks like the kid from Deliverance. Might want to inform people of this, about these two bills about big tech and big media. I'll take a look at it. So it's the Revolver Darren Beatty's reporting. Do you think the West will come to its senses eventually and continue to trade with Russia? Only if we get someone like Trump or somebody new in 2024. It's going to require a complete public reversal. But it would help if people like Blake Masters, J.D. Vance, Joe Kent are elected to the House and the Senate. How do you think inflation and the weakening of the dollar's reserve status plays out? I think I think we had a defining time, and I think currencies will become increasingly not the power structure of the world, but commodities will. I agree with that. Zoltan Posar, I think his name is. He makes a lot of sense, and so I think that may be the future. Is basically a commodity-driven exchange system. And that's, for those of us who have never been fans of fiat currency, that's a net plus. Downside but how fast? It'll probably take 5 to 10 years. But watch for the US dollar. I mean, my prediction would be within 5 years, less than half of the reserves kept in foreign banks and foreign institutions will be US dollars or US treasuries. In fact, I would guess, and it will probably just continue to just go collapse. Have you ever looked into prehistory and cover-ups of the prior global civilizations as a potential driver between the globalist agenda by groups such as the Smithsonian Institution and Department of Antiquities, among others? That's interesting. I'll take a look at that. I thought, I know some people it's controversial, but I thought a lot of what Jared Diamond pointed out was interesting in his Guns, Germs, and Steel. I mean, obviously he may have overstated his case, but I thought it had a lot of useful information in there. But that would be interesting from looking at hush hushes from time immemorial. How likely is it that a last-ditch effort to maintain power that is clearly fading away, the globalists and NATO enter full-scale military conflict with Russia? I think there's temptations to do it. But it is a nuclear-powered country. How does that work? I mean, that would be terrifying. I don't think they're that nuts. The other thing is, you listen to what Ritter says, and I've heard this from people independent of Ritter. Colonel McGregor has pointed this out about the U.S. military as well, that really Europe's military are not well equipped to actually fight a ground war. The British, nor the French, nor the Germans, nor the Italians, and the rest of them. And so it's not clear that they're even able or capable of doing so on Ukrainian soil. But the but the risk of nuclear war obviously really escalates. And the only thing keeping it away would be Putin, ironically, from the Western perspective. Several times you've mentioned the Bush family corruption that gave Bill Clinton cover. Can you detail how the Bush family is corrupt? As the commenter says, that would be a great hush hush. And I'll do that. Is there a way to, because that goes way back. Is there a way to prevent big investment firms like BlackRock and Vanguard from using same thing. From using their money to buy up stocks to try to create values contrary to those stocks, leveraging investors to force globalism on the world? I think that a lot of that violates the economic interest of the company and thus can be grounds for shareholder suits. That's what I think. That may be the only remedy. How do we reconcile the court of public opinion has finally shifted in our favor, while the ramifications of the current administration seems to be on the verge of further destroying our level of living?
Hey, Rescue,
You're
how you
probably
doing today?
related.
Here, I'll cut that off since you're up here.
Well, I've been sitting there in chat listening to it for a little while and just never said anything in chat. So
Yeah,
how's your
I
day
like
going, brother?
doing pretty good. He only had about
Good.
15 minutes left, so. And he was answering questions. I'll try to catch one of his hush hushes he does, because that one might end up with a strike on that one, but we'll give it a shot at least once.
Oh, apparently, I don't know. I don't think I got a strike. I got something.
Copyright
One of my
violation,
older,
probably.
yeah, well, no, it wasn't copyright. It was medical misinformation.
Ah,
I guess apparently our opinions are medical misinformation.
well, this is true, sir.
It's
You're
on
not
one of
allowed
my
to have
shows.
an opinion.
Yeah. My show, No Fucks Given.
Ah. Well, see,
Which is a show I did a while back.
well, hell, they just got Nada for one that was like, 11 and a half months old or something.
Wow.
That's what that last strike he got. He said they actually dug back, I think he said 11 and a half months, and found a video that he had done and flagged him on it. And it's just, anybody that starts to highlight some of this stuff, they'll start trying to silence. Keep it down. Keep the distractions going.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and I maintain the viewer thing, so either A, people fell asleep, or they didn't mind hearing that stuff. I like listening to him because, I don't know, you don't get caught up in the emotional part. He just kind of comes at it, here's what it is, That's why it kind of cracks me up, because some people, whenever he's doing his thing, and he says something about Trump, everybody just goes, what? And it's like, hey, man, you got to hold people accountable. So it's kind of like he said a while ago. You can't just idolize him and think that everything was fine. Yes, he had good intention, but he got bumfoozled. What's up, Summer?
Oh, yeah, there were a few things he did that, I didn't agree with.
Yep.
Well, take the guns and due process later. And, yeah, no, that's not what our Constitution says. And that's not how we do things.
I'm going to have to look that one up, because I don't even remember that one.
Oh, I remember watching him on TV. He said it. He was sitting down, and they were talking to him about red flag laws. Another one, he was okay with them taking bump stocks. There's been things he's done that I didn't agree with. But that's, people got to realize that he's just one man. He doesn't run the country.
Yeah.
He is, yes, in charge. I mean, he does have the power to, if Congress or Senate sends something to his desk, he has the power to veto it. But ultimately, they have more power than he does.
Yeah.
Because they can make a bill anti-veto. They can make it to where he cannot veto it. Or if he does, they can force it through anyways.
Well, right now, hell, that's that whole administration. That dude can't even remember which way he's going. Hell, he has to remember which direction to lead the stage. So,
oh yeah,
all these decisions are not out of his potato brain.
Well, I mean, he can't even get off of Marine One and make it to the damn into the White House
without getting lost.
Without getting lost in the front yard.
Yeah. So I mean, it's all them damn people underneath him.
Yeah.
Well, cool, Summer. Hopefully you had a restful sleep then.
I hope so. Morning.
Yeah, she fell asleep listening and then woke up listening. So I forgot what it is. Billy, Best Life, said something one night. It was like, I forgot what we were talking about. We were talking about something when he fell asleep, and then he woke up later and we were talking and we kind of hit that same topic again. And he goes, "That's why I was dreaming that." It's like, I guess he could hear it in his sleep. I forgot what we were talking about.
That's funny.
Yeah. Which there's quite a few people tell me that they'll fall asleep listening and then wake up and still going. And I don't know. I'm just glad everybody has a enjoyable, And dude, I have to tell you, Donkey, hell, you won't believe this, dude. I'm up to 302 subscribers.
That's awesome.
I know. I'm still floored. I still can't help it. I keep looking at that and going, no way. Is that for real?
I know. I'm like in the 360. I think last night, I checked, or this morning, I was like 367. And it still kind of baffles me. It's like, wow. Okay.
Well, cool, Summer. Summer said, actually, yeah, I slept really good. Thanks. Guys, it's a miracle for me to get good sleep because between night terrors and my phone ringing, but I actually slept good. So that was awesome.
I don't know anything about night terrors.
No, most of them, I get them during the day. I just get freak out moments anytime.
Huh. Yeah. And I don't mean like, I don't know have them or anything.
I just, you're breaking up.
I don't know like information.
Nope.
I don't know anything about them as in. Oh.
Nope. Yeah, you're froze now because you can't be driving that long staring at your camera. Otherwise, you'd have done plowed into something. I don't know if you can hear me. We're here when you get back, though. Of course, there's always something about you. Always lag when you stare at the camera, and then it's like you're just doing this dead stare at me. Like, ooh. Yeah, you freak me out, Donkey. There you are. Oh, there. I see the hand moving. So, okay. I think you're back now.
Maybe.
Dude, that always trips me off.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Got you. Oh, shit. See, it's so weird, dude. Every time you look towards the camera, it freezes and it's a trip because now it's like now you're just staring. Quit looking at me. Quit looking at me. I know you're trying, Donkey. It's okay, brother. We're here. Oh, there's a little rowboat. Oh. Damn, you lagged right in mid-cough. That was funny. Just about the time you leaned back and took that breath to do that cough, then you froze.
That'd be funny. All right. Maybe. No, what I was saying about night terrors is I don't know anything about them, like anything. I don't think I've experienced them or anything. But I've just never heard much information on them.
Okay, so Summer said, let me make sure I got all of it. She was saying, in the last 2 nights, I've dealt with some serious domestic violence cases. And so I wasn't for sure if I was going to be able to get any sleep. So it was really nice to be able to sleep because, like I said, these last 2 days have been very rough. If you guys could pray for the young lady, that would be awesome. And you got it, ma'am. Hey, Miss Bonnie. Morning. And morning, G-Maw. Ed. Right, Ed. Ed said that was the CIA doing a screen capture.
Yeah. Probably was.
Well, quit jacking with
I'm
my
out here
internet shit.
I'm in Ash Fork, Arizona.
Ash Fork, Arizona.
Yeah, it's real hilly out here.
So yeah, you probably lose your signal every time you dip down.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was funny the other night. Me and my wife were on the phone talking, and I had like the strongest 5G signal I've ever seen. And that's because right behind me was a tower. And I mean, we're talking like maybe, well, you know, you got an interstate and you got southbound lanes, northbound lanes, and you got the median in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, that's where the tower was. Tower was in the median in the middle.
Oh, wow.
And you had rest areas on both sides of the highway. Your northbound rest area, the southbound rest area. Well, I was at the southbound side area on my way in and had a nice solid 5G signal. All of a sudden, we lost the call. It just, boop, gone, bye-bye. So I waited a little bit, and I called her back, and I'm like, what the hell? You ain't got to hang up on me like that. She's like, I didn't hang up on you. I thought you hung up on me. I thought you lost signal. I'm like, no, I'm sitting like right on top of a freaking, and I told her about the tower and everything, but she was sitting in our outdoor kitchen, which has a metal roof, so sometimes it'll drop a call in there.
Morning, Deanne. And Deanne says, hey, donkey.
Good morning. How are you today? And good morning to everyone else in chat. How rude of me. I'm sorry.
Summer said, being hurt, night terrors are usually really bad memories that get stuck in your brain, and you can relive the events. They're usually caused by PTSD or CPTSD, and she has both. And I forgot the first part. So the first part was being a human trafficking survivor. I've had night terrors for a very long time. They can get really bad. I've had the cops called on me for screaming. My husband has to tell them that no, she's not being hurt. Being hurt. That's where the other part kicked in. I read them backwards.
Oh, wow.
Sorry about that, Summer.
Well, bravo on surviving it. I know a lot of people don't.
And that's it. So where are you headed to?
I'm headed to Reno, Nevada. So if anybody wants to send me some money through PayPal or something, I'll go gamble on your behalf.
Is that what it is? We'll get one of them comm checks and just fill it out.
I know one guy that did that. He was wasn't in Reno. He took a load to Las Vegas. And I guess he had like $100 or $200 in his pocket. Went in, played, lost that. Come back out to the truck. And of course, it was like late in the evening. But he contacted one of the bosses and asked him for a $500 comm check. And he gave it to him. And he went and gambled. Lost it all. Like, man, you didn't learn shit, did you?
Nope. You'd be surprised how many right now, the way things are going and the way the country is, there's still people that are going and gambling their ass off.
Oh, yeah.
Blows in my mind. It's like, you do understand that the food is getting short on the shelf, right? So this is the best you can come up with is let's go piss off our money.
Pretty much. mean, I'll be honest. If I got time, I wouldn't mind taking a $20 bill, go sit down at one of the slot machines, maybe a cup of coffee, and let it run through. And if I win, great. If I lose, oh well, it's $20. Let's face facts. I waste $20 on dumber shit.
When my wife first started out there, me and my son went out. I think I spent $100. I gave him 50, I took 50, and we just kind of walked around and checked it out. When that was gone, it was like, yep, okay, well, that was over. And then I
Well,
just
that was
can't.
fun.
Me and my wife laugh all the time about winning the lottery, and it's like, well, I guess we got to kind of play it in order to win it, but I just can't. There's just something in me that says I'm not handing over money if I'm not getting anything of value back.
Right. Well, and let's face facts. It's a lot easier to, go to the gas station. You're getting, gas, a soda, whatever. Oh, what the hell? It's up to 300 million. What? It's $2. What the hell? Yeah, let me get one of those. Yeah, just quick pick it. I don't care. It's
Morning,
easier
Jeremy.
to just drop that $2. Morning, Jeremy. It's easier to drop that $2 than like some people going into a casino, 20, 200, 2,000. I mean, I used to work for a guy. He was an older guy, probably in his 70s, 80s, I think, down in Florida. And him and his wife, sometimes it'd be just him, but they'd go over to the Hard Rock Casino in Tampa. And he was telling me, he's like, oh yeah, I don't go in there with less than like 2,500 in my pocket. And he said, sometimes I walk out with none of it. Sometimes I walk out with some of theirs. And I'm like, oh, okay. But him and his wife, they go and they just play the slot machines.
Oh, my wife's had customers come in there and dump 10 grand regularly. Blows my mind. It's like, so you're just pissing off any savings or investments you have, because I know around in this area, nobody around in this county has a job making 10 grand a month. So I know it's not some monthly money.
I know. This kind of makes you want to look at them and be like, if you just want to throw away 10 grand, here, I'll take it.
I know,
But
right?
I can use it. I can go give me some preps or, pay off some bills and grab some extra food. Maybe take the kids camping one really nice camping weekend.
Dude, we crack up though. Me and my wife, we've laughed ever since Texas initiated the whole lottery ticket. We've laughed because it can be 75 million and people will be like, I'm not going to get a ticket. I'm not going to get a ticket. It gets up to like 150 million. And then it's like all of a sudden you have more people going, oh yeah, I'm going to get a ticket. When it gets to like 300 million type shit, then people are like, oh yeah, there's lines to get a ticket. And it's kind of like, wait a minute. So let me see if I understand this mental process. So 75 million wasn't going to be good enough, but 300 is the mark. Oh, okay. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, you remember when it got up to right at $1 billion?
Yeah. Oh, dude, there were lines everywhere around here.
Dude, I was buying a lotto ticket in every state I went through. Like, you guys got a lotto ticket? Yeah, give me one. I'm like $1 billion. I'm like, shit, yeah.
Me and my wife tried that a couple of times. We would try to just set aside. Somebody be like, okay, here's $10, get some lottery tickets. But then, I don't know. I just find it real hard to do.
See, I never set money aside for it. I never plan it. I just, if I'm in there and it's like, oh, got a nice big fat one. Okay, what the hell? Why not? I'll go ahead and pop for one. And I do the $2.
We do that every now and then. We just like, matter of fact, my wife, it just shows you how sometimes the disconnected you can be. But hell, she brings me 2 scratch-off tickets going, here, I thought you might want to do these. And I'm like, why do I want to do a scratch-off ticket? I don't give a shit. I did them, and basically it was funny because what it won on the scratch-off tickets was what she paid for the ticket.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, at least you got your money back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. for shits and giggle, I bought a $20 one time. I had my daughter with me, and I was like, all right, wish me luck. She's like, you're going to win. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I just blew $20. I'm probably going to, like, maybe a free ticket. I won $50 on it.
Oh, yeah. Milkmaid said, I buy lotto tickets only on days that are truly shitty. I figure it will make a good story if I win. Otherwise, I avoid ripping that bill in half and throwing it in the trash. That's it. I would just be throwing money away.
But I know what you're saying. I mean, that is kind of funny. Because I've even made that joke with me and my dad talking on the phone. I'll look at one of the lottery signs and be like, it's only at 30 million. That ain't good enough yet. I want more. That ain't worth my $2.
Yeah.
Even though, if I won that 30 million lotto, took the payments, I could pay off all my debt. I could pay off all my dad's debt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, if I did play the lottery and won, I'm cashing out. I'm going to cash out. I'll take the little penalty thing. I'm cashing out. And then, believe it or not, maybe that's why it's just not in the cards for me to play and win, because I would just have to go and buy people houses and shit and get some property for people, and they'd be like, you need to get out of this housing shit, dude.
There's a house
where you should
all
be.
you gotta do is pay your property taxes, pay your bills. The house is paid for and it's yours. Nobody can take it away from you as long as you pay your taxes and stuff on it.
That's it. Man, I'd love to be able to do that. That'd be cool. When like, $50 million and you can just go around and like help, hundreds of people, get them in a little home, little half acre or something. Bam. Oh, damn. Hurricane said a couple of years ago, Illinois did have to give out IOUs to people for the lottery because the state was broke.
Damn.
Hey, I won $50 million. It's like, wait a minute, what? It's like, yeah, all that shit you just planned and ordered on the way over here to cash out. Yeah, give them the IOU. That'll mean everything.
Oh, yeah.
Which I will say, when they first did that lottery here in Texas, there was actually a family not too far. I want to say probably only maybe 40 miles away. They won. And it was like, holy shit, man, what a trip. Somebody local won. Wow, that's weird. Dude, they went out and bought all kinds of shit. New vehicles, had a game fence put in all around their property, bought these exotic animals. Basically,
broke in a year.
Pissed through most of all that money. And then the upkeep and maintenance on all the shit and the taxes that what they had done, they couldn't afford. So they ended up selling it all off. And it was like, damn, dude, I'd have rather not won it all than to win it, grab it, hug it, spend it, and then have it all taken away from me.
Yeah. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't look at, the down the road, like I know people, they're like, if I'd have won it, I'm going to go and buy me this big multi-million-dollar mansion. Well, why? I mean, for one, you don't need the space. You're single, maybe buy a nice 3-bedroom home, 4-bedroom house. But pay attention to what your property taxes are going to be, because once you piss through that money and you ain't got it no more, you're screwed.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Me, I'd probably...
Milkmaid said it's called the broke mind syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
Their minds are definitely broke.
There's a driver I know. I haven't talked to him in a while. I'm going to have to call him. But, he kind of grew up poor, in the hood, government housing and stuff. And he used to say, when you get your income tax check, most people, the term he would use was ghetto rich, because that's the only time of the year most people in government housing and stuff see that big of a chunk of money. $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, some more than that. But You know, and then they go out and buy big TVs and all kinds of stuff. He said he knew one guy got a big fat check because he had kids and everything. Went out, put rims on his car, put a system in his car, and a week later his car was broke down and he didn't have the money to fix it so he could get to work.
I can believe it.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's like people that file their taxes and they live in the HUD housing. They shouldn't. You shouldn't get thousands of dollars back. You know, just because you had a kid, you shouldn't be given thousands of dollars. And if you are, then it should, I guess, go to your rent, because all that rent's based off of your income. And if you're saying you don't make any, and all of a sudden you're handed $7,000 because you have 2 kids, which actually I know somebody held just a few years back was raising their 2 grandkids, and when he did his taxes, dude, hell, he got over $10,000.
Oh yeah.
Which that's always blown my mind. I've never quite understood that concept. If I pay in $1,000 taxes, I'm cool with getting 1,000 back, but I've never understood their mentality with giving me more than I paid in back. How does that? How do
why
you
do you
get
think
ahead
we're in
doing
such
that way?
deep debt?
I know.
Why do you think we're in such debt?
But look,
because our government seems to think we just give money away.
But I mean, I'm 60 and been doing this my whole adult life, so it's like, when were we going to catch on that this wasn't working out? Instead, people kind of went for it and they look for it. It's tax time. Okay, cool. I'm going to buy the lawnmower. I'm going to buy this. I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
Because they're counting on that. And it's
put new tires on my truck and get my transmission fixed, or I'm going to go out and buy that new gaming computer I wanted, or, oh yeah. Hey, I'm guilty of it too.
Yeah.
Do not think I'm sitting here like some righteous guy. Oh no. I'm just as guilty as each and every one of us that does that.
Yep. Well, at least that time when you froze, you had a smile on your face. But you're not frozen now. Just about the time you looked towards that passenger ways and you went to take a sip, it looked like a smile because you were fixing to take a drink, and that's when it froze. And it was like, well, that's better than just that dead stare looking at it whenever it freezes. Because sometimes you look at the camera, dude, and it's like and since you're froze, there's no expression change. So it's like you're just staring at me, donkey. Just staring at me. Pay attention to the road.
I'm looking deep into your soul.
Well, say hi to God while you're there.
Say hi to God. Hey, Bubba, how's it going?
Every pissant country in the world has a nuke now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, hell, we paid for them. I mean, look at how many shithole countries our government sends millions and billions of dollars to. I mean, half the American public don't even realize that all that time we were in Iraq, Afghanistan, and all over the Middle East in that 20-some year war. We flew straight up pallets of cash. Something like, I think it was something like $400 million or billion or something. But these were pallets, stacks of cash.
Yep.
And we used it to pay for information on Al Qaeda, ISIS, and all the terrorist organizations to find out where they were.
Or at least that's what they told us.
Well, yeah. You know, you ask me, and it was a way to buy the country or buy something from the country or send the money over there and then find a way to funnel it back into their pockets.
Morning, 420.
Morning.
Oh, yeah. Well, hell, they just forgot, what was it, like 50 million or something that they left at Shaven. I saw pictures of it sitting on the table in one of the buildings on that air base when they walked off from it.
Bagram Air Base.
Plus, there's
and cash.
Just think, if we could get access to the CIA's offshore accounts, hell, we could probably clear our debt.
Probably.
But that's all that unaccounted for money. Hey, Angry.
Oh, it's accounted for. It's going into somebody's pocket.
You're breaking it. You must be going downhill. Yep, you froze. Yep. Oh, I know, Milkmaid. It says, dude, it's insane how much money we spent in caches in Iraq. On caches. Oh yeah, that's well. It just that's what maybe this is what we needed, was to kind of wake up and get our head out of the fog and become more self-aware of, like all the extra money you get at tax time, all the money that keeps getting sent overseas while you keep hitting the potholes every time you go to the store. That should start to clue people in. Why are our gas prices going up? You start questioning this stuff, and then if we could stay focused, we can hold people accountable.
Oh, it's real easy. I mean, any American can look at it and figure it out. What's easier for you, to spend $100 of your money or to spend $100 of my money? Because the simple fact is, and I forget who the guy was, but he said it perfectly. You're spending your money, you're going to be very selective. You're going to find a bargain. You're spending somebody else's money, you don't care.
Exactly.
What? I get your credit card, I spend it however I want. Okay?
Morning,
but, I could say, let's say I give you my credit card. You got 2 credit cards. One's yours, one's mine. And we're going to buy a gift for someone else. And I tell you, hey, look, here's my credit card. It's got a $5,000 limit. Knock yourself out. You take, or you use your credit card. Well, first of all,
Lori says, morning, donkey. Whenever you come back from the lag, just so you know, Lori said good morning. So when you come back, you can say good morning to her. Start going uphill so you get your signal back. Milkmaid said, not going to lie, those guys were smart because it was policy. We just enabled more. Yep. And Gmo, you cracked me up when I saw that a while ago. Gmo was like, I was already aware of the waste of our money. I didn't need this BS. I know, it's just the other 300 something million. What do we got? Oh, got you, brother. What's up, Angry? Oh.
Good morning, Mr. Rescue.
I guess
timed that one perfectly.
Yeah, I guess the hill he's going down must have been going down a little farther than he planned.
I guess so.
Yeah, because he's going through hills, and every time he seems to go downhill, he freezes up. Well, this one must have been a little deeper than the others, because this one disconnected him.
It's been a while since I've been up here with you.
Yes, sir. Been a
I hope
minute.
you're doing good.
Yeah, doing pretty good. That's ups and downs. It's just whining about
It's
it.
life.
Don't do no good.
It's
Otherwise,
life.
go ahead.
It's just life having your ups and downs.
That's it. If I could fix it, it'd be different. Can't fix it, so might as well just suck it up and move on. It is what it is.
Did you get the bad storms that JH and me and a lot of other people got?
Well, we got the tail end, just got some of the winds and the rain stuff, didn't get the tornadoes.
Can you hear me?
Donkey.
There you are.
Morning. Morning, Lori. You guys sitting here just talking away and nobody can hear me.
Nope. Alrighty, Song. You take care, brother. Stay strong. Smile or be the reason somebody else smiles.
So, Mr. Donkey, are you ready to go see somebody in the next few days?
I'm trying to get there. Hopefully from this flow, be able to get back over there.
You break up, donkey. Yep, you froze up. No, sir.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Give it a moment. I can see you finally heard me because the picture frame just froze to another one. Okay, so now we got cup action, so it's moving. You're here.
All right.
Okay, let's see what we got. Rescue, you need to make a shirt with that quote on it. Which, oh, the smile or be the reason somebody smiles? Be a little catchphrase. Hey, does that mean I'll get a Merc store?
There you go.
Ooh. Now,
Put it on a coffee mug.
if I did it, I would just have to hook up Cash App or something and people could just order it through there or something, which I don't even know. I couldn't do that. I'd probably just want to give shit away. Be like, here, let me see how many I can order, and then I'll just give them away. And let's see, Milkmaid. Hold on one second. Milk, say, okay, got to get back to work. I'm really getting excited about my package coming. I'll let you know when it gets here. Sweet. And don't forget to look in the bottom of the box.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I said something for her husband, too. Figured he might enjoy it, so.
Aha.
So, Donkey, have you been behaving yourself? I haven't seen you in a while, talked to you in a while.
Angry, you been drinking?
No.
You start like using drugs or something?
Yesterday.
What do you mean start?
Monday was actually 13 years I haven't had a drink or a drug.
So say that part again. You don't,
All
hold on. Don't scream. You're lagging when you scream. Now say it again because it started to cut out. What do you say, Angry?
I was just saying that I have seen streams and been in the chat, but I haven't been paying attention to Donkey.
I wonder if it's if people talk faster, because I've noticed that once I tell somebody if they're lagging and then they talk slower, then it doesn't lag, because it happens to bug out sometimes. But if he gets to talking and you're kind of going, and then we're doing this and this, all of a sudden it starts to cut in and out. So I wonder if that's StreamYard's data not processing it when it's too fast or something.
Might be. I don't know.
Oh, now there's one to capture. Damn. Where's Dusty when you need him? Boy, Donkey froze on a good one on that one. Look at that. Mouth wide open. No, now he's back. Yeah, that's what happened. That's how you froze. Looking out there, all of a sudden I looked up and your mouth is wide open. You're looking out. It was almost like a oh shit moment. Oh.
Donkey always has an oh shit moment.
Oh, look at there. We got Mr. Possum in the house. What's up, brother?
King Possum.
Donkey.
King Possum 11. What the heck? What happened 1 through 10?
They only live 2 years, bro. We move quick. Things don't ever stop.
How you doing, young man?
Doing good, Angry. How you doing, brother?
Living the dream. Living the dream.
I think Angry's losing his mind. He had the gall to ask me if I've been behaving myself.
Right.
That's
What
a
question
good
is that?
I know.
And Rescue, I think I agree with Fat Man.
Oh, that Donkey is an oh shit moment?
Exactly.
Yeah, Ray says that Donkey is an oh shit moment.
I am.
I'm gonna change my data. Shitty phone.
You gotta transfer your data. Damn, dude, I still cannot believe I'm at 300 subs. This is like some kind of Matrix moment or some shit.
Well, I'm up to 170.
Yeah, but you do like news and you give announcements I just sit here and
Rescue, I think a lot more people, I know I'm teaching about history and stuff, but more people would probably rather come to yours than come to mine. Because people don't want to learn about the history of the world like I'm teaching it. So I'm like, people would rather come here, sit down, relax, and not talk politics and just enjoy themselves.
Well,
but I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that.
But Rescue does talk politics here and there. I mean, he doesn't. His entire show isn't about it, but it's, you know, like somebody might bring up the subject of one thing or another, and we talk about it, and then we move on. And he just covers topics, though. Just whatever comes up, comes up.
Yeah, it's like a virtual living room. I mean, we talk about food, talk about GI Joes, talk about pew pews, talk about politics, music. Yep.
Because
That's
I
the thing.
remember
Batman
one day, Rescue, me, you, and I think it was Nikki up here. We started talking about music, and then we started talking about food, and it was just.
Oh, it's good stuff.
It is.
But see, we need Angry. We need people like you. We need people like Rescue, Donkey. We all have our spot where we can help others. You know, and it. You know, we need people like you, Angry, that are out there just teaching it straight to the point.
Who do we got now? Oh, we got Mr. Ray. Donkey Lives Matter.
I'll put my plate up.
On.
Oh, damn it. Donkey froze up again. Hey, morning,
Donkey
Mr.
froze because I'm just too damn beautiful for that man. He wishes he was as beautiful as this donkey.
I'll tell you what,
Morning,
Ed.
Michigan girl.
I'm going to do this. Y'all give me just a moment. I'm going to read this one from Ed. It's the AA prayer for the day. I pray that I may be open to receive God's blessing. I pray that I may be willing to relinquish my hold on material things and receive them back from God. Amen, brother. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate that, sir.
Donkey.
Amen.
Donkey Lives Matter. Now that's a good one.
Donkey.
There, Ed just come in at the
You know what's
right
crazy,
time.
Rescue? When I gave up material items in my life, when I gave up material items and stopped focusing on money and just what I had and what I didn't have, so many doors opened up in my life. When I just let that go, and it was amazing. It blew my mind. It just how long I focused on the wrong thing and how it affected my life in so many different ways.
Yep. Well, because you chase an object, and so you lose sight of the bigger picture. It's kind of like wanting the new model car, so you run 400 yards to the car lot, and in that 400-yard stretch to go for that brand new car, the new model, oh yeah, you missed out on everything that was beside you on the left and the right as you ran that 400 yards. And so you might have been able to see a kid catch a baseball. You might have seen a girl riding her bike. You might have seen a father hugging his son, or a mother feeding her baby. You just miss so much because you're focused on one little materialistic thing.
Absolutely. Because I don't know about y'all. Have you ever been on the way to do something? You're like, I don't need to spend this money. I don't really need this. And you're looking at something or pay attention to something else, and it just hits you. You're like, what am I doing? And you turn back around and go back home. It's just.
Yeah.
I remember when I was actually living in my vehicle at one point in time. I was in Walmart trying to I don't even remember what I was trying to buy, but it said, keep your money, go get yourself a place to sleep tonight. Because I think the thing I wanted to buy was a couple $100, and it was like, either buy this thing or go get a hotel room for a couple of nights for a couple of $100.
There you go. And I agree, Scat Pack. Hope more young people learn that. 1A as a awesome example. He gives me hope in our younger generation. Between him and Midwest, them two young men give me hope.
Because
Don't forget Zach.
And Zach, yep.
Yep.
I mean, with Scat Pack, it's kind of nice to see a young person think that way, not worry about the material things in life.
That's it. It's awesome possum.
It is awesome possum.
And it's the honky donkey down there.
That's it.
Honky. Honky.
Yeah, right.
Dang.
Careful, Ray. You keep making faces like that and they're going to stick.
Oh.
Why do you think I have this current face?
Maybe he's wanting an improvement.
I've been trying to get rid of this face for years.
Oh.
I'd be glad when my company makes the announcement that they're doing the training to get more drivers over.
Oh. Do you see that happening sometime soon?
It's supposed to be kicking off, I think, this month. They're going through the last little bit, like the legality side and stuff like that. What they're looking at is basically your schooling will be covered and paid for. You'll go to a school, I think, in Missouri. So they'll basically, I believe, I'm correct, but they'll cover your transportation there, cover your lodging, your housing, and like give you a weekly pay as long as you're attending the school. And then when you graduate, get your license, you'll go out for an amount of time to be determined by the trainer, which would be one of us, one of their regular drivers. Come out and you would get seat time, and basically you'll drive, and like if it was me, I'll be sitting in the passenger seat awake. You'll do all the driving. We both get paid for it.
The only difference is, Donkey, you would not be awake. You would actually probably fall asleep.
No,
okay, kid, you're on your own.
I'm not one of those.
A lot of those trainers actually get really nervous, at least the first week, because that's when you're not sure what's fixing to happen. But they get extra money, so it pays to be a trainer. And see, and here now you just heard the sales pitch. And this isn't Donkey's fault, so it's not at Donkey, but just to show you. Oh, damn, we lost Angry. I wonder if he lagged out. Oh, there he is. But so that's the sales pitch. Now the catch to that is now you're also going to be agreeing to work for that company for a certain amount of period to pay that school loan back. And if you leave before then you'll have to pay that back, or they'll charge it to your credit.
Well,
yeah, it's generally 2 years.
I think most of them that I've heard of is 1 year. But I believe they found a way to get it get the schooling paid for through grants.
Well, that would be cool.
But yeah, but it will still probably be because they are fronting the money for getting you to the school, housing you while you're at the school, and paying you a paycheck, so you've got money to eat on and everything, while you're attending the school. So yeah, they'll still want you. Like I was telling them, they were thinking like 6 months or something. I'm like, I'd do a year. The most common one that companies that did schooling was 1 year.
TMC did that with my son. He
Yeah.
drove for them a few years back, and they actually have a weird little setup. It's an unusual setup, but they actually bought apparently like an old motel, and that's what they have like motel rooms, like a little apartment complex thing is what they put people in rooms when you stay up there.
Okay.
Yeah, Donkey, when you were telling me that when we met up, I was thinking, well, shit. My driving history is not bad. I only got the 2 tickets. One
What are
was
they for?
no turn signal and no license on person.
Okay. We could probably still get you hired on.
That's
All you
what
gotta
I'm
do is
thinking.
be able to pass the drug and alcohol screen, and then the medical side, which is the physical, which ain't real bad, but if you can't get your blood pressure under control, that would be a concern because of all the other health effects that come from our blood pressure.
Yeah, I think I can con myself into getting a DOT cert.
Well, and you
Shit,
could probably
drug
take your
alcohol.
dog with him. Would he be able to take his dog with him, Donkey?
Yes, he would.
There you go.
We do allow pets. And she fits in the category of, because I think they allow up to 40 pounds.
Yeah,
Hey,
she's
Miss
about
Georgia.
45, but
Miss Peach,
we fudge her weight.
Yeah,
She's a typical
5
female.
pounds they wouldn't worry
40
about.
pounds.
They wouldn't worry about 5 pounds.
That ain't no dog.
Well, I agree. I mean, I've got Great Danes at home. A pocket bully. Something else, I don't know what the hell it is. And then the other one, I don't know. A couple of them, I don't know what they are. They're mutts.
And Donkey
Or
loves
like
them because
all of
he's a
us.
nut too.
I think the link's up at the top of chat. Chuck, you want to come up? Anybody want to come up?
Today is going to be a very long, busy day for me. Oh.
Fun.
You said having to work until like 3 in the morning or something. Hey,
Yeah,
thank you,
I
Peach.
started
I'm
at
doing okay.
7. Started about an hour and a half ago. I get off my main job at 3:30, and then at 5 I've got to go to this other temp job until 3 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Just
You
trying
gotta
to pick
go-
up some extra cash.
You got to go to the job until 3:30?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Is it the street deal or?
No, it's just a warehouse job I picked up.
Well, that's cool. Hey, night shift part at a warehouse might not be too bad because then all the people that like to cause a ruckus are all at home asleep.
Something to deal with running a trimming machine. I don't know.
Hey, Mr. Chuck.
Hey, y'all. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. We don't mind House Donkey.
And House Donkey's house trained.
Huh?
Everybody doing all right?
What I do
Yes, sir.
now?
How's the weather for you, Chuck?
It looks pretty out there. I don't know what it's going to do. It's getting a look. I ain't been out and looked. Hell, I was waiting for your show last night to come on, trying to struggle that 3 hours sleep I'd had, and I fell asleep and just got up.
Got you
I know
some
the
good sleep.
feeling.
Yeah, Hurricane said glad you made it through the storms.
Appreciate it, Hurricane.
Yeah.
A1A.
So you had the storms too.
What's up,
Mr.
Chuck? Good
Chuck.
to see you, man.
I don't know what Ray was just doing, but that was so funny. You bent down and it showed your bald head, so the little mask thing went away. But then when you came up, it picked up just enough for the head, but then the mouth was steadily going.
Smoking a cigarette, putting it out.
How's your weather looking around there, man?
Looking pretty sunny. The wind was kicking earlier, but I think as that stuff was blowing on past, now it's looking calm. Looks like the sun's going to try to come out.
That boy of mine, a young one, 15-year-old, he's like, Dad, you know, all this front's coming in. This is white perch weather. We need to go see if we can hit them again.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'll make a call. They'd probably be running over there on Livingston.
I guess I raised him right. Most kids his age, they like going bass fishing with their dad. He likes cat fishing and white perch fishing. He likes that laid back part.
Yeah, I have a tendency, I kind of ruin people's intentions whenever I go bass fishing, because my bass fishing isn't the same as all this fancy foo-ha-ha, working this lure and all this. Dude, I bass fish by taking the worm and I put it on a hook with no weight, and then I do like a fly rod. I sit there and pull line out, and then I'll pop it on over and I let it float down. That's how I'll bass fish.
Kind of sort of jig fish but for bass, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. I just enjoy the catch and then turn them loose. That used to be my zen moment on one of our little lakes. It's a little artesian lake, and shit, dude, I used to love to take the paddle boat, get all the way into the back. I'd have my thermos, have a little extracurricular activity. The sun would start coming up, pour that cup of coffee, partake a little bit, and then commence to fishing, and man, they'd be popping. And then the sun kind of comes up, starts getting a little hot, and it's like, okay, well, time to go in.
Yeah, he loves the shiner part. He don't care nothing about the jig fishing. He's all about how deep should I be? How deep should I be? I'm like, I guess he learned from me. Sounds like me on the other side. He'll be telling other people, you ain't deep enough. You got too big of a shiner on. Your weight's too close. He's telling all these other people that.
Yeah, just let it out, hit the bottom, and then give it about 4 or 5 cranks up.
What the?
What the?
I don't understand freaking people.
Which people?
I just went on Discord, on one of the Discords that I belong to, and the headline reads, Illinois Church Goes Rogue, bans music and liturgical contributions. I don't understand people. I don't understand it.
Oh, Pete, you got storms moving through again today?
We got storms coming through here about 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
And I'm in Alabama, so yeah, Georgia's getting it.
Is it strong windstorm or rain? Or
that we're not real. I haven't watched the news yet. I'll probably watch the 12 o'clock news and see what the heck's going on. But I think they're saying there's a possibility of strong thunderstorms.
Yeah, and then when we're looking at our hurricanes, stuff starting to kick in too.
That's what worries me. Hell, I never have recovered from the last hurricane, much less another one.
No.
That'll probably knock the house off the block at the time.
How close to the ocean are you?
To the ocean? Oh, I'm a couple hours away from that.
But close enough, the storms are awesome from it, I imagine.
Yeah. That's what happened the last time, which we get hit by the hurricanes. Excuse me.
Bless you.
And what happened the last time was, man, we had that because that last one we had like almost a week's worth of rain before the storm got here. So we were totally saturated, and so the ground, all the soil was real soft. And then when that hurricane came, it actually shifted my whole house on the one end, shifted over about 3 or 4 feet. Excuse me.
Wow.
I meant to mute my damn mic. I apologize. And yeah, move the whole. It's kind of like if you take your pack of cigarettes and like this is the front of my house down at the palm, it shifted the whole thing like that and then down about 3 foot. After about, I think about $7,000 total, 2 different people coming into level, and it still was a shit job and they didn't do crap. But I couldn't get under there to find out. And then finally things were so bad, I told my wife I was getting down there. So I got underneath there and I went to crawling. And sure enough, dude, they had moved my blocks. Get this, so anybody knows about leveling a house, you know, most of your houses on a block, you have your border frame and then you have your floor joist and you put your blocks underneath your main beams. These fools actually went and moved my blocks underneath my floor joist. So my outside walls are literally hanging on the outside of the blocks. And I'm like, dude, what the hell? And so now I'm pretty much screwed.
Somebody out there.
Yeah, you got to have the money.
So yeah, you need somebody to get out there with some bladders and just pick everything up and read.
Well, the house, when it was first built, it's an old original Jim Walters home. 45 years ago, I think it was. And it was on pilings. Well, I don't know, 25, 30 years ago, I guess somebody had said how there was like 9 of the poles were rotten. So they talked my mom into lowering the house. And I didn't know. I didn't know then what I know now. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, we shot 2 I-beams underneath it and used 2 boom trucks, one on each end, and just took the weight up off the pilings, cut the pilings down, and then I lowered the house because in the process of this, I ended up running the guy that was doing the work off because they took my whole meter loop, dude, and laid it over on the ground. And it was still live. And I was like, excuse me? That has to go through the eave now since the house is coming down. So the weatherhead has to come off. And I have little kids running around here. Oh, it'll be fine. And so I just tried to pack the shit up and go. Well, he had to leave the trucks. And so I spent the next day lowering it myself. Got people out. It was fine for the years. It's been okay. It's just this last storm, and with all the rains and the storms we got, bam, 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 that it's, yeah. And then with all this hitting at the same time. Go ahead, Donkey.
Oh, go ahead and finish, man.
Just with all the physical shit, so now it's pretty much just screwed. So it is what it is.
I've even heard of some of the houses down that way. They're on a concrete foundation and pyroclastic, the liquefaction and all that, because the ground was so saturated. The storms, the winds, the flooding come in. It shifts their concrete foundation.
Yeah.
I mean, like you're talking about moving 3 or 4 or 5 inches a foot, whatever, shifting it one side to another.
Well, that's what I was telling Carl. Carl to ask. He goes, man, why don't y'all have like basements or cellars down there? And I said, you can't because of the soil.
It'd be a pond under your house.
Yeah.
Yep. That's like Florida. People don't understand why most houses in Florida do not have a basement. At best, you'll have a crawl space to be able to get to the plumbing and any potential duct work that might be underneath the house or things of that nature. But we don't have basements. So that's fun explaining that sometimes because our water table's too high.
Well, that's just like up in Alaska. They're built on pylons as well. You got to deal with that permafrost. You set a house right on top of that ground, it's going to sink in eventually. All that warmth from the house will melt that permafrost underneath, and
later one
the permafrost is what, like 6 foot down?
Later one egg.
Anywhere between 6 to 8 feet.
And I think up north here, they're like Michigan's is 4. We get down here, ours is like a foot, I think.
Because here in Alabama, I think it's about three or four. They tell you to go about 3 feet down for plumbing and stuff. Because there are times when it'll get down to the lowest it's ever been here was like 25 degrees since I've moved down here.
Yeah, well, I used to be an underground lineman for a phone company, and they had a weird thing. Some of the new builds, they'd have the same trench that have everything in it, and your deepest one is your gas. I think that was 3 foot. Then they'd have your electric had to be 2 foot. I think water was somewhere around 2.5, 3 foot.
I'll be AFK just a sec, guys.
Yeah.
Phone line had to be 6 inches.
So I had to look into all the type of foundation building when I was planning the house that I plan on putting on the property up in Alaska. Found out I'm gonna have to dig.
Alaska stuff, it's granite down under after 6 inches a lot of the time because of all the mountainous stuff.
Well, I don't know. On this property, I don't know a whole heck of a lot because it's right on the side of a mountain. So my pylons may not have.
Now you need to find out what the mountain's made out of.
That much is pretty much granite.
Have fun with that shit. You're gonna need pylons, and me, I do concrete. They'll last longer.
Nope, you don't want to do concrete in Alaska because that'll break your budget. Concrete is hard to come by in Alaska.
What is? Sorry about
concrete. Concrete is, that'll break your budget in a heartbeat in Alaska.
Yeah, because concrete's real weather permitting, and you don't have much weather permitting in Alaska. So,
ain't that the truth?
No, pretty much everything in my house will be built with birch that's on property.
The place I was going to get if I moved up there was like you're talking about. It was on mountainous side. It was, I don't remember if it's 50 or 100 acres, but he said either way you look, it's either up or down, except when you look side to side, he says pretty level where the house is at. He said they mined the hill in, so it was kind of into a slope. So basically what they did is they cut out a chunk of stone and set the house on it, which I guess that would always be pretty firm until if there ever was any kind of earthquaking around anywhere close by, but I still don't know it. I guess worst case scenario would be your house slide down the hill.
Yeah.
That'd be a hell of a ride.
Right. Yeah. Hang on, folks. See the lake down there? We coming up on it. We're going to be a houseboat pretty soon.
Don't worry. When we hit the water, we'll only sink a little bit till the flotation devices pop. They inflate, we'll float. Don't worry. Right behind the couch is some oars.
Yeah.
But I like the whole pretense what the guy was saying is it was his dad's property, and he said if I moved up there and took the job with it, they were building something in Anchorage where it was going into the mountain. You probably know what I'm talking about, Ray. It's some kind of government contract, underground stuff. They wanted me to maintain their equipment there. And I was gonna, if I moved down there after I'd been there a year, his dad was gonna give me the deed to that place because it was some place that he acquired just because they lived in. And
I'm not even anywhere near it. My property is nowhere near Anchorage.
Yeah, this is supposedly the place was 50 miles out between Anchorage and I want to say he said southeast or southeast or something like that out of Anchorage. He said it's fun to get to town in the middle of the winter at that place. But the whole selling point to me was that they hunt on the second level of the house. There's a landing out there, a porch goes around. He said all that is a hunting spot that people, you sit up there and you shoot from your house, whatever you want to get, then you got to go get it. But
yeah, it's when rescue gets back, I'll show you where the property's at. It's all the way up there on the right by the Tanana River.
so you're even further away from everybody.
Hell yes.
Yeah, his buddy of mine is the one that his dad owned all that. He's like, yeah, most people up here, when they're out in the country or out alone, there's a reason most people are up here. They don't want to be bothered. They won't bother you unless you come bother them.
Actually, oh, there's rescue. Never mind.
But at the same time, if you needed help, they'd probably be there to help you.
Yeah. He said everybody up here is preppers because you live 1 year through the winter up here. You know what prepping's about.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let me...
I've never been there, but I've heard of what the winters are like.
Okay. I don't know. Can you see my mousey?
No.
No. Is it not being cooperative with us today?
There we go.
I see it now.
Okay. So right in the middle there, that's Dead Man Lake. And I'm right up here. I mean, I'm showing the wrong map. Give me a moment. Give me just a second.
So how many acres did you get up there?
10.
What'd that cost you?
18.
18,000?
Yep.
That's
not bad.
No.
I got 10 in Florida and it cost me 40.
That's still not bad for Florida either.
No, not considering somebody bought this strip of land down the road from us, and they're selling off 2-acre lots for 40 grand.
Yeah, it's the same up. It's the same here in Alabama right now. It's land prices are ridiculous.
Okay. So that yellow star.
I wish I'd have bought that section. Yeah.
The yellow star on the map. That's
Yeah, I think so.
right where my property is.
Okay.
On the right, you have Fairbanks. And on the left, Manly Hot Springs. And then just right down there, that river is the Tanana River. And
Okay,
then,
now how do you get to it?
a lot of dirt roads.
Parachute? I
A
was
lot of
thinking
dirt.
like you had to parachute in or something?
No,
Get a supply drop?
this lake down here,
Okay.
that's actually a popular, that's a state park area. So there's some roads in there, but they're mainly dirt roads. And there's 4 corners of one of the lots that I own. So you can see I'm right close to the lake for some good time fishing.
Now somebody just got to teach you how to fish.
I've been learning how to fish since I was knee-high to a grasshopper.
And you still ain't, and you still don't know what the hell you're doing.
Knee-high. That's one I haven't heard in a while. The knee-high to a grasshopper.
Knee high to a grasshopper.
Yep. But yeah, I mean,
As soon as you said that word, made me think grasshopper. Like, why do you ask grasshopper?
Huh.
Snatch the pebble from my hand, grasshopper.
The only reason that I think the biggest reason that made me decide Alaska is the fact that there's no zoning, there's no needing of inspectors to come out and inspect everything as you're building. You just build and live.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have that here. I can pretty much go out there and pour a slab and build a house. The only calls I got to make are to get my utilities hooked up.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm not getting no utilities, so that'd be over $1 million.
Right.
It's the same way here. But I live out in the middle of nowhere. I don't live near the closest big city to me is 3.5 hours away, and it's Atlanta, Georgia. So yeah, I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh hell,
You know, sometimes
down to me is a good hour away, easy.
Sometimes you just want to go behind a tree and take a shit without your neighbors watching you.
Exactly.
That's what I tell people.
Well, I got it.
Be off my porch. It's my business.
Okay, that I can go with, Chuck. I just really wasn't feeling the shit behind the tree part. It just, it's kind of like one of those. Just because you can doesn't always mean you should. And I just, I was really wanting fire ants on my ass. So,
well,
I don't think they have fire ants in Alaska.
Yeah, no fire ants, no snakes.
No, when he goes and shits behind the tree in Alaska, it's going to be the bear that eats his ass.
That's the bear's shitting spot.
Yeah,
Rescue,
because the
we
bear
might
does shit in the
actually-
woods.
Rescue, we might actually have to go and rescue Fat Man. He
Brother,
might have to be rescued.
There's what? You want me to go scrape up what's left?
Bring a 5-gallon bucket.
They might leave a toe. Might leave the skull, I guess, if they can't chew that up.
I don't know how big a tall fellow you are, Ray, but they probably fit you in a 5-gallon bucket. What's left?
Right. G-Maw said,
And-
you shit
and
in my
it's not
yard, and I'll
that-
hit you with a shovel.
It would be 2 5-gallon buckets. I'm more wide than I am tall. I'm more horizontal than vertical.
As far as waterproofing up there, you'll find bear fat's the best waterproofing for
I
anything.
will be putting my outhouse right underneath a nice tree. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you just gotta go behind a tree. My outhouse will be located right behind a tree.
Right.
Oh,
But no,
shit.
I got it all planned out. Got the exact dimensions. Got all the lumber, that list of all the lumber cuts that I'm going to have to make. And the only thing that I have to purchase will be the plywood, the OSB.
So Shift Kicker says, I have family in, and I know I'm going to butcher this name, but it looks like it's Nikiski, Alaska. Yeah.
I think that's
My
close
body
to a lot
has
of
a
native.
cousin in the North Pole,
Yeah.
Alaska.
Doesn't Nikiski have a lot of Native America or Native Alaskans up there? Your Indians, basically, kind of Eskimo people.
I think so.
Well, Shift Kicker, that would be a question for you.
And funny thing about North Pole, Alaska, is it's south of Fairbanks.
Yeah, people think North Pole, Alaska, and they think it's I forget the name of it up there, where it's really cold and everybody went for the gold rush. A lot of people died. Yukon.
In the Yukon Territory, yeah.
Shift Kicker says yes, Chuck. On your Eskimo native.
Is it Yukon Territory in Canada?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. Or is it one of those where it covers both Alaska, or it's from Alaska into Canada, or vice versa?
1 second.
Yes. One of those kind of things. I think Shift's probably answer it, and Ray could probably answer that better.
Okay.
What's that?
Yukon's part of like Alaska and Canada, isn't it? Up there, it's
The
kind of
Yukon,
like,
yeah. If you're talking about geographic location, Yukon would be kind of like part of Alaska and Canada. But Canada has an area itself just called Yukon.
Okay.
and
Yeah, because I knew Canada had a section of Yukon.
Huckleberry is asking if Barefoot in Alaska is lurking. But I have been to 48 states, and the two that I've never been to are the two furthest north. So I want to go to each one of them.
I wish I'd have moved there, but at the time, this was 20 some years ago. My wife's like, I don't know what I think about that night and day stuff. She goes, I like winter and Christmas weather and all that. She goes, but not for 8 months. I think their season, they got all 3 seasons, but winter's 8 or 9 months of it, and the other 3 come in 3 months.
Right? Some about like that.
Spring, summer, and fall. You got 3 months of a little bit of each.
At least. But I don't know if I would be able to handle during the summer when it's sun shining 20 hours a day.
That's what blackout curtains are for.
Yeah, I don't have an issue. I can sleep day or night, but my wife's really funky. When you go to sleep, it's supposed to be dark, and when you're up, it's supposed to be light. She works graveyards too. I just fall asleep on a plowing tractor in the middle of the day, and she has to have a quiet, dark, still.
Chuck,
Being
how's
pretty
that
much
possible with you being next to her when she sleeps?
Yeah, that's good. When I fall asleep in the same position I wake up in, and she tosses and turns. She says I snore, but I have woken myself up snoring. So.
Got it.
Yeah, Donkey, we can get you up there in ice road truck, and then you can start doing that, and we can call you Ice Donkey.
Ice Donkey.
Yeah, you done lost your doggone mind. I ain't driving on the ice.
Oh, come on. You don't want to drive over a frozen river? Or a frozen lake?
Nope.
They say
Go
them
down.
boys
Not happening.
They say them boys making one more run what a good paying trucker makes in a year, but I guess there's a lot of danger in that too.
Yeah, there's a lot of death in it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but all that money ain't gonna do me a damn bit of good if I ain't alive to spend it.
Yeah, if you become part of the popsicle, ain't done a bit of good, has it?
That's right. I mean, hey, great. My wife and kids got a big paycheck.
Look at it this way. That when they unfrost you in 1.5 million years, you'll be able to resume. It's cryogenic freezing temperatures up there.
Say this Neanderthal was considered to be an ice donkey.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
So,
real life comes first.
So the person that plays Donkey on Shrek on Ice, is that considered an ice donkey?
That's a liberal donkey.
That's a liberal donkey. I just thought
I can be liberal. I can be liberal at times. I mean, when I make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I'm very liberal with my jelly. If I make a meat sandwich, I'm very liberal with my mayonnaise.
Hell, that's me. When I make a sandwich, I make it like a sub sandwich, even though it's on 2 pieces of bread. It's like, why do you have so much meat and cheese? Because I don't want twice the bread and have 2 sandwiches. I want all that on one.
Right.
Yeah. Because I want meat in there.
And why do you put so much of this or sauce or the mayonnaise or whatever? Because it's kind of like barbecue. The messier, the better.
Right?
No, see, I gotta disagree, Donkey. When you're making a PB&J, it's be very liberal with the peanut butter, conservative with the jelly. The jelly just needs to be there to help it slide down.
Down the middle of the road, you stupid ass.
Well, screw you too.
Don't pull out in front of a freaking moving semi and stop in the middle of traffic lanes.
Yeah, I don't do that.
So we know now
Hey, then I
not to
wasn't
let
talking
Ray.
to you, Dippy.
So we're not ever going to have Ray make us peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I can see that right now.
It's going to be
You
lacking.
just need enough jelly to help it slide down. That's it. Now the peanut butter, you could use a whole jar.
No.
I want very little peanut butter and a shitload of jelly.
Yeah, my boys, when they made theirs, they get a tablespoon of peanut butter and a tablespoon of jelly and swirl it together, not completely mix it. And he goes, that makes it even.
Well, I could go with the 1 spoon of peanut butter and then 2 spoons of the strawberry preserved jelly.
No. A tablespoon, maybe 2 tablespoons of jelly and 2-3 cups of peanut butter.
Hell, just get the jar and a spoon and a loaf of bread, sit down and take a bite of bread.
I don't think Ray's
I've done that
shipping
minus
for
the
a
bread.
week. That's
I
why
will
he's
eat
putting his
peanut butter.
outhouse behind the tree. This is why, because he eats a jar of peanut butter, so he doesn't shit but once a month.
Rescue,
And he needs privacy for the screaming.
Rescue, you need to make a poll on YouTube and ask what has peanut butter and jelly, what has to be more, the peanut butter or the jelly? See what everyone thinks.
You know, I might even just do that. I haven't made a poll before, but I've seen that little icon, so let's just see.
Yeah, you need more peanut butter than jelly. And yes, I will eat peanut butter straight out the jar. That's
Honey,
a good
what do you
good
know
eat right
about
there.
apple butter?
I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah, like strawberry, like Rescue said, strawberry preserves, grape preserves, or apple jelly.
Oh, apple jelly's good. I like apple butter too.
Not a peanut
Apple
butter,
butter.
it like goes away.
But Bonnie said peanut butter and apple butter. Peanut butter and apple butter.
Well, okay, Bonnie's just got to come in and really put the creme de la creme on things. I wasn't going to go to that last night. I think it was on her show. Somebody talked about butterscotch apple butter. And I was like, OMG.
Oh yeah. Good
See,
stuff.
Bonnie just had to bring that up. Now I've got me wondering, butterscotch apple butter, man. Who was that? That was TJ Katz. Now, that's who made that butterscotch apple butter. And I was like,
Anybody ever make their grilled cheese by putting butter on both sides of the bread and frying one side, then flipping it over, and then put your cheese on it?
Yes.
Yep.
you mean you're not supposed
That's
to do
the
it that
right
way?
way to do it. That's the
Yeah.
right damn way to
I was
do
gonna
it.
say, take peanut butter and put on there instead, and then put jelly on the other side and put them together. Granted, it's gonna melt, but it's awesome.
I would do that with my peanut butter, banana, and bacon sandwich.
Your what?
Peanut butter, banana, and bacon.
Are you pregnant?
No.
You sure?
What was Elvis's famous
Peanut
sandwich?
butter, banana, and bacon.
That don't
I
sound
thought it
odd to
was
me. I had
peanut
a
butter
buddy.
and banana. I just thought it was peanut butter and just peanut butter and banana. I didn't think bacon was involved.
No, he loved his bacon on his banana and peanut butter sandwich.
I had a buddy that he liked sweet relish on his because he said pickles was too hard to eat with it. And then he basically got that idea with relish with it from his wife when she was pregnant.
Yeah, I don't know if this will come out right. I guess we'll try this and see. Okay, so we're going to throw a poll.
Yeah, Rescue, opened the window, but it ain't quite sunny as I thought it was. It looks like it's fixing to come down. Yeah, bacon's good on anything, though, Bonnie.
EBWB is my sentiment.
Did it show I don't even, it doesn't show me nothing. Oh, there we go. I had to select it. I don't know, Ray. It looks like maybe more people doing the poll in your favor, but
Telling you, it's all about the peanut butter, baby. The jelly is just there to help it slide it down the gullet.
hey, Miriam. No, that's, man, them strawberry preserves, or like TJ Katz with her butterscotch apple butter. See, now, hell, I just actually, to be honest, butterscotch apple butter, I won't even bother with the peanut butter at that point. I'll just be putting this shit on the bread and eating it. Because that's just apple butter.
That's like the little jars of cashew butter you can get. I don't even mess with bread. I just get a teaspoon.
And I'm not quite sure what to make of this, but apparently 22% have said no. So I don't know. The question was, when making a peanut butter and jam sandwich, do you put more jam or peanut butter? And I put jam and peanut butter, but apparently 22% said no.
I took it as an equal amount, but that's what I put no for.
Oh, okay.
I like a little more jelly than peanut butter on mine.
Well, we got 20% saying that too, going with the jam. 60% on the peanut butter, though. But I think Ray's like doing some shit in the back end too, so I don't know how validated.
Hey, I'm not doing nothing. I don't even have YouTube pulled up, just StreamYard.
Lori said more peanut butter.
Thank you, Lori.
It's kind of hard to tell with mine because it squishes out anyway. So,
Scat Pack, right on. Jelly, thank you.
I'm with the jelly jet.
Damn, the peanut butter's overtaking us though. Well, hell, I was rebelling against this corrupt administration. I'll just have to throw the peanut butter herd. I'm rebelling. No, Huckleberry. Damn it. You were supposed to have my back. I was counting on you, brother. Huckleberry.
It has to be crunchy peanut butter. It cannot be that creamy peanut butter crap. Damn it, I want to know it's made out of peanuts.
Oh,
Thank you, Bonnie.
Miriam went on a morning walk and had the sun shining down on her. Pretty cool. That'll bring a smile to your face.
I'm not a pancake eater, but a lot of people I know do different weird stuff on it. I like put peanut butter between one layer of it and then put a lot of strawberry jam over the other because it makes it like kind of like a peanut butter strawberry shortcake.
There you go. Bacon and pancakes in the mix is actually awesome and yummy.
Tell you what's really good: a chocolate crust peanut butter cheesecake, and then top it with cherry pie filling or blueberry pie filling. Oh, that's good. That's good right there.
How about a deep fried pecan pie with a scoop of vanilla ice cream?
That sounds yummy.
I know.
That does sound yummy.
Any kind of hot fruit pie with ice cream. Whew. Except the apple pie. I like putting a piece of cheese on my apple pie and have it melt on it. That's weird. I don't know where I ever got it from, but
damn, my crowd just got
Are
me
you
bouncing
pregnant?
all over there. I feel like a ping pong ball. I got people that I thought would have my back, and they bailed on me and went to the peanut butter crowd. Then I had some people that joined me on the jelly thing, but then turned around and threw me under and saying yuck bacon. And it's like, damn, I'm so confused right now. I almost feel like a Democrat.
it's like you got a house full of bisexuals going on, huh?
Well, it's like Scat Pack was on my side with the jam, but then turned around and went with the yuck bacon. And it's like, damn. And then Huckleberry, I thought had my back, and then he turned around and goes on to the peanut butter side. It's like, well, shit, fine.
Oh, God.
I'm
Dumbass, pay attention. Your freaking trailer and shit. Strap your stuff down. Oh, the guy's got a horse trailer in front of me, and he just had a bale of hay come off of it.
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
Right in front of
so
me.
he has a horse trailer, but a bale of hay came off of it?
Yeah, one of those ones where they use them to go to the shows, and they stored bales of hay on top of the roof.
Oh,
Got that little
the little cargo carrier?
that little cargo area. Yeah, thank you. Of course, he
Bonnie's
did
like,
not bother to secure his load.
Nope, they hardly ever do.
Dumbass.
Bonnie said, okay, time to eat. Oh, man.
Poor donkey.
It's been a pretty good day, though.
What'd I do?
Ned,
You got fucking idiots in front of you.
Oh, that's every day.
well, they're
Donkey,
behind
I'm
him.
gonna
They're
ask
to the
you.
left. They're to the right. They're in the driver's
Yeah,
seat.
they're everywhere.
They're in the driver's seat.
I heard that.
And you resemble that.
And I like that he just went with it, too. It's like, yeah, they're all around me.
Which one do you hate?
There you go. Get off the highway, you idiot.
Which one do you hate? Do you dislike more? The four wheels or the other idiot OTRs?
Oh, I hate them both equally.
All right.
Yeah, the new breed of truck drivers are a bunch of dumb fucks, the majority of them. But you still can't count for the stupidity of people with cars.
Oh, the problem is you got some of these idiots out here now that are, they drive a big truck with a trailer on it like they're driving a Toyota Camry.
Hey, Donkey, Bonnie wants to know, do you know what a red yield sign means?
Yeah, means yield to other traffic. Means yield to the right of way.
It means everybody better yield to the donkey.
That's right. Go ahead and run that bitch if you want to.
Scat Pack.
I put a Freightliner tramp stamp on your back bumper.
And Scat Pack, if you want to watch shift drivers do horrible things, go over to Boneheaded Truckers.
Yeah, shift, that's a whole new ball game. That's a lot. The Diesel Driving Academy over in Freeport, they used to cringe when they seen a shift truck roll in.
Okay, Miriam. That's okay. We're even now. Now it's 50-50.
Uh-oh.
That's because Rescue did something.
No, it won't
He's
even
in
let me
control of
click.
the
I
poll.
tried. I'll fess up. I tried to click and vote myself, and it won't let me. Because I was going to put it to 51%.
So
I got to take the dog out.
the jam is one vote ahead, actually, because you can't vote.
I know. See, I would actually have 51% right now, but it won't let me vote. So, which is a 50-50 thing. 25% said even. 25% would want more jam. So that's 50%. And then the other 50, well, they bailed on us and they went with the peanut butter. but that's okay. Oh,
Hey,
there
Rick,
we go.
Got a little off-color joke for you. You know, a proctologist can tell you what the difference between jelly and jam is. He can't jelly a finger in your butt, but he can jam one in there.
Oh, okay. I need to close the poll now since we won.
I had to go and post my
Peach.
vote.
Matter of fact, any of the mods or any of y'all, just feel free to put your channel links up. Promote yourself. Cool.
I got another new poll for you too, for a later date. Ask how many people know what the left lane on the highway's for.
That's the hammer lane, and it's a passing lane actually.
Yeah, as the Eagles used to say, fast lane.
Yep.
Wipe in the fast lane.
Oh, Bonnie said the reason why, I guess she asked, she said, I had a semi try to drive on top of me because he didn't know what it was, I guess. A lot of hand language went on because he ran me into the median.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stupid ass truck drivers that seem to think, you know, you've got a lot of truck drivers out here that got the same mentality as some of these four-wheelers. You know, me first.
Yeah, I'm bigger, so I count.
Yeah, but you know, I can't count the number of times I've had four-wheelers flip me off when there's plain as day on that entry ramp to the highway. There's a yield sign right there, and I just look at them as like whatever, because I don't move over. The people don't realize that if I move over and something happens, it's called an unnecessary lane change, and yes, that is a ticket.
Yeah, you don't have to yield to a yield on for an oncoming.
What time, Peach? So Georgia Peach Prepping is going to have an all-women's prepper panel tonight. So, and she put a link to her channel, so anybody that's interested, want to go hang out and support. It'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, 5 Pacific.
I'm sub Georgia.
So then that'll be we can support each other. We got to build our community up.
And Georgia, I just subscribed to you, young lady.
We got to keep our positivity momentum going. We got to start unifying. We got to work on that. We got to support each other.
Yeah, there's no sense in all that eye gouging and backstabbing shit that goes on, is there?
No, we got a bigger enemy to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have time for infighting. We need to focus. We need to focus on not lose our damn country, not lose our way of life. We got to take care of our kids and our grandkids and our significant others and our parents and our family and friends. We got to look out for each other. We need to bring that back. Making sure people are happy, people are smile, they're positive. That's what we got to push.
Yeah, I don't understand how even race becomes a thing to talk about, because it's human race. Pigment ain't nothing to do with it.
Amen to that.
It's a distractor. It's a distraction. Get you off that so you can't stay unified. Try to keep that fracture.
Chuck, if you go over on my channel and look at my content that I've been doing, and with the book that I'm about to start, I'm going to talk about the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. So they want to keep try to keep all of us divided based on our race, our economics, everything, because it gives them a pass to do what they're doing, to put communism in this country.
Yep. Even keep people separated in a single household by some way.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But we need to unify.
Drop your link. I'll make sure I'm subbed.
Yeah, if anybody can, one of the mods, or I say any of the mods, everybody's a mod.
Everybody's a mod. Can someone put my channel in the
Angry
chat,
Conservative,
please?
Somebody mind linking his? Because then I can't reiterate that enough. I'm sure some people get tired of hearing it, but man, you can open your front door and get bombarded with a bunch of negative crap. So the only way we pull out of this and stay focused is to promote the positive, encourage each other to move forward.
Yeah, I hit a milestone last night, Rescue. I hit my 300. I'm waiting for YouTube to tax it and take that 10% like they do every time I hit 100.
Oh, maybe that's why it was, because I think I was at 309 and then it went down to 302.
Yeah, they tax it, and then it could be up to 320 or 340, but they don't show the actual unless you got a way to dig through the I can't remember what they call it on YouTube.
Analytics.
Yeah. There's an outside source to tell you exactly what it is. I got a buddy of mine. If you ever see spotted rabbits on, ask him what your analytics really are. He can look at them through a different way.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Georgia. And thank you, 1A and Shift Kicker, for putting the link out there.
I'm on it. Angry.
I think, Chuck, I'm already subscribed to you.
Not sure.
I'll have to check.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I don't even know if one of them got my link handy. They used to. I can grab it. Let's see. That's me. Oh, she got it. Or he got it.
Yep. This is why I love this community. Yeah, 1A. Actually, no, I'm not. You got 304 now.
Donkey, I'm subbed to you. Been subbed to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
I didn't even realize
I don't really do any
content. You got a lot of goofy content you haven't done. You need to start running lives while you're riding. Just have some road rage in there. That'd keep them going.
No, I can't really do that because our head dispatcher for my company,
Yeah.
he's subbed to my channel, so he watches that. So I try not to do lives while I'm driving because that technically could be distracted driving, could get me fired.
Just strengthen up lives when you pull into truck stops and let them know what kind of morons you run into.
Yeah. I talk about that every now and then.
Everybody loves a train wreck, so imagine Donkey having a fit of emotion for about 5 minutes. They'd fucking love that shit.
Right.
Oh yeah, everybody loves Donkey stall number 7 stories.
There's Spotted Rabbits. Yeah, he's actually subbed. I thought I had seen that name.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. I've known him for years and only met him once in person. But
One of my favorite YouTubers, and I'll go when I get off of here, I'll go see Broken Patriot because he's streaming right now. The convoy going back to California. California, eh?
Morning, Stan.
That's California.
Sorry, I just
You
scrolled
need
up
to
and
get your
saw
grammar correct.
It's California?
Yeah.
California.
California. All right.
I have a feeling, though, dude, as crazy as they've gotten, though, Donkey, I think a communist country might even be a little pissed off at them right now.
Oh, they probably are.
They're so freaked out over there, dude, with some of the shit that they're passing. It just blows my mind.
Rescue. Think about this. What does California have? What's their biggest laws they have on the books?
The biggest law?
Their biggest laws. What do they try to prohibit in that state?
Gun ownership. The Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment. Well, in the capital city of Sacramento, you had gang violence.
We had a gang shooting, 6 dead, 10 injured.
Yep.
Subbed Hurricane and Huckleberry, let's see. Subbed Huck.
Oh, that's their shit don't. It's not like dude. Can you imagine if you went over to, Russia's a communist country. Go over there and shit in front of in Moscow, start shitting or pissing on the street corner, and I don't think you're going to find that that's a communist way of life. Nobody wants feces and urine on their sidewalks and streets. Hell, even people that live in the poor areas across the border do it behind the shack in a trench that runs away from the place.
If you go in an alley in Russia and pee behind a garbage can, they'll arrest you for that shit.
Yeah, I don't think any other country or any other state, for that matter, has a crap app.
That man, you're right about that. There's a photo that I share on Facebook from time to time that shows Nagasaki, Japan, and Detroit, and the difference 60 years makes.
Hey, rest in peace. Well, dude, look at just a couple years ago with the riots.
Yeah.
Hell, dude, you could take Kenosha or Portland or Minnesota, any of them. Hell, Chad or Chaz, whichever one they decided to settle on before it was ended. But, dude, that was like out of damn Kandahar or some shit. I mean, that was like Beirut.
But like I'm saying, go watch what I was sharing, the last book that I read on Sundays. They've been planning this crap for at least 50 or 60 years, probably closer to a century. What's happening now has been planned probably close to 100 years ago. We're crying out loud. I'm doing a book by a communist, and he's not afraid to actually say it. He wrote the book on it.
Well, I might choose a different word because I don't know about the planning, other than I think the greed and the corruption has just grown. Because to be honest, hell, dude, I couldn't even picture all the technology we got right now 40 years ago. So the planning, that's kind of but I get what you're saying. I mean, I know what you mean. It's corruption and power. It's been in play ever since pretty much the beginning. The minute we got exposed to that, the whole other side of the coin, it's been in play ever since.
Does anybody speak Spanish here that's on the panel?
¿Habla español?
No.
I got this as a comment on my stream from yesterday, and I speak Spanish enough to cuss somebody out.
Google Translate.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I'm not awake still.
Let's see what it says.
Surprised YouTube didn't let you translate it. Right on YouTube.
Well, if it translated it right, then that means appreciating such a beautiful woman. No. Oh, that's some kind of... What the hell is that?
Is that like an advert or something?
Well, I guess I can read it. I just mean no offense to any woman, so any female, anybody I know I got. So I don't mean anything. I'm just reading what it says, but it's not that crude, but it's kind of like choice of words. But appreciating such a beautiful woman, 2:7, squats are about X18 tender, 1 mini and a good exercise, 5:25. It can be seen that they are very good results. Greetings from the CD of World Mortals. Appreciate so beautiful women. So I'm not sure that all translated right. But.
No. And a lot of Spanish stuff is back to front and twisted around. So
I will say the X18 tender, though, is actually
spam, and I would delete it.
It's a bot. Yeah, it's a bot.
Because the tender thing is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
I mean, is a bad thing.
Hey, I'm going to drop down. I got to make a phone call.
Roger, brother.
All right, donkey.
All
Keep
right.
rubbers.
Thanks for
keep
having me.
rubbers on the
Great
road.
seeing y'all. Will do. Y'all have a good one.
Later, brother.
Keep the wheels down.
Okay, so yep, that's different.
They replaced the Russian bot with Hispanic bot.
See the word tender in there, and I was already a little leery. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it looked like Russian was the name of the person, so I'm figuring it was some kind of a bot or an advert or something.
Oh, 1A saying they replaced the Russian bots with Hispanic ones.
But this is why I love having this little community. I haven't been here in a while, but it feels like I'm home when I come over to Rescue Stream and we chit chat about different things.
But I will say, back to the planning thing, I just I know what you're saying, and I get that. I agree with that. It's the planning part, because I think that credits them with too much intelligence. Like they actually.
I'm not saying our politicians are that smart. Because this.
Well, no, it's the global. It's the money people in the big scheme. Ever since we got created, we interrupted the whole tyrant emperor type rule.
True.
We changed the dynamic, and we became a primary bullseye target ever since. And now we were actually a target before then, under the Christian belief, which that's me.
Rescue. I think what threw and everyone in the chat has one of these, a wrench into the system, was what happened in 2016. I think that really threw a wrench into the system. That's just my opinion. You might agree or disagree with me, but that's what I think.
Yep.
Yeah, Ray, I had to resub you again. I've somehow become unsub, and then last week I found like 50 people like that.
Yeah, I've been noticing a lot of that shit.
I've been having it happen to me. Since my channel's smaller than most of everyone up here, I'll lose 1 or 2, 3 or 4, and then all of a sudden I'll get people come back and resub. I'm up to almost. I'm just sure. I got about 100. I got a little over 170 right now, which I don't share that on YouTube, but I'm not really scared because everyone here pretty much sub to me as it is.
Yep. And you're right, Gmo. It's not the money; it's the power. They just get the money as an after thing from their power.
Yep.
Yeah, as actual physical money, we have coins and bills. Those are not real anyway. They like the liquid assets that come from that, the metals, the things.
Yep.
How
and
many?
The power is a big thing.
The one thing I like to know: how many people in Congress have stock in OPEC? That's what I want to know.
Most of them have stock in all that, and they're the inside to all of it.
So Shift Kicker says if people sub and don't ring the bell, then YouTube thinks the sub is a bot.
I click both when I do it, but that's part of that taxing thing. I think, like I was saying, that 10%, I think they do that at a random hit you like that.
Well, I think some of mine might have dropped too because of the little group of people that were likely to come in because they had to sub in order to come in to talk their shit. And after they finally got kicked out and ignored, and they've unsubbed now because I'm not worthy, which is fine with me.
Because
Yeah, when you blocked them, he may auto unsub them.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to let people, because when all that crap started happening, I was like, I'm not letting this on my channel.
Hey, Sister Marie.
Sister Marie.
Hey, sister. Hey, Gma.
That's true, Bonnie. They were not happy when we decided not to be their slaves.
Because
we're supposed to be compliant chattel.
Not to mention, whenever we established this country, we brought God back into the picture. Because they were trying to wipe him out before that, tried to corrupt that.
Yeah, the real version, not their version.
Yeah.
Occam's razor.
Yeah, that's me.
Most people do not understand what Occam's razor actually means. I said most people. I'm not talking about the people in this chat. I think most of the people in this chat are pretty smart people.
Gmo says they steal the money from taxpayers. Rich people earn their money.
They do. Think of how many billions of dollars actually go to foreign countries. And yes, I said billions.
Yep. Oh, that's what's fascinated me with all the money we just throw overseas, and dude, I will feed my neighbor in a heartbeat. I will not do it at the sacrifice of my wife or my kids eating. And that's the problem when which it's not really, it's our problem. It's not their problem. We address it like they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing because they send that 10 billion over there and then they get 8 billion back. And
they're on the other side. They're on the other side to catch it when it comes in and say, we sent that 10 over there, and they hand out probably $50.
Well, it's like we were talking about with Donkey. It's easy to spend somebody else's money.
Mm-hmm.
All righty, Sister Marie. Have a blessed day, ma'am. Smile or be the reason somebody else will smile, which if you just show up, ma'am, I can tell you now people will smile because you're an awesome lady.
Rescue, can I tell you something? When I actually come here and talk to you, you do make me smile. You do make me laugh. I enjoy our conversation.
Well, cool. I'm glad. It's nice to know I have a positive outcome.
You do.
Because I don't hide it. I mean, I'm selfish. I do this pretty much for me. I'm just glad that it benefits other people in the process, to be honest.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a little selfish from time to time because you want. Okay. I think and you can
Peach,
tell me if I'm right or wrong about this.
1 second.
The biggest
Peach,
reason
have a great day. Smile, ma'am, or be the reason somebody smiles. Thanks for coming by, Peach.
See ya, Georgia Peach.
Okay, go ahead, Angry. Sorry.
But with you want the company of having other people, as you usually say, come into your living room and visit with you. Virtually, that's what we're doing. We're in your living room just talking.
That's it. Well, I like to share, and I will say now I've kind of, it's helped me a lot. And now I like to just, encourage people. We got to maintain the positive. Positivity helps. I know, like physically, it's helped me physically because by interacting with you guys and I stay more upbeat, more positive. I have bad days, but I could feel a lot worse. So it makes me feel better. I keep my mind in the right place where I want it to be. It's not wallowing in the mud, getting down, despaired, discouraged. Instead, I feel upbeat. I feel positive. I feel a bright outcome. It's enjoying hearing good laughing humor. I love it.
You're almost carbon copy of me, but the only thing I have is I try to maintain a level of civility like you do, but I just pisses me off to no end when somebody starts fucking with somebody that I like in here the other night when they started checking with you. It pissed me off, and I just had to bite my lip.
Guys, you have a good one. I gotta go to this meeting, so talk to you guys later.
All righty,
See
buddy.
you, fat man.
Have a good day, brother.
But
Let's see
But
what G-Ma say.
having the virtual hangout space is kind of nice.
G-Ma says, I've never been compliant a day in my life. You can call my mom and ask her.
Bonnie, you're correct. Bonnie's right. This community is a lifesaver.
Oh, I know, Lori, they were funny, huh? Lori liked your names where you got more jelly than jam. More jelly and jam than peanut butter, and then Ray had the more peanut butter than jam.
Hey, we can, and that's the thing about it. We have fun with each other. We don't, sort of like when Von Erich was up here with all of us, and Nikki and I, me and 1A would have an opossum and an iguana on as our pictures. I haven't seen Von Erich in a while.
Yeah, he was over on, was it Bonnie? Was he on yours?
Yeah, Von Erich's been over there. I've noticed a lot of different places here lately. The other night him and Shane were in a deep conversation.
Well, he was actually here yesterday, the show yesterday, because I remember something was said, and then he commented, and which he always comes in, you know.
Yeah.
Blessings all and stuff. So,
First time on a panel about 300s. 300 Warriors. I don't know if you've ever been on his or not.
300 Warriors. No.
He lives here in Texas. He's originally from Iran or Iraq, somewhere like that, and he's been here all his life.
Cool.
He said he chose to be a Texan.
There you go. Got here as fast as they could.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, Bonnie said Vaughn was on hers.
Hey, Chuck, how far are you away from rescue?
What, about 3 hours, something like that, rescue, something like that order?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Because I know with Texas, you can be 8 hours away from someone and they still be in the state of Texas. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What is it from where I'm at? Was it New Mexico? What is that? About a 16-hour drive, 12-hour drive, something like that?
Something like that, probably. I know it's, what is it, like 11 hours to go from down here up to Tennessee to like Chattanooga, I think is like 11 hours. Hell, where Bonnie's at is probably, what do you think, Bonnie? Like 5, maybe 6 hours from me.
Yeah, I went to Nashville 3 years ago from here, and it's between 500 and 600 miles. I can't remember the exact amount, but I'm all about gas station wheels turning. I don't fiddle around. We stop, get gas, we eat, you go to the bathroom, you get back in the vehicle, and you go.
That's it.
And I run probably average 90 mile an hour. And hell, I can get from here to Little Rock in 3 or 4 hours. We were in Nashville, and my wife got a call from my ex-daughter-in-law that they were going to be over by Little Rock. And she'd come see the grandkids in the morning, but they're going to be there early. Wife told me, she goes, let's go there tonight and get a motel. So it took me 3.5 hours to get from Little Rock or Nashville to Little Rock. I get behind state troopers and sheriffs and all them. Whatever they're doing, I do.
Lori C. said from southeast Louisiana to Lubbock is 16 hours.
Yeah.
And Lubbock's all the way on the west side of Texas, isn't it? Or close to that?
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, it's on the west side.
Kind of, sort of. Because it's a 15-minute drive from where I live. It's a 15-minute drive to Georgia.
If I was a running person, I could run the Louisiana state line from my house in probably 5-6 minutes. It's probably less than a mile as a crow flies to it where I'm at, Wascom, Texas. I don't know if you ever heard of it. I know Rescue said he has. They call it the gateway to Texas.
The gateway to Texas.
Let's see. Okay, there's Lubbock. Let's see how long.
And I want to say thank you to everyone that subscribed this morning or afternoon or whatever it may be.
That'd be almost 600 miles. Take about 8.5 hours to get to Lubbock.
Awkward Texan.
And we got to imagine, too, if you put Texas in the middle of the United States, it'd take up 1/3 of it.
Uh-huh.
Then put Alaska in there, and you might have room for the New England states.
Hey, Chuck, I got one for you. What
Yo.
is the furthest east and the furthest west state?
What'd you say?
What's the furthest east and west state?
I think Alaska's the furthest west. And
All
east being the New England states, I think.
Well, Maine.
You don't say Maine Rescue?
As far as the most eastern U.S.?
Yep.
Yeah. Looks like it's Maine according to the map.
It's not. It's Alaska.
They're on both sides.
They're on both sides because of all the islands of Alaska. Because you have to remember, Alaska is not that far away from Russia. What's Russia considered the eastern part of the world. So Alaska is actually both of them.
But, well, how? Wait a minute.
Because of the islands.
But how could it be the most eastern side? I mean, you've got all of Canada, Newfoundland, the Hudson Bay, all that's
Because
all up
it's
above
all
us,
the
Nova
way
Scotia.
in the east. It's over. Alaska is not that far from Russia. There are islands.
I know it's over on the west side, Anchor. That's what I'm saying. It's you go straight up the
Russia's
west
considered-
coast through British
Russia
Columbia and
and-
you go into Alaska. So then to go thousands of miles the
But-
other direction.
Russia and China and all of them are part of the eastern part of the world.
Okay, let me do this because I do not connect the dots. Sorry, sir. So let me just do it this way because I know what I'm sitting here looking at and I'm not seeing where you're coming up with it even being remotely eastern. But let me do this. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and leave the audio part. Bam, bam. Okay. So there's the map. So way up here where my mouse is circling up there by the live part, that's Alaska.
Yeah.
So there's Alaska.
But there are
And then
islands.
What islands? So are you talking about all them little patches up there before Greenland?
Yes.
But that's still northern. Look at the map. That would be straight up from.
Because there are islands that are associated with Alaska that are near Russia. Russia is considered the eastern part of the world.
You're right. And that's over here on the west side. But what I'm saying is right here. Okay, there is the U.S.
Yes.
Okay, this is Newfoundland that's up here. Here's Nova Scotia right here. Here's Greenland up here. There's Iceland. Here's Spain all over here. So you can tell you cross the Hudson Bay and go through Canada. Then you come over here and then now you're over in the Northwest Territories in Alaska.
Rescue. There are islands that are part of Alaska, that are the eastern are are part of the eastern part of the world.
So St. Pierre is part of Alaska, Newfoundland? Because this is the
Look
eastern
what
part. Here's
Anti
Maine.
just said.
Here's
Look
Maine.
what Anti just said. I did say continuous U.S.
You said the most eastern state.
Yes.
Okay, well,
But
in
I
the
didn't
United
say the
States.
continuous U.S. There are
Well, then there is
parts
no eastern
of
state. So
Alaska
then
that
you would.
are
Okay,
on
I
the
got you.
eastern part of the world. There are parts.
I got you angry. That means you're wrong because then there is no east or west because it's continuous. So it would be a circle. Booyah.
Hey, Ed.
Hey, everybody.
If we're going to go, don't pull too big of a trick that it comes back on you. Go ahead, Ed.
I just had one question.
14.
I don't know why they do what they do.
Thank you, 1A.
Contiguous.
I love it. Ed's smile made it all worthwhile.
Hey, hey, maybe forget what I was going to say.
That's when you know it was a good
I've got a channel, but I'm not going to do anything. But with Trump getting his Twitter account back and them not going to be able to control it, they're going to go hard on everybody on YouTube. So I figured I better get one in the background ready to go. I was trying to get an intro going, like a 20-second intro when you first start going live. And I can't find, is there a website for that, or do you use Paint program?
Can I say that part again, Ed? I'm sorry. I think so.
I'm trying to get an intro.
Oh.
You know, like when you first start going live, it'll show the intro.
All I do, Ed, just so you know, because Dusty or Mayhem are the better ones to do the actual intro video. All I really do is, I guess it looks cool since you're asking me that, but all I really do is I put that image. Let's see me, because I don't really do anything. I share my screen, so I'll share this screen like this. And then I put myself down in the bottom corner like this. And of course, when y'all aren't on here, then it's just me in the corner. And then all I do is, let me get rid of us again. Oh, not that part. Damn, I'm sorry. Hell, I'm just totally, what the hell did I do? There we go. So this little white window you see right here, Ed, that's what I played the song off of. And then what I do is when I kick this particular layout like this, it covers that up. So all I'm really doing is playing the song on that second monitor, and then you see the image, because this up here, that my red Maltese cross there is nothing. It's just a picture that I put on my third screen. Does that make sense? So I put a picture up there, and then I play the audio over in the little my VLC player. But then when I'm sitting up there, the panel part blocks that little white window. That's why you don't see it. So then when it's me just sitting up here, I do this, and then I change my camera to do this through OBS. So I don't really, there's like not a video. I get what you're saying, and that's why Dusty or Mayhem, they know how to make the intro movies.
Yeah, that's what I wanted, just something 20 seconds. I'm the type of person, you know, if you're going to buy a motorcycle, you might as well get a Harley. If you're going to get a truck, you might as well get a diesel and a four-wheel drive.
Go big
Yeah,
or
what
go
you're
home.
missing probably is OBS, Ed. The OBS, I've got it. I haven't fooled with it too much because even people have worked on it for 5 years can still tell you it's a never-ending thing. There's always something to learn in it.
Oh yeah, OBS is an open broadcasting software, so you can pretty much create whole transitions, scenes, do all kinds of stuff.
Is that what it's called? OBS, or is that?
Yeah, OBS.
Yeah.
All right. You'd think I'd be able to remember that, but by the time I go outside and get busy, I'll come back in and forget it.
Right? You'll be like, what is that again? It was something.
Because like with
OCD.
StreamYard,
I can't show you my desk because this is a mess. Been on there.
And Ed, how long have you been subscribed to my channel? Because I'm just now noticing you in the chat from time to time.
Sometimes I'll come. Yeah, I don't know. I have to look myself. I've been subscribing as you all put them up. Everybody, because they're all going to be taken down. They're going to come down hard.
Well, that's why I'm on Rumble too. I'm live streaming on Rumble now.
This is where the battle is, though.
Very much so.
That's what I was talking about earlier. We don't. People they're wanting to leave YouTube, but it's like we don't want to leave. We need to stay right here in the middle of it and try to pump this out as much as we can. And you don't ever give in. Don't ever give up. Don't ever give in.
Yes, Texan, you can. But yeah, that's the. I made the comment to someone. I said, YT will have to take me down before I actually leave because I'm gonna spread the information that I know about. I think my channel might get throttled a hell of a whole lot here in come Sunday.
Oh, and here's some information for you, Ed, because Bonnie said Gigi made hers, so there's another person that knows how to do it. And then Bonnie also said that ClipFix, a place called ClipFix. If you scroll here, let me do this. I can put it at the bottom of the screen. That ClipFix has free intros. So, because there's definitely people that know how to do it. By the way, Ed, if you'll take a minute and if you put it if you'll type in chat or something, then did I mod you?
No.
Are you grayed out? We can fix that issue.
Hey, Rescue, are you collecting Smurfs or something?
Am I collecting Smurfs?
Yes. You don't get it, do you? The color, most people say it's blue for the mods, collecting Smurfs.
Oh. Oh, my little saying is, if it's blue, I know it's you.
Yeah, the good thing about having blues, you know if they're fake or not.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah.
Ed. I got you modded now. And then now we can also grab your channel and we can promote it.
And Mr. Ed, I just subscribed to your channel. That you're already subscribed to mine, I'll go subscribe to yours. That's what I...
What was that? ClipFix? I'm trying to find it again.
I found it under Flex Clip. Flex Clip free intro video maker with templates.
You had it highlighted, and I could find it easy.
Oh, was that the right name for it? ClipFix?
Unless I just found something different. It's flexclip.com.
That's probably what she meant then. So let me take that off and I'll type it in.
And Canva has some good intros too.
Who was that? Bonnie put that up?
Yeah, I'll drop it.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Here's what I found. I don't know. I might be on the wrong one, but.
Okay. Yeah. So
Ed, I'm subbed.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh, shit. I couldn't even click the mute on that. That hit like.
Just come out of nowhere. What do we got? We got 1A. The possum in the house. What's up, brother?
What's up, man? See if this works better now.
Did you write that one down, Ed?
I'm trying to find the first one.
No, the first one won't count. Don't do the first one.
All
Just
right.
stick with that second one because apparently I think I got it wrong because it's clip, not clip flex.
Or I just wandered into it.
Well, no, because the word's the same. It's just that it's different. When you look at what I put was clip flex, and it's flex clip.
You know, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time because if the whole internet's going to be wiped, so anything I do is going to be wiped clean, right? Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah.
Or it'll survive.
Yeah.
I think the first ones they're going to hit is the ones that had the most violations for anything, and they'll work their way back, and then they'll start going keywords. And that's why I chose.
Then I guess I'm screwed.
Because it's kind of dark.
Well, I wanted them to kick me off. That's why I played Lindell's Symposium, because they were kicking everybody for that. So I purposely played it, and they didn't kick me. It's still up there.
Yeah, I noticed that when I subscribed, I was like, yeah.
That's why it says the title of it is "I Dare You."
That's like the other day on at 1A's, I figured Metallica would sure enough get about 10 words in, they would kick him for it, and he went 17 minutes, played the whole Metallica song and a bunch of others, and they finally got him after 17 minutes.
Yeah, what was it that got him angry?
The what?
Johnny Cash hurt.
Johnny Cash, that was it.
Yeah, it was Johnny Cash. Hurt.
Oh, but did you hear what I said earlier or yesterday when I was playing all of them songs?
Yeah.
Okay, I get the copyright violations, but then there's one of the songs got blocked, partially blocked. And I was like, wow, what?
Huh?
And it was Smooth by Carlos Santana. It was when I played that one. It's blocked in Russia, dude. Go figure that.
Huh.
For some reason, no, if you're in Russia, you can't listen to Carlos Santana play Smooth, but you can listen to Toby Keith sing American Ride. That cracked me up when I saw that. I'm like, wait a minute, what country did it get blocked from? And I looked at Russia and I'm like, holy shit, what the hell has that got to do with anything? I figure it's probably the label maker.
Bro, they blocked a song the other day I played, Rescue in Latvia.
On what now? Squirrel money.
Well, it's basically, if we're not doing any promotion or making money in your country, why would we allow you to play? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I don't know if Trump is on Hit Gal.
They said they don't care who bought the stocks, that they're not going to allow him. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, they're fixing to learn what all of us already knew, and that's that money talks. So when they're little hourly and unemployed asses at home, because that shareholders, that's their money.
Yeah, when you start fucking with the people that backing you, that's...
Well, and it's just that he's the money. So if he goes in there, they want their money. So when he goes to talking, they're going to listen, whether the little schmo down there at that desk that doesn't like Trump likes it or not. Not to do the money that dude was, see, because their stocks came up when he bought them shares too. So the Twitter stocks went back up because of what he said.
Unless in actuality the three letters really do own a lot of that stuff, and then they won't phase it.
Yeah, I don't do Twitter either. I did Twitter for work because that's the work wanted it.
I had an account there, and I'd go there to look at material people send me that was connected there for something, but that's about it.
I had to ban myself from Twitter because if I kept going like I was going, I was going to have black SUVs showing up at the house.
Yeah, you don't want door kickers.
I was cussing out Schumer and Harris. I think, you know something, I got to get off of here. I'm going to get into trouble.
Yeah, then door kickers show up. They don't care. They got the Patriot Act behind them, so they can do what they want.
Well, you gotta let's ask D-Dog one if you ever get him up on a panel or something. Ask him about the time when he did that very thing. I don't know if it was Nancy Pelosi, but it was one of the elected ones where he just was harassing the shit out, talking shit about him, and he got a knock on the door from guys in suits, and he basically told him, he said, "Did you stop and talk to my sheriff?" And then he shut the door, told him go talk to him, and apparently, from what he said, the sheriff wouldn't let him come back and execute anything because they didn't have anything legal standing. It was just that harassment shit. But yeah,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I sent a tweet to Trump, and a week later they took him down. My tweet was, "Just say the word, Commander, and we'll be there." That must have scared the crap out of him.
The thing about it, what these people don't understand, this movement, the MAGA movement, is bigger than Trump.
Well, there's a lot of people that don't, they're trying to pitch that narrative that MAGA is just Trump. And it's like, it's not really. He just said the phrase, but the MAGA, I know myself, I like the word because it stands for Make America Great Again. And since I live in America and this is my country, I definitely want it to be great again. So it sounds common sense to me.
What a world we live in when you're a patriot and you're considered a traitor.
Yeah, when you wave your national flag, all of a sudden you're a bad guy. But if you'll wave the other country's flags, then it's okay.
Because I've made this comment to a lot of people, and I'm gonna stick by it. I don't support Putin and I don't support Zelensky. I just don't want our boys and girls going over there and dying for something that they should never be in.
You don't have to like somebody to not want to be in their business.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it comes down to. So you can like or dislike Putin, Ukraine, Europe, all of them, but it's none of our business. We don't need to be there.
I've been here about 10 years and I've never got involved in any of my neighbors' problems.
It's amazing how that works, isn't it, Chuck?
Yeah.
I don't dislike
they're
anybody,
really not our
or
freaking
like
neighbors.
hate anyone. But if I don't like you, I'm not gonna. I don't. Why would I? If I don't like you, right? Why would I care about what you're doing?
Yeah.
That don't make any sense to me. It never has. It's like it's common sense to me. You shouldn't even be a thought on my mind.
I don't hate anybody just because I refuse to give anybody that power over me to drain that out of me. To hate somebody, I'm just not going to do it. I don't have to respect you. I don't have to like you. I don't even have to acknowledge you, but that doesn't interrupt my positive vibe.
People think I'm backwards when I say me forgiving you is for my benefit.
Actually, Gmail, there was a day, but then again, I think that's a belief thing. Because before the Apple, I think we weren't in any turmoil then.
But it doesn't actually say in the Bible that it was an apple.
Huh? Say it again.
It does not say what the forbidden fruit actually was. In the Bible, it does not say what the forbidden fruit ever was.
Oh no, that's just totally, that's me. I mean, that's
a lot of people think it was an apple. I don't know what the heck it was. I'll ask God when I die and see him.
Closest thing I could think was probably ambrosia, but it was just a representation of no, don't do that.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah, it's an analogy. It's an analogy. It's a story to let you know, that, I'm not saying story is fictitious. I'm saying story is, it's a way to let you know. It's the same thing as reading a book and it having a certain plot in it to bring you to a certain conclusion. It's like, it's hard to explain it, but I don't know.
Easiest way to put it is you're the man of the house and your kids, your roommates, whatever. You buy all these groceries, you can have anything you want, but those Oreos are mine. Don't touch them.
Exactly.
Oh no, Auntie. we might could create another rabbit hole over that one. So, were we told that it was an Apple because really it was going to be Apple Computer that's going to take over our digital age?
Oh, now that's an interesting.
That falls into that. Remember what I was saying? What's their fixation with ice cream.
Well, that's just because them little demons like to cool off every now and then.
Yeah, cools them hot feet off.
That's it.
Somebody twisted that Apple logo all around and they made something satanic out of it one time. I'm like, wow. It's right there in your face the whole time. I can't remember what it was though. It's on it's on the net somewhere.
That's like Google with their little balls. That's all that is. 3 6s spinning.
Look at Apple. Look at the company Apple. The whole thing with the bite out of the apple was about the forbidden fruit. It's right there in your face.
Well, how do you like what Hitgal
said? If you even admitted it,
Hitgal says the forbidden fruit was a woman. It's the men's kryptonite.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Yeah, always messing stuff up for us.
Man. them rabbit holes, it's like walking through a minefield.
Yep. And it's fast. The rabbit hole might look small from a distance. The closer you get, the bigger it gets and the deeper it goes.
It's just, and when you think about it, if you look at a child and you take a baby that's born and say everybody around that baby is in a loving, positive, jovial mood, the sun is shining, there's no cold days, there's no hot days, there's always food available, then that's all that baby is going to experience, and that's the life that they're going to be developing. It's not until these other forces come into play that all of a sudden that personality of that baby will start to change. Well, when you take us back and then you look at what we were, the knowledge that came to be basically opened up all those doors for us, and then we have slowly become more distracted with every little thing we keep finding, and until way over here is where we started. And that was when we were kind of pure and innocent, and we didn't feed into all the other side. But once we were exposed to that and had knowledge of it, no different than a baby doesn't know to be mad or to scream. We take babies crying as a scream, but it's really not. They learn. And we've even heard that over the years. That's learned behavior. Well, guess what we did as the human race? We learned behavior that takes us away from God.
Yep. Then you add influencers in there, and then that skews everything, and we think it's this way, and it's actually that way.
Well, and we learn to justify some of our bad choices by using other things to say, oh, well, I had to. Well, do you really have to?
Uh-huh. Like a lot of these people saying, well, I'm just doing this because I was told to. As if being told to doesn't make it right.
That's it. And that doesn't mean you had to do it. You still had to make a mental choice and then a physical movement to do whatever you were told or asked to do. So it's still a choice.
And I just put the link for my Sunday stream if people are wondering what I'm actually teaching about on Sundays this time. All I'm going to say is the book has bourgeoisie and proletariat in it. You can come up with your own ideas of what I'm actually going to be talking about.
So what is a bourgeois?
A bourgeois, a bourgeoisie.
A bourgeois.
Does anyone know a book that has a proletariat and a bourgeoisie in it? Anyone up here know what kind of book I might be teaching about?
Well, didn't you just say it's those two topics?
It's not just those two topics. That is in the very first chapter.
Oh, so you're wanting to know if anybody has read the book and that they know is what you're going to go to after that.
Yep. I'm figuring everybody in this chat room has read that first chapter, but haven't gone any further than that.
I don't know.
I'm figuring.
So what's the book?
The book is a book by a couple of guys that BLM founders have said they are.
Oh, Karl Marx.
They are trained.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
So I can tell you, I personally haven't read that book. Don't know jack shit about that book because the title in
talking about
itself tells me the Communist Manifesto.
Yep.
Yeah, Karl Marx. Yeah, I've read parts
Karl
of
Marx
it just because it's something that is being used as a blueprint across the nation. So
It is. That's why I want to teach on this, because people, if they wake up to this and see that this is happening, they'll be more prepared to actually fight it. That's why I'm doing this.
Hey guys, I got to take care of something. I'm gonna drop down if you're still running. When I get done, I'll pop back up.
Okay, sir.
Thanks, bud. Thanks for having me. It was good talking to y'all.
I
Love y'all.
appreciate you
Bye.
coming up. Later, brother.
Love you,
Be
brother.
safe. And if there is a person, let me see who that was, because I don't think they can comment yet. But there was a new subscriber, Rokabit J. So thank you for subbing. Hopefully here in a few minutes you'll be able to comment. Sorry for the subscriber delay there, but we've had some troll issues. So
this could go either way.
yeah, could be thanks for
That's the
subbing, or
problem.
this isn't going to last very long.
Vesco, I got a question for you, brother. Have you talked to Dana lately? Have you seen her?
Barefoot
in Alaska.
Oh no! Matter of fact, I
I
was
know.
thinking
We
that
and
last night.
Huckleberry were trying to. It's
Yeah.
weird. It's not normal.
Well, no, and man, she has her seizures and stuff, and that worries me sometimes because if she has one and nobody's around,
Okay. I'm just throwing this out here. Could she be in the hospital
well, anything's
and not
possible.
able to get online to tell us what happened?
I feel like even if she was in the hospital, she'd get on her phone and say, "What's up?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, Rusty.
Oh, Auntie, you people, he's okay. Indy had reached out to him and has talked with him, and he's doing okay. He's got a sense of humor. He's sore. Nothing's broken. I was kind of hoping he might come up, but he might be. I imagine homeboy pretty sore on that shoulder. He took a good spill. Just realized
I've been in a hospital a couple of times doing shit like that.
Oh, that's funny, Grumpy. Grumpy said, just realized that Chuck is kind of like the anti-Ray on the panel. Ray is always fidgeting, and Chuck sits so still at times it looks like his video is frozen.
But Chuck is a very
funny.
very knowledgeable man.
Yeah, absolutely. Chuck's solid dude.
Grumpy.
Someone once asked
Can't
me.
I can't see the chat. I'm jealous.
Oh, the chat. It's Grumpy said, men need women. Who's going to make our sandwiches?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Hey, man, that's Grumpy's foxhole there.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
That's why I
I'm
was
not trying to
laughing.
argue with nobody today. I'm trying to have a
There's
good
these
day.
moments. There's moments sometimes in a foxhole when the buddy you're in there with keeps wanting to poke his head up over the ridge, and you keep going, no, don't do that. Don't do that. But sometimes you just can't reach that sleeve fast enough, and well, the helmet clears the edge, and sometimes shit can happen. I don't know how many women are going to be
I'm
like,
down for war, Grumpy, but I it's not the time or place. You know what I'm saying?
choose your battles
I'm
wisely.
good.
Grumpy, you're treading.
Of course, this is Grumpy posting this when Grumpy's wife is in another room not seeing YouTube chat.
Someone needs to get her another phone. No, I'm just kidding.
I like that. Look, Peach is
Georgia
like, I'm leaving
Peach
that one
said
alone.
she's leaving that one alone. She's leaving that one alone. Now that's the best thing that could happen.
Shit.
Let's see. Gmail said, someone once asked me, who do you want to be? The one they close the curtains and hide when you come a knocking, or the one they swing the door open for? You know, I guess it depends on which door I'm walking in. If I was walking in the White House, well, I'm okay with them all running. I'll come in there swinging.
King Opossum, this one's for
Big
you.
door. You know? Okay, brother. I get it. That was loud
Hey,
and clear.
look at this. Grumpy scored because Cindy said I would make your sandwich and a pie.
Oh!
Okay.
I will have to
Right.
give her credit, though. She didn't exactly say what that sandwich or pie was going to be made out of, but I'm just saying.
And if a frying pan didn't fall while he was eating it.
Not sure if the pie will actually be out of the pan when you get it, but no, Hit Gal's got the right thing. See, that's Hit Gal's like, but that's a lot of trust. Spike that sandwich, X-Lax cones in a liquid form.
Ooh.
It's like, oopsie. Cindy, I'm with you. Cindy says, I think our men deserve respect and honor. I'm with you.
There you go.
As long as they're going to earn that.
Yep.
As long as they're going to earn it and walk the talk.
Hey, rescue, ain't no woman gonna cook no good meal and take care of no man that's a beta boy, soy boy. That ain't a real man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta earn that respect. To have a woman, like you said, to have a woman take care of you like that. You gotta take care of business.
Well, see, when you take care of each other, then it just blends and it goes the way it's supposed to. It's when one tries to act better than the other, that's when there's issues.
Bro, it ain't a competition. How many people you see in relationships nowadays? It's a competition.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're supposed to love each other. It's not a competition. Like, damn, you're a team. You're supposed to be, together to go against everybody else, the world.
Two become one.
The thing about it, most women have been brought up that they're better than men, or or they can do the same things as men can do. So I'm not saying it's all the problem, but I think it's part of the problem. Because men and women are different. Biologically, men can do different things than women, and women can do different things. They are supposed to be a team.
Damn, angry. Angry. Are you trying to get me kicked off of YouTube?
No.
You're going against the whole algorithm. You are not supposed to know any kind of biology. That's not supposed to apply. Men can be women. Women can be a man.
No.
Men go dominate women's sports. This is all supposed to be okay. Of course, they won't come to my face and say that, but that's okay.
They won't say it to me either.
Bring them guys
That's
in
a whole
suits.
nother story.
You got a good message, Angry. You do. I see where you're going, but the way you said it.
Yeah, it sounded a little. I know it sounded a little sexist. I will admit to that. It sounded like a little sexist.
Does anybody know how to grow garlic? I mean, do you buy seeds for that, or do you just get the clove in the store and plant those things?
Hey, Miss Peach, you probably know, or I know there's somebody in here that knows.
Hey, Christina.
Hey, Christina. So, what he was asking was on garlic. Do you get seeds to plant it? How can he start to grow some garlic? So if anybody in chat knows, and I'm sure out of these 41 people, somebody knows.
I heard that it's a plant from hell. I mean, once you plant it, you can't kill it. No matter what you do, it keeps coming back.
Ohio, can you grow from the
I want to
cloves?
keep them.
Oh, you plant the cloves, Cindy says. And Ohio was saying to buy the cloves. So,
Cindy, do you plant the little sections or do you put the whole thing in the ground?
Gmail just said you plant the cloves. They are the seeds.
Okay. I got to wonder about it, 'cause I had one sit on the countertop for a while, and it grew big, long stems out of it.
That was your garlic
I
plant.
took and planted it in the backyard, and then we had a real hard rain, and it killed it.
Oh.
So I could never answer that question for myself.
Hey,
Look, there's my
rescue
TJ
is
Pets. There's my
rescue
butterscotch
is
apple
to-
butter lady.
Rescue, what's your biggest likes on a stream? What's the most you've ever had?
Today.
What do you mean? What now? What's the most?
What's the most likes you've had on a stream?
I don't really know. I'll have to look real quick and tell you.
All right. If you haven't yet, Rescue's 2 away from 100. Go and hit the like button for this man, if you haven't already.
Looks like, well, no, that's holy moly, dude! I had no idea that episode. Oh my God, I never saw that. So apparently,
You're
number
2 away
38.
from 100 right now. I'm trying to get you to get to 100. So people, if you haven't hit the like button, please do so.
Scroll down, make sure that is the last one. Holy moly, dude, that's a trip.
Let me make
We
sure
need
I
one
got
more.
both my accounts. Hold on.
Make sure I'm
100. We got it.
Let's keep going. Let's do it. Why we got to stop at 100?
We don't have to stop at 100. I just wanted to get him to 100.
So my highest one is 106 likes. And episode 38, dude, it blows my mind. The views. I might have to go watch that episode now to figure out what the hell was so attractive about that episode. But dude, it's been viewed over 1,000 times.
You got almost a viral video going there.
I
Mr.
had,
Rescue.
well, it was almost one of my 12-hour streams, so I'm not sure what all took place in that 12 hours, but apparently it's had something that people have gone back to reference because it's been 1,022 views, which is wow.
But yes, I wanted you to get to 100, so that's why I was trying to get you to 100. So that's why I was telling people to go and hit that like button.
I'm at 101.
102
Yeah,
on my end.
the possums had to go put a like on it. You know what I'm saying?
And apparently I had a dislike, I guess, because I'm only at 99%. So apparently there was a dislike. Probably was the troll earlier.
Yeah. Hey,
I have
you know
some
what
that
I
are
can
like
do?
at 97%. I always, you can always spot the trolls.
You need to, hey, not this recommendation. If you put your subscribers only mode to 3 days, because what I've noticed when people come to my channel or they come to yours, I've been watching and studying it and trying to figure it out. What trolls will do is if you put a certain amount of time limit, just a little more, they'll unsubscribe. You'll get 4 or 5 subscribers while you're live, right? And then when you jump off, or even while you're live, you'll see your sub count go down. And that's because they don't want to wait that long.
Oh,
They just don't want to. That's a long time to come to somebody's channel, you know, and cause havoc.
Oh, okay. So that episode, that was an episode that I did where I had the fire going up as a background up on my third screen.
Okay.
I was trying to see.
I'll go look at it now.
I didn't know if that might have been my headphone throwing moment or what.
It was also 12 hours, brother.
Yeah, but no, all my other ones, though, is what I'm saying. Almost every other one is anywhere from 400 to 700. If the longer ones will get up to 600 or 700. And most of all the other ones are at 400 or 500 views. This one stood out, dude. It's 1,077. It was like, what? Oh, wait. So Nikki's cooking something. What's Nikki cooking? Is this sauce day? Oh, Angry was on the panel, so
see that.
I think we were all up here at one point in time. I think.
Wait, was that?
Is that the one we were talking about at the near the end where we were talking about the food and the music?
Oh, wait, this is when Billy went outside. Remember, he tried to catch the deer. He was going to show us the deer.
Yes.
But then as he walked down the porch, they ran off.
Yes.
That's the episode. So I can't remember if that was the headphone throwing or. I don't think so. I kind of skipped all the way through it. I didn't look like I was too pissed off. But then again, no, people were smiling. So,
dude, you had like 30 different people on panel that night. I just went through
it. It was the sweet potato too. It was the sweet potato conversation, and Nikki had that sweet potatoes on her thing. Remember, she sat there and kept eating the stuff.
Yeah.
I guess somewhere in there, somebody. Hey, that's cool though, man. If as long as it's working for people and people can enjoy it, that's all that matters to me.
And rescue, I think you got 110, 109 right now.
Damn it. Well, I got all the cool people to hang out here.
You do. When you said that the most likes you had on a video was 106, we were like, we're determined to get you above that.
Knock that right out the park.
Anti said Angry on panel will have over 100 dislikes.
The most dislikes I've ever had on any of my streams, and I know why it happened, is 4. That's the most dislikes I've ever had on any of my streams.
Like 150.
And Anti, if you come and I find out you put a dislike on any of them, I am gonna come and hunt you down.
Damn. Okay.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, Peach.
I guess that's important to know the pointy side up. So that was an important detail I needed to know.
What happened, Ed? Sorry, I had to scroll.
They're talking about planting garlic. So I did pointy side up. That's an important detail. I didn't know that.
Ah.
And thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that's, okay. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's 1A. 1A.
Yeah, I told her to drink some water.
Yeah.
Hey, I was trying to look out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw the circumstances. I was like, you need to get some. You need to hydrate.
Hydrate.
Yeah.
It was Hit Gal, because Hit Gal said earlier whenever I scrolled up, apparently she went to go ride the horse. Well, she had us going. She went to go ride. Her husband came in and apparently saw it on the TV and stuff and saw Nikki, and then that's what she meant was hubby said, because she was out of the house with the horse when he came in and saw it. So yeah, he walked in on us.
Has a good question. Can you have too much garlic?
No.
Depends. If you ask a vampire, I'm sure they'll tell you yes.
He'd be like, ah. Hell yeah.
We're just.
Yeah, Hickel said when my hubby came home, said this chick was drinking beer.
That's it.
Man, I'm just glad everybody has fun, and we have a good vibe. I like how we all kind of pull together. We try to promote each other. We just need to
We all
growing in containers to help keep it from spreading. So Sharon, Ed is saying to grow in containers, it helps it keep it from spreading. Point side up, check out your zone for planting. Zone 8 is different to zone 10, etc. Well, he said he had it out there, but then he got a heavy rain, so it started to grow.
I saw a video where somebody took the whole clove and they set it on top of a glass of water, and they made sure the water touched it. And in a couple of days, it sprouted up, the whole thing. So I figured I might try that first.
Kind of like seeding it, getting it started.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Deanne and Lori. I like it. Everybody's kind of in a better mood. You know, you smile, you kind of get some humor in you. You help recharge your batteries. And then, you know, we go out and we deal with all the assholes out there, but it gives you a good little positive buffer to run off of.
and
Or at
one
least-
aid.
Go ahead, Angry.
Is everything all right over there in Georgia?
Yeah, right now.
After the
I mean,
storms?
it's quiet, but I feel like we'll have some storms, but it'll be more southern because we usually don't get much here, but we'll have some high winds, and we got a bunch of lonely pines that are just waiting to fall. So
Yeah,
but
because
everything's
I
good.
know because I know where you're at, and I was watching the radar and everything, and I was like, he's gonna get hit by this storm that just hit me. And that's why I was wondering if everything was all right where you're at. Because I might tease you a little bit, but I do care about your...
Bro, Angry. My salute to you and how we address each other is straight up, fuck you. I know I know you care, bro. If not, I know you wouldn't joke around about stuff like this. So you're good.
Actually, Lori, I think you're right. I just scrolled up in chat and saw where you thought it was the video with Nikki making flatbread. I think she did, because that video, that's the day it was so funny, because she sat down and we were talking about, what was the preserves? She pickled okra. No. Yeah.
I think it was okra.
Was it? It was the okra.
I think it was okra because
she was standing there making the bread. She made the bread, talking and stuff, and then she took a piece of that, sat over at that table, and was sitting there eating the bread. And then we got to talking about the prepping and stuff, and canning. And so she went and got the okra out, and she was sitting at the table, and she kept sitting there crunching on that. And then she went to something else to eat something else while she was talking. I was like, "How can you be hungry?"
Yeah, that wasn't the same stream that that I told her she needs to drink water. I don't think that's the same stream. I don't. Just because I feel like that was like 3 or 4 episodes after. I said episodes, that's funny.
Hey, Ed, you might have a video, because Bonnie was just talking with Grumpy and asked Grumpy, did you make a video how to can garlic? And he said, yeah, I think so. Let me check. So
I'm going to that channel now. I'm subscribing. I'm ringing the bell.
I'm subscribed.
Ding, ding, ding,
Hey,
ding.
Ed, are you giving us a step-by-step of what you're doing?
I'm clicking now. I'm clicking the bell. Selecting all.
As you can tell, we like to have a little bit of fun. Because I'll sit down and chat, and I'll call a rescue old man when I don't come up here.
Hey, that's a badge I wear with honor. I survived this long. I'm cool with it. I'm still kicking. Timex ain't got shit on me.
But Rescue, you have taught me a lot about how to live life because of what you're going through. And some of the discussions me and you've had while we've been up here on panel. Hey, Hoot.
What you got? This is different. What you mean? What do we got?
I was on that stream.
Oop, are we good? Are we different in a good way? Or am I doing something different in a bad way?
We're just different.
You got to clue me in. Oh, wait a minute. What's this wee shit? You got a mouse in your pocket?
I'm just saying we're all different.
Hey, Guardian. Good day, sir.
On some type of way right now.
Good.
Oh, she was munching on fermented green beans. Oh, that's right. It was the green beans. It wasn't okra. It was green beans.
$111, Mr. Rescue.
Well, thank y'all very much.
Let's keep it going. If anybody in the chat has not hit the like button yet or subscribe, hit the bell, something. Get it. Do it. Waterboy
He is
style.
nice enough to let us come up here and visit.
So, who? Am I different in a good way or different in a bad way?
He said a good way.
You got to give me a little bit of feedback. Just when you said different, that was too open-ended for me. What does that mean? Good different, bad different?
Who said at 12:48? Good way.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Sorry. I guess I screwed that up. Now it's a bad way. I missed the chat. Sorry. No, got to go pull my jars. Been canning for past 3 days. Put a few cans of whoop ass in there this time. Hey, Ohio.
Later, Ohio.
Much love. You have a great day. Smile or be the reason somebody smiles. Okay, Guardian. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'll remember from here.
Yeah, what's up, Doc?
A colonoscopy. Now how you feel?
Don't even I'm not 50 yet. I'm only 41. I don't have to have a colonoscopy for another 9 years. Thank God.
I'm not looking forward to it. I'm gonna be like Hank Hill. You know.
I'm not either.
One day it's gonna happen though. It's a reality of life.
Oh, well, thank you, Miss Dean. What do you got? 420 getting ready for outdoor grow. Sweet. Hate to leave all the order, but I need to get busy packing. Oh, okay, Bonnie. Is everything good? Just maybe vacation or? But I love you too, and so glad you came, ma'am. I hope you have an awesome day. And smile, or be the reason somebody smiles. This is true, TJ. They knock you out. You don't feel a thing, but you just have lots of doubts afterwards of just what happened. It's a very compromising position.
See, with me though, I'm kind of like in between there. Like, I don't want them to knock me out, but I do, but I also, it's such a compromising thing that I want to be awake and know what the hell's going on. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I want to know, or do I want to know?
The questions of life.
Oh, wow. Check you out, Grumpy. Grumpy said, I was exploring an abandoned house trailer on our new property and found case after case of unused ball jars and lids.
Now that's
a score.
That is a score. Especially for a prepper.
That's almost like divine stuff there. It's like at this particular point in time and what all's going on, and bam, you find that.
Hey, Rescue, I don't know if I've told you, but my root cellar is finished and I'm starting to put stuff in it.
How many bodies so far?
3. And I didn't even miss a beat with it.
Moving to my mom's property, more secluded, and help them out. Oh, awesome, Bonnie. Well, I hope moving just totally sucks. So there's really nothing encouraging I can say other than, ma'am, it'll be over when it's over. And then it'll get better. I would like to be more encouraging when it comes to moving, but ma'am, I just know how it is. So there's no point in lying about it.
Bonnie, I salute you for, doing what you got to do with family. That's big. That means everything to me.
Anti-Jack, I might have said where I'm at, but you don't know exactly where I'm at. So good luck trying to find that root cellar.
Well, you said 4 hours from Atlanta earlier, and you said you're only 10 minutes from the Georgia border.
Which way?
Well, if you're only 10 minutes from the Georgia border and you're 4 hours from Atlanta, you could only be in South Carolina.
Nope.
Okay, well then, if you're you could be in North Carolina. I mean, there's not really.
Nope.
Okay, Alabama, because it's not Florida.
Oh, I'm sorry. What happened to the no part? Oh, that's right. You can't say no to that one.
I can't say no to that one.
Mm-hmm.
But where exactly in that great state do I live?
Where you are right now?
Exactly.
4 hours away from Atlanta, 5 minutes from Alabama border. I mean, that's
News Israel just reported that a U.S. officer was captured in Mariupol. Oh,
I know that. I'm just having a little fun. And welcome back, Chuck.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, everywhere I go, there I am. Damn.
This is true. Cindy said that my son almost died of colon cancer at 40. He had a grapefruit-sized tumor and a foot of gut removed. It kills a lot of young men. Take it serious. Yeah, it's kind of interesting there, isn't it, Deanne? So we got a U.S. person arrested in Mariupol where the factory with apparently the pit in the floor of it and everything was at. My, what a tangled web we weave. Not since I started, Hoot.
Not in 11 hours anyway.
Yeah. Well, and I'd have to say 12 because I try to make sure I'm awake an hour before before I start this, so I can kind of make sure I'm functioning.
Yeah, I've seen the symposium and a lot of the stuff that was in it. Too bad it didn't do more than it did.
Dude,
I honestly think people were putting up too much hope, and you can say there are anomalies in what happened, but it's gonna be kind of hard when they hide information from you.
Well, no, I think what got him there, several factors with the symposium. One, he was being attacked from the outside. So
yeah, nonstop.
There was people attacking him constantly. 2, there were plants inside the symposium that were causing disruption. 3, they had the clerk show up unexpected, which then deterred the time frame. And then the main thing of all is this man is a recovered alcoholic, drug addict, was working on recovery, watched an election get stolen, and proceeded to invest his money and time in trying to show it and prove it. And I will say, just for the record, I don't care for the word anomaly because it was flat ass stolen, and there's plenty of proof to show it. Matter of fact, Brian Lupo just did, I think yesterday or the day before, showing that there was, I think, 57,000 votes, and that's in Georgia actually. There was 57,000 walk-in votes, but they only supposedly showed, I think, 47,000 or something. So there's all kinds of actual evidence. You're just not going to see it unless you dig for it. And then, like I try to remind people, just always keep in mind that the serious critical stuff that's actually in the process of any legal avenue, you're not going to hear details until after the person that's a witness for that particular evidence gets on that stand and testifies. After that person gets up there, then you'll hear stuff. What you got?
The symposium was another sting operation. Space Force was monitoring the whole thing. When they hacked it and shut it down, they gave away their positions on other ones we didn't know about. So it was a sting operation in itself.
Yeah, there's a lot that went on. All I could tell anybody nowadays is if you turn on your TV and the news station says that Bob over here did this, then you might want to look in the other direction to see who they were really talking about, because almost everything they spit out of their mouth is some kind of admission to what they're doing on the back end. They just try to find somebody else to blame it for.
Hey, Rescue, have you seen the actual video of AOC in Texas?
No.
I'm gonna have to go to Broken Patriots, and I'll share the link with you. So give me a minute. He has a video of AOC speaking somewhere in Texas, and let's just say she honestly thinks something's gonna happen in Texas.
So that's her version of nonchalantly saying that we're trying to get something stirred up.
Well, yeah. Well, we already knew that,
It's
though, Chuck,
not.
'cause you heard
It's
about
not
the DA
about
stuff,
getting
right, Chuck,
something
here
stirred
in
up.
Texas?
She's thinking.
Yeah,
She
Little
thinks
bit.
that
they want to
Texas is
steal
gonna
the
go
DAs,
blue.
and if they can get that, well, then they can have control over that. But our Attorney General's on it, so I'm hoping he's got to win it.
Like, you know, it's a snake and you run with it anyway and it bites you, don't come whining to me about it.
Exactly.
But they've already tried to take over the DAs. Beto O'Rourke is supposed to be up over here, I think in a week or two or whatever. I don't even understand why that dude even bothers, but
No, I was wrong. It wasn't Broken. It was Clarence Thomas. It was Terrence K. Williams.
oh, okay.
Well, have you heard about how they're going after Clarence Thomas's wife, about how she was all up in arms about how the election was stolen?
Yeah.
So they're going after Supreme Court Justice's wife
For having an opinion.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you think's going on there? They know that Clarence Thomas is at the end of his run. He was talking years ago about he wanted to retire. That, they're not stupid. They're going to attack him and they're going to force him.
Well, they're going to try.
They're going to try because if they get him, they'll have. It will be a 5-4. It'd be 5-4, and the swing vote would be the Chief Justice.
Oh, well, Roberts is a joke anyway. I mean,
yeah,
I know that.
Auntie, I'm okay. I mean, the stores seem to be. There's some stuff that they're getting low on. Prices are on gas is going up a little bit, but I'll have to ask my wife again what it is today.
Hey, Garrett.
Like 378 or something. 378 and 388 or something yesterday or day before.
Yeah, I think me and you, Rescue, were talking about. I wanted cream of broccoli soup. I don't know why I went to hunt for it. You used to see it everywhere. Now you don't.
But yeah.
Stated that Harrison, Gregg, Marion, Smith, and Polk County were most corrupt counties in Texas, other than those down on border. Oh, Sharon, where'd you see that? If you remember, just out of curiosity, I'd like to look into that a little bit more.
She said they were talking about it on the symposium.
Well, I know Seth Catchell was he's pretty much gone through every county in Texas. I was just kind of curious on the Smith and Polk County with the Marion, Smith, and Polk. Because those I wouldn't have thought. Which Harrison? I'm trying to remember where Harrison County is.
That's up here where I'm at.
Okay.
Right here on the state line that runs kind of to the Bethany Elysian Fields area up to Caddo Lake.
Okay. What's up, Garrett? $3.99 in North Georgia for gas.
I'll go see what it is. And so, Ed, are you in South Carolina?
Yes. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. South Carolina. South Carolina. South Carolina.
Hey, Canadian Patriot. Ma'am, don't you worry about a thing about dozing off. So many people doze off and nap during the stream. It's all good. That just means it was mellow enough, it was peaceful enough, or positive enough that you were able to kind of chill and relax. So it's a good sign to me. I don't take no offense.
It's $3.99 here.
For diesel?
Damn, bro, you're in my neck of the woods.
No, for regular. For regular.
Ed, what's your gas price, Ed?
I got a diesel, so I never even look.
diesel
the big thing for me was I was going to
$4.99.
try to show the big difference in theirs, because that's the one thing I've noticed, and I don't think most people really let that sink in, but diesel's never higher than gas, but it is now.
Diesel here is $4.97.
Wow.
And I'm within like 3 hours of a refinery where I live.
Oh, trust me, dude. I live around the whole resource
I
hub
know.
for the U.S.
I know you do.
But you never see diesel higher than gas, or at least not down around here. We've never seen that. Who was it? Somebody else.
It wasn't until Mr. Barack Hussein Obama was president did we actually see diesel get higher than gas.
I've never seen it down here until now. And I actually chalk it up to no different than the rest. It's trying to punish the owner-operators of the trucks. Just like during the whole coof and the lockdown shit, they tried to crush all the mom-and-pop businesses and the smaller businesses. So now for the trucking, they'll go out here and they tried like the mask mandates, and that's got backfire. So the next thing they can do is just keep jacking the diesel price up, because people put that in perspective. But you take a truck that has 150-gallon tanks on each side of that truck. So you take the total and be the owner operator and then go fill up that 300 gallons at, let's see, what did Ed just say his was? $4.69. So watch this. We'll just do this real quick just because we'll just spit it on out. So let's see, we're going to say, oh, wait, no, wrong one. Not that. So we want $4.69. Yeah, that's only $1,400 worth of fuel. So
hey, Brenda,
that means when that owner operator has to stop, when he hits that pump, he has to have $1,400 ready to pay for that fuel, and hope he doesn't have a flat tire or a transmission problem or any other type of truck problem, because that's how they get the small owner operators. Because it's already maintenance to run a truck to begin with.
Holy.
Rescue, I just saw where Oklahoma passed a law that makes having an abortion a felony. Well, and I don't mean this in any wrong way, Hoot, so don't take it that way. Maybe I don't say it right, so please don't. Now, is that like any abortion, or was that like the Texas thing where there's a time frame to that? Or is it any? I just wasn't sure. Who's leaving? Garrett? Garrett's out of here? Later, Garrett. Have a good day. Smile or be the reason somebody smiles.
Yeah, or at least have them name it after you.
That's it. And the only reason I asked that hoot like that, I didn't, nothing, don't mean nothing by it. Just because I know I had some other conversations when Texas went to pass that bill, and people that I kind of was in conversation with just used general terms a lot. Okay. And so then they were trying to make it sound like, oh, no. And it was like, I actually had to pull the bill up so that I could read it to people going, no, this is saying you need to get a doctor to look before you're going to get signed off. It's not that you just can't do it at all.
Yeah, they put so many pages, so many words in things that you got to pick it apart because they got hidden meanings. And
well, man, I can't believe this one that California just did, where I want to say when I read that earlier, it was up to a year after birth. So literally a 6-month-old. And you can't be charged with anything. It was just so atrocious. But
I think people believe that need to be aborted.
Okay,
and I think with the California
enough food talk, you done got hungry.
With
Later,
the California law, I actually think it's 28 days. I think it's a month.
What?
I could be wrong about that. I think it's 28 days.
On the California?
Yes.
Oh, no.
You got a link to the actual bill?
Let's see if I can pull that back up out of history. Oh, crap. That got me.
Because Rescue, me and you've talked about that, and I done a stream about that because California is the fourth state to actually allow, if a child survives an abortion, that you can do that. And it's bullshit. These people are evil. I thought, Moonchild, I thought it was 4.
Hey, Rescue, I gotta drop down, brother.
Okay, brother. Well, I'm hitting 11 hours and 10 minutes, so probably won't be much longer. Damn.
I would go live after you do, but I got a lot on my plate today, so.
You got it, sir. No worries.
I love you, Rescue. Love you, Angry. Love you, Chuck. Love you. Everybody talk to on panel and in chat. And,
you got it, brother.
Catch y'all next time. Peace.
Have a great day, brother. Smile.
You later, bro. Have a good one, man.
Let's see, what did I miss? I was looking over there. I don't have the link. I'll find it for you, Angry.
All right.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, you can send. Next time I'm in the chat, you can send it to me.
Yeah, because Michelle was talking about it at American Warrior. Michelle?
Yeah, because I did a stream about
when she talked about it yesterday. And matter of fact, last night on Jeremy's, I must have done it in my Sandbox browser when I went to search. And sometimes I do just so then they don't need to know what I look up. So, because it's not in my regular browser history. So I must have done it in my Sandbox.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Scooter Man?
What's up, brother?
How's that shoulder?
How are you feeling?
It's not good.
Uh-oh.
It's not good. I ended up going to the hospital and getting it checked out. It's not good.
Okay, give me 1 sec.
It's all good, though.
Okay, Canadian. You're cool.
I've got it slinged up, so it's all chill for right now. Hell, I'm probably like one of the lucky ones that actually got like Oxycontin, and within the last fucking 5 years, I was probably the only one that I knew, because my dad's like, how the hell did you get that? Like, I cried like a little sissy girl.
Did you break it or worse?
No, I tore a few ligaments in there. They're gonna have me go see an orthopedic surgeon just to make sure that, you know, it's not completely fucked up enough, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. No, I'm not gonna. It's not like I'm gonna lose my arm or anything, but
just hurts like hell, man.
Just hurts like hell right now. And at least I didn't break my collarbone. Cheers to that. I didn't break my collarbone.
Yeah.
That might have been better just if it had done that, huh?
So how bad was the scooter?
Scooter's not bad. Scooter's fine. A couple of scrapes on the scooter. That's it.
Hey man, that's just battle scars.
Yeah. Well, those scooters are meant to be like off-road scooters and everything, so they're meant to take a beating.
But see, you said the key word. You people see, they're off the road.
No.
You laid it on the road.
Well, no, but see, I also have street tires on mine too.
Oh,
like, there's two separations of tires. They have the knobbies for if you're going to be taking it off road and doing whatever you want, because it's got nice clearance in it, man. So you could take it on these trails and stuff and have some fun. But I got street slicks on there, so if I even attempted that, that thing would be sliding all up in the dirt and everything.
Well,
but they're meant.
It did that pretty good on the road too, but
no, that was me accelerating with one hand, and I pushed it a little bit too much, and the bike went one way and I went the other. That's what that was.
Just a wee bit.
Just a wee bit.
A little bit of physics problem.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Oh, and Chuck, Canadian Patriot, put the link in chat.
Yeah, I just grabbed it. I was going to tell I wasn't going to interrupt y'all, but thanks. I got it.
I'm going to say something. I'm actually reading the article.
There was an article on my
something
crash
that would hurt.
Yeah, it's in an advertisement for real use of a GoPro.
How to do it standing up.
Yeah, helmet cam. Well, one thing about it, you can advertise it as what not to do. Maybe you can get it monetized.
Right.
Hey, that was on his channel. He gets the credit for that.
Yeah, I have way too many copyright violations. I'll never be monetized.
Yeah, you will. Oh, you don't even know how many copyrights I got on a lot of my videos, and I'm monetized.
Oh, well, I really
the copyright ones isn't the thing.
You people, when you got to 1,000 subscribers, you had to go and kind of apply for the monetization, right?
I had to wait for my watch hours to reach 4,000.
But then you had to apply for the monetization. So, like, if you didn't apply for it, then they wouldn't have been applied to your account just automatically, right?
No. Yeah, you got to go and fill out. You got to go and fill out information and whatnot and so forth.
Yeah, I have no intention, so I don't.
Nah.
Hell, they're lucky I paid for my subscription only because I don't want to watch the ads when I watch videos or something. So
right.
Other than that, I'd be damned if I'd make them $5.
Hell, I don't even pay for a subscription on YouTube at all.
Well, I only do because of the commercials whenever doing videos, which nowadays I don't even hardly watch too many songs anymore. I already have most of them all that I'd like to listen to.
See, I don't mind the commercials in the videos because most of the time the commercials that I'm watching are on a channel that is monetized, and those commercials go towards that channel. So I let the commercials run because they get paid on you get paid on how long the commercial runs. So if it runs for that 5 seconds and then you hit skip, like the channel owner only gets like 2 cents revenue out of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not very much. So I let the commercials run because I can't donate to them. I don't have that type of money, but the way that I can help them out is letting the commercials run in their stuff, and they get paid for the commercial time. So
oh yeah, no, and I meant the videos like on the music. You know, you fire up some music like a little playlist or something, and I hate the interrupts with the ads. That's the only reason. Over a decade ago, I paid for a subscription just because of that.
Right.
Just so it's like put it on play and go on about my business and listen to my shit without having to listen to the next best Swiffer shit or something.
Right.
Yeah. If the channel is a small channel that just got monetization, I'll let that happen. but for the most part, people like Officer Tatum or Tim Pool or people that I watch like that have 1 million subscribers, guess I don't care if they get 2 cents or if they get $20. I'm not gonna watch the ad, but I'll do it for a small channel that might have 1,500 people. That way they can have a little bit of money.
Right.
But
I hear
these
you
big
there.
channels, I don't do it.
Well, normally the big channels they get more donations than commercial
The
time
small-
anyways. So
Yeah.
I mean the small channels, if you're really out here for the money, which I'm not. I'm monetized because I look at it this way. I put a lot of time, effort, and my own money, whether it be in gas or whatnot or so forth, or computers, internet, this, that, or the other. It all goes towards this. And, if I can get a little bit here to help me off of YouTube to put it back into my business, and I'm not taking out of my family's, we need food, or we need our car fixed, or we need this done, and I'm over here putting money towards this, you know what I'm saying, kind of takes away from the household. That's pretty much the only reason why I went monetized. I'm not looking to get famous or rich off of it. I just want, if I can get a little bit of money to help compensate for like StreamYards, getting a subscription through StreamYards so I can have backdrops or whatnot or so forth, or equipment for filming, or, if my phone breaks, now I've got a little bit of cash stashed in my PayPal. I can go buy a phone. I don't have to worry about my next paycheck. Like now, where I fucked myself up and I'm not going to be able to work for a couple of weeks now.
Can someone put in the chat his actual YouTube channel? I will go subscribe to you and watch some of your videos, and that way you'll get some. I might be able to give you a little bit more money on the back end of it.
Well, and please believe me, I'm not asking for it. You know what I'm saying? And I greatly appreciate it. I do. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm just I want to make it clear that I'm not trying to be out here e-begging. I'm not trying to be out here with a sob story or anything. Hell, my PayPal isn't even listed on my channel. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't throw it out there because that's not me. I'm not asking.
I have my Cash App if someone wants to donate to me. But the thing, like with me, I don't ask for the money. If someone wants to donate, they're more than welcome to. But I don't ask for it.
Right. No,
Hey, I got something for you people.
What's that?
We decided that night that you needed a theme song.
Oh, geez. Here we go.
Your theme song.
My race car.
It's the Bad Motor Scooter.
You get lonely on your daddy's farm. Just remember, I only do far. And there's a red page in Oxford. Yes. You'll be in my place in less than a day. So get on your bed, motor scooter, and ride. Over my place and stay all night.
Is this an actual song?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
That's Sammy Hagar back in his Montrose days. I'm gonna show the thing. Watch this. If I get pause for a minute, I'll be back.
All right.
So that's the.
That's
it there.
Charge complete. Now since you've been gone, I've been feeling a bad, yeah.
I hide it behind that so that then they don't. The video scanner algorithm doesn't pick me up.
Right.
Yeah, Rescue. This song and Three Lockbox was always my two favorite.
Yeah. Three Lockbox rocks.
Definitely would be a song that I would have been jamming on while cruising.
I know, right? I need to
You
get that
people-
clip so that you got the bad motor scooter part.
Just subscribe to your channel.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
Hey, if Rescue says you're a good person, I try to help anybody I can. If that means I have to watch some ads from time to time, I'll actually do it. That way you can.
Right. I greatly appreciate that, sir. I do. I greatly appreciate that.
That was a good one, Auntie. That was a good recommendation. Yeah, that night when it happened, and Auntie at Jack was like, Rescue, play Bad Motor Scooter.
Yeah.
But then you were gone, and I think I got timed out or something, so we didn't get around to it. But then, yeah, just reminded me.
Yeah, I was watching you guys in the ER when I went into the ER. I don't even know how the hell I made it home, because by the time I got done talking to you guys and I took off my jacket and my shirt, I could no longer lift my arm. It was hurting that bad. I was like, all right, it's time to go to the hospital. So I went to the hospital, and I was watching you guys the entire time. I'm like, I should pop in and be like, this is your fault. Mess with you a little bit.
Train going by.
Wow.
Yeah, that's Trump train.
That's the Trump train.
But yeah, by the time I decided to do that, they had me on like all types of like fentanyl and stuff, and yeah, it was probably not a good idea to jump on at that point in time. Probably get a really good clip of me like that. Like the drugged up people that come back from the dentist or something, and they say the weirdest stuff. Like that's probably what you got out of me.
There's a tornado watch here.
Got a tornado watch.
Again?
Got a tornado watch.
Man, tornadoes have been bad this year.
Peach, you guys okay down there?
I'm sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. I was sitting on the other one. I was sitting on private chat.
Oh, no worries.
But
So,
Rescue, thank you for letting me come up. I am gonna go and get things done around here. Nice to meet you, you people.
Nice to meet you too, sir.
Chuck, good to see you, sir.
Good seeing you, man.
Later,
Rescue, I hope someday you get off that chicken noodle soup, because I know you're probably getting tired of that shit.
And you know what? I pretty much, every now and then I have these thoughts, but I pretty much have numbed myself out. It was like, okay, it is what it is. I don't care.
But Rescue, love you. Everybody in the chat, see ya.
Later, bud.
Have a great day.
Later,
Rescue, you got chicken noodle soup. My issue is either I like split pea soup or English peas in a can. I can eat them up with butter and salt and pepper. I don't know why. That's a fallback.
Well, with me, my chicken noodle soup is just because with all my colon issues and shit that right now I'm worried because I don't want to eat something and it get clogged up because they removed, I think it was 9 polyps last year. They removed 9 polyps. I think it was 3 of them were like 7 millimeters big or something. They were apparently very large. So what worries me now is
agitating it, what have
well,
you.
that, and if anything goes wrong, there ain't shit you can do other than then you have to go to the hospital because it's an intestinal inside and I really don't want to go to them people right now. I do not trust anything about them. So
yeah, first thing they do is come at you like this.
Yeah,
they want it. You need this or here, stick the no.
Well, I told my wife that's what I'm worried about is you get that subtle jab, like, oh well, here, no, this is just it. When really it's part of the other. It's just that they're just doing it, and it's like, no, don't alter my DNA. I don't need that shit.
Yeah, I've heard that they'll combine it. Oh, it's just penicillin, and then they combine.
Yeah, see, to hell with that shit, dude. I would be locked up all over again.
Oh yeah.
I'll be damned. Don't you dare poke that experimental bullshit. I don't care what you want to spit out to the world and what kind of crap. Plus, I didn't take the other vaccine. I wasn't raised that way. I have a very awesome immune system. I don't get sick. I don't do the flu. I never have. One year, probably about 8 years ago, I got bronchitis and pneumonia at the same time, but that was only because it was during a winter here. We had a lot of rain, and there was only, I think, 5 of us at the time to work the whole 3 systems. So I was pulling seriously long hours, always out cold and wet. So I ended up with that, but I don't get sick. I don't need this shit. Hell, I was
sleep, overwork, and that'll make your immune system drop.
That's it. I mean, oh Lord, there goes the seizure.
Right?
You people got the overlay, start giving you seizures. Need a seizure warning.
Right?
Yeah, I bet that plays hell with your video card and RAM, don't it?
No, not actually. I mean, I've heard that people have been having issues. The worst issue that I've had with this, running this program, is if I let it go into sleep mode, sometimes it won't register the camera anymore, so I have to shut it down and turn it back on. But other than that, I've had no issues with my computer, and I'm running off of a laptop, like an old laptop, nothing new. It's a Pavilion, HP
OBS?
Pavilion. No, I'm using a Snap camera.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I've heard issues where it's been messing with people's computers as far as like crashing because they don't have a good enough video card or anything. But I'm seriously running just off of like a stock laptop. I've done nothing to this laptop, so I'm actually surprised I got Windows 11 on it, to tell you the truth.
There you go, Milkmaid. I hit your 600 for you. I thought I was sub to you. It should show 600 anyway. Yep.
Oh, Milkmaid, I guess, was wondering what the actual outcome she was. I don't think she heard you earlier when you were talking about your shoulder and stuff.
Oh, well, when I left the hospital, I thought that it was like nothing really big. Like they didn't, or at least maybe because I was drugged up, I didn't understand how bad it was. But apparently I tore some ligaments inside the shoulder, and I'm going to have to go get checked up by a primary doctor, and then I have to go see an orthopedic surgeon to make sure that they don't have to go in there and repair anything that way.
Yeah, I can tell by the tremble in your voice when you first picked the camera up, something wasn't right. You had that Peter Griffin wince, and you can hear your mouth chattering, and yeah, something ain't right.
Well, and I thought that I had broke the collarbone. On top of that, I had twisted my ankle pretty good because, like I said, that scooter has a pretty high distance off the ground. You know what I'm saying? It's made for off-road and on-road, but it's a pretty heavy-duty scooter. The thing can do, I had it top speed 54 miles an hour when I was live with him. You know what I'm saying? So that's a pretty fast electric scooter. But luckily, I was only doing like 5-10 miles an hour. I was just tapping on it, but when you tap on the acceleration, it literally wants to rip out from underneath of you because it's got so much torque. And
yeah, electric motor's bad about that torque. You see that Mustang with that 800 horse Mustang that they got out there that's electric?
Yeah.
All-wheel drive, and the guy said he had to make sure to put a headrest in high enough. He said it started snatching his head back so far he's afraid it's going to break his neck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this thing, you can either have it one wheel or two wheel drive. So it's only a two-wheeled scooter, one wheel in the front, one wheel in the back, but it powers both wheels. And if you have it not even on the highest setting, you could have it on setting 1, which the top speed is 25, and you pull that acceleration, it will light up both tires up underneath of you as you go to take off. I mean, it's got that much torque. So, you know, I was barely tapping it, and I tapped it a little bit too hard, which cut the wheel, and the scooter went one way and I went the other because I only had one hand on it, which was my fault. You know, I'm messing around on a scooter that I'm not familiar with yet. I should have had both hands on there. That was my fault. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wasn't cracking on you when I was saying about the helmet thing, like special needs, but I was meaning that you need a GoPro helmet if you're going to do stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, I was thinking about it, and I'm like, you know, after that little wreck, because the guy that I bought it off of flat out told me, he goes, you're going to wreck once, at least once, and it's going to hurt. He goes, trust me, I know, I've wrecked it myself. He goes, but, you know, depending on what happens to you, and, you know, it's a pretty scary bike to have, man. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to get rid of it. As soon as my shoulder heals up, I'm going to get right back up on it.
Well,
So,
hell yeah. You always got to get back on the horse.
right? I'll tame that beast.
I see it.
So, I don't know, man. I was being stupid, and, you know, I take blame for that one, so I'm paying the price for it. But
just being excited.
Right? I was all, you don't even know how excited I was. I picked up this scooter.
Because you actually even came in and told me, because you're like, rescue. You're going to like this. I was going to try to do a drive, but I couldn't figure out how to do this. But look at this. And then you sat there and it worked on you until you finally were like, okay, I think I figured this out. And then it didn't work out so well.
No, I actually went after I got the scooter and I left, I went the opposite direction of Phoenix. I started heading towards Yuma. That's how excited I was. I wasn't paying attention to street signs. I just jumped on the interstate, was cruising like, yeah, I got me a badass scooter. And then I get all the way down to the 85 and I'm like, I'm going the wrong way. All right, we got to spin around. I was still excited. I didn't get pissed that I went all the way that way.
Dude,
anything, man. I was
you
happy.
hauled ass that night because it was funny because that only happened like in no time at all. You were like out down the road, and wham. But then to go back, that took a lot longer. And that was like, damn, I didn't know I was this far. It's like, you hauled ass. I think that one time, I know right before you tried the one-handed thing, you were like, did y'all see that? And there was a blip of it. And I can't remember if it was 37 or 47, and then you're like, no, here, look. And then it was like,
death rattle, gone. Yeah.
Hey, I have to pop a bubble, and I hate this because the phone call, I need to go, or I can do one or two things because there's 47 people here. So, well, no, because see, damn, I wish they would let me be able to just like give a mod over to somebody. Like if I could, can make one of y'all mod.
Are you running StreamYard?
Yeah.
You can.
Well, I have to do
one person. You can make one person a mod, and you can give them all of like the administration and everything. Like they can run everything.
Yeah.
All you got to do is put in your email.
Got that. So then I'd have to purchase another spot. I think it's like $9.
Yeah.
That's and I'm on disability, so I kind of watch my pennies.
I hear you.
I heard that. I'm the same way.
So that's the only thing, because which if Indy was here, I don't think she's in chat.
I haven't seen her. She did check in on me though. I really appreciated that.
She's the one that
sent me an email.
She gave us an update when I first went live at 2 Central. She came on, and we were asking because everybody was kind of going, "Hey man, have you heard?" And I'm going, "No, I hadn't heard from him. I'm hoping he's okay." Well, then Indy goes, "I reached out to him. He said he's okay. His sense of humor is still intact." And
yeah, I sent her Toby Keith. I'm not as good as I once was. So, I've got a sense of humor about it. I messed up myself, but you gotta have a sense of humor.
Chat wants to know. So, what'd your wife say about it?
Nothing. Oh. Which is a bad thing. If your wife says nothing about it, that's a bad thing. So she hasn't even asked about the scooter, and it's sitting in the living room right now.
Oh, like so she's stewing on it. Yeah.
She's quite pissed. Yeah, she's quite pissed that I hurt myself on something that I went out and bought on a whim. But it wasn't a whim.
Over there going.
Yeah. I think she's just ignoring it.
50 miles an hour is a lot different on that than a motorcycle, a bicycle.
Yep.
Standing is different. It's like you're flying, but you're holding on.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I seriously, I had it top speed of 54. That's the top speed I had going down the one road is 54 miles an hour. So this is a pretty quick bike.
10 minutes before that happened, so that tell you were somewhere, you could have been somewhere 20, 30 miles out that quick.
Right. Yeah. That bike is pretty quick. I mean, I ended up from my house all the way over to where I wrecked in like 5 minutes, maybe less. And that usually takes a while to get over there. I mean, even by car, it takes a minute to get over there. I got there pretty quick, but there's no traffic and I was flying too. So I was having fun. So are you stopping this rescue? You need to stop it to save it? Is that what's going on?
Well, no, it's not to save it. I just, that phone call I got. And so.
Oh, you got to go take care of something.
You can call her later.
I got to attend to something. So.
Well, double or nothing. I'm not working tonight because I don't think they're going to let me work in a sling. So if I don't work tonight, maybe I'll go live tonight and we can hang out on my live or something and have a little bit of fun before you go live.
Okay. What you got? What? Don't do it. What do you?
What's that?
I don't know. No, in chat, Huda was saying don't do a rescue, and I don't know what I was fixing to do.
I'm gonna roll out. Love y'all. I'll talk to you later, bud.
Later, Chuck. Appreciate you,
Bye,
brother.
Chuck.
Thanks for coming up. Love you, brother.
Yeah, I'll jump out too, man, so that way you can get your stuff done. I still have to go over to Amazon and talk to them anyways. I was chilling because I took some medication. So I'm like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to go over there completely fuzzy headed. So it's like, all right.
Right.
And then I saw you were on, so I figured I'd give you an update.
Hell yeah, brother. I'm so glad you did. Because, yeah, I've been sitting here wondering about you and kind of hoping everything was okay. And
yeah, I'm sorry. I've been kind of knocked out by the drugs they have me on. So it's like, it's been like, I get up, I smoke a cigarette, maybe toke on a bowl, and I'm sitting here passing out. And I'm like, all right, got to go back to bed. So that's all I've been doing since that happened, is pretty much just jumping up and down, and as far as like having a cigarette or something and then going right back to sleep. But yeah, I got to take care of stuff today. So there ain't no point in me like just sitting here falling asleep. As you can tell, I'm like out of it. I'm so out of it right now.
And the more stationary that you stay, the sorer you get.
It's not even that. Like, for real, like I'm surprised that I'm not hurting more. Like, I didn't have gloves on. I don't have any road rash on my hands. That's the one that I landed on right there to stop me from hitting my face on the ground. There's no road rash on this one. I got a couple of scrapes on the top of this hand. I twisted my ankle, but that's pretty much better now. Really, the only thing that hurts is my shoulder, just because of what happened to it. So
took the biggest lick.
Yeah, but it's also the main contributor of all the pain too. Like, I don't know. It's pretty messed up.
I'm just glad. Well, I'm glad you're still sunny side up.
All right. Got to keep a sense of humor and a smile.
That's it, sir.
Right. All right, guys. Rescue. I will definitely check you later. Thanks for having me back up.
You got
everybody in chat. I'm sorry that I didn't acknowledge all of you. I'm so out of it right now. It's not even funny. I'm just really sorry. You know me. I normally get everybody, but I'm done.
But this is the best people. So everybody, this ain't nothing but full of love and positivity. So all you're going to get out of here is prayers. Ain't nobody going to gripe about you feeling rough.
Right. I hear you, my man.
But you
all right, guys.
Smile.
Have a wonderful day. Yeah. Keep a smile on that face. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, brother. You too, man.
We'll catch you later.
Later, brother. Cool beans. You people, he's all right. He's sunny side up, and that's a good thing. So anybody has you do a little prayer or something later, be sure, try to remember to throw him in that. He can use any healing help. We gotta look out for our scooter. Guys, you guys are just, I don't know. Y'all are so cool. Y'all are amazing. I totally love spending time with you guys. Makes my day, puts me in a better mood. I think it helps me heal up. So I love it. I'm glad y'all stayed and shared your time with me. Miss Peach, I'm glad you were here, everybody. So I thank you. You don't have to thank me or anything. I thank you because you guys help me. I'm just glad you get something out the deal in the process. So, but much love, everybody. Always remember, it's positivity. It has some serious power behind it. So smile and try to be the reason somebody else smiles, because that's how we're going to kick this beast in its ass. We're going to roll over it with some strong love, some tough love, flip a few tables, give a few hugs along the way, a few kicks in the butt maybe. But I love you guys. Have a great day. 2 a.m. Central. I'll be probably coming back on unless something comes up, if anybody, I will ask real quick, does anybody want to go live and then we can let everybody know to go over there? Is anybody feeling up to it? Georgia or anybody? If you want to, though, you can put your link and people can have a place to go converge. That's the only drawback to this. I wish I could just kind of leave it going. Which if they'd let me play a movie or something without becoming all butthurt over it, then hell, I'd put a couple of movies in rotation and then I could tend to my stuff and just come back. So Peach will be live at 8 Eastern with the all women's prepping panel. And them women know how to cook, so that's the place to be. Bonnie's moving, so she's in the process of being busy. So you guys just try to find a cool place. If you don't like what's being said or it feels like it's putting you in a thing, just go to a different channel. Don't let anything pull you down. We've got a good positive momentum going, so we want to keep that rolling. And with that, guys, I just hate to say bye, but love you guys. You mean everything to me. I hope you have a great day. And I guess I will see you later. Love you guys.